A black Volkswagen is driving from Quanshui City to Modu Jiaotong University. Tang Luochuan, sitting in the passenger seat, thought about jumping out of the car countless times during the 200-kilometer journey. But glancing at his father in the driver's seat and his mother in the back, he suppressed the urge. Tang Luochuan silently thought in his mind, "System, can't I tell my parents?" System prompt: the host must not reveal the existence of this system to anyone. Otherwise the system will be disabled. The system intends to let the host lead a happy life with a daily basic living expense of 100 million yuan already transferred into the bank account through legal means. Please check. The system has no tasks, no goal targets. Let the host play freely. Stable daily 100 million yuan. But if the host independently pursues a target with a beauty rating of 9 or above, the system will grant a special reward. Ultimate AI system, body enhancement, infinite energy, top charisma, etc. Tang Luochuan didn't respond, just sitting in the passenger seat, gripping the handle tightly, thinking at this speed jumping would kill him. But now that he had money, he didn't want to go to school or military training. He wanted freedom. Luochuan never seen the bustling city of Modu before. Enjoy your college life. Father Tang Hai thought his son was amazed by the prosperity of Modu, but little did he know the boy's mind was full of escape. Mother Zhu Xiaomei sat in the back, patted her son, "Luochuan, study hard. Don't slack off just because you're in college. Learn skills and find a good job later. And by the way," Zhu Xiaomei paused, "and bring back a daughter-in-law, the more the better." No problem," Tang Luochuan answered casually. His 100 million had already arrived, how could he lack women? Zhu Xiaomei didn't hear clearly. Tang Luochuan quickly said, "Oh, I said I will study hard. Study my ass with 100 million a day, graduate, and work for others. Crazy. Start a business. Crazy. Even a dog wouldn't dare." He gripped his newly bought 4,000 yuan phone, wanting to transfer some money to his parents, but didn't know how to bring it up. He decided to wait a while, then lie about winning the lottery or having a small stroke of luck, gradually giving money to his parents. The car soon arrived at the gate of Modu Jiaotong University. His parents helped him settle into the dormitory, then walked around the campus before leaving. Zhu Xiaomei pulled Tang Luochuan aside. "Son, is 2,000 yuan a month enough? If not, I'll give you more. Make sure you eat well and rest well." "Enough, Mom. If it's not enough, just tell me, I'll transfer it to you." His mother's eyes were full of reluctance, but she didn't dare to stay longer, afraid her son would miss her, since this was his first time so far away from his parents. But Tang Luochuan had no reluctance at all. He thought college was optional, and when the time came he would move his parents nearby. Waving goodbye to his parents, Tang Luochuan found the information engineering teaching building and started looking for his class, digital media technology. "Classmate." A clear call reached his ears, and Tang Luochuan turned around instinctively. A girl wearing a blue baseball cap, her long black hair tied up neatly under the brim, walked towards him. Her face had light makeup, making her look fresh and pretty. She wore a white cropped t-shirt and high-waist athletic pants, giving a clean and eye-catching appearance. "Are you a freshman?" the girl asked. Tang Luochuan paused for a moment, on her face feeling a very refreshing impression, and her looks, without a doubt, extremely rare. Tang Luochuan said calmly, "Yes." "Hello." The girl's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled warmly. "Hello, I'm a sophomore. My name is Shun Mayan. What's your major?" "Digital media technology," Tang Luochuan answered truthfully. "Oh, fellow major junior." Shun Mayan's face lit up with surprise. "I'm here for orientation. Can't find your classroom. I'll take you." "Okay." Tang Luochuan felt no excitement, his mind still full of how to drop out. The appearance of a beautiful girl was less shocking than the 100 million in his account. Shun Mayan guided him upstairs. "All freshmen are on the second floor, and our teaching building has an advantage." "What advantage?" "It's close to the cafeteria." Shun Mayan was indeed cheerful, but she wasn't particularly interested in Tang Luochuan. It was just her personality. Not funny, huh?" Shun Mayan walked ahead. Tang Luochuan inadvertently looked up and saw Shun Mayan's back as she walked, her athletic pants swaying slightly with each step. "Junior, where are you from?" Shun Mayan suddenly turned back and asked. Tang Luochuan quickly averted his gaze. Where am I from?" "Oh, Quanshui City." The image just now lingered in his mind, causing him to momentarily forget where he was from. After a few steps, they arrived at the digital media technology classroom. The classroom was empty. Everyone is probably eating or in the dorm. Just remember the location. There's a class meeting tonight, don't forget. Although Shun Mayan was a senior, her every smile and gesture carried a girlish playfulness. "Oh, okay, senior." Tang Luochuan glanced around and memorized the location. The girl couldn't help but take a few more looks at the handsome junior, a smile always on her lips. "All right, I'll stop here. I need to go pick up other freshmen." "Okay, see you, senior." After saying that, they parted. Tang Luochuan didn't idle. It was lunchtime. But he didn't plan to eat on campus. He had worked hard like a dog for 3 years in high school. Now free and with money, he definitely needed to enjoy himself. At the school gate, Tang Luochuan hailed a taxi. Where to, young man? The driver asked. BMW 4S dealership. Huh. Oh. The driver was clearly surprised. It was unusual for a student to go there. The car started moving, and the driver chatted casually, going there to look for someone. Buying a car. The driver's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond. A student. Going to buy a car. While not earth-shattering, it was certainly uncommon. And the destination was a BMW dealership. Tang Luochuan sat in the passenger seat, opened his phone, and checked his balance. 160 yuan. 100 million plus the 6,000 living expenses from his parents. Actually, Tang Luochuan's family was decent, not rich, but certainly not poor. His parents Tang Hai and Zhu Xiumei were workers at a state-owned enterprise. The work was tiring, but stable. Little brother, we're here. This is the nearest BMW 4S store. What car are you looking to buy? The car had stopped at the entrance. Tang Luochuan scanned the QR code, glanced at the price, just a 12 yuan starting fare, X7, I quite like it. The driver responded with an oh, and a chuckle, aspiring nice. The driver's reply was hard to read, but carried a hint of disbelief. Paid driver. Tang Luochuan waved the payment screen, then opened the door, and quickly walked into the 4S store. The driver looked at his phone, confirmed the payment, then opened the driver group chat, pressed the voice button. Old Zhang, old Lu. Do you know who I picked up today? A college student going to a 4S store to buy a BMW X7. The voice message was sent. Soon old Zhang's voice came back. Bullshit. Student or teacher or some relative. Are you sure? A student buying that. Old Lu, there are still some rich young masters, don't be so sure. The three of them chatted intermittently. The driver looked at the ride-hailing app and sighed. Business is tough these days. Near noon, the taxi parked beside the 4S store. The driver got out and walked to a nearby stall, bought a bowl of cold noodles with sesame sauce. All right. In the 4S store, the female saleswoman watched Tang Luochuan, signing his name stroke by stroke. She couldn't understand how this young man looking like a student could spend $1 million on a car. And that wasn't the shocking part. The shocking part was that in all her years in the business, she had never seen a customer who didn't bargain or think twice. First sentence, I want a black X7. Second sentence, full payment by card. Third sentence, I have a meeting tonight, please don't introduce anything. Hearing the word meeting, she thought she had it wrong. Maybe he was a young-looking CEO, not a student. But when she casually asked what meeting, he replied, freshman orientation class. Saleswoman, you must be good at studying. Huh. A few minutes later, so you don't have to sign so carefully. The saleswoman watched Tang Luochuan signing, feeling a headache. The handwriting was beautiful, but too serious. Tang Luochuan was a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I just graduated from high school. The teacher told us to write well. After signing a few names and paying, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled. This money was too easy to earn. She wished for more customers like this. And Tang Luochuan got his car keys as he wished. And that matte black BMW X7. Driving out of the door, Tang Luochuan's stomach was also growling. Not far, he stopped at a small stall. Bought a bowl of jajang noodles. Tang Luochuan found a seat and sat down. Right across from him, the driver stared at him in shock. Little bro, you really bought the car? Tang Luochuan was startled. You're eating too? Yeah, I really did buy it. Oh, by the way, driver, where's the nearest Porsche dealer? Far away. The driver, speechless with shock and a hint of envy. Out. This street, turn right. The whole afternoon, Tang Luochuan ordered a purple Porsche Taycan and a black Panamera. Then he went to the Lamborghini store and ordered a multicolored Aventador. But unfortunately, none of these cars were in stock. He would have to wait a few days. Then he went to buy some clothes and bought the latest trifold smartphone. Evening, the X7 slowly drove into the campus, not attracting much attention. There were too many luxury cars in Shanghai, though an X7 was nothing special. Until the car parked near the cafeteria. Tang Luochuan looked through the window and saw the senior sister Shun Mayan from noon playing badminton with classmates on an open space nearby. The young man got out of the car still in the same ordinary outfit from the day. Hello, senior sister. He wasn't showing off the luxury car on purpose, he was just hungry and came to eat. Oh. Shin Mayan turned around at the sound just in time to see him getting out of the car. Luxury car. Handsome guy. Junior. 3 words flashed through her mind. Mayan. A classmate called out, but Shin Mayan was lost in thought. The incoming badminton shuttlecock coincidentally landed on the other person's head. Ouched. Shin Mayan was startled, but her face blushed inexplicably. Hi, Junior. You're Tang Luochuan, right? Right? I'll go eat first. Tang Luochuan greeted briefly with a faint smile. Shin Mayan's gaze swept between him and the car, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. Mayan, who is that? Several female classmates quickly gathered around. If there's a handsome guy who doesn't want to know. Shin Mayan replied. Oh, a new junior today, Tang Luochuan. BMW X7, that kid's family is pretty rich. Wow, driving to school so rare. Definitely a top-tier guy. Hey, what kind of girls do you think he likes? These freshmen all want to date as soon as they come. Should we give it a try? The girls chattered away. Shin Mayan remained silent. She wasn't without suitors at school. But with her celestial beauty, her standards were naturally high. Moreover, she could tell the difference between someone with a little money and someone truly wealthy. And finding a boyfriend was indeed difficult for her. Not because she didn't want to, but because a protective circle had formed around her at school. Those boys who had chased after her had all unilaterally claimed her as their own possession. Once a new guy dared to approach her or show her kindness, he would quickly be targeted by these guys who would gang up and warn him to stay away. These people knew they couldn't have her, so they stayed as friends, pestering her endlessly and privately, claiming ownership. But these guys all had one thing in common: they had a bit of money. Everyone kept their distance, silently daydreaming. Mayan. Just as she thought of this, a voice she hated appeared. Zhou Ziyu, the prodigy of the finance department, appeared behind her. This title of prodigy was truly disgusting. Who would give someone that title normally? And many rumors said that this guy had proclaimed himself the prodigy and had even clumsily asked his friends to pretend to praise him in front of others. And she had to pretend to be modest. Haven't eaten yet. Together, Zhou Ziyu walked closer holding a bunch of snacks and handed them to Shen Mayan. Bought these for you. Don't refuse. Shen Mayan glanced at it. The bag of snacks probably cost 300 or 400 yuan, which was indeed a lot for these students. No need. Shen Mayan had learned from past mistakes. Last year when she first entered school, Zhou Ziyu had also given her snacks. But it was just a small packet of instant noodles worth a yuan. She didn't mind, thinking he was just making friends. But because she ate that one packet, she somehow became his girlfriend, in his words. Rumors spread everywhere that Shen Mayan's boyfriend gave her snacks. And even more disgusting, after she learned her lesson and refused snacks from others, Zhou Ziyu brazenly said, "See, Mayan only accepts what I give." But in fact it was only that one time. Looking at Shen Mayan's aloof demeanor, Zhou Ziyu could no longer contain himself. It had been a year, and she remained exactly the same. Only because Shen Mayan had a patient temper did she refrain from scolding him to his face. He had already clearly rejected her many times in private, but with such an ethereal beauty, he felt it was worth persevering. However, that didn't stop Zhou Ziyu from dating other girls. He would pick up a new girlfriend every now and then, but in his eyes none of them came close to Shen Mayan. "Mayan, don't be like this. Zhang Ting and I broke up, don't be mad at me." Damn it. Shen Mayan almost cursed out loud upon hearing this. "What does it have to do with me whether you're dating Zhang Ting or not? I'm not mad at you, it's just, we're not even friends. I didn't even want to know you, okay?" Her voice was soft, hoping not to draw attention from others. But with the campus's #1 goddess right there, how could passing students not cast a few extra glances? The X7 parked beside her held absolutely no appeal. Who knew which family had driven over to drop off their student? But Tang Luochuan cared. His goddess might not be his, but that car certainly was. At that moment he suddenly darted back out. "Senior." He glanced at Zhou Ziyu, whose face had turned deathly pale, before turning his gaze back to Shen Mayan. "Sorry to bother you, senior." Shen Mayan offered him a sweet smile, without hesitation. What's wrong? She wasn't even sure herself. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't wear such an expression for a boy she'd just met. "The school meals require a meal card, and I don't think I got one." He had been so preoccupied with buying his car that he hadn't thought about getting a meal card at all. The cafeteria only had a few special windows that accepted QR code payments, and those happened to be the ones with food he didn't enjoy. "Oh, the cafeteria office. They've probably already gotten off work by now. You'll have to come back tomorrow morning," Shen Mayan said, pulling out her own meal card. "Come on, I'll treat you." Tang Luochuan looked somewhat embarrassed. "That's not necessary. Maybe I should look for some classmates. Damn it, I don't know any of them." On his first day of enrollment, he had gone to the dormitory first, and then checked out the classroom entrance. Yet he hadn't seen a single classmate. All the others were spending their afternoon getting to know each other. Instead, he had gone out to buy a car himself. "Oh, it's no big deal, handsome guy. We'll treat you," one of Shen Mayan's female classmates called out loudly, as if making sure Zhou Ziyu could hear her. Nevertheless, a faint smile lingered on Zhou Ziyu's face. "No need for such trouble. Let me treat the junior brother instead." What a nice senior. Tang Luochuan finally gave Zhou Ziyu a proper look, and that forced, insincere smile made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Since Senior Shen is treating me, I won't bother you then. I want the senior to treat me. I'm close with her." The smile on Zhou Ziyu's face instantly froze, as though someone had splashed cold water in his face, and he couldn't even remember how to relax the corners of his mouth. Close. He mulled over that word in his mind. Hadn't this kid just arrived? How could they be close? Shen Mayan was definitely not the kind of girl you could easily charm. She maintained a friendly demeanor with strangers, while keeping an appropriate sense of distance. It was easy to misinterpret, especially since boys tend to overthink when faced with a girl's warmth. But Shen Mayan wasn't overthinking it. She just found the younger junior brother's straightforwardness oddly endearing. She waved her meal card. "Let's go. If we linger any longer, all the good dishes will be gone." "All right then." Tang Luochuan waved at Zhou Ziyu. "See you, senior." His tone and demeanor were as if he were bidding farewell to the gatekeeper. Zhou Ziyu gripped that bag of snacks, his gaze fixed on Tang Luochuan a hint of resentment brewing in his heart. Though it was only a slight sting, he'd seen plenty of guys like this before. Want to pursue Shen Mayan? He'd have to rely on his own merits. Inside the cafeteria, Shen Mayan was already regretting her offer to buy him a meal. Because this kid ordered ridiculously expensive dishes, picking whatever was priciest. He piled on so much food that the table was overflowing. A full 260 yuan. Are kids from wealthy families really like this? Junior, can you even finish all that? A girl asked. Tang Luochuan gestured for everyone to sit down. I'm treating you all. I'll transfer the money to the senior later. Consider this my treat. The moment he said that, everyone froze. Shen Mayan murmured softly no. She wanted to refuse, but 200 plus yuan was significant. Her monthly living expenses were only around 2000. She needed to save some for shopping or going out when she had time. Okay then. Shen Mayan quietly opened her phone, an uncomfortable expression on her face. Let me add you as a friend. Tang Luochuan pulled out his newly purchased trifold phone and opened WeChat. No way. A trifold phone, your family must be well off. A girl nearby teased. Tang Luochuan didn't mind already taking a bite of his steamed bun while gripping chopsticks in his other hand. A pretty decent, I guess. After adding each other on WeChat, Tang Luochuan immediately transferred 300 yuan. You added extra? It's fine, keep it. Consider it my thank you. Tang Luochuan didn't even look at Shen Mayan, simply burying his face in his meal. It had been a whole day. From his hometown, he'd taken a bus here, grabbed a quick lunch, and then spent the afternoon visiting multiple places to buy a car, clothes, shoes, and even a phone. The kid was starving. So delicious. Tang Luochuan devoured his food heartily, while calling out to everyone, sisters, don't be shy, help yourselves too. A senior female student frowned, glancing at Shen Mayan before shaking her head. She had wanted to tease him several times about whether he had a crush on Shen Mayan. But his attitude wasn't fake in the slightest. He genuinely looked hungry, and it was true, he didn't have a meal card. Generally speaking, if you wanted to pursue Shen Mayan by treating her to a meal, you'd at least say something flattering. You'd build rapport, chew slowly and delicately. At minimum, pretend to be a gentleman. But current Tang Luochuan had already finished one steamed bun and was now lifting another portion of rice, shoveling it in. He hadn't a moment to spare for conversation. At most, he'd say, damn, this is good. Finally satisfied, the group sat quietly for a while. Tang Luochuan wiped his mouth and spoke up, senior. The female senior immediately winked at Shen Mayan. Here it comes. He's going to hit on you. Shen Mayan felt a bit nervous herself, worried he might directly ask if she could be his girlfriend. Too direct, it was unacceptable to her. But the boy in front of her had indeed sparked some interest. What is it? Is there any way I can skip military training? Shen Mayan felt like her ears were malfunctioning. Why was he asking that? Ha ha ha. A girl beside her couldn't help but laugh. Shen Mayan pondered for a moment, blinking. You don't want to do military training? Yeah, it's too tiring. I can't handle any hardship. Gazing at his earnest, slightly dazed expression, Shen Mayan felt her heart soften. When is a boy most captivating? It is when he is being serious, when there is not a trace of affectation. At this moment, Tang Luochuan's expression was precisely that, waiting attentively for her response. Yeah, unless you have some serious medical condition, I can't sign you out. But you have to find a teacher yourself. Shen Mayan replied, her eyes unable to resist studying him. Tang Luochuan furrowed his brow, saying nothing. Seeing him like this, Shen Mayan was taken aback. You actually want to skip it? What else? I thought you were joking. Don't even think about it. Attend the class meeting. As your sophomore senior and a member of the student union, I'll be the one taking you there. Don't be late. Shen Mayan spoke playfully, yet she couldn't help wondering why interacting with this boy felt so effortless. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside the cafeteria as lightning tore across the sky. Everyone flinched at the thunder. The day had been bright and clear, yet by evening this had come without warning. Holy! Tang Luochuan leapt to his feet, eyes wide as saucers. This is divine intervention. Shen Mayan was startled by his reaction. What's gotten into you? Tang Luochuan had already whipped out his phone, fingers flying across the screen as he muttered to himself. Let me see. Let me see. Next 10 days. Thunderstorms. Localized heavy rain. His voice grew increasingly excited until he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Heaven wants to cancel military training. This is not my fault. Are you insane? A nearby senior couldn't help but interject. Why are you so happy about rain? Tang Luochuan pocketed his phone, wearing an air of profound mystery. Senior, what you may not know is that this Jiaodong University in our glorious city has long upheld the noble tradition of suspending military training when it rains. Shen Mayan blinked in confusion. Does it, eh? It absolutely does. Tang Luochuan nodded with mock solemnity. I just Googled it. Last year's new student military training, it rained for 3 days, and they suspended training for 3 days. Shen Mayan. Oh right, I completely forgot. And furthermore, Tang Luochuan lowered his voice conspiratorially, have you noticed? The campus athletic field has a pathetic drainage system. It floods the moment it rains, like a swimming pool. The girls exchanged uncertain glances. It does seem that way, doesn't it? A senior ventured hesitantly. So, Tang Luochuan slapped the table, making the chopsticks jump. If this rain continues for 10 days, I can laze about for 10 days. Watching his theatrics, Shun Mayan felt both exasperated and amused. Do you really hate military training that much? Senior, do you know how wonderful it is to lie down every day? I mean, do you know how meaningful it is to lie down and contemplate life? You just said 100 million, didn't you? Shin Mayan narrowed her eyes. You misheard. That's meaning the meaning of life. Outside, thunder rumbled as rain began to pelt down in sheets. Gazing at the curtain of rain beyond the window, Tang Luochuan's lips curved into an irrepressible grin. This rain came at the perfect moment. The group prepared to leave. The moment the restaurant door swung open, a gust of bone-chilling wind swept in. Brrr, it's cold. Shin Mayan couldn't help but shiver, still wearing her white short sleeve from daytime. Seeing this, Tang Luochuan quickly said, wait. He took 2 quick strides forward, pressed the car key, and retrieved a brand new jacket from the trunk. A men's recycled nylon bomber jacket purchased at Prada, 21800 yuan. Here, take this. Wear it. It's brand new, I haven't worn it yet. Tang Luochuan handled the situation with impeccable discretion, fortunate enough to have a spare jacket. Noticing the price tag, Shin Mayan hesitated, then shook her head. No need. You haven't even worn it yourself. How could I? It's fine, just wear it. Otherwise you'd have to go back to your dorm to get something. The girls' dormitory was quite far. After some consideration and knowing it was a new jacket, Shin Mayan dismissed any concerns about propriety. Thanks, I'll return it after. No worries. As mentioned earlier, the cafeteria sat right next to the teaching building. Even driving was unnecessary. They quickened their pace and soon arrived. On the second floor, the classroom was already filling with students. The moment Tang Luochuan stepped inside, several girls looked up, stealing glances at him. Since there was no one familiar in the class, he prepared to find a corner seat. Hey bro, you're from room 502, right? A male student suddenly called out softly. Tang Luochuan paused, then smiled. I'm Tang Luochuan. Are you also from 502? Yep. The boy nodded. I'm Zhou Qi. How did you know I'm from 502? Tang Luochuan naturally settled into the seat beside him. Zhou Qi smiled faintly. I've met all the guys in our class except you. One bed in our dorm got taken, but I couldn't find that person all afternoon. Who else could it be but you? Tang Luochuan gave him a thumbs up. How many people are in our dorm? Me and you. That's 3 of us. I'm Zhang Ming. From the row behind, a bespectacled young man patted Tang Luochuan on the shoulder. Pleased to meet you. Tang Luochuan matched their friendliness, and the 3 young men quickly struck up conversation. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Qi suddenly asked. Pleasure to meet you. Tang Luochuan also displayed his warm and enthusiastic side, and the 3 boys quickly bonded. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Qi suddenly asked. Tang Luochuan hesitated for a beat, thinking the other was asking whether he'd had an early relationship in high school, then shook his head. I had one in high school. We broke up. I'm asking about now. Have you found anyone at university? Huh. We only just arrived yesterday. So, found anyone? This fast? I just got a girlfriend. Want my girl to set you up with someone? Tang Luochuan drew a sharp breath. He'd been busy all afternoon, but his roommates hadn't been idle either. Not for now. I'll wait and see. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming suddenly lowered his voice. Here she comes. Here she comes. That girl, Jiang Jinhua. Tang Luochuan sensed something like shyness in Zhang Ming's voice and followed his gaze. At the classroom entrance, a figure stood silhouetted against the light. The curtain of rain served as her backdrop. Jiang Jinhua. She wore an outfit of striking simplicity, entirely in black, a high-neck thin sweater that elongated her neck like a graceful crane. From beneath her wide-leg pants peeked a sliver of fair ankle paired with clean white canvas shoes. No jewelry, no makeup. Yet she looked as if she'd stepped out of a Chinese ink painting. The instant she entered, every gaze turned instinctively toward her. The girl's eyes held envy, the boy's eyes held longing. Yet Jiang Jinhua projected an aura of profound coldness. She had no friends beside her, utterly alone. Raindrops clung to the tips of her hair, lending her an even more desolate quality. No one dared approach her. Holy hell, she's stunning. Zhou Qi couldn't help but murmur, compared to the girl I just got with, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Hearing this, Tang Luochuan laughed. Then why don't you go talk to her? Bro, look at someone like that. Is she really someone we can approach? Zhang Ming suddenly lowered his voice even more. She's coming over. She's coming over. Tang Luochuan watched the girl openly, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Was this woman always this pretentious? There were 2 empty seats right in front of him. The girl didn't look at anyone. She simply walked over quietly, set down her bag, and sat down. Throughout, she never once raised her eyes, as if the dozens of people seated in that classroom held no relevance to her whatsoever. After Jiang Jinhua sat down, the classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Ming nudged Tang Luochuan, who leaned in, and asked, What's up? Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow, signaling Tang Luochuan to strike up a conversation with Jiang Jinhua. Why don't you try? Me? My face isn't good enough. Do you think she's someone we can actually win over? Zhang Ming grinned earnestly. Indeed, Jiang Jinhua gave off an overwhelmingly aloof vibe. Compared to her, Shen Mayan was like the sun, while Jiang Jinhua was like the moon. Tang Luochuan shook his head. He had no interest in this Jiang Jinhua. There were plenty of women. Shen Mayan wasn't bad. At least she seemed easier to talk to. He had money, but he didn't want to be a wealthy simp. Everyone. A clear voice came from the doorway. Shen Mayan walked into the classroom carrying a stack of materials, still wearing that Prada jacket. Her gaze swept across the room, lingering on Tang Luochuan for half a second. I'm Shen Mayan, a sophomore, and I'm from the Student Union's Arts Department. I'll be hosting tonight's class meeting. She placed the materials on the lectern and clapped her hands. First, welcome everyone to the Digital Media Technology major. Our major has a fairly balanced gender ratio. 28 boys and 26 girls, so great chances of finding a partner. Laughter rippled through the room. Next, let's do self-introductions. Starting from the first row, the first boy to stand up stammered, clearly nervous. Tang Luochuan wasn't paying attention. He was searching for the most expensive restaurant in Modu on his phone, thinking that if it rained again tomorrow, he'd go check it out. Your turn. Zhou Qi poked him. Tang Luochuan looked up and found the entire class staring at him. Even Jiang Jinhua, who was sitting in front of him, turned around to calmly look at him. Of course, everyone's gaze wasn't just on his face, but also on his new trifold phone. My name is Tang Luochuan from Quanshui City. Any hobbies? Shen Mayan asked with a smile. Tang Luochuan thought for a moment. He really didn't have anything he particularly liked, so he casually said, I like playing ball. In truth, he didn't like it at all. It was just a way to kill time when bored. A very ordinary answer. Then the others continued their introductions. A boy in a trendy brand t-shirt stood up. On his wrist was a watch that looked expensive, and he deliberately shook it as he spoke. My name is Chun Hao. I'm a local. My family runs a small business. I usually like playing golf. I'm pretty familiar with the course near our school. If you're interested, I can take you guys to check it out. After saying that, he glanced casually at Jiang Jinhua. Jiang Jinhua was looking down at her notebook, her pen gently gliding across the paper. She didn't even raise her head. The smile on Chun Hao's face froze for a moment, and he sat down awkwardly. The next boy stood up. He wore a plain white t-shirt with no visible brand, but the cut was excellent. Xiao Kai, I have a wide range of hobbies. Recently, I've been hooked on pour-over coffee. I'm so used to my La Marzocco at home that I can't stand the luckin' outside. He chuckled. Also, I like to take trips around the area on weekends. There's a guest house in Mogan Mountain that I frequent. The owner and I are good friends. The environment is decent, but there are a lot of mosquitoes. After speaking, he glanced seemingly unintentionally at Jiang Jinhua, as if waiting for her to ask, which guest house? Jiang Jinhua lifted her eyes, nodded politely, then lowered her head again. Xiao Kai touched his nose and sat down. The third boy was more subtle. He pushed up his glasses, looking scholarly. Sunlay, I usually just read books. Lately, I've been revisiting 100 Years of Solitude. Marquez's magical realism. You have to read the original to truly appreciate it. He paused. I studied in a Spanish class for 2 years in high school. My spoken Spanish is okay, but I haven't practiced in a while, so I've regressed quite a bit. After speaking, he looked around as if expecting applause. The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds. Someone whispered, so, you read the original Spanish version? Ah, yes. Sun Lei pushed up his glasses. I have a set on my bookshelf at home bound in sheepskin. It's quite heavy, so it's inconvenient to bring to school. After saying that, he finally looked at Jiang Jinhua, his eyes carrying an expectation of, you should understand. This time Jiang Jinhua didn't even raise her head. She just turned a page of her notebook, the paper making a soft rustling sound. Tang Luochuan watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. These guys were playing at increasingly higher levels. One didn't mention ski gear, only the snow quality. Another didn't mention the price of coffee, only that he was used to it. The third didn't mention his collection of books, only that the sheepskin binding was heavy. Not a single word about money, but every sentence reeked of it. Yet Jiang Jinhua seemed to have a built-in filter. No matter how the wind blew from all directions, she remained unmoved. Your turn. Shen Mayan's gaze fell on Jiang Jinhua. She had noticed this girl early on. Her beauty was indeed striking. In the entire school, she had never seen anyone who could rival her. Now she had met her match. Shen Mayan's gaze shifted to Jiang Jinhua, then casually swept over Tang Luochuan. All the boys in the class were eagerly awaiting Jiang Jinhua's self-introduction, but this guy was playing with his phone. Because Tang Luochuan had too many things to buy, he had just placed an order for the latest laptop and still needed to recharge his favorite online game. He had already bought a car, and now he was thinking about checking the property prices nearby to see if there was a suitable place to buy, a villa, or a penthouse. Just as he was lost in thought, Shen Mayan spoke up to remind him, Tang Luochuan, don't zone out. Her voice was still so gentle. But many people in the room began to ponder. This senior student was really nice. Too bad she was a senior. They wondered if she had a boyfriend. Ever since she walked in, everyone had noticed that Shun Mayan's beauty was on par with Jiang Jinyue's. But because of her status as a senior, no one dared to act rashly for now. Oh. Tang Luochuan quickly put away his phone. When he looked up, he found Jiang Jinyue also turning around to look at him. Sorry. Tang Luochuan apologized calmly. Jiang Jinyue replied just as calmly, it's okay. Those were the first words she had spoken in the class. The girl was composed. My name is Jiang Jinyue. I'm a local. I live at Whitean. The simple word, Whitean, silenced the air once more. Many people understood what that implied. What were the prices and layouts of the houses there? An old Western-style house, someone couldn't help but ask. Jiang Jinyue finally showed a faint smile. Very subtle, but it was a tacit confirmation. Everyone understood. So she was the princess of Whitean. The price of an old Western-style house there needed no further explanation. Even in a bad market, the smallest one would cost at least 90 million yuan. That's it. Shen Mayan was taken aback, not expecting such a brief introduction. That's it. Jiang Jinyue turned back, leaving everyone with a cool view of the back of her head. Old Western-style house. Whitean. Tang Luochuan caught those two words. They sounded expensive. Suitable for him. The class meeting ended, and everyone was getting ready to leave. The rain outside was gradually easing. Jinyue? Shen Mayan suddenly called out to Jiang Jinyue. What's wrong, senior? Why are you alone? Where are your roommates? Oh, I haven't had a chance to get to know them yet. Seeing Jiang Jinyue alone, Shen Mayan thought the girl might be feeling left out, so she wanted to show some concern. Jiang Jinyue, on the other hand, noticed the jacket Shen Mayan was wearing. She tried to make small talk and asked, Senior, do you like Prada? But this is a men's style, a bit big. Huh? What Prada? The jacket? Yeah. Oh, this isn't mine. It's... Shen Mayan felt a bit embarrassed. How could she explain that she was wearing a junior student's clothes? Jiang Jinyue seemed to understand. Oh, your boyfriend, senior. He's well off. Why do you say that? This jacket costs over 20,000 yuan. Given her family background, Jiang Jinyue had been exposed to countless luxury items since childhood, so she recognized it at a glance. Hearing this, Shen Mayan froze, touching the garments in disbelief. How much did you say it costs? Over 20,000, Jiang Jinyue replied. Over 20,000. Shen Mayan's voice suddenly pitched up an octave. This shabby coat costs 20,000. She looked down at the drab nylon jacket she was wearing, examining it from every angle, yet failing to see where it could possibly be worth 20,000. There wasn't even a logo. If Jiang Jinyue hadn't told her, she would have thought it was a discounted sportswear item. Just then Tang Luochuan stepped out, as well, his expression solemn as he gazed at the sky outside the window. Shen Mayan could no longer care about embarrassment. She had been trying to be careful not to dirty the clothes, but a few raindrops had still splashed onto them, and she certainly couldn't afford to pay for damages. Tang Luochuan, this coat of yours costs over 20,000. Shen Mayan's words drew everyone's attention, and the students around paused to look their way. A jacket worth over 20,000 was indeed attention-grabbing. Tang Luochuan snapped back to reality at the outburst, looking at her and saying, I don't know, I bought a bunch of them, and I don't know how much each one costs. Didn't you ask? Why would I? It's not like they'd haggle. Everyone. Shen Mayan was rendered speechless by Tang Luochuan's logic. Was this even about haggling? Wasn't this about whether he could afford it? But the boy's wealth still stunned her. Many of the female students began to size up Tang Luochuan with a new calculating look in their eyes. Jiang Jinyue also cast a curious glance his way. The clothes are yours then. All right. Tang Luochuan replied nonchalantly before turning back to the window. The rain was about to stop, and he was feeling deeply annoyed. The weather forecast had called for days of rain, but if tomorrow turned out to be sunny, wouldn't that mean military training? What are you looking at? Jiang Jinyue studied him, genuinely curious. Tang Luochuan muttered, just seeing if it's going to rain. Don't want military training. Uffed. Jiang Jinyue couldn't help but laugh at his words, finding them unexpectedly hilarious. Zhou Qi from nearby also walked over. Luochuan, this coat of yours costs over 20,000. Yeah. Damn. Wouldn't have guessed you're so loaded. Loaded or not, I can't exactly go to school butt naked. Uffed. Ha ha. Jiang Jinyue couldn't hold it in any longer, his deadpan remark striking her as utterly hilarious. Tang Luochuan, noticing the sudden change in the girl's demeanor, frowned. Did someone hit your funny bone or something? You. Jiang Jinyue stifled her laughter, unsure why her sense of humor differed from everyone else's. The more he talked, the harder she found it to hold back. You? He. Ha ha. Stop talking already. Jiang Jinyue clutched her stomach, her usually aloof persona crumbling as her shoulders shook with laughter. Tang Luochuan looked utterly baffled, then turned to Shen Mayan. Is she like super easy to amuse? How should I know? Shen Mayan was still fretting over the coat. A bit of rain got on it. I'll wash it and give it back to you. No need, just keep it. It's not like I can wear them all anyway. Tang Luochuan waved a hand dismissively, his gaze drifting back to the window. But the rain's letting up. As he spoke, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Mayan. A guy in a plaid shirt hurried over clutching two umbrellas, his face creased with an ingratiating smile. I saw the rain was about to stop, but the ground's still wet, so I came to pick you up. Shin Mayan's brows knit instantly. She knew this guy, a sophomore from the computer science department named Lu Yang. Last week he had coincidentally run into her 3 times at the library, and this week he'd happened to sit at the next table in the cafeteria. No need, I can get back on my own, she said, sidling half a step closer to Tang Luochuan. As if oblivious to her resistance, Lu Yang's gaze landed on the Prada jacket. He did a double take, then smirked. This coat. It's a pretty convincing knockoff. The counterfeit goods are getting better and better these days. The air went dead silent. Tang Luochuan finally tore his eyes from the window, giving Lu Yang a once-over. You've got a sharp eye, huh? Can tell it's fake from 3 meters away. Of course my cousin does cross-border shopping, I've seen plenty. Lu Yang puffed out his chest. The cut, the stitching, convincing sure, but the genuine ones have a special lining. Lu Yang. Shin Mayan cut him off. Are you done? Lu Yang muttered. If this coat were real it'd cost over 20,000. Like any student here could afford that. I can. Tang Luochuan picked at his ear. Anything else? No. Then move, you're blocking my view of the rain. Lu Yang's face changed, about to retort, but a voice from behind interrupted him. Luochuan. You left your keys on the table. Zhang Ming ran out of the classroom jangling a BMW key fob. Is this yours? Tang Luochuan patted his pocket. The keys were indeed missing. He quickly took them, grumbling, my mom's always scolding me for being scatterbrained. And she's right. Thanks, bro. Then he turned to Shin Mayan. Senior, let me drive you back. Isn't the girls' dorm far? Shin Mayan suddenly remembered his BMW X7, and her heart skipped a beat. These freshmen were only a year behind her own class. How could there be so many rich kids? No, it's fine. I don't want to put you out. No worries. It's just a step on the gas. Tang Luochuan said carelessly. The difference between him and guys like Lu Yang and Zhou Ziyu lay in his straightforwardness. Those two always carried themselves with an air of superiority, as if they were something special. They could put on a facade of gentlemanly charm. But Tang Luochuan was simply at ease, partly because at the moment he had no particular interest in Shin Mayan. Lu Yang stood off to the side, eyeing the key fob in the other's hand, recognizing only that it was a BMW. But he couldn't place the model. What car do you drive, bro? X7. Oh, a 3. Lu Yang's lips had already curled into a faint mocking grin, waiting for the other to say that 3. The 3 Series entry-level, landing under 300K. His cousin had bought one last year and caught endless flack from the family for putting on airs beyond their means. He had even rehearsed his line, a 3 Series. No one buys those anymore, they've depreciated like crazy, not worth a dime. But the words died in his throat. X7. His brain churned through 3 fallacious cycles before connecting the letters to that behemoth of a vehicle. That must cost over $1 million, right? That's a nice car. Lu Yang squeezed out 3 dry words, the 2 umbrellas in his hands suddenly feeling unbearably heavy. Tang Luochuan finally looked up at him, a hint of genuine confusion in his eyes. You know cars. What do you drive? A little. Lu Yang took a half step back. I've got something to do. Gotta go. Forget your umbrellas. Tang Luochuan pointed at the 2 still packaged Paradise umbrellas in his hand. They're yours. As Lu Yang walked out of the academic building, he caught sight of the X7 parked right in front of the nearby restaurant. His mouth twitched involuntarily, and he muttered to himself, damn, someone's come for Shin Mayan. A few of them walked out of the teaching building. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, come along. We can head back to the dorm together. That makes 5 of us. Tang Luochuan called out to his 2 roommates. The 2 did not stand on ceremony and trailed behind. The passenger seat was naturally given to Shin Mayan. The other 3 seemed to sense something. After all, Shin Mayan was wearing his clothes. Senior, take the front seat. Zhang Ming even thoughtfully opened the door for her. Shin Mayan opened her mouth as if to speak, knowing they had misunderstood. I should explain. Right. I should explain that he and I are just friends. No, just classmates. The relationship between senior and junior. That was what she thought to herself. Yet when she spoke, she was honest. Okay, thank you. After the car started, Tang Luochuan suddenly became cheerful because it began to rain again. The heavens truly don't let me down. Inside the car, all 5 were silent. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi huddled together, feeling as if Jiang Jinwei beside them was radiating coldness. Meanwhile, Shin Mayan stole glances at Tang Luochuan beside her. Was he this happy because I agreed to sit in his passenger seat? Just then their phones rang simultaneously. It was a message from the counselor in the group chat. Shin Mayan was the first to look and said, military training really is cancelled, but you all have self-study tomorrow. Self-study beats military training anyway. Zhang Ming's voice came from behind. Those people in the group are showing off again. What a ridiculous display. Tang Luochuan remained silent. It wasn't that he hated school, but that he hated doing things that held no meaning for him. I heard there's a place called Huangting Banquet nearby. Has any of you been there? He suddenly asked. What? None of them understood what he meant. Only Jiang Jinwei replied, I have. Their New Year's Eve dinner is pretty good. What about the regular menu? It's decent. Good enough for entertaining friends. How much does a meal usually cost? A few thousand to tens of thousands, but it's even more expensive if you order drinks. Oh, this restaurant was the nearest five-star restaurant he had found online. It wasn't for the food, he just wanted something new. Anyway, he was only going once. Tomorrow I'm treating. Are you coming? Let's have a few drinks. Tang Luochuan invited everyone. For a moment no one answered. Treating people right after just meeting them. It wasn't some cheap barbecue that cost $100 or $2 a meal. They had just heard Jiang Jinwei say a meal there cost several thousand at the low end and over 10,000 at the high end, not including drinks. Anyone with a bit of decency wouldn't casually freeload that meal. Everyone was puzzled. Did Tang Luochuan have a mind at home, or what? So, tomorrow night, Tang Luochuan looked every bit the nouveau riche. For the moment, he couldn't become a noble young master. What the system gave him was money, not ideals. Hey Luochuan, don't be so extravagant. Zhou Qi spoke up first. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, he was just shocked. A 20,000 yuan piece of clothing was already frightening enough. Nobody's going. Then I'll go by myself. Tang Luochuan was determined to find an upscale restaurant. In a few more days he'd try a luxury hotel suite. Then he'd go to Disneyland and have fun. After a week he'd say he made money trading stocks, transfer some to his parents, and keep living it up. As for the girlfriend thing, he glanced at Shun Mayan, then through the rearview mirror at the silent Jiang Jinwei. The former was acceptable, he'd let things happen naturally. Actually, once you have money, either you don't get involved emotionally and just play around, or if you do pursue a relationship it makes you uneasy. You can't help wondering if the other person is after your money. So he still wanted to go by his feelings and was unwilling to show off deliberately. It was like burying his head in the sand. If it felt right, he wouldn't overthink it. Beside him, Shun Mayan was torn. She wanted to go but was too embarrassed to say it. Tang Luochuan indeed met her standards for a boyfriend. He even exceeded them in wealth and looks. But it was still that thought this was only the first day, and since no one else had spoken up, she couldn't be impatient. Senior, are you going? Tang Luochuan had seen through her thoughts and deliberately called her out by name. Oh, I have something. Shun Mayan turned her face away and looked at the scenery outside the window. Fellow students on the road hurried by under umbrellas while she sat in a car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. For an instant, that intangible sense of class disparity quietly rose in her heart. It was so subtle it felt like an illusion, yet it made her unable to suppress a faint, inexplicable sense of superiority. She had never lacked boys chasing her, but their attentions always hid calculations. Their care was wrapped in performance. So hypocritical, it was tiresome. Let alone a sense of superiority. But Tang Luochuan was different. In just that one glance, a thought suddenly flashed into her mind. If she became his woman, would she live a life others envied? See, none of you are going and Senior isn't going either. Tang Luochuan really said whatever came to mind. Sensing her mood, he directly voiced her thoughts. Yet this candor eased the atmosphere in the car. Zhang Ming gripped the front seat and craned his head over. If you put it that way, how about? I'll go. What the hell? Are you going or not? I said I'm going. That's more like it. Zhou Qi quickly followed. I'll go too. Shun Mayan continued to maintain her ladylike image, but she started speaking without thinking. She whispered, how about? We split the bill. Then I'm not going. Who can afford to go Dutch with him? Zhou Qi started complaining directly. Right. Realizing she had misspoken, Shun Mayan quickly tried to cover it up. Well, I'll treat you all to milk tea. Her voice grew softer and softer without much confidence. Tang Luochuan, however, felt the girl was quite decent. At least she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. But after this meal, it was a favor she would never be able to repay. Alright, no need for milk tea. Since everyone's going, let's meet after class tomorrow afternoon. After Tang Luochuan said that, the atmosphere in the car turned awkward again. Jiang Jinwei leaned against the car door, her brows slightly knitted, clearly left out. But it seemed she was supposed to be left out. After all, she was purely hitching a ride. It was just too awkward. Hey Luochuan, what about classmate Jiang? Oh right, one more person. Jiang Jinwei, are you going? Tang Luochuan called her by her full name. His voice was not gentle at all, very curt. It sounded like a simple question. Tang Luochuan understood that this girl was too aloof, not his type. Besides, her family was well off, and she wouldn't deliberately flatter him just because he had some money, so she definitely wouldn't go. Jiang Jinwei was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Sure, since you're treating. Tang Luochuan misjudged her meaning and directly replied, fine, since you're not going, then it's just the four of us. Zhang Ming nudged him again. She said she's going. Oh, okay. Tang Luochuan glanced at Jiang Jinwei a few more times, thinking to himself, this girl doesn't follow the usual playbook. She's not short on money, so why is she coming along? He didn't believe for a second that she was interested in him. She was a wealthy young lady from the Bund area. Would she really pay attention to him just because of an X7? He had at least that much self-awareness. The car pulled up near the girls' dormitory. Shun Mayan and Jiang Jinwei prepared to get out. Many students were walking toward the entrance, many of them in pairs. Countless boys held umbrellas for girls clearly there to pick up their girlfriends. The car door opened, and every eye turned toward them. While not everyone on campus knew Shinmayan in her dormitory area, she was absolutely a celebrity. Of course, there were also those who came to make a commotion and stir up trouble. Oh my Mayan, you came back by car. Who sent you? Who's that handsome guy? Never seen him before. What kind of relationship do you have? Mayan, you're blushing. Is he a freshman? Mayan, you work fast. Hey little brother, don't you dare mistreat our Mayan. A few girls who were close to Shinmayan teased her mercilessly. Shinmayan waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not what you're thinking. A girl chimed in teasingly. It's not what we're thinking. Then why don't I have a BMW to pick me up? Meanwhile, most of the onlookers were filled with envy. Several boys stood there, their eyes scanning the X7, trying their best not to feel jealous or envious, yet unable to hold back. Then they looked at Shinmayan's stunning appearance and could only sigh in their hearts. Among the girls who hadn't fantasized about having a boyfriend who was this wealthy, just then Jiang Jinhua grabbed her bag and stepped out of the car. Hiss! A collective gasp rang out from the surroundings. One stunning beauty was already something, but another one too. Had beautiful women become worthless all of a sudden? Did it take nothing less than a Ferrari or Rolls-Royce to win two of them over? Yet, Jiang Jinhua paid no attention to anyone. She simply walked up the steps and softly whispered beside Shinmayan, "Senior sister, see you tomorrow afternoon. Don't stand me up." Shinmayan nodded slightly. Okay, then I'm off. Tang Luochuan waved and drove away. Hey Luochuan, Shinmayan suddenly called out to him, her tone noticeably more intimate. What's up? Tang Luochuan had just opened the car door preparing to get in. Shinmayan waved, see you tomorrow. See you. The car drove away and the story spread far and wide. Tonight some people were destined not to sleep well. Zhou Ziyu sat in her dormitory watching the video of Shinmayan getting out of the BMW X7 posted in the WeChat group. Her heart churned with discomfort. Old Zhou, what's wrong? Your image shattered. Someone stole your girl, his roommate joked. Zhou Ziyu's face was full of displeasure. He didn't even glance at the roommate, saying irritably, cut the nonsense. This new freshman seems pretty loaded. You mean the one driving the BMW? You know about it too. Come on, he hooked up with Shinmayan on his first day here. Who doesn't know about that? It's already spread through the entire junior class. Zhou Ziyu felt completely helpless. He couldn't afford a car. At least not one he could ask his family to buy right now. With his family's financial situation, he might manage a car worth 300,000 or 400,000. A car over $1,000,000 yuan. Don't even think about it. His roommate suddenly spoke with a tone of contempt. These kids know how to play the game, damn it. Renting a car to pick up girls. What geniuses. Why didn't I think of that? Renting. Zhou Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you saying this car is rented? No kidding, a freshman. What could his family possibly be like? His roommate sat up from the bed. Let me put it this way. Even if his family has money, would they really give their kid a car to drive at university? Just think about it. Among our peers, how many rich kids are there? Li Mingho's family is wealthy, right? His dad does building materials, making 3 to 4 million a year. Did they get him a car? Son Juankai's family runs restaurants. They're also rich. They have 3 houses and 2 cars. Did his dad let him drive to school? Huh. Now that you mention it, that's true. Zhou Ziyu suddenly got excited. That's right, they're all just students. Even if their families are rich, they wouldn't casually give them cars. They'd still push them to focus on studying. This kid must have rented it. With no real evidence, they only believed what they wanted to believe. So they reached a conclusion. Tang Luochuan had rented the car. His roommate continued, let me tell you something else. Li Mingho and Sun Junkai. They actually rent cars outside too. Their families won't buy them cars, but those two occasionally rent Ferraris and Lamborghinis to go to other campuses to pick up girls. Really? Zhou Ziyu's eyes sparkled even more. Why not at our own school? Too many people who know them around. They'd get exposed easily. We've known each other for over a year now. Don't we all know exactly what each person's situation is? That BMW kid is definitely taking advantage of being a new freshman. Nobody's familiar with him yet, so he pulls this trick with a luxury car. Once enough time passes and everyone's figured out what his circumstances really are, he won't be able to keep up the pretense. Shit. If that's how it is, I want to rent one too. Do you know any contacts? Contacts? Yeah, I know a guy. 1,200 a day, same model X7. It's usually 1,500. I want to rent a Porsche. Aren't girls all into Porsche? Porsche? Let me ask around. Having reached their conclusion, Zhou Ziyu was absolutely thrilled. This was the perfect opportunity to slap that kid in the face. He naturally wouldn't miss the chance to spread the word. In the girls' dormitory, Shinmayan had just walked through the door when the girl she played badminton with hurried over. Mayan, that guy dropped you off today. The girl was her roommate and best friend, Wang Fangfang. Shinmayan was exhausted, the fatigue mostly coming from her heart. He forgot his clothes. I'll wash them and return them. She took off her jacket and today's sensual athletic outfit came into view once again. Her figure truly was the envy of many. My husband mentioned something today. Zhou Ziyu from his class and Lu Yang from the parallel class. Both seemed to be in really bad moods. Another roommate, Li Jieqi, rolled over her gaze, carrying a probing quality. Well, those two are such pests. Shen Mayan didn't elaborate. She found it distasteful to call a boyfriend husband while still in university. Just how intimate could one get? Li Jieqi was different from Wang Fangfang. This woman knew how to play the game. In a single year, she'd gone through 3 or 4 boyfriends, each one wealthy without exception. And she had them wrapped around her finger. Every day it was either them delivering meals or fetching water for her. Li Jieqi also loved to brag about how she hadn't spent a single cent of her own money in a month. It was always the guys paying for everything. Wang Fangfang held the clothes worth over 20,000 yuan, carefully stroking the fabric. This outfit is over 20,000. I heard it from someone too, Shen Mayan said casually. Don't damage it. I can't afford to compensate for it. Oh, okay. Wang Fangfang had just responded when Li Jieqi sat up, peering over from 4 or 5 meters away. From nowhere she spoke with a confidence she shouldn't have had. The color is off. The style has problems too. This doesn't look like the real thing. Let me see it. Wang Fangfang was stunned. Shen Mayan exchanged a glance with her, then gave a slight nod, granting silent permission. Wang Fangfang, still looking bewildered, handed the clothes to Li Jieqi and asked, "How did you tell?" "I've seen so many of these, of course I can tell." Li Jieqi put on an act, rubbing the fabric between her index finger and thumb, genuinely adopting the posture of an expert, and declared with absolute certainty, "The texture is off too. It's a counterfeit." Li Jieqi held the Prada jacket up to the light again, squinting as she scrutinized it for a long moment before a confident smile gradually curled at the corner of her lips. "Muyin, you've really misjudged this time." She shook the garment. "The stitching, the hardware. It's clearly a high-end counterfeit from Baiyun District, Guangzhou." With that, she handed the jacket back to Wang Fangfang. Wang Fangfang was stunned. No way. That freshman looked pretty wealthy, driving a BMW X7. The car. Li Jieqi let out a scornful laugh, jumped off the bed, and padded over to Shen Mayan in her slippers. "Muyin, these young guys are clever nowadays. They spend money to rent a car. Who can tell? I just saw it in the group chat. Someone confirmed that this freshman rented the car." In truth, Li Jieqi knew nothing about luxury goods. She merely browsed online or in stores occasionally. The few boyfriends she had dated had bought her some affordable luxury items, a useless silk scarf or a high-end lipstick at most. When she was with her richest ex-boyfriend, she had wanted a Chanel bag worth over 2,000 yuan, which scared him off. Though she couldn't tell whether the jacket was real or fake, she could still put on airs. She just mimicked the moves from short videos. Still, among the girls, she was considered an expert in luxury goods because the others knew even less. When someone could talk a bit and throw out a few technical terms, others naturally believed her. In the past, Shen Mayan might have bought it. But today another person had also identified the jacket's authenticity, Jiang Jinhua. 2 frauds. Impossible. If Jiang Jinhua had also misjudged, was she pretending to know? But what did she gain? She didn't strike up conversations with others and had no friends. Wang Fangfang blinked in disbelief and quickly opened her phone to check campus news. Indeed, many groups were discussing the matter. Some even demanded that the school take disciplinary action against the student for renting a car to show off wealth. "Muyin, should we tell Tang Luochuan?" She handed the phone to her. Shen Mayan glanced at it, her heart churning. In such a short time, so many people already knew. They were practically making a PowerPoint presentation out of him. All sorts of stories had already surfaced, even including Tang Luochuan's personal background screenshots of various campus group chats. Version 1. The poor student's rise. According to insiders, Tang Luochuan came from a poverty-stricken county in Quanxue City. Both his parents were laid-off workers living on subsistence allowances. He had excelled in high school, completing his studies with the help of poverty grants. After entering university, his mentality became unbalanced. To fit in, he didn't hesitate to borrow money to rent a car and buy fake designer goods, and he was already over 1,000 yuan in online debt. Version 2. The professional swindler. Warning to all girls. Tang Luochuan is a serial emotional fraudster. He had a criminal record in high school, specializing in pretending to be a rich second generation to trick girls into relationships, then borrowing money under various pretexts. 3 girls had already fallen victim. Now he has drifted to our school. Everyone keep your eyes wide open. Version 3. The kept man. Most widely circulated shocking scandal. Tang Luochuan's BMW X7 was actually a gift from a wealthy older woman. According to unconfirmed sources, he worked at a club during summer break and caught the eye of a 40-year-old female boss, becoming her godson. The car and clothes were all gifts from the female boss, and the money for today's dinner was her pocket money. Shanghai Jiao Tong University confession. I want to submit. That freshman driving a BMW X7 today. My brother works at a BMW 4S store and checked his purchase records. There's no such name. The car is definitely rented. And that Prada jacket. My cousin is an authenticator. It's obviously fake. Don't be fooled. Comments. I knew it. Which freshman drives an X7? Is his dad Jack Ma? Shen Mayan is so pitiful being targeted by a guy like this on the first day, already forwarded to the counselor. This kind of trend must be stopped. Please share the car rental channel, I want to play the part 2. Shen Mayan stared at these group chat records, her brow furrowing deeper. This is too ridiculous, right? There's no smoke without fire. Li Jieqi put on an air of experience. Muyan, keep your eyes open. Some of this info sounds fake, but a fly doesn't bite an unbroken egg. If he were really innocent, people wouldn't be saying things. There must be something wrong with him, though maybe not this bad. These guys are always like that. They exaggerate. Then what should I do? Shen Mayan was also starting to panic. This had already blown up to the school level. How could it be? Li Jieqi said, tomorrow give him back the jacket and go your separate ways. It's decent enough, but... Shen Mayan still had some doubts. At least Tang Luochuan didn't seem like that kind of person. If he really used a car to seduce girls, shouldn't he be more attentive? Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were getting anxious. But Tang Luochuan seemed completely unconcerned, lying on his bunk scrolling through short videos. Let me give you a tip. Seeing a seductive beauty, Tang Luochuan unhesitatingly sent a few little hearts. He successfully spent 50 cents. He was rich, but not an idiot, and certainly not one to chase online streamers. No need to think. Those entertainment streamers with a bit of popularity and looks, could they be clean? Why do guys tip streamers? It's basically for that reason. Luochuan, aren't you worried or angry? Zhang Ming leaned over his bed and asked. Tang Luochuan kept his eyes on the screen. What do I have to be angry about? The school might get involved. They say it's a bad influence. Buying a car is a bad influence. But hey, do you think they'll expel me? Then I wouldn't have to go to school, right? At the thought, Tang Luochuan smiled. That wouldn't be his fault. Buying a car, and the school expels him. Even if it turns out he wasn't renting a car to show off and they ask him to come back, he wouldn't look back. The vast world awaited him. Thinking of this, he opened a travel app and started planning where to go after being expelled. The next morning, Tang Luochuan was shaken awake by Zhou Qi. Get up, have some breakfast, go to self-study. Tang Luochuan looked at the time. It was only 6:30. A new day and another 100 million had been deposited. Rain was still falling outside and the downpour was growing heavier. Just after getting up and washing up, 2 messages appeared on his phone. One was a friend request from Jiang Jinhua. The other was a message from Shen Mayan. I'll give you the jacket later. I washed it yesterday and it hasn't dried yet. Tang Luochuan accepted Jiang Jinhua's request and replied to Shen Mayan. Okay. Leaving the dorm, he didn't drive this time. The 3 boys walked side by side under an umbrella, chatting and laughing. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi didn't believe the online rumors. Not because they were naive, but because they weren't blind. Just last night, they had seen Tang Luochuan playing a mobile game and recharging 648 yuan packs. That was over 600 yuan in total. Zhang Ming asked, Luochuan, why do you play that kind of game? What kind, oi? The role-playing one. Why don't you play LOL and King of Glory? If I play that kind of game, I'll always lose. Who wins all the time? This game is about fair competition. And it's not pay to win. I'm rich, why would I want fair? As they were talking, the group passed by the girls' dormitory. Jiang Jinhua was walking under an umbrella wearing a black turtleneck knit sweater with a warm yellow long cardigan over it. Her temperament remained as aloof and cold as ever. But this time several boys accompanied her. Seeing this sight, Tang Luochuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, acting like her husband died or something. Chill. Keep your voice down. Zhou Qi quickly tugged his sleeve. What if someone hears us? At that moment, a boy in a trendy hoodie was eagerly handing over a plastic bag. Inside the bag were steaming hot buns and soy milk. Jinhua, I saw you didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I specially went to the cafeteria to buy. Jiang Jinhua didn't even lift her eyelids. No need. Just take it, it's still hot. I said no need. She shifted half a step aside, leaving the boy frozen midair with the bag, his smile caught between hanging on and falling off. Another boy jogged over from the side, holding a bouquet of baby's breath, the petals still glistening with water droplets. Whether rain or preservative spray, it was hard to tell. Classmate Jiang, this is for you. I think this flower really matches your elegant aura. Jiang Jinhua finally raised her eyes to look at him. I don't like it. Huh. Then. Besides, she paused, this kind of flower sells for 9 yuan 90 at the florist as a promotional deal. Next time you want to give someone flowers, at least pick something more decent. The boy's face flushed crimson, the bouquet suddenly feeling like it was burning his hands. Tang Luochuan muttered again, giving you an inch and you take a mile. Being given flowers is already good enough. He was rich now, but only for about 24 hours. His emotional perspective was still that of an ordinary male, because for 18 years he had been exactly that kind of person. It was unlikely to change his mindset overnight. So Tang Luochuan's complaints were mostly directed at Jiang Jinhua, while he felt the boys were actually quite considerate. They just met her, do you think she'd give you an apartment? Tang Luochuan kept whispering persistently. Just then the 3rd boy made his entrance. This one seemed better prepared, carrying an exquisite paper bag with a well-known cosmetics brand logo printed on it. Jiang Jinhua this. I noticed your skin is so good you must really take care of it. This is their star face cream. I specially asked someone to bring it from the counter. Jiang Jinhua actually took it this time, glancing down at the packaging under the boy's delighted gaze. This face cream. She looked at it briefly. The texture is too thick, it'll clog pores and cause breakouts. Huh. No way, the online reviews are really good. And she handed the paper bag back. I use LAMER. This brand is too inexpensive. How much is it? About 3,000 something a bottle, I can't recall exactly. If you're going to give a gift, at least put some thought into it. With those words, all the boys present fell into instant silence. To call her materialistic. But her family was already well off, there was no need. To say she wasn't materialistic. Without that kind of foundation, one truly couldn't keep up with her. Many already knew Jiang Jinhua came from an outstanding background, but they had only ever seen her as an ethereal white swan untouched by worldly concerns or a delicate and innocent little princess. They assumed she had never experienced the mundane world, that her heart was filled only with impractical pure romance. But who would have thought? She wasn't naive at all and was surprisingly genuine. Luochuan, can you afford to date her? Zhou Qi asked curiously. Tang Luochuan frowned slightly. I just cursed her husband to die, and you want me to pick her up? Get lost. The three were about to leave when Jiang Jinhua also noticed them and called out softly, Tang Luochuan. Huh. The boy turned around. Are you going to the cafeteria? I. Watching him stammer, everyone assumed he was nervous. After a long while, Tang Luochuan replied somewhat awkwardly, I don't bring food for other people. Only simp dogs bring food for girls. If it were his girlfriend, that would be acceptable. But it had only been one day, and after chatting only a few words with Jiang Jinhua, she was asking him to bring food. No way. A change finally appeared on Jiang Jinua's face. She covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Let's go together then, I'm heading there too. I won't make you bring food. Saying that, she took out her card. I can treat you. After all, you're treating me tonight, right? Seeing her meal card, Tang Luochuan patted his pocket. He hadn't gotten his own card yet. He had been planning to borrow one from Zhang Ming or Zhou Qi temporarily. But since Jiang Jinhua had said so, he didn't feel comfortable refusing. All right, let's go together. Just as he finished speaking and was about to walk, another person emerged from the girls' dormitory. Wait for me. It was Shen Mayan. Yesterday's events in the group chat. Some people's comments seemed deliberately intended for her to hear. It had indeed affected the girl's mindset, but after waking up that morning, she felt she hadn't actually lost out on anything. At the very least, someone had genuinely seen her off and brought her here, though she couldn't fathom the boy's true intentions. So she still wanted to try connecting with him. As long as there was no drinking or inappropriate behavior tonight, and it was just a simple meal, what was wrong with that? Shen Mayan had changed her outfit today, a light blue knit dress with a cream-colored short trench coat layered over it. Her hair was loosely gathered at the back of her head with a few strands framing her ears. Compared to yesterday's sporty look, she now carried a gentler, more graceful demeanor. Senior Sister Mayan. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming greeted her in unison, their tones carrying a hint of excited gossip. Hello to you both. Shen Mayan maintained her usual gentle and refined demeanor, exuding warmth. Tang Luochuan smiled and returned the greeting. He hadn't explained himself online, and if girls drifted away based on mere snippets of words, he understood, but fate was fate. Still, he hadn't expected her to show up. Luochuan, my clothes are still drying in my dorm. The weather's been bad. They're not dry yet. It's fine, no worries. Tang Luochuan brushed it off. The group appeared harmonious and cheerful except Jiang Jinhua, whose brows furrowed slightly. Senior sister. How did you wash those? Shen Mayan replied. I just soaked them in water with laundry detergent. A few spots had some leaves and sap stains, so I rubbed them a bit. They're very clean. Jiang Jinhua. That can be hand-washed, but not soaked or scrubbed. Didn't you know? Shen Mayan froze, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Huh. Can't scrub it. Then what should I do? It's fine as long as it can still be worn. Tang Luochuan didn't mind at all. Jiang Jinhua looked at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This man truly didn't care. Not pretending, not holding on for face. He genuinely felt no difference between a 20,000 yuan coat and a 200 yuan one. If it broke, it broke. As long as it could be worn, that was enough. This attitude made her inexplicably relax. All her life, she had seen too many people who trembled before luxury goods. Some would save every penny to buy a designer piece, treating it almost like an idol. Some who knew nothing pretended to be connoisseurs. Others treated logos as badges of status, afraid even the folds in their clothes would diminish their standing. And Tang Luochuan. You? Jiang Jinhua broke her usual silence. Doesn't it bother you? Tang Luochuan. What's with all your questions? Jiang Jinhua. The group headed toward the cafeteria as the rain lightened the air, thick with the scent of damp earth and fresh grass. Shen Mayan walked beside Tang Luochuan, stealing glances at his profile. The rumors from yesterday had left her uncertain, but Jiang Jinua's reaction had completely put her doubts to rest. Jiang Jinhua, who was she? Raised in the historic Western-style houses along the Bund, she had been exposed to luxury goods more than textbooks. If she said the coat was genuine, then it was genuine. Moreover, Shin Mayan recalled Li Jieqi's performance as a professional appraiser the previous night and couldn't help but find it amusing. What did that woman know? She had merely picked up the act from somewhere copying blindly. Luo Chuan, Shin Mayan spoke softly about last night. I'm sorry. I didn't say anything to defend you. What? The rumors in the group chat. Oh that. Tang Luo Chuan dismissed it carelessly. Let them talk. I'm not losing any flesh. But I heard the school is planning to intervene. Shin Mayan remained concerned. Tang Luo Chuan pondered for a moment and said with unexpected anticipation, do you think they might expel me? He had genuinely considered it. He'd even thought about provoking a fight the night before just to get himself expelled, though that approach hardly made sense. Shin Mayan shook her head. I don't think so. They'll just warn you to tone it down, especially if the car is really yours. It shouldn't be a big issue. Jiang Jinhua suddenly interjected. Driving to school isn't the problem. The school wouldn't care. It's purely jealousy. Jealousy. Tang Luo Chuan turned and glanced at her. You see things clearly. Jiang Jinhua didn't respond. Only a faint smile played on her lips, vanishing so quickly it might have been an illusion. This left Tang Luo Chuan with a favorable impression. Shin Mayan was a year older than him, yet so lacking in perceptiveness. Jiang Jinhua, being his peer, had grasped the core issue at a glance. It was genuinely a mundane matter that wouldn't have drawn attention without someone stirring trouble behind the scenes. The cafeteria wasn't crowded, so the three of them grabbed their meals and found a corner to sit. Tang Luo Chuan was unchanged, head down devouring the kanji as though it were a rare delicacy. In his other hand, his phone was already in play, the game occupying his attention. He had spent over 60,000 yuan, tons of costumes and mounts. Striking down opponents the moment he spawned felt incredibly satisfying. He had once despised these pay-to-win games, even mocking them online. Now he realized it wasn't that the game was poorly made. It was that he had lacked the funds to experience it fully. What are you laughing at? Shin Mayan's lips curved upward. She wasn't particularly curious about what he found amusing. She knew he was gaming, but he simply sat with his phone without engaging them in conversation. Yet Shin Mayan wanted to understand him better. Look, this guy killed me and is insulting me. He's cursing at you, and you're happy. He's only insulting me because he can't beat me. Shouldn't I be pleased? Your skills must be impressive then. Shin Mayan pulled out her phone. She occasionally played casual games like Match 3 puzzles. She knew boys typically played Honor of Kings. Though she couldn't play, she could be a complete novice, using admiration as a way to build rapport. Tang Luo Chuan sighed. Average. I play occasionally. This isn't my main game. Then you're skilled at other games too. You're wiping the floor with people. Can you teach me? This doesn't require skill. Then what does it need? Money. Spend money, and you become powerful. Tang Luo Chuan answered with deadpan seriousness. Shin Mayan looked startled. How much? Not too much. Then I'll spend it too. I don't need to be amazing. Just let me follow behind you and carry me. She still underestimated it entirely. In her worldview, how much could a game possibly cost? A few hundred. A few thousand. Even Black Myth Wukong, the hottest game recently, was only a few hundred yuan. If such a wildly popular game cost only this much, how much could a mobile game demand? Senior Luo Chuan spent 60,000 last night. I'd suggest you reconsider. Zhou Qi watched her with suppressed amusement. 60,000. Shin Mayan nearly dropped her chopsticks into her bowl, her eyes wide with disbelief, as though she had heard some impossibility. Just a mobile game. Tang Luo Chuan nodded earnestly. The server just launched yesterday. The first deposit bonus is quite worthwhile. That's worthwhile. Shin Mayan turned to Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi for confirmation. You both saw this correctly, right? I swear my eyes aren't failing me. Zhang Ming pointed at his eyes, his thick glasses worth at least 400 or 500 degrees. All right, I'm full. Let's go. Tang Luo Chuan wanted to end the topic as quickly as possible. He had no intention of discussing money with these people. No showing off, no lengthy explanations, no deliberate modesty. Simply following his heart, enjoying life. That was what he intended. Jiang Jinyue's eyebrow rose slightly at the figure. Even she hadn't expected it to be this much. She had seen her own cousin spend over 1 million on a single game. But her perception of Tang Luo Chuan had never reached that level. As Tang Luo Chuan swallowed his final spoonful of kanji, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from his counselor. Tang Luo Chuan, come to my office shortly. Tisk, they're quick to respond. Tang Luo Chuan wiped his mouth and slipped his phone into his pocket. Shin Mayan immediately grew tense. Is it the counselor? Yeah, likely about yesterday's incident. Tang Luo Chuan stood up and stretched. Convenient. Saves me the trip. Shall I accompany you? Shin Mayan rose as well. I can testify that the code is genuine and the car too. No need. Tang Luo Chuan waved dismissively. You coming would only complicate things. It might make it seem like we have something going on. His bluntness made her cheeks flush, and she sat back down. Jiang Jinhua glanced up at him. Good luck. Thanks. Tang Luochuan smiled and turned to leave the cafeteria. Watching Tang Luochuan's retreating figure as he walked away alone, Shen Mian had already found her answer within her heart. She truly felt the urge to draw a little closer to this young man. She and Jiang Jingyue were kindred spirits at their core. Both possessed striking beauty and an acute self-awareness. For those blessed with such appearance, they understand from childhood exactly what kind of capital they hold. Preferential treatment becomes the norm, and exclusive favor feels ordinary. Over time, one's standards naturally become elevated. Education, appearance, and perspective. She excelled in every aspect, and her criteria for a partner had always been ingrained in her very being. Those she would willingly approach, willingly engage with were never many. Tang Luochuan was the very first person for whom she wanted to take the initiative. The reason was simple: she had simply never encountered someone who spent such fortunes on games, drove a 1,000,000 yuan luxury car to school, or wore clothes worth 20,000 yuan. The difference between her and Jiang Jingyue lay precisely here. With an ordinary family background, the wealthy people she had encountered were limited to classmates whose families possessed merely a few million, or relatives in business earning a modest 8 or 900,000 annually. The rain grew heavier. Tang Luochuan walked leisurely toward the administrative building with an umbrella, contemplating what to say. Should he confess directly to seek leniency, or stand his ground? Better to improvise, he decided. The counselor's office was on the second floor, the door left slightly ajar. Tang Luochuan knocked. A voice from within called out, "Come in." Pushing open the door, 3 people sat inside. Counselor Wang Zhengwo, in his early 30s, wore gold-rimmed glasses and wore an expression of stern severity. Seated beside him were 2 student union cadres, a young man and woman, notebooks in hand, appearing to take records. "Tang Luochuan, I presume." "Sit." Wang Zhengwo gestured toward the chair opposite. Tang Luochuan sat down composedly, spine straight. "Do you know why I've summoned you here?" Wang Zhengwo came straight to the point. "Yes, the car matter." "The car?" Wang Zhengwo furrowed his brow. "It's not just about the car. Rumors are spreading like wildfire across campus that you rented a car to show off your wealth, wore fake designer goods, and there's also being kept by someone." Tang Luochuan nearly burst out laughing. These people truly had vivid imaginations. Being kept indeed. "Teacher Wang," he cleared his throat, "the car is mine, purchased in full. I picked it up just yesterday. The clothes are genuine too. As for being kept, completely unfounded." "Then why did you buy a car?" The female student union cadre suddenly interjected. "A freshman just started school, and already buying a car, and a 1,000,000 yuan one at that. Isn't this blatant showing off? What's wrong with having rich family? How can you prove you bought it yourself?" The female student union cadre remained unconvinced. The male student union cadre also spoke up. "Comrade student, this matter is very serious. The student union has discussed this in a meeting too. Even if you bought it yourself, it's still an act of showing off wealth." Tang Luochuan was about to retort when suddenly his phone rang. "Sorry, I need to take this call." His tone was calm, without a trace of agitation. "Hello." He answered the phone right there in front of the counselor and the 2 student union members. Wang Zhengwo and the 2 student union members couldn't help but watch coldly, feeling this person was truly disrespectful, truly not putting them in his eyes. "Hang up the phone first. Whatever it is can wait. Let's handle this first." The male student union cadre gestured for him to end the call. Wang Zhengwo waved his hand, giving the other person a subtle glance. "Let him take it." Tang Luochuan listened to the voice on the phone. It was from the Porsche 4S store. The Porsche Taycan and Panamera had arrived, and he had also received a message from the Lamborghini dealership. The car would be arriving soon too. As per Tang Luochuan's contract agreement requirements, they would be delivered directly to the school. Tang Luochuan's original plan was to live on campus, unable to move out for the time being. Simply have both stores delivered to the dormitory building entrance. But now the situation seemed to have changed. Deliver to the school entrance instead, then send someone to wait. I might need to find a different place to park. All right. 30 minutes. Got it. Hanging up, Tang Luochuan put on his good student act again. "Sorry teacher, something urgent came up." "Urgent?" The female student union cadre sneered. What emergency could be more important than a school disciplinary action? Tang Luochuan glanced at her and said nothing. He didn't want to waste a single breath on this person. What was there to discuss with a fool? What satisfaction would it bring to show off to her? He would simply wait for the handling result. All right. Wang Zhengwo cut her off, rubbing his temples. "Tang Luochuan, the school isn't saying you can't spend money, but you need to be mindful of the impact. With all this hype now, the school is under tremendous pressure. I accept any punishment." Tang Luochuan went straight to the point, his heart anxious. "Hurry up, punish me with half a year of reflection. I can go out and have fun then." Wang Zhengwo and the 2 student cadres exchanged glances, then spoke slowly. "After deliberation by the college, you are to return home for 7 days of self-reflection, during which you must write a self-criticism of no less than 3,000 characters, deeply reflecting on your behavior. Additionally, do not drive the car onto campus for the time being until the controversy subsides. 7 days. Tang Luochuan's eyes lit up. He had joked about half a year. Fantasizing was fine, but one shouldn't expect too much. But 7 days was still pretty good. No problem. He jumped to his feet. I'll go pack my things right now, and I guarantee the self-criticism will be submitted on time. Wang Jingwo was stunned. He had dealt with many disciplined students. Some wailed and begged, some argued vigorously, some remained silently resigned. But someone like Tang Luochuan so eager to admit wrongdoing. It was a first. Wang Jingwo's heart softened a little. He wasn't like those two young student union members who were too narrow-minded. He still cared about these children's futures. It was understandable for young people to be a bit arrogant. Luochuan, your attitude is good. Go back first. I'll talk to the school administration and see if we can reduce your disciplinary period. Tang Luochuan. He quickly waved his hand and bowed deeply. Teacher, please don't. I realize my mistake now, and I especially don't want to trouble you to help me. I think the leadership's handling is correct. Wang Jingwo was speechless for a few seconds. This kid was quite something after all. The phone call earlier, though seemingly impolite, was actually a sign of composure and steady mindset. Upon reflection, there was nothing inappropriate about it. Moreover, from the moment he entered, he wasn't like other students, nervous and obsequious. His speech was also quite appropriate. Luochuan, it's good that you feel this way. This week itself is military training week anyway, though training has been suspended. All classes are self-study, so it won't affect your studies at all. Wang Jingwo stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Remember, you must learn from this experience. This matter isn't about whether you rented a car. It's about you showing off, allowing certain people to exploit the situation. His final words were actually a hint to Tang Luochuan. Driving an X7 to school wasn't a problem. The school wasn't punishing him for driving. It was because the public opinion had erupted. Tang Luochuan had a fairly good impression of the advisor. This matter was just a case of each side having their own arguments. If others insisted on saying he was flaunting his wealth, that could also be justified. It was just a matter of varying severity. The advisor was also just doing his job for a salary, and as part of his duties he couldn't refuse to carry out orders from above. It was just those two student council members who were somewhat disgusting. They could have just come to take notes. The decision wasn't theirs to make, yet they insisted on arguing with him. Then I'll go back first, Teacher Wang. Okay. By the way, you still need to write a self-criticism, just 1,000 words. Alright. Exiting the door, Tang Luochuan headed straight for the dormitory, sending messages to Shun Mayan and Zhang Ming, and others going home for 7 days of reflection evening plans at the Imperial Court banquet unchanged. Then he opened his phone to search for nearby hotels and suitable apartments. Time was tight, and he hadn't prepared to buy a house, so he could only stay at a hotel for a few days. Luckily, this matter wasn't reported to his parents, or he would have been scolded again. After simply packing some luggage, Tang Luochuan's phone rang again. What's up? Tang Luochuan answered the phone. The staff from the Porsche 4S store replied, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry. The security at the school gate let us in, but parking at the entrance is really obstructive and blocks traffic. What should we do now? Oh, then go to Teaching Building 6. Follow my car later. Tang Luochuan packed a few of his daily necessities and prepared to go downstairs. He still needed to live in the dormitory. It was more convenient for attending classes and taking naps during the day. If there was any activity or drinking a little with roommates and classmates, he could just stay in the dormitory when tired. The pile of luxury goods he bought yesterday in the car hadn't even been opened yet. Tang Luochuan had only been excited about them for a while, and now he had completely lost interest in this heap of luxury clothing. At this moment he began to understand that his pride in being handsome over the years was nothing compared to money. The car started and headed straight for the teaching building. It was recess time, and the first class had already ended. Shun Mayan saw his car from the second floor and hurriedly ran down. Luochuan. The girl appeared somewhat anxious, with many people around focusing their attention on the two. Damn, is that the guy who drove the X7 yesterday? Is Shun Mayan really with him? Look at her eyes, they're practically glued to him. There must be something. That's too fast. Last year so many people chased Shun Mayan, and she ignored every single one. This freshman got it done in one day. He has a car. So what if he has a car? Aren't people saying it's rented? Who knows, truth or lies? But I heard there's another stunning beauty in the freshman year named Jiang Jinhua. She's no worse than Shun Mayan. Want to go check her out? I know, I just heard from someone. But she's hard to chase. I heard her family is very rich. The surrounding people were gossiping, and everyone tacitly avoided staring directly at Shun Mayan and Tang Luochuan. They all pretended to be busy with their own things, but their eyes were secretly watching. Shun Mayan gritted her teeth. She knew there must be many people watching them, and she was already used to it. Luochuan, what's going on? Going home for 7 days of reflection, right? Senior, just call me Mayan. Shun Mayan was a bit anxious. If they had known each other for a year, it would be fine. 7 days wouldn't matter. They had only known each other for a day, and the guy was going home for 7 days. It was easy for something to change. Luochuan, how about I ask the student council for you? The student council is useless. This is an order from the school leaders. It's just that 7 days is a bit short. Shinmayan was stunned. 7 days was too short. She tucked her hair behind her ear, her gaze a bit unnatural. She had to be more proactive. If she didn't speak now, it would be too late once he left. Moreover, who knew what other women he would meet in these few days? Shinmayan was naive, but not stupid. She understood that a rich guy like him would never stay at home obediently. This weekend do you have time? It's like this, I made plans with a friend to go out, so I want to invite you. Shinmayan had no such plan at all. It was purely made up on the spot. In the past, she was always the one being invited. She had never taken the initiative to invite anyone, even her best friend Wang Fangfang. Usually it was the other person who suggested going out, and she just went along. How many friends? Just us and Wang Fangfang. Oh, 3 people, that's a bit many. Shinmayan was slightly taken aback, looking at him nervously and anxiously. It's just going out to have fun. Don't think about other things first, will you go? Yes. Tang Luochuan was amused. The girl's intention was very clear, and he would be a fool not to go. Why refuse something offered on a silver platter? Shinmayan didn't have the courage to directly invite Tang Luochuan alone, feeling it wasn't quite appropriate. So she brought Wang Fangfang along, at least to avoid awkwardness. Hearing his answer, Shinmayan finally lifted her head and mustered the courage to look him in the eye. It's a deal. The girl's lips curled slightly. Her heart had almost leaped out of her chest just now. It had always been others confessing to her. This was the first time she was confessing to someone, and in front of so many onlookers. She was truly afraid of being rejected. Good. Just as they agreed, a Porsche 911 made a sharp turn and suddenly drove up to the front of the teaching building. Slow down, if you hit something you'll have to pay, warned Zhou Ziyu's roommate from the passenger seat. And Zhou Ziyu could barely contain his excitement. Indeed, you get what you pay for. It was also his first time driving such a nice car. His father had a Tesla and an Audi A5L, the 2 cars together worth only 600,000 or 700,000. His family conditions were not bad, at least much better than Tang Luochuan's. His father Tang Hai drove a Volkswagen Magotan. The car stopped and the roommate opened the door and whispered back, "Don't forget tomorrow noon." This was a reminder of the return time. Going over would cost extra money, which was not worth it. Got it. Zhou Ziyu also replied, quietly afraid of being overheard. But many sophomores knew what Zhou Ziyu's financial situation was. He absolutely couldn't afford this. Zhou Ziyu strode over, his posture upright, his steps confident and composed. At this moment, he was the dazzling, outstanding senior. He was the domineering CEO with full aura. He was the favored son of heaven, admired by all with a halo of his own. The boys present were filled with envy and jealousy, while the girls secretly gave their hearts and admired him endlessly. At least that's what he thought. Shinmayan rolled her eyes and muttered, "SB." Tang Luochuan heard this curse and was surprised. He never expected his gentle and cute senior to have a moment of cursing. This contrast was quite surprising. Shinmayan blushed and quickly explained, "I didn't swear. Sorry." This statement was contradictory. She said she didn't swear but apologized. But she really hated this Zhou Ziyu. Zhou Ziyu walked up to them and glanced at Tang Luochuan. The latter looked at this guy in confusion. What was with this guy's big act? This weekend the best seats in the IMAX theater. Mind, give me a chance, he said as he pulled 2 movie tickets from the inside pocket of his casual suit. If you chose a good angle and only filmed Zhou Ziyu, he would absolutely exude the vibe of a domineering CEO. But it was too pretentious. Every move and every expression of his seemed meticulously rehearsed. Zhou Ziyu's dream was to become the domineering CEO in TV dramas. Although his financial resources were insufficient, he made up for it by showing off. Shinmayan didn't even let her gaze linger on the movie ticket. She took half a step back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Luochuan. No need. Zhou Ziyu still had a bit of indomitable spirit about him. He had been rejected by Shinmayan countless times. Except for the pack of instant noodles he had given her at their first meeting, which remained fresh in his memory. Don't be in such a hurry. Zhou Ziyu felt much more confident with the Porsche backing him up. He looked at Tang Luochuan. Bro, if you're renting a car, at least rent a decent one. Don't you know women like Porsches? I haven't studied that. Tang Luochuan was bewildered. He could see the other was trying to show off to him. But he couldn't be bothered to slap him down. This guy's car was obviously rented. If a dog bites you, you can't bite it back, right? Zhou Ziyu also knew he couldn't keep up the act for long. He wasn't afraid of people knowing he had rented the car, but how many people could afford to rent a 911? Besides, both he and Tang Luochuan were renting, so neither should look down on the other. No class this afternoon, want to go for a ride? Zhou Ziyu walked to the car and opened the door. Come on in for a bit. Tang Luochuan scratched the back of his head. Me? I'd better not. Zhou Ziyu frowned slightly, while Shinmayan covered her mouth with a stifled laugh. I was talking to Mayan. Mayan, I have a lot to say to you. This car is indeed rented. I just want to tell you. If he can afford to rent one, so can I. Also, I'm a native of Modu. You can get a household registration directly with me. I have 2 apartments in Modu. One is 110 square meters, my parents live in it. The other is 120 square meters reserved for me as a wedding apartment. Ziyu? Shin Mayan felt a bit embarrassed hearing such blunt words. Go on. Zhou Ziyu, hearing that her tone was not as resolute as before, felt there was hope. Shin Mayan felt she should be more direct, so she said, actually you're pretty good. Zhou Ziyu smiled slightly. Naturally. Shin Mayan quickly explained again. I mean, as a person, you're not a bad person. But you're way too pretentious. You're not that excellent at all. Why do you walk around looking like you're the best in the world? Also, you're really not handsome, at least far inferior to Tang Luochuan. Well, no, you two can't even be compared. Even in your own class, you're not considered handsome. She took a deep breath, speaking faster without any mercy. Besides, among those who pursue me, there are several with Modu household registration, and plenty are better looking and better off than you. I've never been moved. Among my suitors, you're at best middle of the pack. Stop renting a car to save face. Ask if you can return it quickly. Wouldn't it be better to save some money? Shin Mayan finished in one breath. The air around them instantly became still. Everyone was watching the drama, their excitement plainly written on their faces. Such a blunt, merciless reply was truly a first. Was Shin Mayan not even giving him a nice guy card anymore? It wasn't her fault. Zhou Ziyu had received at least a dozen, even dozens of those cards from her. But this guy never changed. And he got more and more outrageous. Privately, he even lied to his friends, claiming she was his girlfriend. He also urged his friends to call her sister-in-law. Shin Mayan had had enough. That's too much. A deep voice suddenly rang out. It was Tang Luochuan. At that moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable, so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Shin Mayan's tone was so gentle and sincere, yet every word she spoke stabbed like a knife, full of devastating power. Even as a bystander, he felt embarrassed for Zhou Ziyu. If Shin Mayan had been harsh or snobbish in her tone, it would have been somewhat acceptable. At most, she'd be called a gold digger or a snob. But the way she looked was genuinely concerned for Zhou Ziyu, as if she was admonishing a stubborn friend. This sincerity only made the situation more awkward and more hurtful. Both Zhou Ziyu and Tang Luochuan felt uncomfortable. The former's face instantly flushed red. The latter bit his lip, a mix of emotions swirling inside him, wanting to laugh, feeling awkward, pitying Zhou Ziyu, and yet feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was like a pimple on the sole of your foot. The more you scratch, the itchier it gets, and the itchier it gets, the more you scratch. Zhou Ziyu stood beside the Porsche 911, the flush spreading from the base of his neck all the way to his ears, the veins on his hand gripping the door bulging. He opened his mouth to retort, but found that every word Shin Mayan said was nailed to the truth. The rented car was real, the showing off was real, and his ordinary looks were even more real. But he didn't want to admit it. He had been immersed in this enjoyment, and suddenly being exposed felt terrible. I never said I was that great, and I wasn't showing off. I'm just being myself. Then I don't like you. Not even a little, never have. And also, Shin Mayan couldn't hold back anymore. The memories annoyed her, so she raised her voice. Please tell your friends that you and I have absolutely no relationship. And we never had any special relationship. Stop looking at me with that they know expression. I'm not too shy to say it. I find it too shameless. The words were out, and Shin Mayan's emotions burst forth. She directly poured out all the unpleasant things from the past year. Zhou Ziyu jerked his head up, his eyes a mixture of shame and shock. Tang Luochuan lowered his head, not daring to speak, his toes digging hard into the ground. If this had happened to him, he would have wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. A crowd had already gathered around. Students passing by stopped, some leaned out of the teaching building, and a few who had been playing badminton let their rackets hang, their gazes all fixed on him. Those eyes held curiosity, mockery, and schadenfreude. Everything except the envy he had hoped for. Mind you. Zhou Ziyu's voice trembled. Do you have to be so ruthless? It's not that I'm ruthless. You push me to this. Shin Mayan's voice had calmed down. I've saved your face many times. But you didn't want that, you only got worse. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the rented Porsche 911. She had vented her anger. A girl's heart was still a bit soft. Her tone softened again. You should return the car as soon as possible, see if you can get some money back. Renting it for a day couldn't be cheap, right? Then why don't you say it to him? Zhou Ziyu suddenly threw the movie ticket in his hand to the ground, pointing at Tang Luochuan and shouting. He also rented one. Why are you only targeting me? Tang Luochuan rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed. No. That's, Shin Mayan said, Luochuan is different from you. At the very least, he is sincere. And the car wasn't rented by him. The clothes are real too. Some people online are talking nonsense. Zhou Ziyu, as if he had found a handle, yelled no. The school even punished him by sending him home to reflect. And you say it's not rented? Hey, how did you get the news so fast? Tang Luochuan was stunned, then quickly figured it out. One of those two student council officers must have tipped him off. At least Wang Zhengwo as a teacher wouldn't stoop so low. What are you all doing? Wang Zhengwo stepped forward with two student council members. He had noticed earlier that a crowd of students were huddled by the windows and in the first floor lobby gawking at something. Zhou Ziyu exchanged a quick glance with the male student council member, then hastily looked away. The only reason he had gotten the news so fast was a message from that very person. Learning that Tang Luochuan had been sent home for 7 days on his first day back, he was absolutely thrilled. Luochuan, you might as well head back early. Stay home and reflect on your behavior. And you, Zhou Ziyu, a sophomore, right? What do you think you're doing? Wang Jingwo pointed at the Porsche 911. We just dealt with Tang Luochuan, and now you're making a move right under our noses. Zhou Ziyu looked flustered. No, it's not like that, teacher. I'll move it right away. I just had no afternoon classes, wanted to go out, and came to grab my stuff. Liar. Shen Mayan only despised him more. Didn't he come here to confess his feelings to her? Now it was just grabbing stuff. Wang Jingwo sighed. Regardless of your family background, this is a place of learning. If no one had objections, we wouldn't bother. We do have students who drive to school, but these are special circumstances. You need to understand the school's position. If this blows up, how do you plan to handle the consequences? It wouldn't just be a 7-day suspension. Yes, you're right. Zhou Ziyu nodded repeatedly. Tang Luochuan then asked, Teacher, how big does it need to get before it's considered a big deal? Will we get expelled if it blows up? What do you mean? Just asking. As the words left his mouth, several container trucks slowly rolled in. They effectively barricaded the teaching building. Is this big enough? Tang Luochuan thought to himself. As everyone watched in astonishment, several 4S dealership staff in suits jumped down from the trucks. They spotted Tang Luochuan immediately. Mr. Tang, we're from the Porsche 4S dealership. Mr. Tang, we're from Lamborghini. Your cars have arrived. And Mr. Tang. Wang Jingwo stared at Tang Luochuan in shock. Zhou Ziyu was even more bewildered about what was happening. But some of the smarter onlookers had already figured it out. The containers are carrying cars. I've seen car carriers before. They carry several cars stacked in the back. This is different. That's for regular cars. Luxury cars are delivered like this. And those trucks are for delivering to dealerships. Private deliveries for individuals use these. Really? Not rented? No way. So this kid. Damn, he's actually loaded. Everyone held their breath waiting for what happened next. The two student council members, male and female, had expressions of utter disbelief. Tang Luochuan turned around looking a bit sheepish and very polite. Teacher, I really had no choice. My cars have arrived and they've delivered them. But I don't have a place to park them in Shanghai. I had them sent here to school. Once I find a suitable spot, I'll have them driven over. Wang Jingwo was stunned for a moment. His shock overwhelmed his rationality. He had no idea how to handle this. Unload them. A few staff members shouted to the drivers behind them. The 3 containers opened immediately. The tailgates lowered slowly with hydraulic arms emitting a low hum. The first car, a purple Porsche Taycan, gleamed with an eerie light under the overcast sky. The second, a Panamera in matte black, had lines sharp enough to cut through the air. For the last one, a Lamborghini Aventador, Tang Luochuan had deliberately chosen a flashy, iridescent color scheme that was impossible to ignore. Mr. Tang, please inspect your cars. The Porsche sales manager handed over a pair of gloves. As per your request, the interiors are fully optioned. The Taycan has the Burmester sound system, and the Panamera has the Sport Chrono package. Tang Luochuan took the gloves, but didn't put them on immediately. He turned to Wang Jingwo, a hint of sincerity in his eyes. Teacher, I really wasn't trying to show off with the X7. It's just that the BMW dealership was the only one with a car available yesterday. Wang Jingwo opened his mouth, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. In his 8 years as a counselor, he had dealt with cheaters, brawlers, dating couples, and even a student last year who had lost his tuition money day trading Bitcoin in the dorms. But this scene, 3 luxury cars delivered to school in containers owned by a freshman he had just disciplined for flaunting wealth, was beyond his professional experience. I understand. The male student council member stared at the 3 luxury cars, his heart filled with awe. Combined with the rainy weather, the visual impact was overwhelming. He felt a pang of shame remembering how he had put on airs and acted officiously towards the guy just moments ago. No wonder he hadn't even bothered to look at him properly. What was his student council position worth? He couldn't afford any of these cars even if he sold himself. The accusations he had made in the office just minutes before, showing off wealth and bad influence, now felt like a barrage of slaps to his own face. The female student council member pressed her lips together, equally overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before her. Oh no, I was so cold to him just now. Does that mean I've missed my chance? Who doesn't love an outstanding guy? Her mind was already racing with ideas on how to smooth things over with him and get him to notice her. But catching sight of the dazed Shen Mayan beside her, her heart sank. Shen Mayan, a formidable rival. That face, that figure. No comparison. Tang Luochuan didn't waste any time either. He gave the cars a quick inspection. All right. I just looked up a place nearby, a hotel. Let's park them there for now. I don't have a home in Shanghai, so I'm planning to buy a place nearby. Oh, sure. I'll arrange it. The Porsche sales manager smiled, but his heart was pounding. No house in Shanghai for now, so he's planning to buy one. A freshman saying this to me right after enrolling. Does he think he's shopping at the market? Wang Jingwo finally found his voice laced with a sort of resigned exhaustion. Tang Luochuan, you go. Find a place to park your cars first. As for the disciplinary action, he took off his glasses and wiped them. I'll go report to the department head later and see if we can revoke it. Don't do that, teacher, Tang Luochuan said hurriedly. 7 days is perfect, really. I've already discussed it with my family. And he meant it. He had already booked a 7-night stay at the W Hotel on the Bund in an executive Riverview suite, planning to use the time to try out all the Michelin-starred restaurants in Shanghai. If the punishment were revoked, wouldn't he have to come back for self-study? Senior, you should get to class. Don't forget tonight, meet at the gate. Oh, okay. Actually, I don't have anything this afternoon either, Shen Mayan said quickly, which was true. It was the freshman who had classes, and since Tang Luochuan was being sent home, he naturally had plenty of time. Hearing Shen Mayan's response, the anger drained from Zhou Ziyu. His face wasn't just flushed anymore, it was burning red, hotter than a soldering iron. His own 911 wasn't cheap, but it was rented. The other's actions, however, made it abundantly clear that he had bought these cars. What made it even more despairing was that Tang Luochuan's attention was either on the cars or on Shen Mayan. He hadn't even spared Zhou Ziyu a single glance. I'm the talented one. I'm the finance department's talent. A hysterical scream erupted deep within his soul. He knew it was true, but he refused to admit it. The gap was simply too vast. He was nothing but a joke. Faced with Shen Mayan's subtle hint, Tang Luochuan rubbed his nose. His plan was to spend the afternoon at the hotel, have dinner in the evening, and look at the apartment tomorrow. This senior schoolmate was telling him that she was free in the afternoon. According to his plan, that meant going to the hotel. I'm staying at the hotel for now. Tang Luochuan glanced at Wang Jingwo. Wang Jingwo drew a sharp breath. He couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise he would witness his student directly arranging a date. Better leave quickly, he reminded himself before hurrying back into the teaching building. Shen Mayan's mind raced. Hey, I know a really delicious clothing store. Wanna go play? Tang Luochuan, huh? People around were already laughing. What did she mean by a really delicious clothing store? And then go play? Shen Mayan blushed. She rarely went out and had no idea what fun places there were. Alright, let's go check out the dishes at that clothing store, see if it's fun. I'll pick you up at noon. Tang Luochuan waved his hand. Please give me the keys to the Lamborghini, I'll take that one. With the cars available, he naturally chose the most expensive one. The on-the-road prices of the 3 cars, Porsche Taycan, around 1.5 million, Porsche Panamera 1.4 million, Lamborghini Aventador 8 million. Total over 10 million, which was just a little more than 1/10 of Tang Luochuan's daily income. The Lamborghini's door opened. Tang Luochuan got into the car and waved at Shen Mayan. Just the two of us this afternoon. Yes, the girl answered decisively. Her gaze locked onto the young man's face, and against the backdrop of the luxury car, Shen Mayan's conviction grew even stronger. The only issue was how to advance the relationship between them to make the feelings more genuine and stable. She didn't want him to just have fun and then dump her. The car departed under the gaze of the crowd. Shen Mayan glanced at the dejected Zhou Ziyu, and she knew that he would surely give up. There was no deep hatred, and the girl was kind-hearted by nature. She said gently, Ziyu, what I said earlier was too harsh. I'm sorry. Please understand. Oh. At this moment, Zhou Ziyu's tears were about to fall. He had been hit too hard. Watching Shen Mayan's retreating figure, his last shred of dignity finally shattered. Back in the classroom, Shen Mayan returned to her seat. All the students in the class were gossiping about what had just happened. She pretended nothing had occurred and quietly opened her phone to search for fun places and good food nearby. Can't be too expensive, or I won't be able to afford it, Shen Mayan murmured to herself with a smile. She planned to treat the young man to dinner first to show that she wasn't materialistic. After establishing an equal friendship, she could develop things further. Mayan, I'm so envious of you. Wang Fangfang leaned her head over. That Tang Luochuan is so amazing. Oh, I don't really know either. It's just, the feeling he gives me is very good. Shen Mayan continued scrolling through her phone. Wang Fangfang turned her head and glanced at their other roommate, Li Jieqi. Jieqi, your judgment is pretty mediocre. You said his clothes were fake. And now, still think they're fake. The lighting was bad last night, I might have misjudged. Besides, wealthy people are often stingy. Knockoffs. It's not impossible. Driving a luxury car already proves he has money. Wearing a knockoff, others wouldn't dare to question it either. Li Jieqi thought of her pretentious analysis from last night and felt utterly embarrassed. She couldn't tell if they were real or fake anyway. But this kind of thing was hard to prove. Even if the guy had money in her mind, it was just a few tens of thousands of pocket money per month. His parents must control him. Who knew he'd have parents who didn't care showing up driving luxury cars, and even 4 of them at once? Aren't rich families supposed to be cultured? Shouldn't they make him study hard in college instead of letting him indulge in pleasure all day? Even if he's rich, they can't just give him that much. The scene downstairs just now she had seen clearly. 3 container loads of luxury cars were indeed eye-catching. Jealousy gnawed at her like a venomous snake. Mayan. Li Jiechi suddenly spoke up. Are you really going out with him? Shin Mayan didn't look up, her fingers still swiping the screen. Yes, he's picking me up this afternoon. I'd advise you to be careful. Li Jiechi lowered her voice, leaning closer. I've seen plenty of these guys. With a bit of family money, they cast a wide net specializing in tricking naive girls like you. Shin Mayan's finger paused. Li Jiechi seized the moment of hesitation and pressed on. You know my ex-boyfriend, right? The one who drove a Maserati. When he was chasing me, he was even more attentive than Tang Luochuan. And what happened? After sleeping with me, he gave me the cold shoulder and moved on to the next girl. Both Shin Mayan and Wang Fangfang knew about Li Jiechi's ex-boyfriend. He wasn't a student on campus, but a working professional supposedly running his own business. Back then, Li Jiechi was extremely proud, claiming she had transcended her social class. She even said that love among students was too childish, and that the older guys outside knew how to cherish a girl. She looked down on the couples at school who just gave each other breakfast flowers or picked each other up from class. She said it showed no sincerity at all. But in the end, she was still dumped. Luochuan isn't that kind of person. You've only known him for 2 days. Li Jiechi said with a look of frustration, as if disappointed in her. This kind of top-tier rich kid, do you think he's short of women? Why is he being so nice to you? What's he after? Your sophomore status. Your position in the student union's art department. He's after your looks. Can't you see that? Shin Mayan fell silent. She recalled the casual way Tang Luochuan swiped his card to buy the X7A, the indifference in his voice when he said, I can't wear all those clothes, and the lightheartedness when he spent 60,000 on a game. That complete detachment from money was indeed unlike anyone she had ever known. Li Jiechi sensed the timing was right side and spoke earnestly. I'm not against you dating. I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. Guys from that class are from a completely different world than us. They can afford to play around. Can you? Shin Mayan didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell if the other girl truly cared for her or had ulterior motives. Wang Fangfang, standing nearby, remained silent with a serious expression. Because what Li Jiechi said did make sense. Then what do you suggest? Wang Fangfang asked. She genuinely cared about Shin Mayan and didn't want her friend to be deceived by a player. Shin Mayan bit her lip and looked at Li Jiechi curiously as well. Li Jiechi felt a surge of joy inside but put on a troubled expression. How about this? I'll go with you this afternoon. I'll help you observe and see what he's really like. If he's sincere, I'll fully support you. If he's a player, I can help you cut your losses in time. This? Shin Mayan hesitated. But I told him it would be just the two of us. Just tell him that your bestie wants to tag along and see the world. Ask if Fangfang and I can come together. What are you worried about? Li Jiechi continued. If he tries to take you to the hotel in the afternoon saying he forgot something, once you're in the room, you won't be able to get out. And if you drink a bit. TSK. Think about it carefully. If word gets out, even if nothing happened between you two, it would still sound bad. But if the four of us go together, there won't be any gossip, right? Mentioning the word hotel, Shin Mayan's face flushed abruptly. She hadn't really thought much about it, only assuming that Tang Luochuan was staying at the hotel because he had been punished and had nowhere else to go. But now, prompted by Li Jiechi, she realized the ambiguity in it. She glanced at Wang Fangfang, trusting her more than Li Jiechi. Wang Fangfang was also hesitant at the moment, as she wasn't sure whether the guy was a player or not. But as long as Shin Mayan kept her purity, there should be no problem. But on second thought, perhaps this player's deception was as sophisticated as many telecom scams. With too many tricks and too high a level, even some smart people who thought they wouldn't be fooled ended up being deceived. With that thought, she nodded. Better be careful. Fine. Okay. Although Shin Mayan was a bit reluctant, she still agreed. I'll let him know. At this moment, Tang Luochuan was lying in the surprise suite at the W Hotel on the bun, stretching lazily. Over 4,000 a night was not expensive for him. The cars were all parked in the hotel's underground parking lot, so they had to leave them there for now. At that moment, 2 messages arrived. Shin Mayan, can I bring my roommate this afternoon? They insisted on coming along, wanting to see the world. Sorry. Pouting Jiang Jinhua, not coming to class. Tang Luochuan looked at both messages, both somewhat unexpected. He didn't expect Shin Mayan to bring friends again at the last minute. Nor did he expect the icy Jiang Jinhua to ask why he wasn't in class. Jiang Jinhua didn't know Tang Luochuan had been sent home for reflection. But she had naturally seen what happened at the teaching building entrance. However, her attitude toward boys had always been like this. It was already rare for her to take the initiative to ask. Sure, Tang Luochuan replied to Shin Mayan first. He thought about it and felt it was normal. As a girl, it was better to be cautious, which was understandable. As for Jiang Jinhua, Tang Luochuan replied, I got sent home for showing off. 7 days of reflection. Inside the school. In the classroom, Jiang Jinhua stared at the laptop in front of her with an expressionless face. She had casually browsed some study materials, finding it quite boring. There were no classes for now. Beside her was the male student Shun Hao, the one who had introduced himself last night, a local of Shanghai whose family was in business and who loved playing golf. Jiang Jinhua, what do you usually like to do for fun? Tonight my roommate and I are having dinner with your dorm mates. Are you coming? The guy shamelessly sat next to her, and since university seats were free, Jiang Jinwei didn't mind. But the girl found it amusing the detour to get close to her was too long. His roommate, then find her roommate. Then find her. Not going, I've made plans. Who? Tang Luochuan. Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat. Of all people, why him? It had to be Tang Luochuan. Last night in the freshman group many people were chatting, shooting the breeze. Some talked about games, some about the car rental incident, some tried to get closer by inviting each other out. There were also those looking for introductions. And show-offs, either flaunting their 2,000 yuan laptops, or their 1,000 yuan shoes, or bragging about hobbies they thought were classy. But only Tang Luochuan, searching through the entire chat history, the guy hadn't said a word. However, today's incident taught everyone a lesson. It wasn't that Tang Luochuan didn't show off, he just thought these people were too low level. Do you know him? Chen Hao felt that Jiang Jinwei probably hadn't been won over by Tang Luochuan, yet at least on the surface. Just met. Oh, haha, he seems to be with Senior Shen, right? Chen Hao seemed to deliberately remind her, thinking that with Jiang Jinwei's personality, she wouldn't be willing to be second. Jiang Jinwei continued staring at her laptop without looking at him, replying, I don't know. Well, I heard from others that you're also dating him. Really? Chen Hao's question voiced what many male students were thinking, and the boys in that small area instantly fell silent. No, we're just classmates, don't spread rumors. The girl finally showed emotion, but not shy of seriousness. Jiang Jinyue's tone carried a hint of threat. Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat, but then he became happy. Since they weren't dating, there was a chance. Perhaps Miss Jiang was not swayed by money. Jiang Jinyue herself didn't seem to be short of cash. According to her roommate, her outfits ranged from 100 or 2 to tens of thousands. 3 bags, one over 100, one several thousand, and another over 100,000. This was a typical cultured rich girl who neither despised low prices nor couldn't afford high ones. Simply liked it. How about calling Luochuan to join us for dinner tonight? Chen Hao suggested. Jiang Jinwei rolled her eyes. You talked to him? From start to finish the girl remained cold, except for warning him not to spread rumors. Everyone wondered why she was like that. But only Jiang Jinwei knew that her standards for a partner due to her family background had naturally been locked. This lock could not be opened without some strength. Either extremely outstanding or from a family of equal status. She did not yearn for love, but without parental blessing and an equal relationship it was doomed to be short-lived. Whether she married beneath her or above her, both were dangerous. She had always been cold, not because she looked down on others nor because she thought other guys were necessarily bad. It was just that she was afraid that if she really met someone she liked, she would rush in recklessly and then end up hurt because of these external factors. Or even hurt both sides. It was too hard to find a guy who could be accepted by her parents and also be a boy she liked. So this lock had already rejected many people for her from the start. She had also tried to get along as friends. But would any guy truly befriend her? Which one would be purely a friend? Unless in Chengdu one could find pure friendship between the sexes. Here there was none. Chen Hao was speechless. How could he talk to Tang Luochuan? Dinner. The other guy would go to an upscale place. Could he split the bill with him? Chen Hao had some money with a monthly allowance of 6,500, which was relatively high among students. But this amount was just insufficient budget for Tang Luochuan. Chen Hao asked nervously, where are you guys eating tonight? Huang Tingyan. As soon as the 3 words were uttered, he lost even more confidence. Clearly this meal was Tang Luochuan's treat. He would absolutely not split the bill, he didn't have that kind of money. This meal at the cheapest was several thousand. With drinks it could range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Jiang Jinwei picked up her phone. It had been a while. She wanted to see if Tang Luochuan had replied. As soon as she opened WeChat, she saw Tang Luochuan's message. Got sent home for showing off. 7 days of reflection. Huh. The girl couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Jinyue's laugh was like the first thaw of ice and snow, stunning the few boys who had been secretly watching her. What's making you so happy? Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Jinyue quickly composed her expression, returning to her cold demeanor as her fingers flew across the screen, typing rapidly. Serves them right. After sending that message, she paused, then added another line. The Imperial banquet is tonight. Should I bring your textbooks for you? She felt no pressure chatting with Tang Luochuan, because he had already unlocked the first barrier, and was even working on the second. Facing Chen Hao's inquiry, Jiang Jinue smiled at him for the first time, then turned to Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi on the other side. Did you know Tang Luochuan got sent home? Zhang Ming finally looked back. Yeah, we know. He messaged me and old Zhou. Apparently, it's for 7 days. That mischievous kid. Jiang Jinyue's tone carried a hint of coquetry. This inevitably made everyone wonder if the girl was lying. Maybe she had already gotten together with him, but was too embarrassed to admit it. Tang Luochuan's message came back. Bring it over. Use a lighter. Jiang Jinyue's smile deepened, and she quickly replied, get lost. She put down her phone and looked around. Everyone was looking at her with an incomprehensible expression. What? Jiang Jinwei resumed her goddess-like image, her demeanor clearly conveying no money, no status. Stay away. Shen Hao didn't say anything else, but his heart ached. This woman was exactly his type. She was the kind that sparked an overwhelming desire to conquer. How many boys dreamed of putting such a girl beneath them? How about this? Another guy suddenly spoke up. It was Zhao Kai, the one who loved hand-pour coffee. Let's invite Luo Chuan and the other classmates. Everyone can have dinner together tonight. We're all freshmen. Let's get to know each other. Yesterday was just a simple self-introduction and I barely recognized anyone. Someone immediately agreed. Oh, that's a great idea. Wasn't Luo Chuan supposed to have dinner with you guys anyway? Let's just do a class-wide gathering. This? Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Zhou Qi was also somewhat unhappy. He hadn't even been to the imperial banquet before. A class reunion. Where could they even go? Some random restaurant. Let me contact him. One of the guys was all action directly, mentioning Tang Luo Chuan in the group chat. Tang Luo Chuan, let's have dinner together tonight. A class gathering. Are you in? At this moment Tang Luo Chuan was lying on a large bed looking at nearby properties. They were mostly large apartments. He had 2 properties in his hometown. One was a 90-square-meter old residential complex where he lived with his parents, and the other was his grandparents' rural courtyard. Compared to villas, he actually preferred large apartments. The view was better. 400 square meters, 30 million. 785 square meters, 50 million. Not bad either. A villa, 200 million. Too desolate. After searching for a while he decided to start by choosing a 50 million yuan large apartment near the school. It offered views of the Huangpu River and was only a 20-minute drive from school. The Bund and Lujiazui were also nearby. A notification popped up and he opened WeChat. It was his classmates inviting him to the class gathering. Tang Luo Chuan hesitated a bit. He was still hoping to have a good chat with Shun Mayan tonight. Though he wasn't a player, it didn't stop him from appreciating beautiful women. As long as he took responsibility after sleeping with them, that was enough. What a hassle. Tang Luo Chuan wanted to decline. But at this point besides him quite a few classmates had already started responding. Sometimes in group activities like this it's really hard to refuse. Classmate A, where? What time should we meet? Classmate B, I searched. There are some great farm-to-table restaurants nearby. The price is pretty reasonable. Chen Hao, I know the owner of a private kitchen. He can give us a discount. Zhao Kai, how about Jushuan Pavilion? Around 300 per person. Pretty cost-effective. Classmate C, too expensive. Can't afford it. Something under 100 per person, please. Classmate A, exactly, we just started school. Should save our living expenses. Tang Luo Chuan watched the group chat, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Even now still trying to show off. His finger hovered over the screen about to decline, but the messages in the chat began pointing all at him. Tang Luo Chuan, come on. Everyone's waiting for you. Luo Chuan, cut us some slack. Your self-introduction yesterday was too brief. Everyone wants to get to know you. Yeah, Tang Ji. Let's get acquainted. We're all classmates. Come join us. Tang Luo Chuan. Messages came flooding up one after another, quickly scrolling through dozens, as if the whole class was waiting for his response. Tang Luo Chuan felt his eyelids twitch. Had these people planned this? Other than Shun Hao and his group, who wanted to take this opportunity to carefully observe the relationship between Jiang Jinwei and Tang Luo Chuan. Everyone else genuinely wanted to get to know Tang Luo Chuan. The girls were sizing up whether there was a chance to become his 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th. The guys thought he was a top-tier wealthy young master, and making friends would help them in the future. It's only natural for rich people to be courted. Tang Luo Chuan, alright then, but I might need to bring a few people. You guys okay with that? No problem, I'll bring my girlfriend. Yeah, those with partners can bring their partners. The group chat naturally didn't mind, though among those who chose to bring partners, it was mostly guys bringing their girlfriends. In the class only 3 or 4 guys were currently in relationships, some having come to Shanghai together from high school. They wrapped up the group chat. Tang Luo Chuan sent a message to Shun Mayan, plans have changed. Let's continue hanging out this afternoon. The imperial banquet tonight is changed to a class gathering. Come with me. Shun Mayan, your class gathering. Wouldn't I be out of place? Tang Luo Chuan, they said you can bring your girlfriend. Some classmates are bringing theirs. Girlfriend? Shin Mayan gripped her phone tightly, staring intently at these words. She hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend, and Tang Luo Chuan hadn't made it clear either. He just said it was a class gathering that you could bring your girlfriend, so he'd bring her. Their relationship wasn't defined, going to dinner as his girlfriend. A wave of ambiguous feelings instantly washed over her, and Shun Mayan's face immediately flushed red. What should I do? Continue the ambiguity, refuse, or just simply reply, okay, and wait for him to boldly confess again? What are you thinking about? Wang Fangfang noticed something was off with her. Shin Mayan quickly turned off her phone screen, stammering that. Luo Chuan said the afternoon plans remain the same. Take us out to play. Then at night. Wants me to attend his class gathering. Did they invite you as a senior student? Or, he said the class gathering can have people bring their girlfriends. So this was quite clear, in a class gathering. If a guy brought someone outside the class, it definitely couldn't be just a regular friend or buddy. That would be so obvious that they're just there to eat for free. It had to be a partner. Girlfriend. Wang Fangfang widened her eyes, then broke into a knowing grin. Nice mind moving fast. No. We haven't. Shen Mayan's face flushed as red as a ripe apple. Li Jieqi watched coldly from the side, calculating in her mind a class gathering. Mayan, you need to think this through, Li Jieqi said earnestly. Showing up as his girlfriend in such a setting would essentially cement the relationship. If he turns out to be a player, and you break up later, how would you face everyone at school? Shen Mayan bit her lip, remaining silent. At that moment, she wasn't swayed by Li Jieqi's words, it was her own indecision that troubled her. She needed a clearer sign of his intentions. Got it. Shen Mayan's eyes suddenly grew resolute. She quickly replied, I can go, but what identity would I be going as? Smile. She threw the question back to Tang Luochuan, expecting him to take a moment to think. But the reply came swiftly, nothing special. One message struck her like a thunderbolt. Seeing it, Wang Fangfang was also stunned, fuming. What does he mean? Is he messing with us? Damn it. Li Jieqi chimed in, see, I told you. Guys like that are tight-lipped, they won't give you any promises so easily. Maybe you shouldn't go hang out with him this afternoon. Shen Mayan's finger hovered over the screen, her lip bitten, a bitter feeling in her heart. This answer was too disappointing. Was this his way of saving face? Fine then. Then forget it, I think I have something to do this afternoon. Before she could finish typing, another message from Tang Luochuan arrived. I just really like you, senior. I want to get to know you better. Can you give me a chance? I want to be friends first, then develop into something more. Take this opportunity to really get to know me too. Shen Mayan stared at her phone screen, her eyes slightly warm. Not from grievance, but from a feeling of being struck. She had seen too many tricks, self-absorbed gestures, roundabout hints, and the deliberate coincidences hidden behind words like on the way, or just happened to. He. Shen Mayan's voice trembled as she handed the phone to Wang Fangfang. After reading it, Wang Fangfang slapped her thigh. This is what a real man does. No beating around the bush, no empty promises. Likes you, says it straight. Wants to pursue you, plays it open. Quick, say yes. Go, go, go. Wang Fangfang urged impatiently. Shen Mayan couldn't help but smile, thinking he had been trying to save face by not being direct. Just as she was about to send, another message from Tang Luochuan appeared. When you saw the first message, your roommate didn't badmouth me, did she? Hiss. Wang Fangfang looked back and then at the window. Is this bastard hiding somewhere watching us? Li Jieqi gave an awkward laugh and returned to her seat. The guy had been straightforward enough. There was no point in stirring things up further, as splitting them up was impossible, but maybe she still had a chance. Shen Mayan pursed her lips into a smile, knowing he was teasing her. She replied, Junior, why are you so naughty? I'm angry. I have plans this afternoon, so I'm not going. Angry face, smirk face. Tang Luochuan, then I'll drive back at noon, score another 7-day vacation, and drag you out by force. After sending, Tang Luochuan froze. He had meant to type drag out, but his autocorrect betrayed him, outputting the disastrous rape instead. He quickly recalled the message, but Shen Mayan had already seen it. He did that on purpose, didn't he? Wang Fangfang blushed just thinking about it, her imagination running wild. Shen Mayan smiled wryly, probably a typo. Sure enough, Tang Luochuan resent, then I'll drive back at noon, score another 7-day vacation, and forcibly drag you out. The two exchanged messages back and forth until nearly noon. Tang Luochuan hurriedly tidied up and changed into the luxury clothes he had bought yesterday. His hairstyle was already handsome, so no extra effort was needed. Driving his newly purchased Panamera, he arrived at the school gate. Are you a student here? The security guard asked. Yeah, I am. Go on in. I'm not going in. It's fine, students can enter. I'm under house arrest. Why? Because I drove in last time. The rain gradually lightened. At lunchtime, Tang Luochuan waited at the gate for a while. Finally, the girls came out with Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi trailing behind. Shen Mayan had changed her outfit for the outing, which caused the delay. The clothes she wore this morning she felt were too much like a gentle older sister, not sexy enough. So she quickly switched. Shen Mayan walked out of the school gate, holding a black umbrella, her long dark hair lifted by the wind. She wore a white t-shirt under a black tweed Chanel-style jacket paired with black leggings that outlined her long legs, firm and full. This outfit balanced the intellectual charm of a senior with a confident, proactive feminine allure. Shen Mayan. Tang Luochuan waved senior. Shen Mayan quickly responded, coming. She took a few quick steps in her heels like a young girl eager to see her boyfriend after a long time. She swiftly stood beside him, looking up with blinking eyes. You look pretty tall. She smiled gently. Hearing this, Tang Luochuan extended his hand, placing it flat on the top of her head, then moving it to his own eye level. You come right up to my eyes. The gesture startled her, yet warmed her heart. It felt like a head pat. Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi stood aside at a loss for words. The two seemed like old acquaintances, perfectly at ease. Nice to see you again, senior. Tang Luochuan greeted Wang Fangfang, recalling that she had played badminton with Shen Mayan yesterday. He then nodded politely to Li Jieqi. Hello. Hello. Li Jieqi couldn't help but size up Tang Luochuan. She couldn't tell real luxury from fake. She had barely seen any. But she could spot a player or a womanizer being one herself. With a single glance, Li Jieqi judged him in 2 words, premium. No 4 words, absolutely premium. The young junior had clear eyes, calm and unhurried. Some players appeared composed, exuding gentlemanly charm. But upon closer inspection, there was always a hint of veiled impatience or a frivolous tone in their words. They'd twist the conversation around to sleeping with you. But Tang Luochuan's glance at her was purely polite, with no ulterior motive. When he looked at Shun Mayan, his eyes held a touch of endearment. Damn, am I even in her league? Is this kid naive or what? Li Jieqi felt a flutter of panic. His wealth intimidated her, yet she hoped he might be easy to fool. She wasn't as pretty as Shun Mayan, but she wasn't bad either. The key was that she had her tricks. Tang Luochuan beckoned everyone into the car. The matte black body of the Panamera glistened with a cold, austere luster under the post-rain sunlight. The 3 girls watched with breathless intensity. Even Shin Moyan, who had never been one for materialism, found herself captivated by the vehicle. That hint of vanity she usually suppressed began to stir. Li Jieqi suddenly stepped forward, her enthusiasm practically radiating. Junior, where are we headed? Let me navigate for you. I'm quite familiar with this place, Magic City. Her intentions were unmistakable. She wanted the shotgun seat. The unsuspecting Shin Moyan took it at face value and quietly made her way to the back. This was textbook mid-level flirting tactics, but Junior Tang preferred a more direct approach, But I'd much rather sit in the front with Sister Moyan. Shin Moyan hastily touched her cheeks, worried they might be burning up again. She'd flushed red so many times today already. Oh, Moyan, you don't get out much, do you? Li Jieqi cast a knowing glance at Shin Moyan, her words carrying an unmistakable undertone. Shin Moyan nodded. No, I'm really not familiar with any fun places around here. But I just want to sit in front with you. Unless one of you knows how to drive, then sister and I can take the back instead. Besides, there's no partition back there anyway. Tang Luochuan's stance was unambiguous, though he wore a shamelessly persistent smile. He wasn't usually this forthright, but wealth had bestowed upon him a confidence that rendered all those indirect approaches unnecessary. Still, he couldn't simply do as he pleased. Yet with ordinary methods few would refuse. Since neither Li Jieqi nor Wang Fangfang could drive, Shin Moyan had no choice but to take the passenger seat, while Tang Luochuan settled behind the wheel. Once seated, he pulled up a satellite map. I found a shopping mall nearby. They've got go-karts and plenty of food options. It's raining, so we'll have to skip Disneyland for now. I'll take sister there another day, just the 2 of us. His flirtations grew bolder with each passing sentence. Shin Moyan, already flustered in the passenger seat, fumbled frantically for her seatbelt. Yet the more nervous she became, the harder it was to locate the buckle. This guy, is he actually high level? The words reached Li Jieqi's ears, and her heart lurched. Every sentence carried just the right shade of intimacy. Bold yet never vulgar, adorned with that uniquely junior-like deference that rendered him utterly unobjectionable. Click, click. Shin Moyan's fingers swept blindly across the side of the seat, still unable to find the seatbelt. Tang Luochuan leaned toward her, his voice dropping. Let me help you, sister. No, I can do it myself. Her words dissolved before she could finish. The young man had already leaned in close. His left hand braced against the edge of her seat, while his right hand reached toward her waist, his entire upper body spanning across the passenger space. He was far too close. Shin Moyan instinctively tried to retreat, but her head pressed against the headrest. Nowhere to go. Hold still, Tang Luochuan murmured softly. Found it. He maintained that position, his profile nearly grazing Shin Moyan's chest. From the back seat perspective, it appeared as though the young man had buried his face in his senior's embrace. Shin Moyan froze, petrified into immobility. She could distinctly feel it, that fleeting moment when his ear had brushed against something soft. He definitely felt it. Is it done? Shin Moyan's voice carried a trace of aggrieved complaint. Tang Luochuan fastened the seatbelt with a satisfying click. Only then did he leisurely straighten up as though nothing had transpired, winking at her, all buckled in. Sister, you smell wonderful. Let's hit the road. He maintained that perfectly innocent expression. Shin Moyan's body remained rigid, afraid to move a single muscle. A sensation of being desecrated by someone she adored surged through her, a profound contradiction. He had clearly overstepped, yet he was the very person she harbored feelings for. Li Jieqi witnessed the entire scene from the back seat, her eyes widening in disbelief. What level of mastery was this? She had witnessed countless tactics. Oily men who manufactured physical contact, wolves in sheep's clothing who feigned chivalry while scheming, and those vulgar types who made advances without any pretense. But Tang Luochuan's approach was nothing short of artistry. Natural, helping with the seatbelt. What could be more legitimate? Fleeting, a touch so brief, you'd have no room to protest. Innocent, that I was just trying to help, expression paired with those boyish features. How could anyone bring themselves to blame him? Ambiguous, yet that precise angle, that exact distance, and that whispered, "You smell wonderful," were unmistakably deliberate seduction. Most crucially, he left Shin Moyan without a leg to stand on. Accused of being taken advantage of, he was just buckling a seatbelt, claiming she felt nothing. Then whose heart was pounding like war drums. Li Jiechi pinched her own thigh in the back seat, her gaze complex as it fixed upon the back of Tang Luochuan's head. This junior was undeniably a master, specifically the kind who operates on the principle of, I know I'm flirting with you, you know I'm flirting with you, but there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. A top-tier predator. She glanced at the oblivious Wang Fangfang beside her, then at Shen Moyan in the passenger seat. Ears crimson, yet stealthily stealing glances at Tang Luochuan's profile. It suddenly struck her that accompanying them today might have been a mistake. She'd come to observe a live demonstration. But all of this hinged on one crucial condition: the man had to be tall, wealthy, and handsome. Any deviation would ruin everything. Short, but wealthy. Then he's just a little brother. Height matters. Not wealthy. That's pure harassment. Slap incoming. Handsome and wealthy, but ugly. Hardly. Without youthful vigor and naivety, it becomes repulsive. Tang Luochuan pressed the accelerator, and the Panamera glided smoothly forward. Several minutes passed in silence, the atmosphere growing heavy. So Junior, what do you usually like to do? At this point, only Li Jiechi could steer the conversation. Shen Moyan remained lost in the lingering warmth against her chest. Just an incidental brush, yet it consumed her entirely. Wang Fangfang meanwhile understood nothing of these tactics. She simply watched the drama unfold with amusement. Oh, I usually just play video games, basketball, soccer. Or sleepwatch anime. Watch movies, scroll through short videos. I love eating strawberries, grapes, cantaloupe, mangoes. I enjoy milk tea, Luckin coffee, Snow City lemon water. Oh right, I have purchase records from Snow City. Can I even afford to shop at a Magic City mall? Tang Luochuan suddenly dropped an internet joke he'd seen online. Rumors that Magic City Shanghai had its own Hu currency, making consumption prohibitively expensive. Low-end crowds were practically barred from spending there. Anyone with a Snow City purchase record was classified as low income. Of course he was only joking. Li Jiechi remained silent, once again studying his silhouette. She couldn't say whether he usually talked a lot, but clearly all this chatter wasn't meant for her ears. It was all for Shen Moyan's benefit, letting her learn more about him, giving her something to latch onto for common ground. Do you also like watching anime? And milk tea, eh? And sure enough, Shen Moyan found her connection. Tang Luochuan felt a surge of triumph inside. He didn't particularly care for any of it. He was simply speaking off the cuff. With so many hobbies mentioned, surely some would overlap with Shen Moyan's. And wouldn't you know it, they'd found their match. How about you treat me to milk tea, senior? Sound good? Huh? Me treat. Shen Moyan snapped back to reality, her expression one of utter bewilderment. From behind, Li Jiechi rolled her eyes. This was hardly an invitation for the senior to treat. It was Tang Luochuan deliberately offering up a favor. He'd simply have Shen Moyan buy a few cups of milk tea, then turn around and use repaying the favor as an excuse to present her with a rather valuable gift. No abruptness, no cheesiness. Instead, it made the girl appear genuinely helpful. Everything executed to perfection. This guy really knows how to work a room. Li Jiechi grumbled internally. Less than half an hour later, the car came to a halt in the underground parking garage of the shopping mall. Four people stepped out. Li Jiechi was in low spirits. Throughout the entire journey, she had been the one doing all the flirting. Yet Tang Luochuan always found ways to steer the conversation toward Shen Moyan. She had inadvertently become his wingman instead. Upon reaching the first floor, Tang Luochuan insisted on getting milk tea, looking every bit the cheerful little puppy. Keep pretending. Go ahead and pretend. I give up. There's no dealing with him. Li Jiechi's heart was exhausted. Earlier she had deliberately asked Tang Luochuan how many girlfriends he had dated, only for the boy to brazenly claim he had never been in a single relationship. Not a single crack could be found in his story. He then subtly hinted to Shen Moyan that she shouldn't casually accept gifts from others, for she wouldn't be able to repay them. Tang Luochuan, playing the fool, actually agreed and kindly advised Shen Moyan, "Senior Sister Jiechi has abundant experience. Senior Sister Moyan, learn from her. It's all knowledge." Knowledge, my ass. Isn't he just calling me out for having dated too many people? Li Jiechi knew she had been seen through completely, but since they had already come, she could only press on. Shen Moyan took Wang Fangfang aside to get milk tea, while Li Jiechi had no interest and waited in place. She glanced at Tang Luochuan. "Junior brother," the girl's voice curved with a sultry charm. This was a perfect opportunity to ask for his WeChat. She wanted to make one final attempt. "All right, senior sister, stop playing around. Just enjoy life. I'm not interested in you." Tang Luochuan's gaze shifted suddenly, turning sharp and piercing. Huh. Li Jiechi was dazed, as if she no longer recognized the young man before her. Tang Luochuan spoke in a steady, composed tone, nothing like the lovable puppy he had been. "It's been quite a journey. I'm rather tired too. I have feelings for senior sister Moyan. She's a wonderful girl, but you're quite dangerous. Today I'll treat you to lunch, go-karting, and a movie." With that, he pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. "Add me. Help me look after senior sister Moyan. If anything happens to her, let me know. It's better to make a friend than an enemy. Li Jiechi was stunned. Never had she expected him to transform so completely. Her temper flared. Is toying with me fun for you? I never played you. Don't say such things. Do you find deceiving us entertaining? Tang Luochuan chuckled lightly, utterly certain. The puppy act was an act, but the happiness was genuine. If you hadn't shown up today, I wouldn't have had to pretend like this. Let's be honest and skip the games. Li Jiechi hesitated for several seconds before letting go. Fine then. She had nothing more to say. Any further, and it would devolve into exposing flaws and arguing. But Tang Luochuan was right. It was better to make a friend than an enemy. In that moment, Li Jiechi's affection for the young man surged. Though she knew it was impossible, that didn't change anything. At the very least, it proved he was remarkably mature. The two exchanged contact information. The milk tea is here. Shen Mian and Wang Fangfang walked over carrying drinks. Tang Luochuan put on a kind smile. Thank you, senior sisters. Let's go eat. At the entrance of the Japanese restaurant, Tang Luochuan had no intention of being stingy. Let's try the specialties. He walked in first. Just inside, Shen Mian tugged at the young man's sleeve. Tang Luochuan turned. What's wrong? Shen Mian glanced at the host beside them, laughing awkwardly, then leaned close to whisper in his ear, Luochuan, this place looks terribly expensive. I know you're wealthy, but this is our first time hanging out together. We could just eat something casual. I've been eating casually for years. Today I don't want to settle. Also, Tang Luochuan paused mid-sentence. Shen Mian was puzzled. Also what? Sister, you smell absolutely wonderful. Shen Mian quickly stepped back, gazing at him with nervousness and a hint of reproach. Their faces had indeed been very close just moments ago. The girl said, You're never serious. Come on, it's my first time here too. Without waiting for a response, Tang Luochuan took the girl by the arm. Shen Mian obediently followed him inside. Inside the Japanese restaurant, warm golden light fell upon the natural wood partitions, and a faint aroma of sake drifted through the air. Tang Luochuan made a grand gesture and immediately reserved a small private room. The server handed over the menu, and he didn't even glance at the prices. His fingers flew across the iPad. This one, and this one. 2 sashimi platters, A5 wagyu beef. Do you have sea urchin? If it's fresh, we'll take 4 portions. Whoa. Shen Mian hastily interrupted. We can't eat that much. I'm not very hungry. She clearly remembered what Li Jiechi had told her before. When someone treats you to an expensive meal, you must be mindful of the prices. No reward without merit. If you eat, but the conversation goes poorly, what if they ask you to split the bill? The advice was sound, and Wang Fangfang remembered it clearly too. Shen Mian kept it firmly in mind. Though hopeful, she dared not let her guard down. It's fine, just eat. The junior treated us. You shouldn't embarrass him by refusing his hospitality. Li Jiechi suddenly spoke up. Shen Mian and Wang Fangfang both turned to look at her. This woman hadn't said such things before. Why are you looking at me? Luochuan is treating, and poor students like us definitely can't afford this place. We might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Li Jiechi smiled faintly with a hint of ambiguity and implication, patting Shen Mian's shoulder. Mian, we're mainly piggybacking on your good fortune. Good wingman. Tang Luochuan was delighted inside. This Li Jiechi had come around to help him, and proved quite useful after all. What does that have to do with me? Shen Mian murmured softly, head bowed. She had no experience with romance whatsoever, having been left dizzy and confused by Li Jiechi's interference earlier. Now that the girl had shifted her attitude so completely, she genuinely didn't know what to do. Dish after dish was served. The group was hungry and began eating. Li Jiechi and Wang Fangfang had no reservations whatsoever. They ate with great delight. Tang Luochuan chatted casually with the two of them, mainly asking when freshman year coursework might become less demanding. He thought to himself that having a beautiful college experience wouldn't be so bad either. Mainly the emotions in college were relatively pure. Finding a romantic relationship and a girlfriend would be wonderful. Learning that they wouldn't get any respite until after the October 1st National Day holiday at the earliest, the young man felt somewhat dejected. Beside him, Shen Mian held her chopsticks, picking at her food in small bites, almost like an outsider. But she herself knew that in this relaxed atmosphere, the true center of everything was still between herself and Tang Luochuan. Li Jiechi poured herself another cup of sake. Tang Luochuan Jr., this is for you. Thank you. Tang Luochuan raised his glass with a smile, and they clinked glasses. Li Jiechi gazed at him, suddenly feeling dazed. This boy, he really was generous. She couldn't help but glance at Shen Muyan beside her. Muyan was nibbling on the tuna in small bites. She understood this feeling all too well. When someone who has been poor their whole life is suddenly treated with real money, the first reaction isn't joy, it's panic. They say money is meant to be shown to women, not spent on them. Little brother, you're quite something, willing to spend money on Muyan. The atmosphere turned flirtatious once more. It's not like this junior is just being nice. I think he has other intentions. Ha ha. This remark made Tang Luochuan laugh too. The young man replied, Sister, what you said sounds reasonable, but in fact it increases the cost of dating for men. Why? Because girls have heard this saying too. They're afraid men only want to show them the money, not spend it on them. So, he sighed, modern girls won't budge until they see the actual gains. They've gotten smarter. Li Jiechi pondered this. It did make sense. Girls have learned their lesson from this, so naturally the cost of dating has risen. Not including me, Shin Mu-yin suddenly interjected. It was just ordinary chatter between Tang Luochuan and Li Jiechi, but she felt like every word was directed at her. I wasn't talking about you. Li Jiechi rolled her eyes. Don't apply everything to yourself. We were just chatting. Oh, Shin Mu-yin still glanced at Tang Luochuan nervously. The young man thoughtfully passed her a napkin. Sister, wipe your mouth. Li Jiechi had completely given up on trying to seduce this guy, so she actively helped promote their relationship. She nudged the young man's arm hard. Can't you wipe it for her? Don't you know how? Tang Luochuan was stunned. This sister was quite aggressive. It's fine, I'll do it myself. Shin Mu-yin quickly took the napkin. After the meal, everyone was full. As they left, Li Jiechi wrapped her arm around Shin Mu-yin and whispered in her ear. Mu-yin, this guy is pretty good. You should hold on to him. How do I do that? I don't know how. Just listen to him. He'll take care of it. At the go-kart club entrance, Shin Mu-yin hesitated. 180 for 2 people, 8 minutes. This price-to-time ratio was a bit low for Shin Mu-yin and Wang Fangfang. 180 yuan, just to play for a few minutes, that's not worth it. Shin Mu-yin tugged at the young man's sleeve. When you're out having fun, don't worry about money. We'll do more laps. But, Shin Mu-yin wanted to say more, but remembering Li Jiechi's reminder, she held back. She didn't have those skills anyway, so she might as well just listen. Tang Luochuan rented a go-kart each for Wang Feifei and Li Jiechi, letting them play as they pleased. While he and Shin Mu-yin shared a 2-seater go-kart, he let Shin Mu-yin sit in the driver's seat. He came here to flirt, not to drive. Sister, relax, don't be nervous. Okay. Have you ever done this before? No. First time. Sister's first time, and it's with me. Shin Mu-yin had just gripped the steering wheel when she heard this, completely stunned. How was she supposed to respond to that? What did he mean her first time was with him? Tang Luochuan was very satisfied with the current situation. The girl was already getting flustered from his teasing. If he could just add a little more fuel to the fire. Just as he thought this, the girl started the vehicle. Vroom. Shin Mu-yin floored the accelerator, and the go-kart shot forward like an unleashed horse. Whoa. Sister, slow down. Tang Luochuan was thrown against the seat back by the inertia, almost biting his tongue. Shin Mu-yin gripped the steering wheel tightly, her mind blank. She couldn't hear Tang Luochuan's voice. She couldn't feel the speed of the car either. It was purely muscle memory. Relax. Don't grip the wheel so tight. Tang Luochuan's voice trembled from the back seat. He regretted it, really regretted it. He shouldn't have teased her so hard. This wasn't about charming a girl. This was life and death. I can't relax. Shin Mu-yin's voice carried a sob. What you just said? My mind is so messy. I'm scared. Step on the brakes. Okay. No sooner had he said this than Shin Mu-yin pressed even harder on the accelerator, and the car went even faster. With a loud crash, the bumper tires on the side were dented in, and the go-kart finally stopped. Both of them gasped heavily. Shin Mu-yin collapsed onto the steering wheel, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't that she was angry at Tang Luochuan. She hated her own incompetence. The guy was clearly messing with her, but she couldn't counter with words like Li Jiechi could. She could only endure it silently. She didn't want to make a scene, but she couldn't keep up with his banter. It felt like she and Tang Luochuan weren't on the same wavelength. And she even crashed the car. She was so stupid. Mu-yin, are you okay? Tang Luochuan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and embraced the girl beside him first. On the other side, Wang Fangfang and Li Jiechi were having a great time, but noticed what happened here. Did Mu-yin crash? Wang Fangfang had just finished a lap. Let me go check. Li Jiechi was driving behind them and shouted loudly, don't go over there. I can feel how happy Tang Luochuan is even from here. Look at him holding Mu-yin. His smile is so wide he can't hide it even with an AK-47. Here Shin Mu-yin leaned into the young man's embrace, sniffling softly. Sorry, I ruined everything. It's okay. Let's not play this anymore. Let's see if there's something else. Alright. Tang Luochuan helped the girl down. Shin Mu-yin didn't even notice how intimate their posture was as she was held by the young man. She was still lost in the moment of her first time, and the crash, just now. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. She should have been having fun, but she actually crashed the car. Shin Mu-yin felt terribly guilty. Sorry you didn't get to enjoy it either. Tang Luochuan was delighted inside. I'm actually having a great time with you right now. But what he said out loud was, it's fine, none of this matters. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, self-study class had long stopped being self-study. Everyone was chatting and playing games. I think we should try Western food next time. My sister and I often go to one on Zinniandi. I think a private kitchen would be nice. Actually, 300 yuan isn't expensive at all. Jiang Jinwei was also tired. Who could endure a whole day of self-study? It was nearly 4 o'clock when class was about to end. She turned to look at Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. What time is Tang Luochuan going? Will he still come to school? The girl's voice was cold, yet not unpleasant. Zhang Ming glanced at his phone. He seems to have gone to a movie with a senior. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi discreetly kicked Zhang Ming, signaling him to keep quiet. He then secretly sent him a message. Lao Zhang, just say you don't know. This Jiang Jingyue is hard to figure out. I don't know if she has feelings for old Tang. Don't mention Senior Shun. Zhang Ming got it. It's a battlefield of love. I understand. Both boys knew that Jiang Jingyue was talking to them not because she wanted to make friends. It was purely because of Tang Luochuan. Every few sentences, she would inevitably mention Tang Luochuan. But Jiang Jingyue was inherently proud. She wouldn't take the initiative to chat with Tang Luochuan too much. She could only pretend to be casual while inquiring from Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, and Jiang Jingyue stretched lazily. Her mind couldn't stop wondering if Tang Luochuan was having fun with Shen Mayan. She took out her phone, opened the selfie camera, and looked at her own reflection on the screen. Then she thought of Shen Mayan's face. Probably about the same. This guy, why doesn't he ask me out? All afternoon Tang Luochuan didn't send Jiang Jingyue a single message. It wasn't that the girl was too proud, as she had been living like this for over a decade. Especially during high school, every boy who added her as a friend was extremely attentive. On the contrary, this guy would end the conversation after just a few words, saying nothing more. Jiang Jingyue had just stuffed her phone into her bag when a commotion suddenly erupted from the back door of the classroom. Wow, what's going on? Is that roses? She frowned and turned around only to see a dense crowd of people in the corridor. Shen Hao and the others were also dumbfounded. Roses. This is a confession. The next second, a boy wearing a bespoke suit walked in, followed by several people carrying a huge bouquet of roses. The bouquet was ridiculously large. 999 Ecuadorian roses layered upon layers with gold-foiled wrapping paper. Jingyue. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Jingyue, then swept back and forth between the two of them. But one thing, no one had ever heard of this person at the school. The huge commotion attracted many onlookers. Some sophomore and junior students confirmed that this boy was not a student at the school. Who is this? A senior? No, there's a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked downstairs. This guy looks decent. If he were a student here, we would have heard of him after all these years. Damn, this freshman girl is pretty good too. Jiang Jingyue, I heard her family is very loaded. How do you know? For any pretty girl, how many people pay attention? It's normal to know a little, isn't it? The boy's appearance clearly seemed older. He didn't even look like a student. His bearing and demeanor were more like a successful figure from society. Brother Gao. Jiang Jingyue was a bit stunned. How could she not know this person? They had been friends 10 years ago when she was still in elementary school. He was the son of Uncle Gao, a business partner of her father. Gao Mingxian. Gao Mingxuan's voice was as warm as jade. He was 4 years older than Jiang Jingyue, tall and long-legged with a calm demeanor characteristic of a scion of a distinguished family. Congratulations on coming of age. He handed her the flowers, and his assistant behind him passed a box. Opening it, there was a Cartier high-end custom necklace. A small token of my appreciation. The classroom instantly erupted. Is this a confession? What's going on? Calling Tang Luochuan. Which Tang Luochuan? The one who drove a luxury car today. Damn, if he hadn't driven it home, it would be interesting. Jiang Jingyue bit her lower lip. If what he had given her weren't roses, she might have accepted. But now it was different, as she had come of age. And she knew exactly what roses represented. Does Uncle Gao know you're here? She needed to confirm whether it was Gao Mingxuan's own intention or the Gao family's. Gao Mingxuan's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Of course, my father also asked me to send his regards to Uncle Jiang. Our families have been friends for so many years. I was abroad during your coming-of-age ceremony. I regret missing it, so today, I'm making it up to you. Jiang Jingyue was startled. The Gao family sent him. Her father had been right. Jiang Jingyue's father did not endorse arranged marriage. He was relatively open-minded, but he would not allow Jiang Jingyue to act recklessly. There was still a threshold for finding a suitable man, as she couldn't just date any dubious guy. As for the Gao family, their situation was not optimistic now, tight on funds and facing huge risks. Her father Jiang Deming had anticipated some of this and specifically advised her to stay away from the Gao family. Maintain basic politeness, but don't get too close. So at this moment, Jiang Jingyue felt no pressure of family marriage. She was just amazed by her father's insight. Indeed, he had guessed it. I won't accept the gift and flowers. Thank you, brother. Welcome back. If Shen Mayan had said this, it would have been extremely gentle. But Jiang Jingyue said it almost like reciting lines without a trace of emotion. Gao Mingxian maintained a polite smile. Did I make too big a scene? Haha, sorry about that. His gaze swept over Chun Hao, Zhao Kai, and Sun Lei. In his mind, he thought, no threat. Average looks, average fashion sense. Frivolous temperament. So he couldn't show too much urgency. Gao Mingxian withdrew the gift box. If you won't accept, then don't. How about? At least let me treat you to dinner tonight. When we were kids, you used to follow me around all day. Their relationship as children was indeed good, but that was just a childhood friendship. Well, some other day? I've already made plans to eat with classmates today. Some other day? Okay, as you say. The reason was plausible enough. Gao Mingxian remained calm, stepped forward, and said, Jin Yue, study hard. If you need any help, just come to me. This time I'm back, I've just taken over a project. He deliberately paused. A 200 million investment. The location is not far from your school. Call me anytime. Let me know when you're free, and I'll pick you up. The boy maintained a perfect distance. It was hard to feel repulsed. Jiang Jingyue nodded slightly. Okay, let's keep in touch. Gao Mingxian returned a smile. He hadn't expected to succeed today. In fact, he never intended to win Jiang Jingyue over today. His goal was to loudly declare his sovereignty. Upon learning that Jiang Jingyue had started college, the Gao family couldn't help but be anxious. Jiang Deming was adamant, insisting on freedom of love. With no other choice, Gao Mingxian hurried to Modu. He knew very well that after graduating high school once in college, the first goal was either to study hard or find a partner. With Jiang Jinyue's looks, how could she lack suitors? So today's Rolls-Royce 999 roses and that necklace were all displays of his power. It wasn't for Jiang Jinyue to see, but for other boys. Want to pursue Jiang Jinyue? Weigh your own strength. I am the standard. Gao Mingxian casually swept his gaze over Chun Hao and the others. Several of the boys' expressions instantly turned extremely awkward. A 200 million project, the aura of a social elite, a Rolls-Royce, an exquisite Cartier necklace of considerable value. None of this was within their reach. Yet even so, Jiang Jinyu decisively and cleanly refused. They were not afraid of Tang Luochuan. After all, Tang Luochuan's affections were plainly directed at Shen Mayan, and he was hardly warm toward Jiang Jinyu. As long as they did not cross the line regarding Shen Mayan, no one was foolish enough to confront Tang Luochuan head-on. As for Jiang Jinyu, her relationship with Tang Luochuan remained ambiguous. At most, they appeared to be ordinary friends, and even that was debatable. This gave Chun Hao and the others a sliver of hope, convincing themselves they still stood a chance. But the moment Gao Mingxian appeared, that fragile hope was instantly crushed to dust. The man before them radiated an oppressive presence even more intense than Tang Luochuan's. Tang Luochuan hadn't sent a single message from beginning to end. Meanwhile, she had already been cornered in the classroom by an ultra-wealthy young master, publicly confessed to her, claimed as his own. Dear classmates. Gao Mingxuan's gaze locked onto Chun Hao and the others. These individuals clearly harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would they all look so crestfallen when he appeared? Meanwhile, others were their feelings openly. Dear classmates, I entrust my beloved Jin Yu to your care. Jin Yu's friends are my friends as well. When the opportunity arises, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Gao Mingxuan's flamboyant declaration of ownership deterred anyone with romantic ambitions. His objective achieved, there was no need for him to linger, lest he provoke Jiang Jinyu's displeasure. Jin Yue, I'm heading out now. The young man offered a faint smile before turning and departing. Jiang Jinyu managed a strained smile in return, but once the boy was gone, impatience finally crossed her face. What a lunatic. After muttering under her breath, she glanced around and noticed the boys' gazes had grown noticeably clearer. There was no helping it. They had been dimensionally overwhelmed. At that moment, every mind was occupied by three words: Tang Luochuan. Chun Hao and the others were preoccupied with this newly acquainted classmate, and for a simple reason: Gao Mingxuan's appearance had stung them deeply. Yet lacking the ability to restore their own dignity, they habitually projected their hopes onto a third party, that being Tang Luochuan. If this lad were here, it would surely be a spectacle worth watching. Meanwhile, Tang Luochuan was at a cinema. He had no idea what the film was about, and the girl beside him hadn't paid the slightest attention either. This fellow had seated Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi in the middle of the theater, while he and Shen Mayan occupied the best seats in the back row. Senior sister, do you think that was a French kiss? Senior sister, the male lead's posture is so intimate. Senior sister, why did the screen suddenly go black just now? Why are the male and female leads breathing so heavily? Shen Mayan offered no explanation. Yes, it was a tongue kiss, and yes, it was intimate. The screen went black because it was rated 18. The heavy breathing was simply from exhaustion. But she couldn't bring herself to say it while Tang Luochuan persisted with his questions. She didn't believe this boy had the slightest clue. Luochuan, stop teasing me. I can't take it. Please stop. Shen Mayan finally begged for mercy. Tang Luochuan leaned closer to her. Sister, then could you? I want to get to know each other first. Let's take it slow. Shen Mayan whispered. It had barely been a little over 24 hours. She had already been won over by a junior male student. She valued her dignity, and this was a hurdle she could not easily reconcile within herself. Tang Luochuan remained unruffled. I mean, sister, could you let me give you a hug? A younger brother hugging his older sister, that sort of thing. Pervert. 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 And you call yourself a younger brother. You're just being shameless. But I actually quite like it. Shen Mayan wrestled with her inner turmoil. It's perfectly innocent. Look, don't Westerners greet each other with hugs and cheek kisses? It's nothing. Tang Luochuan quietly slid his hand behind the girl's seat, his entire arm wrapping around her back. Shin Mayan turned crimson, hesitating. You mustn't do anything improper. I won't. Just a hug. Saying this, Tang Luochuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Then, just for a moment. All right. Shin Mayan's entire body went rigid, afraid to move a single inch. Senior sister, why are you trembling? He turned his head, his breath grazing the curve of her ear. I'm not trembling. Shin Mayan bit her lip, staring fixedly at the screen, but she hadn't absorbed a single word of what was playing. Oh. Shin Mayan decided to play dead. Tang Luochuan didn't press her, simply maintaining that half embrace. The darkness of the back row served as the perfect cover. Gradually Shin Mayan relaxed, her shoulders no longer tense, and even subtly leaned toward him. The film reached its climax, and the male and female leads finally embraced in a kiss. And in the audience, a young couple was stealing kisses. Senior sister, look over there. It's better than the movie. Tang Luochuan pointed toward another corner nearby. Two young couples were already deeply entwined. Shin Mayan followed his finger to glance, but in an instant quickly averted her gaze. Take this. What's there to see? Have you ever tried? No. Me neither. Want to give it a try? What outrageous suggestion was that? And what twisted logic was this? Shin Mayan could only feel the arm on her shoulder growing tighter, pulling her firmly against his chest. Want to try, senior sister? I want to try. But, Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi are in front. They can't see. But, they're a couple. Who says? I saw those two using student IDs to buy tickets. Perhaps they're senior and junior students. Saying this, Tang Luochuan leaned down close, gently pressing the girl's head, the two now barely inches apart. They could each feel the other's breath. Just once, it's really fun. Tang Luochuan continued to tempt her. Just once. Okay. Shin Mayan's lips were softer than she had imagined, carrying a hint of sweetness like clear sake. She had no idea how this had come to pass, but Tang Luochuan understood perfectly. Love could develop gradually. Wasn't the girl hesitant to formalize things so soon? No problem. But that did not prevent him from kissing her, nor did it prevent him from sleeping with her. This kiss was not a fleeting touch. Tang Luochuan had seized the advantage, and he would not withdraw so easily. His tongue gently parting her teeth. Shin Mayan felt her breath growing short, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Minutes later, Tang Luochuan was also breathless from kissing. He leaned back in his seat, breathing heavily, savoring the fragrance between them, and shamelessly declared, "Phew. Thank you, senior sister, for teaching me how to kiss." Tears swirled in Shin Mayan's eyes, not from grievance, but from overwhelming tension and bewilderment. Her mind raced uncontrollably. What have I actually done? He took my first kiss. After leaving the cinema, Li Jieqi and Wang Fangfang were still discussing the movie's plot. Tang Luochuan bought them ice cream and gestured for them to chat elsewhere. He and Shin Mayan had barely watched a few minutes. Shin Mayan, on the other hand, was completely preoccupied with the kiss that had just happened. I should agree to be his girlfriend now. Because we kissed. But he hasn't confessed yet. How can I agree? Should I confess? But it's only been a day. What would others think? Seeing he has a luxury car taking me out for an afternoon. Then I'm his girlfriend. Shin Mayan, throughout freshman year, no one could win you over. And now a Porsche and one afternoon does the trick. I'm not that kind of person. The girl's heart was firm, but she couldn't sink that low. But riding in the luxury car, it must be said, was indeed quite exhilarating. Luochuan, you, don't talk nonsense. Shin Mayan's voice was barely audible, muttering. Tang Luochuan nodded. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. If senior sister wants to kiss again in the future, just come to me. I'll be your exclusive kissing little brother from now on. You. Shin Mayan felt she was going crazy. This guy was too smooth. The car left the mall and headed straight for the school. They couldn't make it to the royal court banquet tonight. They had to drop off Wang Fangfang and Li Jieqi first. Tang Luochuan took Shin Mayan to the restaurant he had booked. It was a local eatery called Jiang Nanli. By the time they arrived, the private room was already filled with classmates. Luochuan, over here. Zhang Ming waved enthusiastically, then noticed Shin Mayan and nodded slightly. Senior Shun. Hello. Shin Mayan felt relieved seeing so many people. Surely this kid wouldn't do anything reckless in such a crowd. But she was wrong. Tang Luochuan was certain that bringing Shin Mayan would make everyone assume they were in a relationship. That way he wouldn't need to explain anything. He had convinced her that he just wanted to get to know more people. She thought that was what he intended. But she couldn't control what the other students thought. Many whispered among themselves. Hey, everyone brought their girlfriend. Tang Luochuan brought a senior. Obviously he's got her. Impressive. If I had that much money, I could too. Oh, come on, you look like Wu Dalong. So Tang Luochuan is Wu Song. No, he's Shimin Qing. He's clearly a playboy. Just then someone started teasing. Luochuan, why did you bring senior sister? What's the relationship? Shin Mayan didn't dare speak, wanting to see how Tang Luochuan would handle it. Tang Luochuan, no longer playing the innocent puppy, sat down casually at the guy's table. She's my girlfriend. So what? Can't I bring her? He had already planned it. Shin Mayan wouldn't dare contradict him. They had kissed. How could she deny it? Deny what? The kiss. I. Shin Mayan had hoped he would be subtle and explain to his classmates that they were still getting to know each other. Instead, he had presented a fait accompli. Just as she was about to say something, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Tang Luochuan's sister. I need to save face. Please help me out. Shin Mayan understood everything now. It was all a trap. She knew that kiss wasn't a lesson in kissing. It was this guy taking advantage of her. She knew that him calling her his girlfriend wasn't about saving face. It was Tang Luochuan's possessive dominance. She knew it was all a trap, yet she couldn't help but fall into it. I'm not. We're not dating yet. I'm his senior, she thought to herself. She replied just this once. Her heart and words were at odds. The dinner atmosphere remained lively, but the afternoon's events were still fresh in everyone's mind. Jiang Jinyue sat next to Shin Mayan at the girls' table silently, observing her every move. She had her answer. They were definitely together. Then, she herself would be next. She might as well take this opportunity to observe Tang Luochuan. After all, he was one of the rare few, perhaps the only one, who could satisfy both her and her parents. But she was overthinking it. From the moment he entered, Tang Luochuan hadn't paid her any attention. He went straight to the guys' table for some useless socializing. Zhou Qi put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, Luochuan, you know what happened while you were gone this afternoon. A rich, handsome guy came to our class. Tang Luochuan sipped his drink, his stomach stuffed with popcorn from the cinema, feeling no appetite at all. Oh really? A new student? No, he's a suitor for Jiang Jinhua. That's nothing new, Tang Luochuan said, yawning. This kind of social gathering held zero interest for him. It was just meaningless chatter. But while he had no interest, the other guys were chatting excitedly. That guy drives a Phantom. 999 roses. And a necklace full of diamonds. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. So that's why Chun Hao and the others were so quiet when he came in. They had been outshone this afternoon. Thinking about it, he also wanted to give Shin Mayan a surprise. But roses were too cliché and a necklace was too expensive. Not the right time yet. A Rolls Royce. An influencer car. Not interested. Just then the girls suddenly stood up. One of them said, since everyone's here, let's have a toast together. The guys responded enthusiastically, and everyone stood up, gathering in the middle to clink glasses. Jiang Jinyue and Tang Luochuan were the last from their respective tables to rise. Holding his glass, Tang Luochuan looked as unenthusiastic as she did. Suddenly Jiang Jinyue walked around the crowd and stood before him. Was the movie good? Didn't pay attention, Tang Luochuan replied, glancing at her as he raised his glass. Cheers. Jiang Jinyue hadn't expected such a blunt response. She hadn't come over just to toast. She continued making small talk. How much was the ticket? 78. How many people does it suit? Any number is fine. What's it about? I only saw kissing. Luochuan. Shin Mayan, standing nearby, heard the word kissing and thought he had let it slip. What a... Shin Mayan walked over, blushing. Don't say nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Fine, I'll listen to my sister. Several people nearby gasped. Just now, between Jiang Jinyue and Tang Luochuan, it seemed the girl was a bit more enthusiastic while the guy was indifferent. But now, this bastard was acting like a cute puppy. Jiang Jinyue felt a stab of vigilance. What did that mean? Did Shin Mayan not want Tang Luochuan to talk to her? Just asking about a movie wasn't allowed. Oh senior, you misunderstood. I just came over to ask how the movie was. Mainly. Jiang Jinyue hesitated, wondering if she should voice the ambiguous hint. After all, she was the aloof girl. So she had to be subtle. Mainly because no one invites me. Oh, I misunderstood. Sorry, Shin Mayan quickly apologized. But Tang Luochuan looked at Jiang Jinyue with a hint of surprise. The girl's heart stirred. He understood. Yes, I'm hinting for you to invite me to a movie. Tang Luochuan, your family is so rich. Why do you need someone to treat you to a 78 yuan ticket? How stingy. Tang Luochuan naturally had high emotional intelligence when facing the girl he liked. But when facing Jiang Jinyue, he was a typical straight man, taking everything at face value. He never delved deeper into understanding or reflection. But Shin Mayan understood clearly the subtle hints of a girl's heart weren't all that obscure. It was just that cold demeanor that made it hard to guess. Luochuan, how could you say that? Shin Mayan grabbed Jiang Jinyue's hand. Come on, let's ignore him. Let's go over there. Tang Luochuan stood there foolishly, utterly confused. What did I say? It's the truth, isn't it? Jiang Jinyue was pulled aside by Shin Mayan, feeling both amused and exasperated. Sister Mayan, I'm sorry. I know this isn't the right time. It's fine, I understand. Shin Mayan glanced back at Tang Luochuan. He can't just have one, I get it. You're wonderful too. Then can you teach me? I teach you what? I'm still confused myself. I can't quite explain my situation either, mainly because. Jiang Jinyue also glanced at Tang Luochuan, then said, I want to understand him better without going too far. But he'll go too far. Shin Mayan almost blurted out, then quickly shut her mouth. Many people wanted to get to know Tang Luochuan, almost every classmate was trying to strike up a conversation. Some even exaggerated stories about Gao Mingxuan's afternoon to see how this young Master Tang would react. But Tang Luochuan showed no interest at all. After the meal, the day's activities finally came to an end. Watching Shen Mayan and Zhang Jinwei walk hand in hand into the school, he drove back to the hotel. He still had to buy a house and hadn't yet figured out an excuse to transfer money to his parents. There was so much to do. Back at the dormitory, Shen Mayan was immediately surrounded by her female classmates, showered with questions. Are you two together or not? What did you do this afternoon? Wang Fangfang said you were sitting in the back row at the movies. Did you kiss? How far has it progressed? Does he have any handsome friends? Introduce one to me too. Shen Mayan was overwhelmed by the questions, but a sense of possessiveness also began to rise within her. She could see that her classmates seemed envious, which gave her some satisfaction. It's going well, progressing fast, not officially together yet, but soon. That was the boldest statement she could make. On the other side, Zhang Jinyue sat in her dormitory feeling uneasy. Jinyue, do you want some milk tea? Her roommate Su Yuanyuan turned around with a packet of instant milk tea, pausing mid-sentence. Remembering Zhang Jinyue's family background, she felt that this cheap drink costing only a few yuan might not be worthy of her. This girl carried an air of ethereal aloofness, as if untouched by worldly affairs, and rarely had warm interactions with her roommates. I won't. Okay. Zhang Jinyue's words came out, but then she suddenly changed her mind. Su Yuanyuan was stunned. I said, can I have some? Zhang Jinyue's tone softened, losing some of its usual detachment. Of course. Su Yuanyuan quickly took out a packet of milk tea from her bag. It's not fancy, don't mind it. It's fine. Zhang Jinyue took the milk tea packet, a smile on her lips. She seemed to be starting to understand why Tang Luochuan had been so cold to her. It was because he was down to earth, evident even from his daily habits. The guy never put on airs, and neither did Shen Mayan. If Su Yuanyuan had offered it to Shen Mayan, she would definitely drink it too. Zhang Jinyue thought, looking at the milk tea packet in her hand. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Luochuan turned over in the hotel's large bed and saw another 100 million yuan had been credited to his phone. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he planned to take Shen Mayan out for some fun again. It was already past 9, so he sat up. Holidays are great. Then he took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Mayan. Tang Luochuan, good morning, senior sister, want a kiss? Kiss. At that moment, Shen Mayan was in class. Seeing the message, she quickly looked around. No one was paying attention to her. The girl didn't know how to reply, feeling a little thrill inside. After thinking for a while, she looked over at Li Jieqi, who was working on a computer nearby. Jieqi, I feel like I'm going crazy. She handed the phone to her, speaking with a hint of grievance. What should I do? I didn't agree yesterday. But he's too arrogant. Li Jieqi was experienced. She glanced at it and sneered, want me to help you? Can you? Li Jieqi loved this kind of task. She directly took the phone and started typing. Shen Mayan hunched over, afraid of being discovered. But when she saw what Li Jieqi was typing, she quickly tried to grab the phone. No, don't say that, it's too embarrassing. What's there to be afraid of? The more you fear, the more he'll gloat. Just go for it. Tang Luochuan lay on the bed staring at his phone, waiting for a reply. Ding. A message popped up. Shen Mayan, a kiss is fine, but big sister wants to see little brother's abs, 8-pack. He. Smile, what the hell? This is weird. A sudden change of attitude. Tang Luochuan was stunned. She wanted him to send a photo of his abs. Shen Mayan, does little brother have them? Still want that kiss? Tang Luochuan, I don't want to kiss anymore. Scared. TSK. Li Jieqi saw this message and sneered. And I thought he was something special. Shen Mayan scolded, it's all your fault, he must think I'm easy now. So what? You're too timid. That guy knows you're scared, so he's pushing his luck. Just as they were talking, Tang Luochuan's second message came in. Tang Luochuan's sister, I'll show you my smooth abs. Can you show me your smooth chest? Li Jieqi. Shen Mayan. Damn. This. Li Jieqi's face turned red. Who knew this guy was so bold? Tang Luochuan, come on. Come on. Hurry. Hurry. Deal. Tang Luochuan's sister, are you still there? Tang Luochuan, should we find a place to video call, or should I pick you up now? Let's go to the hotel and see it live. Li Jieqi grabbed the phone and sent a voice message, go to hell. Then she handed the phone back. Shen Mayan looked at the chaotic chat, asking again, Jieqi, what do I do? Li Jieqi rolled her eyes. If it were me, I'd just let him have his way. You definitely can't outplay him. Tang Luochuan heard Li Jieqi's curse over the voice message and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Trying to compete with me. You're still too green. Without waiting for a reply, Tang Luochuan got dressed and headed straight to the nearby property sales office. He had already scouted out a residential area. In the subcore area, a 780 square meter luxury flat, priced around 60 million yuan. Great view and mainly close to the school, just a 7 or 8 minute drive. It could serve as his first home. Tang Luochuan stepped outside and chose his flashy Lamborghini Aventador as his ride for the day. A few minutes later, the car pulled smoothly to a stop at the sales office. As soon as he walked in, a young saleswoman approached him. Good day. May I ask if you have an appointment? Yes, I sent the documents yesterday. My surname is Tang. Tang Luochuan replied. The salesperson nodded, but her gaze lingered on him and refused to look away. What a handsome young man. Realizing this, she glanced behind Tang Luochuan. Where are your parents? Huh? Are you checking my household registration? Tang Luochuan was taken aback. He had contacted them the previous evening. They had requested proof of assets. After all, this was not a house worth a mere 1 or 2 million yuan. Sales staff could not possibly accommodate just anyone. No, I mean, did you come all by yourself? The young saleswoman asked. Tang Luochuan nodded seriously. Yes. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Among those who came to buy properties here, she had seen young people before. Couples married pairs. But she had never encountered a male buyer this youthful. Indeed, youthful was hardly the right word. He was scarcely more than a boy. Then please follow me. The girl led the way, curiosity still lingering in her heart. Which wealthy family's son was this? She asked casually, is this for your wedding house? No. A school district property. School district property. The woman was even more astonished. Had she misjudged him? Could he already be a father at such a tender age? Perhaps. He took excellent care of himself. Maybe he was in his late 20s or early 30s. She simply could not tell. Sir, how old is your child? The elementary, middle, and high schools in this area are all highly renowned. Oh, I'm in college. I don't have children. I'm buying a school district property for myself. The saleswoman. Other people's children were already old enough to run errands, yet this so-called child was buying his own school district property. Besides, whoever bought a school district house for a university? Upon arriving at the model apartment, other salespeople were already showing it to visitors. This apartment is quite nice, though the price is a touch on the high side. A middle-aged couple sat in the living room, the woman speaking with a heavy Shanghai accent. Tang Luochuan followed the saleswoman inside, and the few of them exchanged a glance. They nodded in greeting. Sir, we only have 7 units remaining of this floor plan, facing south with excellent cross-ventilation. The young woman spoke confidently, introducing the property to him. Then she added, which university do you attend? Tang Luochuan pointed in a direction. Right here at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Oh, you're a top student, the girl smiled. However, those words caught the attention of the middle-aged couple. The man suddenly whispered, SJTU. Doesn't that mean Yue goes to the same school? The woman also fixed her gaze on the young man. You're right. Isn't that Yue a classmate of ours? Shouldn't she be in class? How much for that unit on the 12th floor? Tang Luochuan asked. The female saleswoman hesitated for a few seconds, glancing at another salesperson across the room. They exchanged a single look, and the unspoken message was conveyed. The market isn't favorable right now, but with government price controls, the lowest I can offer you is 5900. What do you think? 5600, and I'll pay today. At these words, everyone fell silent. The middle-aged couple over there had been negotiating their lowest price down to merely 5900. We are truly in a difficult position. On price alone, there was genuinely no room for further concessions. The girl did not appear to be bluffing. 5700. Tang Luochuan was not skilled at bargaining. He had no specific target price in mind. He was simply offering a counter. She named a price, he countered. If she lowered it somewhat, that would be giving him face. That was all there was to it. Let me check. Are you certain you can pay today? Full payment. All right, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, the female saleswoman returned and said courteously, Mr. Tang, we have made our utmost effort. 5800. Will include 2 years of parking space usage and a full set of home appliances. What do you think? Just as everyone thought he would not agree, Tang Luochuan said, fine. Can I move in tomorrow? Absolutely. Once you complete the payment, you may move in at any time. We will notify you after the property certificate is processed. The young saleswoman nearly jumped for joy upon hearing this. This handsome young man seemed to know how to bargain, yet he haggled in a completely unpredictable manner. He had cut right to the bone of what they could afford. If she were not already married, she would have certainly found some way to get closer to him. Oh my, isn't that something? Young people these days are truly. The middle-aged woman nearby couldn't help but remark. The middle-aged man nudged his wife. He's from SJTU. Go over and ask. You might happen to know Yue. Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman quickened her steps and approached. Young man, which university do you attend? Auntie, I attend Shanghai Jiaotong University. Tang Luochuan replied politely. Oh my, such an accomplished young man. My daughter also attends SJTU. What year are you in? I'm a freshman. My daughter is also a freshman. What are you studying? Digital media. Oh my goodness, my daughter also studies digital media. Having said this, the middle-aged woman herself was stunned. Could it really be such a coincidence? Tang Luochuan looked at the couple. They had come here to buy a house, and their daughter was in his class. Was this really such a coincidence? The man beside her also approached with a smile. Young man, why aren't you in class today? Oh, uncle, I was sent back to reflect on my actions. The middle-aged woman turned and glared at her own husband. Are you out of your mind? You always bring up the wrong things at the wrong time. She then plastered on a smile and said to Tang Luochuan, "Please don't mind him. Your uncle isn't very sharp with words and doesn't know how to speak properly. It's fine, this is the truth. Oh, I mean, the fact that I was sent back is true." As he spoke, Tang Luochuan was also sizing up the couple. He had to admit, they reminded him of Jiang Jinyu. Sure enough, the middle-aged woman said, "Young man, what's your name?" "My daughter is named Jiang Jinyu. Do you know her?" "Oh, classmate Jiang. Yes, I know her." Just then the saleswoman nearby walked over. "Mr. Tang, you're paying in full, correct? We've prepared the contract. Would you like to go take a look?" "Very well. Excuse me for a moment, both of you." "No problem, go ahead and attend to your business," the middle-aged woman smiled. The two were none other than Jiang Jinyu's father Jiang Deming and mother Ma Ying. Another salesperson who had been attending to the couple drifted over. "Uncle and Auntie, are you still interested in viewing the apartment?" "Interested in what?" Ma Ying shot him a withering glance. Such a huge sum of money, and they didn't even try to negotiate. Besides, she watched Tang Luochuan's departing figure. "My daughter might not even need us to buy a wedding house here after all. Someone will buy it for her. Ha ha." As for the Jiang family's assets, they amounted to 2 to 3 billion at least. Moreover, they had considerable cash on hand, easily able to come up with $1 billion if needed. Jiang Deming was shrewd, placing great importance on cash flow. He would never easily let his pockets run dry. But having money didn't mean he was foolish. Even for a house worth over 50 million, he would still negotiate the price if he could. What they hadn't expected was Tang Luochuan's appearance. It truly astonished the couple. In Jiang Deming's estimation, based on market conditions, this house was worth only 54 million. Sigh, this kid doesn't know how to bargain. Jiang Deming sighed. Ma Ying pulled him forward, saying, "Come on, let's go see if he really buys it. I need to tell Yaya that there's an extraordinary young man in her class." Jiang Deming was dragged along by his wife, muttering, "Look at you, what's the rush? It's someone else's kid buying something, why are you so eager? You wouldn't understand." Ma Ying turned back and glared at him. Yaya has such a cold personality. What if she can't even find a partner in 4 years of college? "I'm just doing some advanced reconnaissance." "Reconnaissance, my foot," Jiang Deming snorted. "Yaya has good taste. She won't let a good one slip by." "Nonsense. Who does this girl take after? Aims too high and sees too little, and you call that taste? Think about it carefully. What's your daughter really like? She can barely string a sentence together. I have to keep an eye out for her." As they talked, they followed Tang Luochuan to the signing area. The saleswoman was beaming as she handed over the contract, looking at Tang Luochuan as if he were a money god. "Mr. Tang, please take a look. This is the purchase contract. 58 million paid in full as a one-time sum." Tang Luochuan took the pen and signed his name with a flourish, having practiced his signature beforehand. He couldn't write stroke by stroke anymore. Ma Ying nodded approvingly from the side. "His handwriting is quite good, has some skill behind it." "Good heavens, are you choosing a calligraphy teacher?" Jiang Deming was caught between laughter and tears. After signing, Tang Luochuan pulled out his phone to make the transfer. Quick as a flash, Ma Ying grabbed her husband. "Quick, take a photo and send it to Yaya." "What's there to photograph?" Jiang Deming grumbled, though his hand honestly reached for his phone. "It's the kid's privacy, mind your manners. I'm just taking a shot of his back." At that moment, Jiang Jinyu sat in the classroom, gazing at the rain outside the window. After yesterday's commotion with Gao Mingxuan, her world had grown considerably quieter. Yet it wasn't completely silent. News of her circumstances had spread, and many knew she came from a wealthy family. So some men of average means and ability had stopped pursuing her. Still, there were those with outstanding abilities and those from decent families who extended olive branches to her. Sigh. The girl let out a sigh as she still yearned for love. She glanced down at her phone, having added a few friends. This guy has a good family background, but he's a bit ugly. This one has good credentials and decent looks, but he's a bit short. This one's too pretentious. This one's capable and humorous, but he's too self-righteous. This one's even more introverted than me. Jiang Jinyu didn't know what kind of person she was looking for, and she had become somewhat afraid to chat with Tang Luochuan. Every time they exchanged a few words, he'd rebut her. Just as she was thinking about this, both her mother and father sent messages simultaneously. All photos. She quickly opened them, and they were filled with pictures. This is... Jiang Jinyu's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the photos. The back view was familiar. It was Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinyu: "Mom, Dad, how do you know Tang Luochuan?" Ma Ying: "So he really is your classmate. Your classmate came here to buy a house. We ran into him and chatted for a bit." Jiang Deming: "Do you have his WeChat?" Jiang Jinyu: "I do." Ma Ying: "Great. Having it is good. I think this young man is handsome, has an extraordinary aura, and looks dignified. He's already bought a house. He's planning to settle in Shanghai. You have 4 years. Get to know him well. He's a good kid. Mom will help you carefully select." Jiang Jinyu: "Oh, leave me alone." Ma Ying: "Mom's just offering a suggestion. It's just that we happened to run into him. At school, you'll never see him buying a house. You can't help with your father's business anyway. You need a partner." Jiang Jinyu wasn't just incapable of helping. With her disposition, she could single-handedly drag the family business down. Some things require talent, and Jiang Jinyue was simply a noble princess detached from the mundane world. To have her step into the vulgar world, plead for favors, and curry relationships. As her mother would say, she could barely squeeze out a word after half a day. And Jiang Deming knew well that for good investment opportunities, it wasn't about people begging you to invest. Those who beg you are the high-risk ones. You need the ability to discern for yourself. As for quality projects, they're the ones that throw a bone to you investors. A crowd of wealthy people would fight tooth and nail to get in. You need connections to gain opportunities. How do you build connections? Drinking and dining are essential. Back in his younger days, he could hold his liquor. Accompanying leaders, accompanying clients, going from one to the next. But the intricacies involved were too complex, and he didn't want to see his daughter follow the same path. Because he understood that in men's drinking circles, it's about competing in alcohol tolerance, indulgence, and entertainment. If a woman wanted to join, it would come down to compromising herself. In this circle, there were too many wealthy people, and Jiang Jinyue's only leverage was her looks. In the family group chat, Jiang Jinyue, he bought a house. Mine 58 million. Your father said it was overpriced by 4 million. But this kid didn't even blink. Huh. Jiang Jinyue quickly opened her social feed. At a time like this, Tang Luochuan should be posting to show off, right? But his feed was completely empty. Nothing at all. After a long inner struggle, she finally sent a message. Jiang Jinyue, Mom, Dad, I'll handle my own matters myself. I do like this guy, but don't go saying anything unnecessary to him. Ma Ying's eyes lit up when she saw her daughter's message, and she shoved the phone in front of Jiang Deming. Look. Yaya says she likes him. She says she likes him. All right, Jiang Deming said calmly, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Let the kids handle their own affairs. Let's not interfere. What do you mean interfere? Ma Ying put away her phone and shot him a glare. This is strategic support. By then Tang Luochuan had already completed payment and received the keys. However, the property deed wouldn't be issued until later. Uncle Annie, how did you get here? Would you like a ride? Tang Luochuan offered purely out of politeness. No need, we have a driver. Young man, where are you off to for lunch? Why not come to Annie's place, and I'll cook for you? The excessive warmth left Tang Luochuan bewildered. Was it just because he was Jiang Jinyue's classmate? No need, I have things to do. What things could you possibly have? Aren't you skipping school anyway? Ma Ying was blunt and blurted it out directly. Jiang Deming nudged her from behind, then smiled. Luochuan, don't mind her. Your auntie's not thinking straight. She's confused. Come by the house for a visit. You're Yaya's classmate, and we hope you'll look after her. Do your uncle a favor. Once you graduate, if you need any help, don't hesitate to come to me. His words were flawlessly gracious, but still somewhat sudden. Tang Luochuan thought it over. He didn't really have anything pressing to do, only furniture and appliances left to buy. But first he'd need to arrange for off-campus residency. For now, he could still stay in the dorms. As she thought this, Ma Ying had already reached out her hand, gripping him firmly with an eager smile, pulling him forward. Luochuan, your uncle and I have been doing business in Shanghai for many years. We're familiar with everything around here too. If you ever want to start a business or do anything, just let us know. You and Jinyue get along well. After all, you're classmates. Young people have their own ways of making friends. Don't be so reserved. Tang Luochuan found her words somewhat ambiguous. He understood the first part, reassuring him they could help with anything he needed. But the part about not being reserved, wasn't it her daughter who was reserved? The girl looked at people with a cold face, making him uncomfortable the moment he saw her. Though she really was beautiful, that much was undeniable. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the nearby parking lot. Tang Luochuan knew he couldn't escape this. The couple insisted on treating him, and he actually felt quite fond of them. They weren't cold like Jiang Jinyue. He wondered how such warm and hospitable parents could have produced a daughter who radiated -40 to 50 degrees. He pulled out his car keys. Uncle, Auntie, I'll follow behind you. There was no harm in knowing wealthy people, and he was genuinely curious about Jiang Jinyue's upbringing. Later he could send her a message to give her a scare. That would be quite entertaining. Seeing Tang Luochuan's car, Ma Ying's smile widened even more. She pointed at the logo. Oh my, this is a Lamborghini. Lamborghini. Right. Ma Ying's English carried a distinct Shanghai dialect which was rather amusing. Yes. Ha. Tang Luochuan was warmed by their hospitality. Auntie, I'll take you up on lunch. I'll send Jiang Jinyue a photo later to make her jealous. Ha. Wonderful. Let's go. Jiang Deming patted him on the shoulder from behind, leading Ma Ying toward their Maybach. At lunchtime, Jiang Jinyue had finally made friends. Her dorm mates Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian. It was all because of yesterday's milk tea that this little princess had finally come down to earth. The milk tea was especially delicious, and her roommates were incredibly warm. Yuanyuan Jinyue, a guy from the business administration department, asked for my WeChat yesterday. Should I give it to him? He even offered to take me to dinner. Lu Xian seemed rather pleased with herself. Su Yuanyuan's eyes lit up immediately. What does he look like? Is he handsome? He's okay. And he's a nice guy? I mentioned casually that I don't have a video membership, and he bought me 6 months. That's pretty good. Jiang Jinhua frowned as she listened. Handsome. Buying a video membership. He offered dinner. What's so great about that? Lu Xian, do you think? He's actually good. He's pretty okay. So, I wanted to ask you too for advice. Jiang Jinhua thought perhaps she didn't understand this kind of simple romance, so she continued asking, what exactly moved you about him? This question startled the other two, since no one had ever asked quite like that. Moved me. He seems nice, quite attentive. And he's gentle to me. Jiang Jinhua. The boys around her were all like this. There had been at least 1,000 if not 800 who had pursued her. Even back in middle school, every single one of them was attentive and gentle. How else could they try to win a girl over? Even those who weren't pursuing her treated her very well and showed infinite patience. Here he comes. Lu Xian suddenly moved behind the two girls, her heart fluttering with excitement. Several boys walked over from across the way. The one in front had clearly dressed up specially. He walked straight over, not paying much attention to Su Yuanyuan, but couldn't help glancing at Jiang Jinhua a couple more times. His gaze shifted from shock to envy, and finally to regret. This girl was unfairly beautiful. Qin, are you free at noon? Can I treat you and your friends to lunch? Can I? Zhang Wenxiang, how many people are coming? Lu Xian asked carefully. The young man, named Zhang Wenxiang, glanced back at his friends behind him. Oh, I've got 3 friends with me, so 4 guys and 3 girls. When he mentioned 3 girls, Zhang Wenxiang clearly paused, wanting to see the reactions of the other 2 girls. They were from the business administration department and didn't recognize Jiang Jinhua, only having heard whispers about yesterday's Tang Luochuan incident. Su Yuanyuan kept a smile on her face, deliberately pushing Lu Xian forward. And Jiang Jinhua wasn't being cold at this moment. She simply stood there looking somewhat bewildered. She actually wanted to observe how other people dated, especially how it started with pursuit. Zhang Wenxiang's 3 friends stood shoulder to shoulder off to the side, their heads huddled together, whispering. Yet their gazes kept darting toward Jiang Jinhua, unable to hide the amazement in their eyes. They had egged Zhang Wenxiang on to organize this lunch gathering, but it wasn't merely to help their buddy show off. Hearing that Zhang Wenxiang was pursuing a girl, they had urged him to invite her roommates and friends too, calling it a fun group gathering. In reality, they all harbored their own little calculations, hoping for a mini mixer where they might meet someone appealing. Who would have thought this trip would actually bring them face to face with a stunning beauty like Jiang Jinhua? Her clear, cold features couldn't mask her breathtaking beauty. Standing there, she commanded a presence of her own, leaving several of them somewhat dazed. This was absolutely an unexpected delight. Zhang Wenxiang was starting to feel a pang of regret. Lu Xian was already quite pretty, but who knew she'd have such an amazing roommate? So can we? Zhang Wenxiang asked. Lu Xian turned to look at Jiang Jinhua and Su Yuanyuan. Su Yuanyuan tugged at Lu Xian's hem and blinked hard, clearly signaling yes. Jiang Jinhua hesitated. She didn't want to attend such a dinner party, but she thought about how she could become friends with these 2 people. The reason was that cup of milk tea. It meant she had finally come down to earth and blended into ordinary life. So she hoped to change herself, to shed the halo of the Bund Princess and become just an ordinary college girl. Jiang Jinhua. I don't mind. All right then. Lu Xian, feeling like the one being pursued, stepped up bravely. Let's just grab something simple. We have self-study this afternoon anyway. Don't worry about it, just come to self-study a bit late. We don't really attend anyway. Sign in and head back to the dorm, Zhang Wenxiang said, taking the umbrella from the girl and attentively holding it over her. The other guys walked over as well. Beautiful, let me hold the umbrella for you. A tall, lanky guy stepped in front of Jiang Jinhua, extending his hand, hoping she'd give him a chance. Jiang Jinhua shook her head. No need, I can manage it myself. Then let me carry your bag, another guy chimed in eagerly. The girl's cold indifference left the 3 boys completely at a loss. Never had they encountered someone so unapproachable. The 7 of them made their way toward the school cafeteria. The cafeteria here offered more than just communal meals. The 5th floor featured specialty dishes for students seeking something better than the regular fare. The 6th floor served as guest quarters. At this hour, the cafeteria bustled with students, and Jiang Jinhua drew every eye wherever she went. It wasn't long before her former admirers from class noticed her, Shunhao, Zhao Kai, and Sun Lei, as did Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. Shunhao exclaimed, what the hell? What's Jiang Jinhua's deal? Zhao Kai sneered, the 3 of us competed fairly, yet yesterday that guy gave us a direct show of force. Now Jiang Jinhua is having dinner with another guy? I don't think it's about money. Sun Lei asked, then what's it about? Zhao Kai responded, she's specifically targeting us 3. Do those guys look like they have any money? Shunhao also felt frustrated. You're right, that Gao guy yesterday really threw us off, but thinking about it, that's not quite the point either. When it comes to relationships, whether she likes someone has nothing to do with money. Jiang Jinhua likes who she likes. Besides, I don't think Jiang Jinhua likes that guy either. And we're not broke either. May the best man win. Shunhao, Zhao Kai, Sun Lei, may the best man win. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were equally bewildered. Is she friends with them? Zhang Ming stroked his chin. Zhou Qi chuckled lightly. I think she's getting back at old Tang. Give it a rest, there's nothing between her and Old Tang. Wait, let me ask what Old Tang is up to. Zhou Qi dialed a video call. The call connected. Tang Luochuan was gnawing on a crab. Old Tang. Looking good, they're enjoying some good food. Zhou Qi opened with a teasing remark. Tang Luochuan wiped his mouth. What's up? You busy? Let's grab drinks tonight. Guess what I just saw? Zhou Qi said mysteriously. What? Zhou Qi turned the camera, capturing Jiang Jinyue's back. Our class's Jiang Jinyue is having dinner with guys from another class. Did you know about this? On this end, Tang Luochuan held his phone in one hand, a crab in the other, completely frozen. Ma Ying, who had been arranging dishes nearby, had already overheard the conversation. That's impossible. Our Jinyue isn't that casual. It must be ordinary classmates. She hurried over and peered at the screen. Sure enough, Jiang Jinyue was surrounded by 3 guys. The 3 boys took turns trying to please her, but the girl remained unmoved, though she didn't push them away either. Clearly they were just dining together. That little brat. You ignoramus. Luochuan, don't mind it, it's a misunderstanding, has to be a misunderstanding. Ma Ying was getting anxious. Tang Luochuan set down his crab leg. I don't think I mind much actually. Annie, your cooking is really excellent. Ma Ying had no patience for his flattery. She grabbed her phone to dial while asking, Luochuan, do you know those boys? I don't know them. They're not from your class, eh? No. Over on Zhou Qi's, and he was also confused. Old Tang, where are you right now? Who's that auntie from earlier? Oh, I'm having dinner at Comrade John's place. The auntie was Jiang Jinyue's mother. Zhou Qi. He hung up. Pressing the end button, Zhou Qi fell into deep thought. What does this mean? Tang Luochuan went to eat at Jiang Jinyue's place. And Jiang Jinyue went to eat with other guys. This is getting messy. For anyone, this situation would seem utterly incomprehensible. Tang Luochuan had just met Jiang Jinyue, yet he was already at her house for dinner. And Jiang Jinyue, always cold and distant with everyone, why would she suddenly be having dinner with a group of boys? It was Zhang Ming who spotted something. Hey, those aren't Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian. They might be her roommate's friends. Just like how we got close to Jiang Jinyue through Luochuan. Didn't we also get to know her only after tagging along with him? That makes sense, but, Old Zhang, do you know where Luochuan is right now? Where? At the Jiang residence. The cafeteria on the 5th floor, the specialty dishes section. The owner was in high spirits today. There were quite a few more customers than usual. Jiang Jinyue and her group sat around a small round table. Both Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian sensed something off. There were indeed many more customers, but most of the new arrivals were from their own class. Did their male classmates suddenly develop such a passion for this particular restaurant? On one side sat Chun Hao, Zhao Kai, and Sun Lei with their respective roommates. On the other side, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi occupied a table by themselves. Old Zhou, something's not right. Luochuan never said he was pursuing Jiang Jinyue, Zhang Ming pointed out. Zhou Qi wore an expression of having seen through everything, affecting profound wisdom. You've got to eat your meal one bite at a time, walk your path one step at a time. At school, Old Tang secured senior sister Shin first. Outside of school, he made a fist-pumping gesture. I want it all. That does make sense, but, well, Old Zhang, do you know where Luochuan is right now? Jiang Jinyue had barely sat down when her phone rang. Hello, Mom. I'm having dinner with classmates. What kind of classmates? Just my roommate's friends. What are those boys doing there? Are you spying on me? No, it's just. Luochuan was video calling with a classmate, and I happened to see it. Tang Luochuan. Yes, I invited Luochuan over for dinner. Oh my, what a fine young man. Handsome, and knows how to talk. You should have a good chat with him. Tang Luochuan came to our house for dinner. Jiang Jinyue leapt to her feet, startling everyone around her. Nearby, Chun Hao overheard and whispered urgently, damn Tang Luochuan. So are we still competing? Zhao Kai's expression also fell. Let's see how it goes. This complicates things. Ma Ying continued singing Tang Luochuan's praises on the other end. Jiang Jinyue slowly sat back down, her emotions a complicated mess. Excitement, joy, and worry all mixed together. He didn't even tell me. I invited him myself. What's there to tell you? And you haven't explained what's going on your end yet. Oh, it's just my roommate's friend treating everyone to dinner, and they invited me and my other roommate along. Jiang Jinyue explained the situation obliquely. Ma Ying naturally understood. Someone was pursuing her roommate and had invited Jiang Jinyue and another girl along. All right. Go ahead, enjoy your time with your classmates. Reassured, Ma Ying hung up quickly. Luochuan Ye's roommate is dating someone. That young man also invited Ye along. Tang Luochuan was gnawing on a piece of spare rib, nodding as he listened. Oh, is that so? That's great. Jiang has always been quiet. It's good that she has friends. Exactly. I'm so glad you feel that way. Upon hearing Jiang Jinyue confirm that Tang Luochuan had indeed visited her home, Chun Hao and the others felt a pang of regret for coming to dine here. The intention was all too apparent, yet somehow presumptuous. Yet the crux of the matter still hinged on Jiang Jinyue's reaction. Zhang Wenxiang and his companions appeared somewhat distracted, gazing at Jiang Jinyue in bewilderment. Who? Who visited your home? A male student inquired. Su Yuanyuan acted as though she had stumbled upon the most sensational piece of gossip. Her excitement barely contained. Tang Luochuan went to your house. Tang Luochuan. That name sounds familiar. Who is that? Zhang Wenxiang wasn't from their department, so he hadn't paid particular attention. Lu Xian explained, the super wealthy scion in our class. You know the guy who caused such a sensation at school just 2 days ago? The one people said was renting cars. Renting cars? Oh, I think I remember now. So what happened? Was it actually true? Another male student asked eagerly. In truth, this incident had mostly stirred up a commotion within Tang Luochuan's own college. After all 3 luxury vehicles had appeared simultaneously that day right before their teaching building. Students from other departments had merely heard whispers, paying little attention. Su Yuanyuan wore an expression of shared glory. What happened? Tang Luochuan simply went out and bought 3 more luxury cars. Porsches, and another flashy sports car. The girl wasn't well versed in cars and couldn't distinguish between a Porsche Taycan and a Panamera. As for that Lamborghini, if it had been a solid color, she might have recognized it. But since it came in that flamboyant color scheme, it was genuinely difficult to tell. No one cared whether Su Yuanyuan actually understood cars. What left them dumbfounded was her account. No way, surely she's exaggerating. Several male students refused to believe it. Let me show you the video, I recorded it yesterday. Su Yuanyuan was eager to prove her point. Lu Xian also pulled out her phone. I have one too. The 2 tables beside us were even our classmates. Hey Zhang Ming, you're Tang Luochuan's roommate, right? Zhang Ming, having been called out, lifted his head with visible reluctance. Yes. Quick, tell us, did Tang Luochuan really buy 3 luxury cars? Lu Xian's eyes sparkled like searchlights. And did he really visit Jiang Jinyue's home? Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his gaze flickering between Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayanwell. Luochuan is indeed incredibly wealthy. He spent over 60,000 on a single game. But whether he actually went to Miss Zhang's house, you should ask her. At that moment, Jiang Jinyue was frantically typing messages to Tang Luochuan on her phone. Jiang Jinyue, you went at my house. Jiang Jinyue, what did you talk about with my parents? Jiang Jinyue, I heard you bought a house. Why would you buy a house? Jiang Jinyue, answer me. Jiang Jinyue, what did my parents say? Jinyue. Lu Xian urgently asked the girl beside her. Did Tang Luochuan really come to your house? I always thought you two would make such a perfect match. Su Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. Right. That guy is so handsome. And so rich. And so witty. He's always teasing me. Jiang Jinyue stared down at her phone, her heart churning with anxiety. She desperately sought an answer. Yet this fellow simply refused to respond. Teasing you. Spanking is affection, mockery is love. It's just how couples banter. Did he come to propose at your house? Stop it. He's currently developing a relationship with senior sister Shun. What does that have to do with me? Su Yuanyuan rolled her eyes, affecting an air of worldly wisdom. He's a top-tier wealthy heir. It's completely normal for him to marry multiple people. He's probably trying to avoid making things awkward for you and senior sister Shun. Developing things with senior sister Shun on campus and with you outside of school. The logic was flawed, yet in this moment, especially when Jiang Jinyue's mind was in turmoil, it seemed reasonable. Could it be that this guy is also interested in me? With that thought, she turned to Su Yuanyuan. Really? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would he bother going to your house for a meal? What's in it for him? Is your home cooking that amazing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue suddenly set down her phone. Everything clicked into place. Yes, that must be it. But why didn't he tell me himself? There's still senior sister Shin, isn't there? There has to be a order of precedence. That makes sense. The surrounding male students listened with mounting unease. Zhang Wenxiang and his companions felt a surge of sadness and jealousy in their hearts. They had just finished watching the video, their minds thoroughly shaken. Though reluctant to believe it, the evidence was undeniable. The setting was clearly their school, and the cars were real, not AI generated. It turned out this beauty had long set her heart on someone else. Su Yuanyuan wasn't bad, but without comparison, there was no damage. Having seen what a truly exceptional man looked like, they found Su Yuanyuan utterly unappealing. Meanwhile, Chunhao's group lifted their teacups and drank in silence. Wordless, the atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating. They had assumed Jiang Jinyue wasn't interested in Gao Mingxian from yesterday, thinking perhaps they still had a chance. But then someone even more impressive came along. Gao Mingxian was a socialite who wouldn't necessarily have daily opportunities to compete with them. Yet if Tang Luochuan wanted to, he could humiliate them every single day. The food arrived, yet no one had any appetite. Only Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi ordered a few small dishes, daring not to spend too much, and ate with evident relish. The two of them felt no pressure. Jiang Jinyue clutched her phone, a faint smile playing at her lips. Tang Luochuan had finally replied, the food at your place was truly delicious. Tang Luochuan, your mom was so enthusiastic. Tang Luochuan, I did buy a house. Just happened to run into your parents. They insisted, but I think your mom and dad want me to be your boyfriend. Tang Luochuan had simply responded to Jiang Jinyue's messages. The girl stared at his reply, her heart a tangled mess. Her mother wanted her to date him. Why couldn't he just finish what he was saying? What was this guy's intention, leaving her hanging like that? At that moment, Tang Luochuan sat on the sofa in the Jiang residence, gazing at the ginkgo tree in the courtyard. The old house was truly magnificent. Uncle, how much is this house worth? Jiang Deming was immensely proud. He had personally overseen the decoration of this house where he had lived for many years. In his heart, it was a work of art, current market price. Probably around 300 million. A bit pricey but not bad. Perfect for retirement. A bit. Could it be considered merely a bit? It would take Tang Luochuan 3 to 4 days of living expenses to purchase one outright. Realizing he had been guilty of humble bragging, Tang Luochuan hastily added, "Uncle, I mean it's really nice." "Very good. Actually, I have a favor to ask." "Go ahead, son. Could you keep an eye out for any old houses that might come up for sale in this area? I'd like to take a look sometime. I want to get one too. When my parents get older, I can bring them here to live." This. Jiang Deming's mouth twitched involuntarily. In his impression, this young man was indeed wealthy. But all this money had definitely come from his parents. They were simply letting their son spend it according to their wishes. For instance, buying a house for over 50 million. He didn't believe Tang Luochuan's parents were unaware. They must have given their blessing using this as a way to train their son. But why would this boy suddenly want to buy an old house? Is this your parents' idea? Oh, they don't know. I want to give them a surprise. Jiang Deming fell silent, staring intently at the young man, trying to detect even a hint of pretense on his face. But there was nothing. The boy was absolutely serious. A moment later, Jiang Deming said, "All right then, I'll keep an eye out for any openings on this end. But opportunities are rare. You'll have to wait. Then I'll trouble you." Tang Luochuan expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu was growing restless, constantly glancing at her phone while picking at her food with chopsticks. She offered only perfunctory replies to anyone who tried to talk to her. "Jiang Jinyue, what are you thinking? Jiang Jinyue, haven't you left yet? Jiang Jinyue, what else did my mom say?" After pressing for a long time, Tang Luochuan finally replied, "Just came from your place. Your house is beautifully decorated. You're very well off." Jiang Jinyue and Tang Luochuan, what do you mean? Jiang Jinyue screenshot. She directly forwarded the screenshot of his earlier message. "Your parents want you and me to date," and sent it to him. Tang Luochuan, oh right. That's what your parents want. I caught on. Damn it, are you playing word games with me? Jiang Jinyue, what do you actually think? Tang Luochuan, I think your parents are wonderful, not the arrogant, preachy type I imagined. Jiang Jinyue, and then, Tang Luochuan, I'm driving, we'll talk later. Jiang Jinyue. After that, Tang Luochuan never replied again. What's wrong, Jinyu? Su Yuan noticed she hadn't been eating much and assumed something didn't suit her palate. Jiang Jinyu glanced at her. Yuan, help me. For the first time, she spoke with a hint of desperation, handing her phone to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took a look and her expression slowly turned knowing. Jinyu, Tang Luochuan is just stringing you along with mixed signals. Mixed signals? What does that mean? Can't you see it? Your parents want you two together, and he's deliberately teasing you, keeping you anxious. Let me see. Can I take a look? Lu Xian sitting nearby leaned over. Jiang Jinyue, believing that more minds are better than one, nodded in agreement. Lu Xian scrolled through the chat history. Jinyue, how did he even meet your parents? He was buying a house. That's how they met. Everyone. Buying a house. Su Yuan's voice suddenly shot up an octave. The guys nearby promptly lost their appetite. The comparison was killing them. It must be some rundown apartment, right? Some suburban demolition property. It has to be. Absolutely has to be. Where? Lu Xian asked anxiously, though she already had a sense. Someone like Tang Luochuan would never buy anything ordinary. Jing'an Mansion. Jiang Jinyu said casually, it's in my chat records with my parents. We met when he was house hunting. Jing'an Mansion. Demolition property. Someone couldn't resist asking. The name sounded unremarkable. Click. At another table, Chun Hao's chopsticks slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. His smile was strained and helpless as he called out toward Jiang Jinyu's table, Jing'an Mansion. All luxury flats, 400 to 900 square meters. Though they're cheap now. The cheapest starts at 30 million. How big did Mr. Tang buy? The guy simply didn't care about Tang Luochuan and Jiang Jinyu's relationship anymore. It was clear he had no chance. But itching to complain about Tang Luochuan. Surely the guy took out a loan of over 20 million, borrowed a few million from relatives and friends, and scraped together a down payment. 700 plus square meters paid in full, 58 million. Mr. Tang seems to have overpaid. Lu Xian read from Jiang Jinyu's chat records with her parents and calmly stated this. It wasn't that she didn't care, she was simply too stunned to express her emotions. No one spoke. Jiang Jinyu furrowed her brow slightly. Never mind the house. Xian Yuan, help me figure out how to reply. A young lady indeed. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, she'd heard such figures from her father since childhood. Though surprised, her overwhelming emotion was joy. This guy was absolutely worthy of her. No, perhaps she was worthy of him. And the fact that he came to her home for a meal showed he didn't look down on her family situation. Su Yuan said, Jean, you had two approaches. Either keep playing the ambiguous game with him if you feel confident, or just come out and declare it. Declare it? I can't declare it. I never said I like him. Jiang Jinyu's heart skipped a beat at those two words. What had she become? Just hours ago she thought they weren't even friends. Now she was enlisting her roommates to help chase Tang Luochuan. Stop pretending or he'll ignore you. Su Yuan continued, then create some opportunities. Tonight. Invite him out. Be a bit more proactive. But don't be too forward. Read the situation. Oh, what exactly should I do? Tomorrow's the weekend, watch a movie, grab a meal. Better invite friends along so it doesn't feel awkward. Jiang Jinyu glanced at Zhang Wenxiang and the others nearby, realizing that was exactly how they always operated. She understood somewhat and nodded mechanically. Are you two free tomorrow? Lu Xian and Su Yuan immediately nodded. Yes. Jiang Jinyu then looked at Zhang Wenxiang and the others. The guys, no time. We're not that close with him. Nobody was going. They were all guys. If they went, they'd just watch Tang Luochuan show off in front of them. Outshine them. She glanced once more at Chun Hao behind her. I'm full. Jin Yue Zhongming Yuan, you guys enjoy. Chun Hao and the others immediately rose from their seats, not wanting to stay a minute longer. Zhang Ming raised his hand. Classmate Jiang, I'm free. Zhou Qi also raised his hand. Me too. Can I bring my girlfriend? Su Yuan nudged Jiang Jinyue. Agree to it. It's a great opportunity. I want to get to know Zhang Ming too. Let's all go together tomorrow, and I'll create chances for the two of you to be alone. Jiang Jinyu looked at Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi, their hands raised in unison, then at Su Yuan and Lu Xian, who were shooting her meaningful glances. Rarely a faint blush appeared on her usually cool features, and she gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine, let's all go together. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi had long since recorded the situation and sent it to Tang Luochuan. Inside the hotel, Tang Luochuan had just returned and was preparing to browse some home furnishings online. Seeing Zhou Qi's message, he opened it and found it full of Jiang Jinyu and Su Yuan's earlier conversation. This woman, Tang Luochuan pondered. If Jiang Deming and Ma Ying were the arrogant, haughty upper-class type, he wouldn't give it a second thought. Unexpectedly, this pair of soon-to-be parents-in-law were quite decent. Jiang Jinyu was just being too reserved, but it was quite amusing. Just as he was about to reply to her message, an unknown number suddenly called. Hello, Mr. Tang. This is Manager Zhou from XX Bank. The bank. Tang Luochuan's heart skipped a beat. All the money his system had given him was legitimate income. There shouldn't be any problem. What's the matter? His heart tightened with nervousness. Mr. Tang, first of all, congratulations. Manager Zhou's voice exuded professional enthusiasm. Our system has detected active fund flows in your account recently, with a daily average income of 100 million yuan, and the sources are completely compliant. Additionally, there are several large pending transfer projects being processed. Your asset level has been directly upgraded to our bank's top-tier private banking client. I'm calling you today purely to offer you benefits. From now on, you automatically enjoy our bank's highest-level private butler service privileges, whether it's high-speed rail, airplanes, airport VIP lounges, or complimentary upgrades and exclusive perks at 5-star hotels nationwide. Everything is arranged for you unlimited times throughout the year. There are also various high-end gifts, exclusive rights, and customized services. We will deliver them to your residence one by one. Just sit back and enjoy. Tang Luochuan curled his lips, slightly listening to the string of benefits on the other end of the line. He knew it all too well. With money, he was welcome everywhere. He replied casually, got it. Appreciate it. I'm at the hotel. Give me your address and just send it over. Manager Zhou quickly responded with flattered enthusiasm, no trouble at all. It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Tang. If you have any further needs, feel free to call me anytime. 247 availability. The two then exchanged contact information. Manager Zhou directly sent a link where Tang Luochuan could select monthly exclusive gifts. Completely free. The only condition was that his money remained in the bank. Tang Luochuan opened the page and was still somewhat surprised. The monthly offerings were quite generous. Each month the value was within 600 yuan, but it couldn't be cashed out. Only items could be chosen. From Chanel Hermes Apple phones to tea rice oil salt tables, chairs, tissue paper, toilet paper. Such physical gifts were actually the least important. The exclusive services were what truly mattered. For example, a private doctor memberships at major hotels, exclusive concierge services. If you wanted to buy concert tickets or limited edition sneakers, there was no worry about failing to secure them. The bank would handle it directly. High-speed rail and airport VIP lounges, first-class tickets at a 50% discount. Of course, only if they were first class. The bank wasn't losing money on this. His annual interest rate had also been directly raised to 4.5%. But Tang Luochuan wasn't in the mood to bother with these things. He casually selected a few small items. 2 phones and 2 luxury necklaces, exactly 600 yuan. Picking up girls. Picking up girls. Tang Luochuan muttered to himself. He opened his phone. Jiang Jinhua hadn't sent any more messages. But Shen Mayan had sent a few. Shen Mayan, what have you been busy with today? Shen Mayan, want to have dinner together tonight. My treat. He completely ignored the matter of seeing the chest muscles. Tang Luochuan, are you missing me, sis? As soon as he sent it, he saw that she was typing. Apparently the girl had been staring at her phone. Shen Mayan, I'm not as good as you, don't flirt with me crying. Let's just get along properly. In truth, Shen Mayan actually enjoyed Tang Luochuan flirting with her, she just didn't know how to handle it. She wanted to resist, but had no way. Tang Luochuan, if I don't flirt, I still need a kiss. In the afternoon at 4 o'clock, the day's classes finally ended. Shen Mayan packed up, having already arranged to eat at the restaurant near the school gate with the guy, and it was her treat. She had saved up a few thousand yuan from her summer job, so she could afford a meal of 200 or 300 yuan for the two of them. She was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday, and the black tight pants once again stirred a warmth in Tang Luochuan's heart. Senior. The colorful Lamborghini was very eye-catching. It was Friday. Many students were also heading out, as everyone wanted to go out and have some fun around this time. After all, there were no classes tomorrow, so they could have a few drinks and stroll through the night market. Luochuan, here's something for you. Shen Mayan, not acting like a senior at all, trotted over. Here from a classmate. She extended her hand. In her palm lay a chocolate candy. Such a simple piece of candy, yet the girl treasured it like a gem, wanting to share it with the boy. Just one. Just one. I couldn't bear to eat it myself. This candy is really good. I deliberately saved it for you. Shen Mayan's cheeks flushed slightly. This was the love she imagined. Not flirtatious banter, but sweet words. Then I'll share it with you. Tang Luochuan opened the chocolate candy, bit one end, and said, sis. Then he leaned forward, bringing the chocolate on his lips to the girl's mouth. Shen Mayan felt like laughing, not out of joy, but because she should have expected it. This guy was never serious. I won't eat it. It's for you. Just try it. There are too many people. It's just eating candy, nothing else. Tang Luochuan didn't care about any of that. He directly wrapped his arm around her back, their faces inches apart. The candy on the boy's lips had already touched the girl's lips. But Shen Mayan shrank her neck, stubbornly lowering her head. She hadn't expected that after yesterday's kiss, he would become even bolder. The flavor of chocolate melted on her lips, yet she kept her mouth tightly shut. No. But in the end, she couldn't resist the boy's strength. Or perhaps the temperature rose too quickly, and Shen Mayan grew dazed. She only felt the chocolate enter her mouth, accompanied by his soft tongue. The sweet taste dissolved between their lips and teeth. Senior, you ate more than half. Tang Luochuan held her close. No, I didn't. Shen Mayan buried her head in the crook of his neck, afraid to look anywhere else, terrified of meeting anyone's gaze. Senior. Tang Luochuan gently stroked her back. The girl's voice was barely audible. After dinner tonight. Can I bring you back tomorrow morning? Such an almost blatant implication. How could Shen Mayan not understand? Her body stiffened, and her mind was instantly thrown into chaos by his flirtation. For a long while there was no sound. Tang Luochuan narrowed his eyes, a smile suddenly curling at the corner of his mouth. Although the girl didn't speak, she nodded in his arms. He felt it. Then I'll be mooching off your meal today. Tang Luochuan released her, and the two prepared to leave. The restaurant was close, just a 5-minute walk. Just as they turned around, Jiang Jinhua stood frozen in the crowd. Damn, that's Tang Luochuan. Su Yuanyuan felt as if she were seeing this man anew. He's really smooth. Lu Xian's cheeks were also burning. If it were me, my legs would go weak. Jiang Jinhua turned to look at her two strategists. What now? In the Dragon Kingdom, polygamy was allowed, so she didn't mind. But the problem was that Tang Luochuan hadn't even responded to her yet. This made her anxious. However, the guy's pace was a bit too fast. She just wanted to get to know him, first be friends. Su Yuanyuan said. Yeah, if he offered you candy, would you eat it? If you don't, your chances aren't great. Jiang Jinhua felt a chill run through her scalp. I don't know. What would happen if I ate it? If you eat his candy, he'll eat you. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Jinua's phone rang. It was Tang Luochuan. Tang Luochuan, I'm with my senior today. Let's talk tomorrow, Jiang. Are you free tomorrow? Reply free. Lu Xian urged. Jiang Jinua free. Tang Luochuan, do you eat candy? Chocolate. Lu Xian. Su Yuanyuan, we've been found out, haven't we? Jiang Jinua felt very aggrieved. What do we do now? This guy is too wicked. At this moment, at the W Hotel on the Bund in Shanghai, the hotel manager walked to the front desk. Mr. Tang just sent a message, get everything ready immediately. Draw the bath by 9, scatter rose petals on the windowsill, and deliver a couple's fruit platter. Meanwhile, at a small restaurant near the gate of Jiaotong University, Shen Mayan held the menu, and based on her spending habits, she would normally order at most 4 dishes and a soup. But today the girl was going all out. She had 5,000 yuan in her pocket, including over 3,000 she had saved from part-time work. Order whatever you'd like. After confirming there was nothing on the menu she couldn't afford, Shin Mayan handed the menu over to him. Tang Luochuan also put down his phone, having just received the reply from the hotel confirming everything was arranged. I'll have the husband and wife lung slices. Tang Luochuan didn't stand on ceremony, either picking up a pen to mark his order. The waiter beside them quickly jotted it down. The flirting eggplant. The passionate shrimp paste. Clouds and rain. Sticky as glue. Blended as water and milk. Wait. Shin Mayan snatched the menu away, having only been looking at the prices earlier and not paying attention to the names. She thought he was making things up. But after grabbing the menu, sure enough, those dishes were actually there. You didn't have these dishes before. Shin Mayan complained, a little getting teased, even while ordering food. The waiter explained, there are a lot of young couples near the university town, so we added these dishes to cater to the market. Well. Fine. Shin Mayan handed the menu back to Tang Luochuan. You order then. Aren't there other dishes like home-style stir-fry and sweet and sour ribs? She hinted for him to order something normal since those names were too strange. Flirting eggplant and passionate shrimp paste at least gave some hint of what they might be. But clouds and rain, sticky as glue and blended as water and milk, gave no clue what dishes they actually were. Tang Luochuan rubbed his chin and started searching. Shin Mayan picked up her teacup and pretended to drink. The waiter, used to this kind of scene, simply pointed at one of the dishes and gave Tang Luochuan an understanding look. Tang Luochuan looked at the dish name and couldn't help but laugh, secretly giving the waiter a thumbs up. He said, and one more, the pillar reaching the sky. That's all for now. The tea had just entered her mouth when Shin Mayan heard the name and spat it out directly. Not a drop missed. It sprayed all over Tang Luochuan's face. Senior sister, that's going a bit too far. Tang Luochuan calmly pulled out a tissue. You could deliver it to my mouth, but you shouldn't spray it on my face. Tang Luochuan. Shin Mayan stomped her feet anxiously. Stop talking. The waiter secretly returned a thumbs up and said politely, I'll go place your order now. Please wait. While waiting, Tang Luochuan took the time to reply to a message, sending it to Jiang Jinhua. This girl, he could now consider her. At least Jiang Deming and Ma Ying were simple and honest people, not the kind who judged others by their appearance. Tang Luochuan, are you coming or not? What time are you free tomorrow? I heard there's a drone show at Construction Square that runs until 11 p.m. Are you going? At that moment, Jiang Jinhua was eating with her roommates. Su Yuanyuan looked at her with admiration in her eyes. Yeah, you look so beautiful when you eat. Small bites, chewing slowly, so elegant. Huh, really? Jiang Jinhua didn't feel she was anything special. She naturally carried an air of goddess-like grace, unhurried and composed in every movement. At the same table, the other two girls were slightly hunched over, looking casual and carefree. Only she sat with her back straight, taking only small bites when eating. Even an ordinary meal was graced with an air of refined elegance. But the next second her phone rang. Jiang Jinyue's goddess aura instantly vanished as she quickly grabbed her phone. He's urging me again. But after reading the message, she hesitated for a moment. This one's fine. He's inviting me to watch a drone show. It's at Construction Square. Why don't you all come along? How is that good? Su Yuanyuan swallowed a mouthful of rice with effort. Did he say what time? 11 p.m. Exactly. He's doing it on purpose. He knows you can't get back to campus by then. He definitely wants to take you to stay outside. He's got you figured out. Jiang Jinhua frowned slightly. Is that so? Maybe. Tang Luochuan doesn't mean it that way. Su Yuanyuan felt they were overthinking things. Why don't we just ask him directly? Jiang Jinhua, how do I ask? Give it to me. Su Yuanyuan reached for the phone. I'll handle this for you. Jiang Jinhua, how many pieces of candy do you have? Tang Luochuan, 1. Jiang Jinhua, give it all to me. Tang Luochuan, split it half and half. Jiang Jinhua, break it apart. Tang Luochuan, let it melt. Jiang Jinhua, but the school stops letting people in after 9. If we play until 11, we definitely won't make it back. Tang Luochuan, the hotel I booked has someone at the front desk 24 hours. Su Yuanyuan took a deep breath and handed the phone back to Jiang Jinhua, her face turning red. I can't handle this one, Jinhua. This sister is useless. Looking at the conversation Su Yuanyuan had helped her send, Jiang Jinhua felt dizzy. I'll just be myself. With that, she sent a message. Jiang Jinhua, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. I'll see you tomorrow at noon. Yes, that's how you do it. Just be yourself. Su Yuanyuan also approved of the message. Tang Luochuan, fine, tomorrow I'll see for myself how straight your posture is. Damn, what does he mean, see your body? Lu Xian couldn't hold back anymore. She snatched the phone and sent a voice message, go to hell. Tang Luochuan was grinning from ear to ear at that moment, with several dishes already served. Shin Mayan looked at his expression and knew without a second thought who he was chatting with. Jinhua. Well, the food is here. Tang Luochuan quickly put away his phone. Let's eat. He picked up his chopsticks, about to pick up some food. The girl also picked up her chopsticks and clamped down on his. Is it her? It's... I. This was the first time she saw Tang Luochuan flustered and Shun Mayan found it amusing. The tables had turned between the two of them. The girl continued, I noticed long ago that the way she looks at you is different. She told me herself during your class gathering yesterday. What? She wants to get close to you. Shin Mayan released her chopsticks. Tang Luochuan. Her voice suddenly turned serious. I like you too. I know you'll have many women, but I'm serious. I've never been playing around. Tang Luochuan set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious as well. I'll take responsibility. I'm not casual either. And besides, all that messy family stuff usually comes down to money. You don't have to worry about that with me. If you're with me, I'll take full responsibility to the very end. The meal came to an end all too soon. The two of them chatted happily, and at last Shin Mayan found herself sinking into a comfortable rhythm. A wave of sweetness and contentment rose within her. Particularly when she climbed into the Lamborghini. Shin Mayan felt as though spotlights had suddenly locked onto her. Every student passing by froze in their tracks, phones raised to capture the moment. Some covered their mouths, whispering to companions, while others couldn't mask the envy in their eyes, staring at her, then the car, then her again. Her vanity surged like a rocket, the corners of her mouth trying to rise before she caught herself forcing a calm expression. She told herself this intoxicating thrill was what it felt like to be seen in a luxury car. The admiration of others felt so intoxicating. But she reined herself in. No, she had to maintain some dignity. The car belonged to him. His wealth wasn't hers to boast about. Before she could dwell on it, a hand appeared holding the latest model phone. Sister, this is for you. Shin Mayan stared at the phone, her heartbeat spiking to her throat, palms growing damp. The fragile modesty and dignity she'd barely maintained shattered in an instant. The car wasn't hers. Yet this phone was a gift meant for her. A device costing around 10,000 yuan, something she'd need to save for 4 or 5 months without eating or drinking to afford. Even asking her parents wouldn't help. Her father earned over 6,000 monthly, her mother 5,000. Together they'd barely afford one. But this guy was really just giving it away. The thrill of receiving something for nothing was intoxicating. She thought secretly, though her expression twisted with conflicted emotions as she instinctively declined, saying it wasn't appropriate. When I kissed you, you became my girlfriend. Mayan, I was just teasing you before, don't take it to heart. Keep it. Tang Luochuan had dropped his usual cynicism now. This wasn't the time for playful flirting. It might build connection, but at this crucial moment, he needed to be genuinely sincere. He understood that. Establishing her as his girlfriend, presenting the phone, pairing it with the luxury car beside them, and his own good looks. This combination of moves was so effective that unless she was blind, there would be no reason to refuse. Shin Mayan didn't dare reach out to take it, but when he simply placed the phone on her lap, she found herself unable to push it away. Looking down at the phone resting on her legs, she finally touched it gently and whispered, "Thank you. It's nothing. Actually, the bank gave it to me as well. I requested 2 units. I'll give one to that girl tomorrow. You'll receive the same. Oh, from a bank promotional event. No, this comes with deposits exceeding 100 million. You can choose the color. I selected this starlight orange for both of you. I hope you don't mind." Shin Mayan. Mind? Was I so bored that I complain about this? Was the phone even the point? Had he just said his deposits exceeded 100 million? She could barely catch her breath. Previously, she'd come across stories of billionaires worth billions upon billions, hundreds of billions, thousands of billions. But what did those figures have to do with her? She never felt any connection. Those numbers existed in a completely different world from her own life. But finding a 100 yuan bill while out would make her cheerful for an entire day, because that money went straight into her pocket and was undeniably hers. The car started moving toward the hotel. Throughout the ride, she held onto the unopened phone, her heart pounding against her ribs, as she knew exactly where this was heading. She was certain she'd be giving herself to him. The only uncertainty was whether it would hurt. As for her next move, Shin Mayan wouldn't be the one pulling out her ID card, asking if the bed was large enough, or commenting on the hotel's view. She wouldn't mention anything about the hotel herself. Simply following along with him was her way of showing consent. "Mayam, could I see your ID, please?" Without realizing if they'd arrived at the hotel reception desk, Shin Mayan looked up blankly at the receptionist. Your ID, we need to verify your identity." "Oh, let me find it." She quickly reached into her bag, though she'd actually brought it when leaving home. Truthfully, she had been somewhat prepared. Handing over her ID, she stole glances at the hotel surroundings. Only then did she realize the hotel was indeed luxurious, but what struck her most was what she'd just done must be the legendary act of checking into a room, right? "Oh my God, I'm with a guy. We're checking into a room." Perhaps she was being too conservative, but just thinking about those 2 words made her feel ashamed, yet also thrilling and nerve-wracking. "I've grown up, I know how to check into a room now." Tang Luochuan gently wrapped his arm around her waist, took back the ID from the receptionist, and placed it in her hand. "Miss, all set. Let's head up." The elevator doors slowly opened before them, the mirror-like metal walls reflecting their figures. She was half embraced in his arms. So this is what it feels like to be held by him. Shin Mayan couldn't help but study the reflection of them together in the metallic surface. As the elevator doors closed, Tang Luochuan pressed the button and the floor numbers began to change. His hand began to slide downward. Biting her lips, Shin Mayan steeled herself mentally. Let him touch. Just give it to him, I'm not afraid. There's nothing to fear, right? Just let him touch. Finally, Tang Luochuan's hand settled on her rear, giving it a gentle pat, as he whispered in her ear, call me husband. Shin Mayan's voice trembled slightly from the unexpected touch. She was already dazed. Hearing those words made her feel like she couldn't breathe. Her body grew hot, her breathing becoming labored. Call me. Tang Luochuan squeezed once more as though reminding her. Who? Husband. Kiss your husband. Oh. Shin Mayan rose on her toes and gently pressed a kiss to the cheek he offered. Smooch. By now she was completely under his spell, agreeing to whatever he said. Inside the room. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed an unmistakable intimacy in the air. Her mind went blank as he guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. Just sit here for a moment. There are drinks in the refrigerator if you're thirsty. I'm going to take a shower. She didn't respond verbally, only nodded. At that moment, even the thought of moving her legs felt like too much effort, let alone getting a drink. She didn't dare venture anywhere. After he finishes showering, does that mean? The sound of running water from the shower filled the bathroom, while the warm yellow lighting in the room only amplified the intimate atmosphere. Her mind raced with images of what would come next. Would he rush out and pull her down, sit beside her, and kiss her first, or strip before her? Or perhaps, sister, bring me the shampoo. The boy's voice suddenly echoed from the bathroom. Huh? What? Shampoo? It's on the table, bring it over. Oh, let me find it. Shin Mayan stood up, her legs feeling weak as she made her way to the desk. The bottle of shampoo sat right there, and as she reached for it, Shin Mayan spotted a small box nearby. Ultra thin. Model. Shin Mayan's heart pounded wildly, curiosity tugging at her as she set the shampoo aside and picked up the small box, instead secretly examining the product details. He bought this. Will we need this later? How many are in here? She wondered to herself. She stood frozen, her mind already racing with possibilities. But seconds later a hand reached out and snatched the box away. Tang Luochuan was right behind her. She spun around in a panic, and only when she saw him did she notice he was wrapped in nothing but a towel. Are you going to shower? I showered yesterday. Tang Luochuan began opening the package right in front of her, carefully tearing open the small wrapper with both hands. That's good then. Shin Mayan watched transfixed as he went through the motions, her eyes finally landing on the translucent object. You wash. I showered yesterday. Tang Luochuan right in front of her began to unwrap the small package, carefully tearing it open with both hands. Then that's fine. Shin Mayan kept staring at him, watching his every move until she saw that transparent little thing. And the boy demonstrated how to use it. In the room, the temperature gradually began to rise. After a long while, Shin Mayan lay prone on the bed, her gaze hazy, as if she had been crying. Luochuan, how many are there in this box? 10. Shall we use them all? Don't mess around. Please. Just one more, and that's it. Huh. All right. The next morning, the two slept in late. The hotel delivered a lavish breakfast, freshly baked croissants, eggs Benedict, and cold-cut cheese. There was also juice and coffee along with Suzhou-style noodles and steamed buns. Tang Luochuan was the first to get up, while the girl still lay prone, revealing her smooth bare back. Because she hadn't brought pajamas, he thoughtfully pulled the blanket over her. In the living room, he divided up the food and set aside a portion for her. After checking his account, another 100 million had arrived. He then transferred 3.99 million to his mother. His mother, Zhu Xiaomei, clearly received the notification on her phone right away. The phone rang immediately. Luochuan, what's going on? Where did you get this money? Mom, I was just about to tell you. I won the lottery. 5 million. After taxes, I got 4 million. I kept 10,000 for myself and gave the rest to you. The lottery. Zhu Xiaomei's first reaction was to believe him because there was no other explanation. If her son had transferred her 399 yuan and said it was from a part-time job, she could understand that. But 3.99 million. From an 18-year-old boy, there was no way he could earn that much in just a few days. The lottery. Oh my. This. Child. Zhu Xiaomei was clearly stunned by the sheer amount of money and became almost incoherent. It took her a while to find her words. You must keep the money safe. You kept 10,000 for yourself, right? Remember, never flaunt your wealth. Her first thought was still for her son, and she warned him. Tang Luochuan smiled. I know, Mom. You keep it. Don't work so hard with Dad anymore. I know. I'll tell your father later. Where's Dad? He's still asleep. Luochuan, with this 3 million plus, we're set. Mom will save it for you, and later we'll buy a bigger house. If you want to stay in Magic City, it's enough for a down payment. The two chatted a bit more about the lottery and the 3.99 million. Zhu Xiaomei then asked, how have you been lately? Are you adjusting well? I'm adjusting fine. Your son is highly adaptable. I've even made lots of good friends. That's good. What about your studies? Is there any pressure? None at all. It's all easy. He had been driven straight back playing around all day. Of course there was no pressure. That's my Luo Chuan. My son is truly outstanding. You've grown into a man overnight. Zhu Xiaomei felt deeply gratified. The impact of 399 million was considerable. But what she cared about even more was her own flesh and blood, the child she had brought into this world. Of course, I became a man overnight. Tang Luochuan said with double meaning, then stole a glance toward the bedroom. I even helped my classmates. That good? Absolutely. I helped my classmates grow up too. They mature overnight. Stop bragging. You little rascal, don't get cocky. Stay grounded and keep working hard. How is this bragging? It's true. Yesterday my senior schoolmate kept saying how amazing I was. Really amazing. So amazing she couldn't stand it. Tang Luochuan was amused. Alright mom, don't worry. Everything's great. Find you sound in good spirits, so I feel reassured. Oh, your father's up. I'll hang up now. Okay. Tang Luochuan let out a rueful laugh and ended the call. His old man was always like this. Every single holiday he slept in. It wasn't until nearly noon that Shen Mayan finally got up. The breakfast had long gone cold. She got dressed, her face pale. Are you alright, Mayan? I'm fine, it's just. Shen Mayan pressed her lower back. My waist hurts. Then stay here for the next couple of days. I'll drive you back tomorrow afternoon. No, I. Shen Mayan was torn, though deep down the situation actually felt rather nice. But she couldn't handle any more for now. If this guy tried another round tonight, she felt she wouldn't be able to attend class for the entire next week. Weren't you supposed to meet Jinyu? Shen Mayan sat by the table. Tang Luochuan ordered room service again and had the hotel send up hot food, right? What do you think? You don't need to worry about that. Jinyu is a good girl. We get along well too. I'll handle it. If she accepts you, she should be prepared. I promised you, so don't worry. I will definitely do it. Tang Luochuan took the girl's hand. I believe you. At lunch, only Shen Mayan ate, though if she wanted to leave, she truly couldn't. Tang Luochuan had arranged to have lunch with Jiang Jinhua. Stay here and rest this afternoon. Don't leave. Accompany me for another 2 days. I'll come pick you up this afternoon, and we'll go to the night market and watch the drones. But, my waist really hurts. Shen Mayan looked slightly aggrieved, hinting that she couldn't take any more of his antics. Tang Luochuan smiled. I know. Rest well. I won't mess around. But in his heart he thought, of course I'll mess around. Just with someone else. The car started. Quite a few people had come to play today. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and also Jiang Jinhua with her 2 roommates. Tang Luochuan still drove the Lamborghini. Even with those 2 Porsches, neither could fit so many people. The others could just take a taxi. The colorful Lamborghini Aventador pulled up at the entrance. Jiang Jinhua had just arrived with her roommates and Zhang Ming's group. Thinking about that guy's nonsense from yesterday, her face flushed crimson. Wow, a Lamborghini. Su Yuanyuan's eyes went wide. Hey, just take a look. The passenger seat is yours, right? As she spoke, she nudged Jiang Jinhua with her elbow. The latter didn't react. She walked over quickly, and the first thing she said was, Where's senior sister? I have something to say to her. Tang Luochuan was stunned for 2 seconds. Perfect. I'll take you to see her this afternoon. She has something to tell you too. I understand and she understands too. There's no need to say much. I just don't know if you understand. What's there to understand? Do you understand eating candy and checking into a hotel? When facing Jiang Jinhua, Tang Luochuan didn't use gentle teasing. He went straight for a roguish manner. Because she was different from Shen Mayan. Shen Mayan was a senior but a soft and delicate woman. A roguish attitude would repel her. Playing the cute puppy was the best choice, awakening her maternal instincts. But Jiang Jinhua was an aloof, strong female-led. To leave her speechless, he had to act like a rogue. Playing the cute puppy in front of her. She'd treat you like trash. Calling her sister. The only response would be scram. Don't make me sick. He had to dominate the aura so he could control things later. Facing Tang Luochuan's shamelessness, Jiang Jinhua didn't hesitate, having prepared all night. Of course I know. Kissing and sleeping together. I'm willing to get close to you, but you have to prove your skills. Hiss. Tang Luochuan stepped back. Well, Miss Jiang. You've grown a lot after just 1 night apart. The 2 got into the car. Tang Luochuan transferred 100 yuan to both Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi as reimbursement for today's transportation costs. Let me give you a gift. Tang Luochuan pulled out his phone from the bag. Jiang Jinhua's expression tensed. This would be the candy. Instead, it was a brand new phone. What is this? Jiang Jinhua glanced at it, then took out her own phone. She already had one. Oh, Shen's senior sister has one too. One for each of you. Are you already treating me as yours? Isn't that a bit too soon? Jiang Jinhua's personality was straightforward. By giving the same gift to 2 girls, wasn't Tang Luochuan essentially saying he was 100% confident he'd gotten her? Take it or leave it. Tang Luochuan didn't coddle her, casually tossing the phone onto the front seat before starting the car. With Jiang Jinhua, cars and money could hardly capture her interest. The girl was exceptionally composed today. Throughout the ride, Tang Luochuan initiated several topics, but she responded to each with cold indifference. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Lunch was hosted by Jiang Jinyue at a restaurant near Jianqi Square. Su Yuanyuan and Zhang Ming were chatting animatedly, while Zhou Qi had brought his girlfriend along. Only Lu Xian, who had just entered a relationship with Zhang Wenxiang yesterday, found herself alone. Zhang Wenxiang had no desire to attend today's gathering primarily because of Tang Luochuan. He didn't want to be outshone, so he chose to stay away. Jinyue, why don't you two sit at that table? Zhang Ming and I will sit over here. Su Yuanyuan deliberately created an opportunity for the two to spend time together, strategically splitting the restaurant into two tables. Tang Luochuan and Jiang Jinyue paid it no mind, the table hosting only the two of them. Tang Luochuan, what did my parents talk to you about yesterday? The moment she sat down, Jiang Jinyue spoke first. As if Tang Luochuan had anticipated this question, he replied, nothing much. They were just very warm and hospitable, served food and chatted about everyday family matters. Oh, so what's your take on that? I think it's fine. The coldness throughout the journey had already worn down his patience. She wasn't like Shinmai and someone he could flirt with casually and receive ample emotional satisfaction in return. I just want to get to know you first. I don't want candy. And I definitely don't want things to progress this quickly between us. That makes sense. Makes sense. Jiang Jinyue set down the menu, her brow furrowing slightly. What she had anticipated was either an argument, follow-up questions, or at the very least some emotional reaction. Not this perfunctory agreement. Jiang Jinyue was desperate for him to take a stance. And you? What's your perspective? Tang Luochuan did genuinely contemplate. It wasn't impossible for her to want a slower pace. But how slow was the question? A week? A month? A year? I'm essentially a free spirit. I don't have any concrete plans. Though I do respect your opinion. Get to know each other first. Jiang Jinyue studied his expression. He didn't seem to be joking, which eased some of her tension. Let's eat first. All right. Lunch began. For half an hour neither knew what to say. Zhou Qi observed the two of them, then lowered his head to whisper at their table. What's going on? They're not talking over there. Zhang Ming was cheerfully whispering sweet nothings to Su Yuanyuan. Following Zhou Qi's comment, he glanced over as well. The atmosphere truly was stifling. Tang Luochuan was genuinely starting to regret things now. Initially he had assumed that since Jiang Jinyue was cold, her family members must all be aloof types. But after truly interacting with them, the Jiang family parents were warm and welcoming, making an excellent impression. Thus he naively believed that Jiang Jinyue would gradually warm up as well. She did change, but nowhere near enough. That self-assuredness and clarity rooted in her bones couldn't be altered by a few words from others. Only by experiencing losses and pain would she come to understand. He was more than willing to provide emotional value, speaking with flirtation and tenderness, wholeheartedly expecting her to reciprocate and respond. But every remark he offered was met only with her flat, emotionless replies. Not a shred of warmth was she willing to give. He took the initiative several times, tested the waters repeatedly, only to find her consistently calm as a deep pool, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. The emotional value he offered returned nothing but echoes. No matter how passionate the heart, no matter how skilled the flirt. Faced with such cold indifference, even that passion gradually loses its drive. Tang Luochuan sensed the gaze upon him and turned to look at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming blinked, puckered his lips, and gestured for him to bring up a topic. Tang Luochuan shrugged, conveying, I've been trying all the way here. This one is the ultimate conversation killer. Tang Luochuan, what do you usually like to do? Perhaps the silence had grown too oppressive. Jiang Jinyue tossed out this question. Tang Luochuan repeated the same lines he had told Shin Mayan before. Without further ado, he rattled off a bunch of hobbies and interests. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi gave him thumbs-up signs, silently acknowledging the technique was brilliant. Jiang Jinyue remained expressionless, chewing and swallowing slowly before saying, quite diverse. How about you? Tang Luochuan asked. Horse riding, visiting exhibitions, traveling around the world. Tang Luochuan nodded, waiting for her to continue. That was it. Just those 3 words, like the interests section on a resume. The conversation struck a dead end again. Tang Luochuan took a sip of water, his gaze drifting to the adjacent table. Zhang Ming had Su Yuanyuan laughing until she slumped over the table. Zhou Qi and his girlfriend were huddled together, looking at the menu, deep in intimacy. Something felt wrong. He was being led by this woman, and he needed to reclaim his ground. Hey, can you stop being so cold? If you want to get to know each other, then let's have a proper conversation. But this is who I am. If you can accept me, you should adapt to me. Then you need to adapt to me too. Adapt to your ambiguous flirtation. That's not flirting. It's just a subtle way of expressing like you know. Shouldn't dating involve more than just chatting about these mundane things? How are these mundane things? Don't we need to clarify everything about our future life, career, and plans? But all of this requires compromise. How can the future be so certain? Isn't it something we gradually explore after being together? Besides, your family is so wealthy, I'm wealthy too. We don't need to consider these things too much, right? Is that all you aspire to? What the? Tang Luochuan was irritated. That was indeed all he aspired to. He had zero desire to start a business or become a boss. To be honest, everything was just a means to make money. Talk about ideals. His ideal was to reap rewards without labor. Even if he wanted to change the world, that would be achieved gradually. At least for now, he wanted to enjoy life to the fullest. However, Jiang Jinyue's aspirations were too lofty. She had lived an affluent life for 18 years. Mere material satisfaction could no longer bring her joy. She was ambitious, and the man she chose had to be even more so. At that moment, Tang Luochuan understood. The two of them were incompatible. Hearing those two words, the people at the other table immediately straightened up and looked over. Did the conversation collapse? We're done for. Jiang Jinyue furrowed her brows even tighter. Can you please speak properly? Tang Luochuan was speechless. Gazing at the food on his plate, he continued. We're not a good match. Finish your meal. You do your thing, I'll head back to the hotel. Not a good match. Jiang Jinyue set down her chopsticks. Her movements light, yet her heart was shaken. She had tried so hard, yet couldn't fathom why things had turned out this way. Yes, not a good match. Tang Luochuan took another bite of rice. You go find your domineering CEO type, I'll find my sweet and beautiful senior sister. We stay out of each other's way. You. Jiang Jinyue took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling several times, yet ultimately suppressing it. Tang Luochuan, are you this impatient? I have patience. Tang Luochuan's expression was earnest. I offered you candy, you called me a troublemaker. I gave you a phone, you said I was trying to control you. I talked about the future with you, you said I had no ambition. What's there to even talk about with you? Being classmates is pretty good. We've given it a shot. You're right. After spending time together, I see you're FM 985 and I'm AM 520. Forcibly putting us together just creates static. Yesterday, Tang Luochuan had already noticed that every flirtatious line he used on her was wasted effort. Within minutes, the meal was finished. Tang Luochuan stood up. I'm heading back first. You all have fun. Luochuan want to wander around some more. Zhou Qi rose, trying to persuade him. Tang Luochuan shook his head. I'm tired. Didn't sleep well last night. This meal's on me. I don't like owing people favors. With that, he walked to the front desk without looking back to settle the bill, leaving only Jiang Jinyue sitting at the table, her face filled with disappointment. Watching the young man depart, a single thought consumed the girl. He shouldn't be like this. How could he be like this? Why is he like this? Upon stepping out the door, Tang Luochuan's mood was not greatly affected. Incompatibility was simply incompatibility. There were no conflicts between them. It was merely that during their time as boyfriend and girlfriend, they truly couldn't find common ground in conversation. He, regardless of whether he had money or not, disliked being led by the nose. Moreover, this relationship felt too cold, too rational, leaving him unsettled. Love requires a two-way effort. If one party feels uncomfortable, then the relationship is flawed. That afternoon, Shen Mayan was somewhat surprised to learn that their talk had fallen through. She had assumed that Jiang Jinyue was about as attractive as herself and came from a good family background. She thought the two would get along well, but that was not the case. How are you feeling? Tang Luochuan sat by the bed, gently stroking her forehead. I'm fine. Luochuan, I'll stay tonight, but I have classes tomorrow. Shen Mayan had intended to leave, but she couldn't bear to part with her first boyfriend. Ultimately, she decided to stay and spend more time with him. All right, I understand. Tonight, just one, okay? As he spoke, he leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Shen Mayan hesitated, then silently nodded without a word. Just as he finished, Tang Luochuan's phone rang. It was a message from Zhang Ming. He had left, but progress was being made on the other front. Zhang Ming and Su Yuanyuan seemed to be hitting it off. Zhang Ming sent a text saying that he was almost certain about Su Yuanyuan. Tang Luochuan, congratulations. Zhang Ming, the atmosphere is even more awkward now. The air around Jiang Jinyue feels like it's frozen solid. Old Tang, she's a great girl, won't you give it another try? Tang Luochuan, I'm not going to be a simp. I've already groveled enough today. Forcing conversation was cringe. He didn't want to deal with that anymore. He had more important things to attend to. The system's rewards. He suddenly recalled that the system had mentioned additional rewards for getting a girl. But why hadn't he received any notification? Opening the system panel, he found that the system had indeed given a prompt, but it had been too late last night. After it was over, they had both fallen asleep directly. Now, looking at the many special abilities in the system, Tang Luochuan read through them carefully. In fact, there were 5 he most wanted to exchange. Ultimate AI System Body Enhancement, Infinite Energy, Extreme Mental Computation, Black Card Privilege. These 5 corresponded to Ultimate AI System, Super AI Assistance, Body Enhancement, Extreme Longevity and Health, Infinite Energy. The control of energy came with state backing, expanding power and connections. Extreme Mental Computation, enhanced learning ability not just for school knowledge, but also the ability to instantly analyze the optimal choice in complex real-world situations. Black Card Privilege, even more convenient. Whatever he wanted, one phone call, he spent money, and others did things for him. At least when buying a house or renovating, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Actually, AI and extreme mental computation would work best together. Tang Luochuan hesitated looking at these two options. AI might provide him with a plan for something like controlled nuclear fusion, but he would never understand it. If the two couldn't synergize, no matter how impressive the technology, it wouldn't be within his grasp. He would be like a tool unable to lead or optimize further. As for body enhancement, he was already young and healthy, not yet in his 70s or 80s. Energy. Could produce infinite energy. Foreigners would definitely kill me, right? I don't want to be put under protection. That would mean no freedom. And it would easily expose the system, then it's over. Black card privilege gives a daily spending limit of 5 million. That's not much. But the privilege is the main thing. More efficient than the bank. But not needed right now. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Luochuan decided to choose extreme mental computation, first to enhance his learning ability and IQ. With this as a foundation, after getting other girls, he would then choose AI assistance. Maximize the advantage. System notification, host selection successful. Extreme mental computation activated. Effect brain neuron activity increased by 500, information processing speed increased by 1000, logical analysis, memory, spatial imagination, and language comprehension fully enhanced. Learning efficiency for any knowledge increased by more than 20 times. Passive effect, photographic memory, ability to infer from one instance, comprehend by analogy. Active effect, deep thinking mode. Can enter an overclock state for a short period, performing multi-threaded parallel analysis on complex problems to find the optimal solution. Tang Luochuan felt a buzzing in his head, as if a cool liquid poured from the top, instantly flowing through his entire body. He closed his eyes, experiencing this wondrous change. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed different. He could see dust particles floating in the air. He could hear the faint sound of the waiter's cart wheels rubbing against the carpet in the corridor. He could smell the shampoo fragrance lingering in Shin Mai's hair. More terrifyingly, his brain was automatically processing this information, classifying, analyzing, and storing it. Luochuan, what's wrong? Shin Mai noticed his strangeness and waved a hand before his eyes. Tang Luochuan snapped back, taking her hand. Nothing, just thought of something. He looked out the window. The skyline of Modu was bathed in golden light under the setting sun. However, a change in ability did not mean a change in personality. If a tech mogul gained this ability, they would surely push technological development. But Tang Luochuan, he continued to lie low, planning his grand pursuit of girls. After that, Tang Luochuan disappeared for 4 days. During this time, he contacted furniture stores and renovation companies. The place was already a finely decorated apartment, so only minor changes were made. He temporarily set up 4 beds, a sofa set, a TV, a washing machine, and a refrigerator. There was also a gaming room that would need 2 or 3 more days to finish. There was still plenty of empty space to be dealt with later. During these days, Shin Mayan came to the hotel whenever she had free time. As a sophomore, the supervision was not strict. Unlike freshmen who had nightly dorm checks. Their relationship quickly heated up, but news of the fallout between Jiang Jinyue and Tang Luochuan spread fast. This was not good for Jiang Jinyue, but it was great news for some boys. The disciplinary period was over, and today was Tang Luochuan's first day back at school. A Tank 700 drove into the campus. This was Tang Luochuan's newly purchased car. Everyone knew BBA, but this car was relatively less recognized. He had been here for 9 days, and his spending had yet to reach 80 million. Having money is really troublesome. He humble bragged, then pushed open the door and stepped out. In lecture hall 601, Tang Luochuan was the first to arrive. He found a corner seat and opened his laptop. He didn't feel like studying, but just flipping through the textbook and glancing at something made it impossible not to remember. When acquiring knowledge became so effortless, giving him an overwhelming advantage over others, the urge to show off and act cool inevitably bubbled up inside. No, I've got to keep a low profile, Tang Luochuan thought, but his body was honest. He spent another 10 minutes previewing the first semester coursework. He had already grasped most of it. Perhaps because of the changes in his brain, his sleep time had shortened considerably. 4 hours of sleep each night was enough to keep him alert all day. The students in the classroom gradually arrived. Almost every person who entered instinctively paused their gaze on Tang Luochuan for a few seconds. The boy who had vanished for 4 days and carried the legend of a luxury car had suddenly returned, inherently sparking conversation. Would this guy stir up trouble again? Many girls, while finding their seats, deliberately or subconsciously gravitated toward the corner where Tang Luochuan sat. Some chose spots diagonally in front of him, occasionally stealing glances. Others sat directly at the adjacent desk, their elbows nearly brushing against his, clearly seeking an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Finally, a girl with a ponytail gathered her courage and spoke, her voice tinged with shyness. Hey Tang, long time no see. Oh, hello. Tang Luochuan looked up at the girl before him, no recognition in his eyes. What are you studying? I'm playing a game. Tang Luochuan had no desire to look over study materials. He had only skimmed a few lines anyway, his mind startlingly clear. What games do you usually play? Another fashionably dressed girl leaned and carrying a strange fragrance that was both pungent and pleasant. Just casual, card games. Oh, like what? Fight the landlord. Huh. Several girls surrounded him, trying not to be too obvious, chatting aimlessly, until a commotion at the door signaled Jiang Jinyue's reluctant entrance, flanked by a group of boys. The news that she and Tang Luochuan had not reached an agreement spread like wildfire, circulating within the department. Not only classmates, but also students from other classes, and even senior year students began to court her. But the girl remained the same. Entering the classroom, her eyes instantly found Tang Luochuan, whom she hadn't contacted in days. A mix of resentment and reluctance simmered within her. Glancing at the seating arrangement, she deliberately chose a spot far from him. The boy too felt a twinge of awkwardness. Jiang Jinyue remained composed, sitting down, opening her textbook and laptop. She unscrewed her water bottle and poured a small cup. Her movements were brisk yet tinged with defiance. Anyone could see she was in a foul mood. Jinyue, want to go see a movie together? Chun Hao was at it again, his admiration for Jiang Jinyue soaring even higher. She wasn't swayed by a playboy like Tang Luochuan, a rich second-generation lad. A good girl from a well-off family, not materialistic. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What movie? Jiang Jinyue's voice rose slightly, her gaze unconsciously flickering backward. She wanted to see Tang Luochuan's reaction to her words. Would he get jealous? Would he be upset? If only Tang Luochuan would apologize right now, she would definitely forgive him. Come and say sorry to me, she thought irritably. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. This was the first time the goddess had deigned to look at him. Let me see. It's called The Bund Princess's Pursuit of Her Husband. Chun Hao stammered out, the title caught off guard. He hadn't even booked tickets. It wasn't a popular movie, just a niche romantic film. But it was suitable for a date. Only the name was too suggestive. Jiang Jinyue's brow furrowed deeper. She turned to Chun Hao. Are you doing this on purpose? No, that's the actual name. Want to pick another one? Jiang Jinyue straightened up, speaking as if to the air. I'll see if I have time tonight. Let's talk later. She didn't dare commit fully. She was still waiting for Tang Luochuan to apologize or show jealousy. If she agreed outright, it would all be over. Last time, Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian had scolded her, saying she was too aloof, and had lectured the boy. No wonder he ignores you. Jiang Jinyue's peripheral vision still caught Tang Luochuan. If he doesn't look at me, he's deliberately annoying me. If he steals a glance, then there's still hope. But Jiang Jinyue hadn't anticipated that Tang Luochuan was staring straight at her. This little lady is showing me attitude, he muttered to himself. As soon as she entered, their eyes met, and she gave him a cold glare before turning away. Her subsequent movements, grabbing her book, laptop, and opening the water bottle, were all exaggeratedly forceful. Tang Luochuan was genuinely afraid she might hurl her notebook at his head. He regretted not choosing body enhancement earlier. But he felt no shame. If he wanted to look, he would. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi arrived at that moment, both clearly having slept poorly. Spotting Tang Luochuan, they intended to sit beside him, but found no seats. They settled for random spots, only to see Tang Luochuan get up and move next to them. What's the matter? Not enjoying the beauties surrounding you? Zhang Ming teased with a grin. Tang Luochuan cut it out. They're all drenched in perfume. Go take a whiff, it's cloying. Zhou Qi hooked an arm around his shoulder and whispered, Jiang Jinyue has been cursing you under her breath these past 2 days. I heard her. What did she say? Zhou Qi mumbled a string of words. Tang Luochuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Jiang Jinyue in the distance. She cursed that harshly. Did she really say that? Jiang Jinyue meanwhile noticed the boy's new seat, closer to her. He's doing it on purpose. Definitely. He wants to talk to me, but can't swallow his pride, so he's using the seat change to sneak closer. And Zhou Qi must have put in a good word for me. These past 2 days I've been so down, and Zhou Qi saw it all. Now that Tang Luochuan knows, he'll surely feel sorry for me. He still says he doesn't care about me. The more Jiang Jinyue thought about it, the more convinced she became. In her mind, an entire drama had already unfolded. Yet the habit of dozing off in class remained unbroken, especially since he had already mastered all this knowledge. The only moments of lucidity came from chatting with Shun Mayan. None of the students who entered this university were poor learners. Even Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi listened attentively. Of course, comprehension varied from person to person. Yet their attitude toward learning remained earnest, except for Tang Luochuan and Jiang Jinyue. After hearing one sentence, he could predict the professor's next word, finding it utterly uninteresting and a waste of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyue would listen for a while, take notes, and then steal a glance at Tang Luochuan. He's distracted. Because of me. He's probably been struggling these past few days, thinking about how to patch things up with me later. The girl resumed her inner monologue, which was essentially a form of self-conquest. No one told her that if she kept thinking this way, she would fall for this boy. After 3 sessions of morning classes, the last period remained a self-study session. Returning to the fixed classroom only intensified the awkwardness. Because Jiang Jinyue's seat was directly in front of Tang Luochuan, Jiang Jinyue practically rushed back, not waiting for Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian. She wanted to sit down first, leaving the awkwardness for Tang Luochuan. But the boy had no idea her mind was churning so intensely. She had just replied to Shen Mayan's WeChat message. Shen Mayan was coming to their class to study. For sophomore students who had grown accustomed to the university's rules, they naturally knew that teachers wouldn't monitor self-study sessions. Even during regular classes, it was entirely up to oneself. Only the newcomers, those who had just graduated from high school, would follow the rules so strictly. Jiang Jinhua lowered her head, gazing at her textbook. From the corner of her eye, she had already noticed Tang Luochuan's B27 Uptown low-top sneakers, 980 yuan a pair. He was the only one in the class wearing them. Old Tang, what brand are those shoes? Zhou Qi struck up a conversation with him. Tang Luochuan Diao. Huh? What? There's a brand with a name like that. Dior? Dior. Ha ha ha, damn. Several boys burst out laughing as they returned to their seats. Jiang Jinue's back remained straight. She felt Tang Luochuan walk past her. She felt the boy sit down behind her. She felt the desk behind her push forward slightly. He's doing this on purpose. Just then Chun Hao leaned over again. He glanced at Tang Luochuan too, offering the other a smile. You're back. Tang Luochuan nodded back. Yeah, I'm back. Then he pulled his chair over and sat beside Jiang Jinhua, taking out his phone. Jinhua, look. This. How about this restaurant for dinner tonight? My treat, and for the movie you can watch whatever you want. Or we could stroll through the night market instead. Jiang Jinhua glanced at the boy's phone. It was a Western restaurant averaging 500 yuan per person, which wasn't bad. But she truly had no interest. Chen Hao. You. Just as she was about to politely decline, a voice came from the doorway. Luochuan. It was Shen Mayan. Everyone turned to look at her. Shen Mayan's complexion was completely different from Jiang Jinue's. The girl had a blush on her cheeks, radiating confidence and vitality, completely unbothered by the gazes of her younger classmates. She had done everything she set out to do and was already Tang Luochuan's woman. She no longer wanted to hide anything, just waiting until graduation when they'd find jobs and get married. She had already planned everything in her heart. The girl carried her laptop and walked over quickly. Zhou Qi stood up. Old Zhang, let's move over there. Zhang Ming glanced at the seat. Just give the senior student some space. Can't you just go over there yourself? Zhou Qi, won't you even keep me company? I'll feel so lonely. Zhang Ming grumbled while standing up. I even accompany you to sleep at night anyway. Tang Luochuan was shocked. Holy shit, you're telling me when I'm not around. You too. Quite the variety, huh? Get lost, it was just a joke. Zhang Ming glared at him, then moved with Zhou Qi to make space. No one was surprised by Shen Mayan's arrival. Everyone knew that Jiang Jinhua and Tang Luochuan had broken up. The news that Shen Mayan had slept with Tang Luochuan had spread everywhere. Shen Mayan did have a protective circle, but it was far too weak. Tang Luochuan's several luxury cars had broken right through it. Not a single person dared to challenge him. Jiang Jinhua stared intently at Shen Mayan, seeing unmistakable happiness radiating from the girl's face. Jinhua, hi. Shen Mayan passed by her side and greeted her softly. Jiang Jinhua also nodded slightly. Hello, senior. She thought the girl would simply walk past, but Shen Mayan gently patted her shoulder. Was it comfort or encouragement? Tang Luochuan moved aside to make room, letting the girl sit on the inside. In a couple of days, our arts department is organizing a welcome party for new students. Would you like to participate? As a freshman representative, Shen Mayan asked this right away. Over there, Chun Hao was still holding his phone, continuing to gesture. Jinhua, what about this one? Or, he had already noticed the girl wasn't interested in listening to him anymore. But once a sycophant's nature was triggered, there was no turning back. I don't have any talents, can't sing or dance. I'll just be part of the audience. Well, then I'll arrange a good seat for you at the time. Shen Mayan blinked her watery eyes at him. Tang Luochuan whispered in the girl's ear, the darkest corner would be best. Hee naughty. Shen Mayan's voice wasn't soft at all, and it quickly stabbed the front row girl's nerves. Sorry, I don't have time. Jiang Jinhua rejected the invitation. Shen Hao could see clearly that it was all because of Tang Luochuan that his progress was going so poorly. Why don't we go sit over there for a bit? I also know a pretty good script murder mystery store. No thanks, and I don't like those either. Jiang Jinhua rejected again, her voice so cold it could chill one's heart. Shen Mayan quickly fell silent discreetly, giving Tang Luochuan a meaningful look. Just then another person walked in through the doorway. Oatmeal-colored, oversized blazer, black silk slip dress, white Adidas-style shoes. The woman stood at the doorway, her gaze sweeping across the classroom, precisely locking onto Tang Luochuan, and Shen Mayan beside him, and Jiang Jinhua in the front row. Excuse me, is Jiang Jinhua in this class? Su Wantong. Everyone's eyes in the classroom focused on the woman at the doorway. Even Shen Mayan couldn't help but swallow, so beautiful. Jiang Jinhua stared at the woman, not knowing her. But the woman's gaze at her clearly carried a certain scrutiny and hostility. That's me. Jiang Jinhua stood up, her clear and cold voice carrying confusion. And you are? The woman's lips curved slightly upward, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, her aura extraordinarily powerful, Su Wantong Dance Academy of Shanghai Theater Academy. As she spoke, she walked over, her smile not diminishing in the slightest, but her tone had already shifted. Ming Xian's childhood sweetheart. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Tang Luochuan felt somewhat at a loss. Though Zhou Qi and the others had told him about that incident back then, he hadn't witnessed it himself. He hadn't given it any thought at all. But everyone else present that day had experienced it firsthand and still remembered it clearly. Chun Hao suddenly stood up. What do you want with Jin Wei? This clearly wasn't a friendly visit, it was more like coming to make a show of force. He definitely had to step up. Your boyfriend, do? Su Wantong glanced at Chun Hao with disdain. Jiang Jinwei quickly shook her head no. This response seemed even more directed at Tang Luochuan behind her. Do you have business? Jiang Jinyue's tone was calm, the other's smile remained gentle. But at this moment anyone could see that Su Wantong's presence was far more commanding. I heard that Ming Xian came to the school to find you a few days ago. Su Wantong withdrew her gaze, staring directly at Jiang Jinwei. He also gave you roses and a necklace. Yes, he gave them, but I didn't accept them. Jiang Jinwei said calmly. If you came here because of this, then you can go back. I have no interest in him. Then you should tell him that in person. Su Wantong took out her phone and handed it to the other. I'll pay for the call. Who do you think you are? If you won't make the call, that means you do have feelings for him. Stop causing trouble here and go back to your own school. Jiang Jinwei showed no signs of backing down. Chun Hao stepped forward. Leave quickly, you're not welcome here. Su Wantong suddenly pointed her finger at them. Little brother, stop being a sycophant. That girl doesn't even give Gao Mingxian the time of day, and you don't even qualify as a backup. Hearing this, Chun Hao was dazed. Could she see through it so easily? His situation was indeed awkward. You? Jiang Jinwei wanted to say more, having never been subjected to such humiliation in her life. She felt utterly mortified, having lost all face. Shinmayan couldn't help but stand up. Stop making trouble here. Leave immediately. And who are you? I'm her senior at school. Su Wantong picked a seat and sat down. Senior. Humph. I shouldn't be here, but my childhood sweetheart has been seduced by this Jiang Jinwei. Let me. Come on, make the call. Just shut up, already acting all mature and sophisticated. Doesn't have much going on up top anyway. Jiang Jinwei, call that guy for her. Hurry, hurry. A sudden voice broke the standoff. Tang Luochuan sat with his leg crossed, twirling a pen in his hand, his tone dripping with impatience. Oh, a handsome guy stepping up. Su Wantong chuckled softly, glancing at Jiang Jinwei. Your little sweetheart. Heh. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. The woman was a bit overbearing, but at least she wasn't hurling insults. He could tolerate that. What are you laughing at? Sister, I think you're pretty good too. Stop chasing Gao Mingxian and come with me. I'll take care of you. Everyone. Is Tang Luochuan some kind of dog? Flirting with everyone. Heh. Su Wantong also smiled lightly. At this moment it was about who could keep their composure. She feigned surprise. Why? Because obviously Gao Mingxian won't give you the time of day, so you had no choice but to come here causing trouble. Tang Luochuan hit the nail on the head. Su Wantong's expression shifted. It was indeed the case. In Longhua, men could marry multiple wives, so she shouldn't really mind. She and Gao Mingxian weren't exactly childhood sweethearts, just had known each other for years, secretly harboring feelings for him all along. In previous years, Gao Mingxian had always been warm whenever they met, though that was only limited to interactions between their families. A brother-sister dynamic. In these past 2 years, Gao Mingxian had gone abroad. She waited for a long time and finally he returned. But the moment he got off the plane, Gao Mingxian went directly to find Jiang Jinwei. She knew who Jiang Jinwei was. Though they had never interacted, Su Wantong viewed her as a potential rival. Su Wantong's face grew uncomfortable. She pulled out her phone again and handed it to Jiang Jinwei. Make the call. Jiang Jinwei turned to look at Tang Luochuan. The moment for a hero to rescue the beauty. How could Tang Luochuan not recognize it? However, this girl left Tang Luochuan somewhat hesitant. Make the call. But don't fall in love with me after. You. Jiang Jinwei was completely dumbfounded. She'd expected the guy to be a bit gentler at this moment. Never expected him to still be this shameless. Shinmayan gave him a resentful look. Just stop adding fuel to the fire. Tang Luochuan explained. If she doesn't call, this woman isn't leaving. Su Wantong was stunned. After a few seconds she asked, who are you talking about? No. Sister, you're very beautiful. Tang Luochuan waved his hands repeatedly. She's about to make the call. Jiang Jinwei didn't take the other person's phone. Instead, she pulled out her own phone, then turned to look at Tang Luochuan. Tears finally fell. What do I say after making the call? Everyone watched her. The girl felt like a clown. But most people were just watching the spectacle. Tang Luochuan cleared his throat using a feminine voice. Just say. Mingxian Gij, I miss you. There's a little vixen named Su Wantong here. Tang Luochuan. Shinmayan nearly lost it. Ha ha ha. The classroom erupted in laughter. Even Jiang Jinwei couldn't help but inhale, sharply forcing down her urge to laugh. The tense atmosphere suddenly turned comedic by this kid. Only Su Wantong stared at him in bewilderment. She considered herself a few years older than the people here. She was 21 this year, currently in her internship period. Her family background was no worse than Jiang Jinyue's. She relied more on her imposing presence and composed confidence, which should definitely intimidate the other party. But this Tang Luochuan who suddenly appeared, he simply didn't care at all. Tang Luochuan stopped messing around. Shen Mayan stomped her feet in anger. Tang Luochuan took Jiang Jinyue's phone and directly dialed that number. Leave it to me. Shen Mayan worried. Don't do anything crazy. I won't do anything crazy. The call connected. Tang Luochuan turned on the speakerphone. Hey Jinhua. The guy on the other end spoke with a hint of excitement, a tone that greatly displeased Su Wantong. Is this Mr. Gao? I'm Tang Luochuan, a classmate of Jiang Jinhua. Gao Mingxian was startled. Tang classmate. Is something wrong? A smile slowly spread across Tang Luochuan's face. Seeing this woman bullying Jiang Jinhua, he felt somewhat indignant. He hadn't worked things out with Jiang Jinhua. He honestly felt it was a pity. Her looks, figure, and family were all good. The only issue was her dull personality. He needed to let her experience some pain, make her pursue her love in a romantic hellfire. Only then could this girl change. Oh, Tang Luochuan was about to burst out laughing. He glanced at the time. Class was almost over. Shen Mayan sensed something was wrong. Jiang Jinhua looked at him expectantly, wondering what he'd say. Everyone knew this guy was up to no good. Even Su Wantong was getting nervous. Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. I slept with both Jiang Jinhua and Su Wantong. Just letting you know. Goodbye. Ha ha. After saying this, he hung up directly. He stuffed the phone back into Jiang Jinyue's hand, waved his hand grandly. Old Zhang, old Zhou. Let's go eat. The words hadn't even finished when the classroom bell rang. Let's go. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming immediately stood up. The three guys didn't give a damn, rushing toward the door like crazy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they vanished without a trace. As they ran, Zhou Qi laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, holy shit. Old Tang, you're so ballsy. Tang Luochuan. Ha ha, looking at that girl's expression, it just pissed me off. Zhang Ming, you're too ruthless. How are they supposed to explain this? Anyway, Jiang Jinhua won't be able to explain this one. Tang Luochuan, I don't give a damn. Jiang Jinhua also gave me attitude, and I can't stand this Su Wantong either. Damn it, I'm not afraid of causing trouble. Worst case, they can kick me out. Tang Luochuan ran off after causing trouble, leaving three bewildered girls behind. Shen Mayan thought, how could he do that? It was a shock of complete unpreparedness. Jiang Jinhua thought, how could he do that? It was a shock tinged with a secret delight of being claimed. He does care about me. Su Wantong thought, how could he do that? It was a feeling of incomprehension, a panic after being suddenly caught off guard, and then considering how to explain things to Gao Mingxian. Only then did the rest of the class slowly rise, glancing at the three dazed girls, and then at the corridor where the trio had long disappeared. They then prepared to head to the cafeteria. Chen Hao also stood up from beside Jiang Jinhua, looking at her with a sense of despair. If she were his girlfriend, and Tang Luochuan provoked him like that, he would have turned hostile regardless of how rich the other was. This touched upon a man's bottom line, being cuckolded. But she wasn't his girl, and he was just a simp. If Tang Luochuan were poor, he could have retorted, but unfortunately the guy had money. More critically, that guy had no filter, and none of the three women refuted him. Especially Jiang Jinhua. She didn't object. Could she be secretly pleased? Looking at Jiang Jinyue's slightly flushed cheeks, Chen Hao sighed. A simp in the end gains nothing. He said no more, got up, and silently left. In the cafeteria, Tang Luochuan had switched into eating mode. I'll get a meal card tomorrow. This meal was still paid for by Zhang Ming, as Tang Luochuan had recently given him, and Zhou Qi 1,000 yuan each. The money was far from spent. And since Tang Luochuan still didn't have his own meal card, treating him to a meal was only natural. Zhang Ming said with a sly grin, Bro, if you give us 2,000 a month, we'll treat you to meals every day. Zhou Qi chimed in. We can even bring you food. Tang Luochuan was that rich, and he only ate lunch on campus. He had already mentioned he would apply for off-campus living. A lunch wasn't worth much, and by taking turns treating him, they could even make a profit. Tang Luochuan shook his head. Dream on. Hurry up and eat. After this, we'll head back to the dorm for a nap. Those three women will come after me to hold me accountable soon. Zhang Ming said, You just talk tough and then refuse to take responsibility. It's not like I actually slept with them. What if that Gao Mingxian comes after you? Him? Humph. Tang Luochuan said dismissively, he won't for now. Su Wantong is his admirer, and he's avoiding her. Jiang Jinhua doesn't like him either. Why would he come? To have Su Wantong cling to him? Or to make Jiang Jinhua dislike him even more? He paused and added, at most. He'll talk to me privately. Zhou Qi frowned slightly. Isn't that even more troublesome? No, I have a protective charm. What charm? Jiang Jinyue's parents. I heard the Gao and Jiang families are old friends. Would Gao Mingxian disrespect her parents? Besides, I'm just a kid. Would he have the nerve to bully me? Hearing this, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi's mouths twitched. What the hell did he mean by, I'm just a kid? Tang Luochuan was also puzzled that he had made such a judgment in an instant, knowing the relationship was tricky. But this train of thought seemed to be his brain's instinctive reaction. Before he could finish his meal, the girls had already arrived. Shen Mian was pulling Jiang Jinyue along, who was acting a bit coy as if she didn't want to come near him. But her body was honest, and Shen Mian had no trouble dragging her over. Behind them were Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian, Jiang Jinyue's roommates, who had witnessed all the commotion today. However, the two girls had differing opinions. One thought Tang Luochuan's behavior was like a domineering CEO, aggressively possessive, if the other saw it as hooliganism, taking advantage of the girls. Yuanyuan. Before Tang Luochuan could say anything, Zhang Ming immediately stood up, offering his seat. You sit here. Seeing Su Yuanyuan and Zhang Ming together made Jiang Jinyue feel even worse. That day out she was supposed to be with Tang Luochuan, but those two had ended up hitting it off. Although they were still in the ambiguous stage, not fully committed, Su Yuanyuan was clearly already smitten. And it was partly Tang Luochuan's doing. Every time Su Yuanyuan returned to the dorm, she would mumble, Zhang Ming and Tang Luochuan are roommates. Tang Luochuan will look after him in the future. As for Lu Xian, after eating Zhang Wenxiang's meal, she broke up with him. She wasn't stupid, she wanted to find a suitable boyfriend around Tang Luochuan. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi already had a partner. Su Yuanyuan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down beside Zhang Ming, but her gaze kept drifting to Tang Luochuan, and then to Jiang Jinyue. By now Shen Mian had calmed down and said, Luochuan, explain yourself clearly. Before she could finish, Su Wantong's voice came from behind, right? Explain yourself. She had chased after them. Tang Luochuan took a sip of porridge and said, Senior, my furniture is arriving at my place this afternoon. Can you help me sort it out? You don't have classes after 2, right? They'll be there at 2:40. I'm talking about what just happened. You need to explain. Shen Mian was a bit anxious as she had a good impression of Jiang Jinyue. Whether they dated or not wasn't a big deal, but Tang Luochuan's words were causing chaos in their relationships. I actually really like Jiang. Tang Luochuan spoke directly. Jiang Jinyue started pretending again, turning her body away as if she hadn't heard, but she bit her lower lip hard to suppress a smile. Then she muttered softly, liar. But Tang Luochuan wasn't done. He looked at Su Wantong and said, I like this sister too. She's from Shanghai Academy of Drama, with such a great figure. The four of us could live together so well. Sister, don't be with Gao Mingxian. Be my admirer. No, my girlfriend. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. Many nearby, whether they knew him or not, found it hard to believe, feeling their worldview shaken. All eyes focused on him. What are you talking about? Su Wantong gritted her teeth. In Dragon Country, men were typically reserved and introverted. No one had ever seen such a bold confession. Weren't you just acting all tough? What's wrong? Can't I pursue you? Do you even know who Gao Mingxian is? He's way out of your league, you poor student. Su Wantong tried to retort. Hey. My bro is richer than that Gao Mingxian of yours. Drop the poor part. Zhou Qi put down his chopsticks and suddenly spoke up. But he glanced at Tang Luochuan with a hint of uncertainty and whispered, right. He wasn't entirely sure which of the two was richer. Tang Luochuan was lazy and carefree, while Gao Mingxian was a man of society with more years of experience and a more imposing presence. Although that imposing presence came mainly from that Rolls-Royce and the off-freshmen held for successful members of society. It was all superficial. Tang Luochuan was naturally not very serious, radiating approachability, and being a fellow student, he naturally lacked such pressure. Tang Luochuan blinked, indicating that what the other person said was correct. You shameless. Su Wantong's chest heaved with anger, her delicate face finally losing its composure. Think having money makes you great. What is Gao Mingxian's status, and what is yours? You think having some money can compare to brother Mingxian? You think I'm the kind of woman who covets wealth? Su Wantong took 2 deep breaths. I care about my reputation, and I know the mindset of spoiled rich kids like you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. Shanghai Theater Academy was truly a school only children from wealthy families could afford to attend. While Su Wantong's family couldn't compare to the Jiang family, it was still far beyond what ordinary families could manage. So she had also seen many second-generation rich kids. No. Sister, look at it this way. You should be happy now. Explain your innocence to Gao Mingxian, and while you're at it, smear Jiang Jinyue and my relationship. Think about it. You've got a freshman brother pursuing you now, and you can also damage Jiang Jinyue's image in Gao Mingxian's mind. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Right. Tang Luochuan analyzed things so convincingly. Shen Mian was baffled, looked at the guy for a few seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to play games. But Su Wantong listened intently. Right now Gao Mingxian had called several times, but Jiang Jinyue hadn't answered any of them, and she was too afraid to pick up. But what the guy said actually made some sense, though the part about him having slept with her was truly unpleasant. Then you call him. Su Wantong softened her tone slightly, saying this to Jiang Jinyue. Call him herself. Not a chance. Neither of them was stupid. Her own explanation would just be one-sided. How could Gao Mingxian believe her? He might even blame her for causing trouble. Jiang Jinyue paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Tang Luochuan's analysis went on and on. Shen Mian was completely bewildered, looking at the boy for several seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to manipulate people. But Su Wantong absorbed every word. Right now Gao Mingxian had called several times, but Jiang Jinyu hadn't answered any of them, and she was too afraid to pick up. But what the guy said actually made some sense, though the part about him having slept with her was truly unpleasant. Then you call him. Su Wantong softened her tone slightly, saying this to Jiang Jinyu. Call him himself. Not a chance. Neither of them was stupid. His own explanation would just be one-sided. How could Gao Mingxian believe him? He might even blame him for causing trouble. Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Tang Luochuan's analysis went on and on. Shen Mian was completely bewildered, looking at the boy for several seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to manipulate people. But Su Wantong absorbed every word. Right now Gao Mingxian had called several times, but Jiang Jinyu hadn't answered any of them, and she was too afraid to pick up. But what the guy said actually made some sense, though the part about him having slept with her was truly unpleasant. Then you call him. Su Wantong softened her tone slightly, saying this to Jiang Jinyu. Call him himself. Not a chance. Neither of them was stupid. His own explanation would just be one-sided. How could Gao Mingxian believe him? He might even blame him for causing trouble. Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Tang Luochuan's analysis went on and on. Shen Mian was completely bewildered, looking at the boy for several seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to manipulate people. But Su Wantong absorbed every word. Right now Gao Mingxian had called several times, but Jiang Jinyu hadn't answered any of them, and she was too afraid to pick up. But what the guy said actually made some sense, though the part about him having slept with her was truly unpleasant. Then you call him. Su Wantong softened her tone slightly, saying this to Jiang Jinyu. Call him himself. Not a chance. Neither of them was stupid. His own explanation would just be one-sided. How could Gao Mingxian believe him? He might even blame him for causing trouble. Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Tang Luochuan's analysis went on and on. Shen Mian was completely bewildered, looking at the boy for several seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to manipulate people. But Su Wantong absorbed every word. Right now Gao Mingxian had called several times, but Jiang Jinyu hadn't answered any of them, and she was too afraid to pick up. But what the guy said actually made some sense, though the part about him having slept with her was truly unpleasant. Then you call him. Su Wantong softened her tone slightly, saying this to Jiang Jinyu. Call him himself. Not a chance. Neither of them was stupid. His own explanation would just be one-sided. How could Gao Mingxian believe him? He might even blame him for causing trouble. Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Tang Luochuan's analysis went on and on. Shen Mian was completely bewildered, looking at the boy for several seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to manipulate people. But Su Wantong absorbed every word. Right now Gao Mingxian had called several times, but Jiang Jinyu hadn't answered any of them, and she was too afraid to pick up. But what the guy said actually made some sense, though the part about him having slept with her was truly unpleasant. Then you call him. Su Wantong softened her tone slightly, saying this to Jiang Jinyu. Call him himself. Not a chance. Neither of them was stupid. His own explanation would just be one-sided. How could Gao Mingxian believe him? He might even blame him for causing trouble. Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Jiang Jinyu paused, looking at Tang Luochuan in surprise. Just whose scheme was this guy pulling? Call him, make it clear. Tang Luochuan spoke up. How do I make it clear? Just say I was talking nonsense that you and I are together. We've even shared a bed, but Su Wantong hasn't. Otherwise what? You'd say you're not with me. Doesn't that imply you care about Gao Mingxian? Are you too quick to explain? Tang Luochuan's analysis went on and on. Shen Mian was completely bewildered, looking at the boy for several seconds before saying, Luochuan, you really know how to manipulate people. But Su Wantong absorbed every word. 3 kids. Tang Luochuan froze for a half second, then broke into an even wider grin. This woman. Here they were in such a moment, and she was still fixated on national family planning policy. Fine. 3 it is. He released his grip on Jiang Jinyue's cheek and ruffled her hair instead. So we've got a deal. Once outside the restaurant, Tang Luochuan sent Shen Mian an address with the unit number. Since Freshman had an early dismissal in the afternoon, his hotel stay was coming to an end anyway. His car had already been arranged to the new place, and furniture delivery was scheduled for that afternoon. It would be convenient for Shen Mian to go over and help him inspect everything. Jiang Jinyue finally caught what she'd said, and her entire face flushed crimson from the base of her neck all the way to her earlobes. Tang Luochuan glanced at his phone. It was still on the call. It was just that Gao Mingxian on the other end had gone completely silent, presumably furious. Not wanting to stir up further trouble, Tang Luochuan kept his tone calm. Mr. Gao, my name is Tang Luochuan. I'm Jiang Jinyue's classmate. When it comes to matters of the heart, both parties need to be equally committed. I hope you'll stop harassing my girlfriend from now on. As for what happened before, I'll let it go. He couldn't really hold it against him anyway. Back then, he and Jiang Jinyue hadn't been anything more than acquaintances. But he wanted to plant a warning in Gao Mingxuan's mind nonetheless. But the anticipated anger never came. Instead, Gao Mingxuan's voice rang out with unexpected cheerfulness. Ha! Wonderful, wonderful. Young man, congratulations. Congratulations. Jinyue is a fine girl. She's been pampered since childhood. I trust you can afford to take care of her properly. The pointed remark in Gao Mingxuan's words was clear. It wasn't about caring for her well, but whether he could truly support her lifestyle. Gao Mingxian knew Jiang Jinyue's family intimately. The girl received 200,000 monthly allowance alone. That's 2 million a year. He held no attachments to outdated notions of virginity. Everything came down to interests. In his particular circle, daughters of wealthy families set exacting standards that bound men just as firmly. Unlike marrying someone from an ordinary background where a man might take multiple wives at will. When marrying a woman of equal standing, remarrying meant answering to her family's conditions. After all, she came with her own leverage. That's precisely why Gao Mingxian hadn't dared approach Su Wantong directly. He wasn't foolish. He could see Su Wantong's beauty clearly and knew she harbored feelings for him, yet he stayed away regardless. The Jiang family's objections loomed large. This wasn't merely a union between two individuals or even two families. It was a merger of two powerful interests. Divorce would drag through parental interference and shareholder resistance, making dissolution anything but simple. Corporate stock and equity divisions would become weapons of leverage. Gao Mingxian played the long game, knowing Jiang Jinyue would eventually grow weary of her partner's stinginess once they spent time together. She wouldn't tolerate his spending habits either, and the Jiang parents would undoubtedly object. How could they bear to see their daughter marry down to some penniless youth? Even if the boy weren't destitute, how many people nationwide possess fortunes exceeding 100 million, and of those how many fall within the right age bracket? He simply refused to believe this young man shared such wealth. The truth was straightforward. Jiang Jinyue was naive, wrapped up in unrealistic romantic fantasies. I appreciate your blessing. Tang Luochuan responded, catching the underlying meaning, but choosing to disregard it. He simply hoped the call would end here with no future encounters. He naive, Gao Mingxian muttered under his breath as he ended the call, uncertain whether Tang Luochuan had actually heard him. Tang Luochuan and his companions, however, had caught every word. The voice was quiet, but unmistakably clear. Naive. Tang Luochuan glanced at the phone and offered a faint smile. I hope you keep thinking that way. He handed the phone back to Jiang Jingyue with a gentle reminder. Jiang, you made a promise, remember? Don't put that moral burden on me. When have I done that? You admitted it yourself. You're threatening me. Pinching your face counts as a threat. Oh, come on, our Yaya keeps her word right. The food's getting cold. Su Yuanyuan quickly intervened to smooth things over. Lu Xian also stood up, pulled Jiang Jingyue to sit beside her, and whispered, don't put up a fight. You can't win against him. He's practically turning you into a dog. Just do as he says. Jiang Jingyue kept her head down, saying nothing. Shen Mayan watched her and saw a reflection of herself from that night at the hotel. So I looked exactly like this back then. She thought to herself. Tang Luochuan turned his gaze towards Su Wantong. Sister, everything's been said clearly now. You can rest easy. Su Wantong opened her mouth, confusion written all over her face. After a moment's thought, she finally asked, did you use me as an excuse to cause trouble just to win over Jiang Jingyue? Oh, yes, exactly. Huh. Wait, does that have anything to do with you? You got what you wanted too. Jiang Jingyue isn't involved with Gao Mingxian anymore. She's my girlfriend now. Aren't you happy about that? Su Wantong's heart pounded. Watching that young man flirt with Jiang Jingyue had been quite entertaining, honestly. You should thank me. Oh, thanks. Su Wantong replied somewhat blankly, though she couldn't quite see what she had to be grateful for. After the girls left, the remaining few finally finished their meal. Senior sister, I'd like to talk to Tang Luochuan privately for a bit, is that okay? Jiang Jingyue was already setting her own rules, making sure to check with Shen Mayan first before spending time alone with Tang Luochuan. Shen Mayan immediately nodded upon hearing this. Of course. From now on, we're all family. Right, family, Zhang Ming agreed. Tang Luochuan muttered, what does that have to do with you? Shen Mayan had also heard about the property purchase, but it was merely a number, impressive as it was. Numbers, after all, were just numbers. They didn't carry much emotional weight. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Jingyue walked beside Tang Luochuan and asked, what were you thinking? You ignored me this morning. You were giving me the silent treatment, Tang Luochuan replied. But you just walked away that day. I was so upset. Tang Luochuan continued, why are you even attending university? To improve myself. To learn. Exactly. It's because you don't understand. When you don't know something, you need to study more. Shen and I are already together, and that's my success story. So, stop clinging to your outdated ways. Nobody's going to give you the time of day. Then where do I start learning? Start with kissing. Jiang Jingyue stumbled suddenly and nearly fell. The boy quickly steadied her by the waist. Are you okay? Can we start with something else first? Then learn to hold while kissing, or lying down. That's middle school level stuff. You as a first grader aren't ready for that yet. In a couple of days, I'll teach you the university level ones. And there's also the advanced doctoral version with lots of variations. Whoa. Tang Luochuan didn't finish, but Jiang Jingyue quickly covered his mouth. You're ridiculous. The boy gently pried her fingers away and leaned in closer, smiling. Look, you're blushing. That's what being in love feels like. Aren't you feeling a little flutter in your heart? After his words, Jiang Jingyue felt it. There was indeed something stirring inside her. She lowered her head, trying to appear calm, but eventually nodded. Tang Luochuan suddenly leaned and closed his face, nearly touching hers, and said softly, call me big brother. The two strolled slowly along the tree-lined path of the campus. Jiang Jingyue let him hold her, close her arm, unconsciously tensing, yet she had no intention of breaking free. After a while, the two arrived at a small pavilion tucked away in a corner of the campus. Surrounded by bamboo on all sides, the pavilion was quite secluded. Jiang Jingyue felt bewildered again. When surrounded by people, she felt embarrassed, yet now with fewer people around, she found the boy before her somewhat dangerous. This is far too secluded. Jiang Jingyue murmured quietly. Do you need to kiss in the middle of the square? Weren't you shy? Kiss. The two words flashed through the girl's mind. Was she finally going to give away her first kiss? She had kissed her family's puppy, her little niece, her little nephew. She had kissed her grandparents and parents on the cheek. Just never kissed a boy on the lips. Tang Luochuan sat beneath the cool pavilion, directly pulling the girl into his embrace, settling her on his lap. Jiang Jingyue tried her best to gaze straight ahead, her expression utterly uncomfortable. On her cold, elegant face, beads of sweat began to form, her breathing increasingly rapid. Lower your head. Call me brother. Jiang Jingyue was like a puppet on strings, biting her lip. This was far too contrasting to her usual icy goddess persona. Bro. Say it together. Brother. Jiang Jingyue uttered these two words, her voice barely a breath the air. She exhaled, brushing directly against the boy's face. A faint smile curved at the corner of Tang Luochuan's lips as he wrapped his arm around her waist. The girl's body stiffened. Before she could react, the boy's head had already drawn near. A soft, sweet pair of lips met her own. After 2 or 3 seconds they parted. Tang Luochuan whispered, "Fun." Jiang Jinhua felt a sensation of having been flirtatiously teased to the point of bliss, her shy smile surfacing. More. At this moment Tang Luochuan was no longer the little milk dog before Shen Mayan. He was the good brother, in Jiang Jinhua's eyes, guiding her step by step into the depths of tenderness. Jiang Jinhua, as if having discovered a new world, sat on the boy's lap with her arms wrapped around his neck. After a long while the two whispered quietly once more, "I want to kiss some more." Now the girl had grown more assertive. Fortunately, with no one around, she had relaxed considerably. "As you wish." Tang Luochuan obliged. Only then did Jiang Jinhua realize he had been right. Only after being together, only after entering the stage of romance, could one discover the meticulous care of a boy and experience his doting affection. All of this was simply impossible to predict beforehand. In the afternoon at 1 o'clock, Tang Luochuan swaggered back to the dorm, intending to rest for a while. The taste of the girl still lingered on his lips. "Old Tang, where are you going?" Zhang Ming suddenly descended from the stairway. "Where? To class, of course. Lunch break is over." "What the heck? This?" He had no choice. There was no time for a nap anymore, but he wasn't tired anyway. Nevertheless, he would have to retrace his steps, first going to the girls' dormitory to pick up his 2 girlfriends. Jiang Jinhua stood in the first-floor lobby at this moment, her posture straight, feet together, waiting for Tang Luochuan. Every movement of hers carried a touch of elegance. Shen Mayan stood beside her, arm around her waist, leaning on her shoulder. The 2 girls were whispering something, chatting and laughing. "The little wolf is here, and he suggested I move out." Shen Mayan spotted Tang Luochuan from afar. "Move out? Isn't that a bit too early? But he really is so gentle." "No, he's quite rough." "Oh, I mean he's very gentle at first." Shen Mayan realized she had misspoke. "Seniors, don't forget to go to the apartment this afternoon. I told the furniture company we'd meet at 240. All right, here's some pocket money for you too. Take it." "Pocket money?" Shen Mayan took out her phone. The amount he gave would definitely be over 10,000. That was her prediction for sure. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Shen Mayan was stunned when she saw the number. Jiang Jinhua wore the same expression. She knew he was wealthy. Her own monthly living expenses were 200 yuan. But if she were a boy, giving his girlfriend living expenses, the maximum would be 100 yuan. Yet this guy. Jiang Jinhua spoke up, "Don't your parents control your spending? Are you just wasting money like this?" "I'm not wasting it. Take it. This is just a month's allowance. You too. Be frugal." Tang Luochuan thought to himself, he earned 100 million a day. Giving his girlfriends 100 yuan a month was actually quite stingy by comparison. But after all, they were all students without any extra expenses. Shen Mayan held that brand new phone, swallowing hard. For this woman, dignity and restraint mattered most. Her parents had always told her that a poor man should never lack ambition. No matter how wealthy others might be, as long as one worked hard and earned money through honest means, there was no need to grovel or envy others. It's all just chicken soup. Shen Mayan gazed at the money in her hands. She was only 19 years old. Her greatest fortune was the few thousand yuan in her pocket, which included the modest sum she had earned from a summer job. She knew deeply how difficult it was to earn money. Working 9 to 10 hours a day at a summer job, a female college student had saved just over 600 yuan over 2 months. She had even given some to her family. This was already her proudest accomplishment. Knowledge could change destiny, and effort could change life, but it could never change things to the extent it had for Tang Luochuan. "Luochuan, this is too much." Shen Mayan spoke up. Tang Luochuan looked at her, saying nothing. Normally speaking, Shen Mayan would have continued with the next half of that sentence, "I can't accept this." But several seconds later, Shen Mayan didn't say another word. After all, it was simply too shattering. It had completely shattered her worldview. Tang Luochuan deliberately teased her, "So do you want it or not?" "It's just too much," Shen Mayan said with her lips, but watching the boy's expression, she quietly pocketed the phone and asked, "Is this every month?" "Yes, every month." "Oh." Shen Mayan said nothing else, only feeling deeply embarrassed. She had lost face this time. The question of whether to accept, she didn't dare respond. Deep in her heart, she definitely wanted it. But she knew Tang Luochuan understood her personality too well. He would probably continue teasing her, saying, "If you don't want to give it back to me." Faced with 100 yuan, she simply couldn't withstand the teasing. Then there was Jiang Jinhua. Shen Mayan pulled the girl aside. "Jinhua." Luochuan's kind gesture. "What do you think?" She was worried that Jiang Jinhua, who wasn't short on money, might say, "I don't need this." If that happened, her own situation would be awkward. How could she accept if the other person refused? "I'll take it. Why wouldn't I?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinhua agreed directly. In truth, Shen Mayan had no money. Receiving so much made her feel like a gold digger, and she felt somewhat conflicted inside, yet she couldn't resist the temptation. As for Jiang Jinyue, she was wealthy. This amount of money meant nothing to her, so naturally her heart was at greater ease. When Shun Mayan heard this, her heart filled with secret joy, yet she still turned to Tang Luochuan and said, "Thank you." Guilt lingered within her heart, but she could not resist. Tang Luochuan understood and replied, "I'll handle the off-campus residency procedures later. You too. Let's talk about it later." Jiang Jinyue said with a proud air, grabbing Shun Mayan's hand as the two quickly walked away. She walked ahead of the boy, neither too far away nor stopping to wait for him. Shun Mayan turned back and deliberately made a face at him. And Jiang Jinyue finally shed her cold expression, a smile permanently etched on her lips as she sneakily glanced back at him. "Tch, those two." Tang Luochuan watched the two swaying figures ahead, unable to help but shake his head with a bemused smile. Not far away, Chun Hao and others were heading toward the teaching building, but his heart felt shattered into fragments. The afternoon classes were relatively peaceful. Around 2 o'clock, Shun Mayan left school and headed to Tang Luochuan's penthouse to let in the furniture company. In the classroom, Tang Luochuan had once again chosen a seat directly behind Jiang Jinyue. Beside the girl sat Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian. As everyone listened intently, this mischievous Tang Luochuan couldn't resist gently poking the girl's back with his pen. Jiang Jinyue pursed her lips, exuding a subtle pride of having a boyfriend, occasionally giving the desk behind her a firm shove. "Pay attention in class." The professor had already noticed the commotion and sternly reminded them. Tang Luochuan finally put down his pen, pretending to take notes with feigned concentration. In truth, now that his brain had been enhanced, he had already mastered everything being taught in these classes. Meanwhile, Shun Mayan had arrived at the residential complex where Tang Luochuan's apartment was located. Shun Mayan stood at the entrance of the complex, gazing upward at the towering glass-walled buildings. She thought she must have come to the wrong place. Jing'an Mansion, she murmured to herself, double-checking the address. A house worth over 50 million. So vastly different from one worth 1 million. She had asked herself what seemed like a foolish question, primarily because she couldn't quite accept the reality. The security guard approached politely, but with vigilance. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Oh, it's like this. Uncle, my name is Shun Mayan. I'm here to pick up a package for my boyfriend. And also to let in the furniture company." "Is your boyfriend a courier?" "Which building number?" "No, he purchased an apartment here. His name is Tang Luochuan." "Oh, please hold on." The guard quickly verified internally and confirmed the property owner indeed existed. "Sigh, what a waste of a beautiful flower." The young security guard sighed, having drawn hasty conclusions. He knew the complex, while having seen numerous older men with younger wives, so nothing surprised him anymore. Many wealthy individuals purchased apartments here to maintain a young mistress. Of course, their arrangements were legal. Many who practiced plural marriage found that their wives could not get along, leading them to simply avoid each other entirely. Each lived their own separate life. "Please hold on, let me make a quick call," the guard said, lifting his phone to speak with Shun Mayan outside the window. Shun Mayan nodded obediently. This was her first time visiting a residential complex with such strict security. Back in her hometown, every relative's home was completely open and accessible. The call connected quickly, and Tang Luochuan picked up. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Tang, this is the Jing'an Mansion Property Management. May I ask if Ms. Shun is coming to pick up a package and let in the furniture company? Is this correct?" "Yes, just let her in." "Very well." The guard responded, though internally quite surprised by how young the caller's voice sounded. Hanging up the phone, he walked outside. "Miss, the package station is on the left side of the entrance. All packages are there. After you pick up your package, come back, and I'll let you in." "Okay. Thank you, uncle. I'm 26 this year." "Oh." Shortly after, she retrieved one package, and the property management kindly lent her a small cart. The furniture company had also arrived. The complex consisted of just 4 buildings, but the land area was considerable, and the landscaping was meticulously designed. In a daze, Shun Mayan entered the complex, pushing the borrowed cart along a pathway meticulously laid with solid black granite slabs. She couldn't help but slow her pace, not from exhaustion, but because she was utterly stunned by the sight before her. Is this a residential complex or a park? What met her eyes was a landscape she had only seen in Suzhou garden documentaries. Several massive podocarpus trees dominated the entrance, their gnarled branches twisting like dragons, their crowns meticulously trimmed into perfectly rounded shapes, each standing an impressive 3 to 4 meters tall. She couldn't identify the tree species, but she knew for certain she had never seen such trees in a residential complex. Even if she had glimpsed them in a park, she had never encountered ones this magnificent. The winding path stretched forward, flanked by artfully arranged Taihu Lake rock gardens. A gentle stream trickled through the stone crevices, converging into a verdant green pond. Several koi fish glided through the pond, some as red as flames, others as white as snow, gracefully weaving beneath the water lily paths. Shun Mayan found herself completely enchanted. This was the complex her boyfriend had purchased. Could this be their future marital home? Shenmayan, have some dignity. What are you thinking? She scolded herself internally, taking a deep breath to suppress her mounting excitement. Taking a steadying breath, she managed to contain her overwhelming emotions. When she entered the elevator and the doors opened again, she realized the entire floor housed a single residence. Several uniformed figures waited before the grand entrance, employees from the furniture company. Hello, may I ask if you're Ms. Shun? The leading manager approached enthusiastically. Mr. Tang instructed that you have full authority over the inspection. We're the company's delivery team, and here's today's inventory. Huh. Shenmayan clutched the cart handle with one hand while accepting the checklist with the other. On campus, she commanded respect as a senior student, yet outside those familiar walls, she felt utterly lost and naive. Wasn't this supposed to be like calling a delivery service? When her eyes fell on the inventory, the girl was completely bewildered. This sofa. 2000. She swallowed hard. That's an RMB. Yes, indeed. The manager maintained a professional smile. Madam, please open the door. We'll begin arranging everything according to your preferences. Once we're done, we'll review each item together. Oh, all right. Shenmayan felt a strange mix of shock, curiosity, and utter confusion. Please come in. She managed, forcing herself to remain composed as she unlocked the door with the password Tang Luochuan had given her. Please be careful with everything. As the door swung open, an immediate hush fell over everyone. The workers couldn't help but gasp in admiration, while Shenmayan, standing behind them, was completely mesmerized by what lay before her. It was genuinely breathtaking. Floor-to-ceiling windows spanned the entire living room, with sunlight pouring in and dancing across the imported Italian marble floors. The river view stretched endlessly before her, as if the entire metropolis lay prostrate at their feet. This is exactly like the homes in those dramas, the brooding CEO and the sweet, innocent princess. Shenmayan was no stranger to such dramas. These romantic idol series, with their impeccable styling and costumes, had long shaped modern youth's aesthetic sensibilities. But some things were merely fantasies, like owning a luxurious mansion. And now those very fantasies stood right before her eyes. Ding, a phone notification chimed, alerting her to a message from Tang Luochuan. Tang Luochuan, wifey, you handle everything as you see fit. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. I've already paid. Tang Luochuan, damn this professor. Assigning homework in college. I thought there were supposed to be no assignments in university. Several more grumbling messages followed, but Shenmayan couldn't absorb a single word. In her heart, there was only that first message. Wifey. He called me wifey. You handle everything. He wants me to arrange things. Do I get to decide? And he says as long as I'm satisfied. A sense of being the protagonist washed over her. Shenmayan felt an overwhelming joy, a sweet sensation of being utterly cherished. Hee. Shenmayan let out a silly laugh and puffed out her chest. Well, then she wouldn't stand on ceremony. Hello, could this little sofa go over here? That small side table can go on the right, thanks. Shenmayan smiled sweetly and was very polite. The workers all did as she asked. Then the manager walked over. Miss Shen, let me go over the items with you, starting from the first one on the list. Please let me know if there's anything you're not satisfied with. Okay. There was indeed a lot of stuff. From the living room's leather sofa and hand-carved marble coffee table to the dining room's solid wood table and chairs and the custom upholstered bed in the bedroom. Shenmayan indeed adopted the demeanor of a lady of the house, checking each item carefully, afraid that something might be missing. But after a while she really wanted to curse. Why was an ugly painting over 30,000? Why was a single-seat sofa 19,800? She could buy it online for 200 yuan. And that Italian handmade upholstered bed in the master bedroom. It was priced at 700,000. Shenmayan looked at the bed. It was indeed large, its only merit. Tang Luochuan had specifically instructed her to check on the spot whether the bed would be too crowded for 3 people. Crowded? Of course not. Even if it were 7,000, she would still think it expensive. Yet it turned out to be 700,000. Then the manager pointed to a floor lamp. As for this floor lamp, Mr. Tang thought it was quite beautiful, so he ordered 6. We placed 2 in the living room and 1 in each of the 4 bedrooms. Oh, so it's 50,000 in total, right? Shenmayan glanced at the floor lamp's price and inwardly ridiculed Tang Luochuan for being such a spendthrift. 6 floor lamps had cost 50,000. No. What you're looking at is the unit price. Shenmayan. She followed the manager, checking as they went, her gaze sweeping over every exquisite arrangement in the room. In her mind, all she could see was Tang Luochuan casually saying, I've already paid. Her heart was both sweet and astonished. So this was what he meant by decorating the house. The workers deftly placed the last piece, the master bedroom's dressing chest, and the manager lowered his head to tick the final box on the list. He looked up and saw Shenmayan gazing absent-mindedly at the river view through the floor-to-ceiling windows, so he smiled and casually remarked, Miss Shen, you've really decorated this wedding house with such care. Mr. Tang has excellent taste, and your choices are especially fitting. The furniture is the perfect finishing touch for this place. He knew very well that wealthy people like this wouldn't own just one property, and their friends were also wealthy. If he built a good connection, the client might introduce a few friends or come back to him when decorating other houses. He could make another handsome profit. Wedding house. Shin Mayan felt as if she had been struck. She had imagined marrying someday. She had imagined herself 10 years later in a big house of 120 square meters on the outskirts of the Magic City. Although she would be carrying a mortgage, life would still have hope and work would go smoothly. She would also have 2 adorable children. After 20 years of hard work, she would pay off the loan and even scrape together a down payment for a second home. When she was old, each of her 2 children would get a house. But now, was this really her wedding house? Tang Luochuan hadn't said so, but at this moment, a small vanity stirred in Shin Mayan's heart. It wouldn't hurt to try it out. With a hint of pride, she smiled and said, My boy, my fiancé really does have good taste. There was quite a difference between a boyfriend and a fiancé. Shameless. Shin Mayan, you're truly shameless. You weren't like this before. You should regard money as dung. You should rely on your own efforts, make yourself seen, and realize your own life's value. Not by relying on a man. Deep inside, a voice of shame reminded her. But another voice filled with desire and gratification retorted, I've already slept with him, and I love him. What's wrong with me just talking big? I wasn't like this before, but that's because I'd never seen this. Now that I've seen it. Good thing it's Tang Luochuan's. If it were someone else, I'd be jealous. Shin Mayan stood beside the 50,000 yuan floor lamp, her fingertips lightly tracing the velvet texture along the edge of its shade. Miss Shin will be going now. If there are any issues later, feel free to contact us anytime. The manager handed her his business card with a respectful smile. All right, thank you for your hard work. The door closed softly, and the spacious flat suddenly fell silent. Shin Mayan stood alone in the center of the living room, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows warm on her skin. She spun around, her skirt flaring, and then plopped headfirst into the leather sofa worth 200,000. She buried her face in the cushion and let out a muffled laugh. Fiancé. So embarrassing. But I'm so happy. This time she whispered aloud. There was no one else in the room, so she didn't have to worry about being heard. At that moment, she had even already thought of names for their children. Suddenly her phone rang again. A video call from Tang Luochuan. He must be done with class. Luochuan. As soon as she answered, she saw the one in her heart. Mayan, how's it going? Everything arranged. Put my package in the bedroom. Are you still going to apply to be a day student? Well, are you letting me? Shin Mayan asked, knowing the answer perfectly well. Of course. We can live here for these 2 years for now. It's close to school and not far from downtown. These 2 years. Right. After we get married, we'll switch to a bigger one. Still switching. Shin Mayan drawled. She had no doubt about his financial strength, it was just that happiness had come too suddenly. With a blissful smile, she said then. Let's talk about it after the wedding. So are you becoming a day student? This time she answered without hesitation. With conditions like these, why would she go back to squeezing into that single bed? The dorm wasn't even as big as a bathroom, unless she had a screw loose. All right then, Tang Luochuan said, his gaze suddenly turning lecherous. Don't forget my package. Take it to the bedroom and open it later. I want to have a word with Yaya. Gotta hang up now. Okay. Shin Mayan kept her smile and composure, at least not looking ecstatic in front of him. She put down her phone, looked around the room again, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted with excitement, wow, I'm moving into a big house, and he said he wants to marry me. Wow, it's so amazing. Shin Mayan, how is your life this good? No. She suddenly lowered her voice. From now on, I'm Mrs. Tang. I have to be elegant from now on. Yes, elegant. I'm going to give him 3 kids. All of them will go to international schools. Mrs. Tang, what are you shouting about? Suddenly Tang Luochuan's voice came through the phone. A moment ago he had said he was hanging up, but neither of them had pressed end. Tang Luochuan had just been about to press the button when he heard her talking to herself on the other end. He had heard every word perfectly clear. Oh, no. You heard wrong. Shin Mayan wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. It was too embarrassing. Even if only 2 people had heard it, it was still mortifying. The neighbor is chiseling the wall. There's no neighbor next door, Mrs. Tang. Shin Mayan's face instantly burned, flushing from her cheeks all the way down to the base of her neck. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to put away the package. You little rascal. Tang Luochuan looked at the ended call screen, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. He then glanced at Jiang Jinwei in the front row and whispered, Yeah, I'm going to the academic affairs office later to apply for off-campus residence. Go ahead, Jiang Jinwei replied, flipping through her book, but unable to concentrate. She understood what the boy meant, but she hadn't made up her mind yet. Mayan asked you to come along. She wants you to keep her company. Tang Luochuan said this, not mentioning that he himself had asked her to go. Instead, he used Shin Mayan as a shield. I just became good friends with Yuan Yuan and Lu Xian. You can strengthen your bond during the day too. We won't go home for lunch break. We'll stay at school. Occasionally we can stay in the school dormitory, just keep the room. Is that what Sister Mayan said? Exactly. Think about it, you and she are both my people. If she comes with me and leaves you at school, Sister Mayan will feel guilty. If you don't go, could she bear it? She'd definitely be unsettled. With just a few words, Tang Luochuan had already succeeded in moral coercion. Can I share a room with Sister Mayan? The girl's intention was still to sleep separately, but 2 girls in one room was reasonable. All right. Tang Luochuan agreed. But there was an unspoken continuation. I'll also share a room with Sister Mayan. Fine, let's go do it together. In the evening, inside Counselor Wang Zhengwo's office, he looked at the application form feeling quite uneasy. Logically, off-campus residence was not impossible, but there were conditions. Those whose hometown was Modu could apply if renting a house parental signature was required. But now Tang Luochuan had bought a house, spent 58 million, and over 8 million on furniture. He knew this not because he had inquired privately, but because Tang Luochuan was currently showing off right beside him. It shattered his heart. Really, counselor? My house is in Jing'an Mansion, cost 58 million. The furniture was delivered today, cost me 8 million. If you don't believe me, I can tell you more details to prove it's true. The property deed hasn't come through yet, but when it does, I'll show you. If you still don't believe me, how about you come with me? Wang Zhengwo waved his hand weakly and said, all right, Luochuan. The teacher won't go. I'm afraid my heart won't be able to take it. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just... Wang Zhengwo sighed. He was unwilling to believe, but he was reasonable, so he signed the application directly. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Luochuan, what are your plans for the future? Wang Zhengwo was genuinely curious. What plans would such a wealthy student have? If starting a business, what industry would it be? He really wanted to know. I want to marry Jinwei and Mayan first. Tang Luochuan had actually thought about it. He continued, maybe I'll start a business. And if you fail, Tang Luochuan thought for a moment. He had a system reward called infinite energy. Perhaps it involved oil rare earths or something similar. But to conceal the truth about the system, he might need to buy a mine. Well, in the energy sector, I shouldn't lose money, right? Damn, Wang Zhengwo's heart suddenly churned with shock, cursing inwardly. Beside him, Jiang Jinyue was still immersed in his mention of marriage. Upon hearing energy, she too furrowed her brows. Was he planning something this big? Wang Zhengwo tentatively asked. Solar panels. I think it's oil. Take the application and get out. Go. Wang Zhengwo almost cursed. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Wang, when Jinwei and I get married, I'll definitely invite you. I might not be able to afford a wedding gift. Besides, why invite me? To show me the world? Oh no. You don't earn easily, I won't take any gifts. Tang Luochuan said with a chuckle. Wang Zhengwo felt his heart stabbed again, gritting his molars and saying, go leave immediately. All right, goodbye, teacher. After leaving the office, Tang Luochuan flaunted the application form with a smug air. Jiang Jinwei said irritably, can't you talk properly? You've made Mr. Wang furious. It's fine. Although Teacher Wang earns very little, he's broad-minded. Tang Luochuan kissed the application form, finally able to live off campus. Suddenly, Teacher Wang's voice came from behind the door, tinged with anger. Tang Luochuan, keep your voice down. If you don't leave now, I'll revoke it. All right, I'm going. Shin Mayan's application was much simpler. She had a good relationship with her counselor. After a brief report, the off-campus residence application was signed instantly. The three gathered in the lobby of the teaching building. Tang Luochuan was about to go back first. No, you freshmen have evening self-study. I'll accompany you for it. Shin Mayan spoke. Tang Luochuan wore a sly expression. Wife, can we sneak away during self-study and then? Hey. No, you can't. You still have to attend. After you come back from the October holiday, self-study will be less. For now, it's to train your discipline and provide a buffer period from high school to university. You can't indulge yourself. Shin Mayan was serious, showing no leniency. Then she added, also Luochuan. At school you. She looked around. There weren't many people. At school, call me senior or Mayan. Don't call me wife, it's embarrassing. Got it, Mrs. Tang. Huh. Jiang Jinyue was also stunned by the address. What nonsense are you talking? Shin Mayan made as if to hit him. Tang Luochuan quickly stopped her. You started it yourself. Just admit it, right? I was just. Shin Mayan was out of breath, hating her own carelessness. Why hadn't she hung up the phone first? But at the senior's request, Tang Luochuan still went to self-study. The classmates were all very diligent. Tang Luochuan also spent 20 minutes reading 30 of the next semester's courses. Yeah, do you have any talents? Shin Mayan sat to the side, tapping on her computer. I can play the piano, perform folk dance, waltzing, and even play a little guitar. Jiang Jinwei replied. Hearing so many talents, Shin Mayan paused her typing. Behind her, Tang Luochuan, who was about to draw circles on her back with a pen, also stopped. Shin Mayan put an arm around the other's shoulder, then turned back to glare at Tang Luochuan, who was about to cause mischief, and said, you know all that. Perfect. Isn't the welcome party in a few days? It's this Friday. As a freshman, you should contribute a performance. Tang Luochuan muttered. How did your parents raise you to know so much? Shut up. Shin Mayan's senior demeanor returned. Let's talk business. Yeah, look, here's the program list for the welcome party. I'll sign you up for one. There are too few performances from the freshman year. Jiang Jinwei didn't beat around the bush. How about dancing or singing? Singing. Shin Mayan scrolled through the computer screen. We already have several dance performances. This year, to improve the quality of the gala, the school specially invited professional artists from outside institutions to help. Oh sure. Tang Luochuan sensed something was off and immediately asked, professional institutions? Yes, and a few minor celebrities too, though they're not very famous. Mainly because our school's level is average. Professional. Tang Luochuan repeated these two words. Are there any professional institutions in this area more professional than the Shanghai Theater Academy? At these words, everyone felt a sense of bad premonition. Let me check. Shin Mayan quickly clicked on the program details. As the PDF file slowly expanded, when the detailed list of special guests came into view, her movements suddenly froze. Group Dance, Silk Road Rainbow Garments. Performance Unit, Dance College of Shanghai Theater Academy. Lead dancer Su Wantong. Jiang Jinwei leaned closer to the screen, and the moment she saw that name, her back unconsciously straightened. How did the school manage to invite her? Shin Mayan was also somewhat embarrassed. No wonder she showed up today, probably because there's some collaboration between her and the school. So Tang Luochuan encouraged, it's fine, I'll put laxatives in her food. Guaranteed she won't dance well. Are you serious? Shin Mayan's eyes went wide. Don't do anything crazy. Tang Luochuan put on an innocent face. I'm just kidding. At most I'll put thumbtacks in her dance shoes. Tang Luochuan. The two girls spoke in unison. Everyone in the class immediately turned their attention. Tang Luochuan hastily waved his hands. Okay, I won't cause trouble. He then turned to the classmates. Study hard. Study hard. Jiang Jinwei raised her chin. Mayan sister, I'm signing up. I must sign up. Are you sure you're signing up for the program? Shin Mayan felt the other person was being a bit competitive. Tang Luochuan said, she wants to sign up for revenge. Jiang Jinwei rolled her eyes at him. Piano solo. Claire de Lune. Debussy. Shin Mayan's eyes lit up. This is great. Completely different style from their group dance. Tang Luochuan pondered thoughtfully. Fan de Biao. Yeah, that dance style is indeed quite different. It's Debussy, the French composer. Jiang Jinwei angrily poked his arm with a pen. Can you be serious for once? What? How was I supposed to know this? Biaoji wasn't that Biaoji. The boring self-study session finally ended. Tang Luochuan drove the Tank 700 and brought the two girls back to Jing'an Mansion. The 700-square-meter house still slightly shocked Jiang Jinwei. At this moment, she also felt that moving out was a wise choice. Her family owned several houses in Shanghai, and besides the one her parents lived in, the rest were empty. Moreover, it was far away, and she wanted to become independent after starting university, not wanting to live with her parents anymore. So she hadn't applied for day student status. Oh, write a little gift I bought for you. Tang Luochuan had been thinking about his delivery the moment he got back. Several boxes had already been placed in the bedroom by Shin Mayan. They just hadn't been opened yet. What is it? Shin Mayan followed behind, very curious. Jiang Jinwei walked at the end, secretly observing the decor. The taste isn't bad either. Expensive things have good taste, right? Miss Jiang, your standards are just average. As he spoke, Tang Luochuan walked into the bedroom. A 90-square-meter bedroom, very spacious for 3 people. In the afternoon, Shin Mayan sneakily lay on the bed and rested for a while. Actually, she was mainly just enjoying it. Tang Luochuan opened the boxes and took out the items. Here, 1 Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace, each over 800 yuan per piece. Shin Mayan was genuinely surprised. She reached out to take it first, handing it to Jiang Jinwei. Yeah. Take it. She handed the second one over, then finally hugged it herself. Thank you, Jiang Jinwei said softly. I really like it. Shin Mayan licked her lips, imitating Jiang Jinwei's composure in a similar fashion. I like it too. Just open it first, don't say you like it before even seeing it. Tang Luochuan continued rummaging through the deliveries. The two girls opened the boxes. 2 exquisite necklaces. Let me put it on for you. Shin Mayan kindly helped Jiang Jinwei put on the necklace first. Thank you, sister. The two girls got along harmoniously. Tang Luochuan looked at the deliveries and suddenly smiled at the corner of his mouth. But it wasn't because of the harmonious relationship. It was because on another delivery box it read, discreet packaging. Those who know. Here, put these on too. Tang Luochuan handed over 2 more things. Shin Mayan's eyes sparkled. Wow, so cute. These are Cascadiers, right? This one's pink, and there's a blue one too. Yeah, which one do you want? Sister, you choose first. Then I'll take the pink one. Okay. And this? Tang Luochuan handed over 2 cattails. Oh, there's this too. Shin Mayan took them and held them against her perky little, but to compare, pretty professional. Tang Luochuan laughed. Of course it has to be professional. And this? The boy handed over 2 more things without looking back. Shin Mayan cat paws. And this? This is. The two girls looked at the small piece of fabric in their hands, not quite understanding what it actually was. Looks like a bikini, Jiang Jinhua said casually. Tang Luochuan finally tossed each of them a piece of clothing. Wear this first, and later there are nurse sailor wedding dress. Shen Mian stared at the last piece of clothing. It couldn't even be called clothing anymore. Semi-transparent and form-fitting. Tang Luochuan Yu. What is this? Shen Mian held those pieces of fabric, wanting to confront him. Tang Luochuan directly cut her off, pointing to the small triangle in Jiang Jinyue's hand. Jinyue, you were half right. This isn't a bikini, it's a thong. Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinyue felt the thing in her hand burning hot, as if her hands had been defiled. She shook it twice and threw it directly onto the floor. What are you doing? I spent over 200 yuan for 8 pieces. I won't wear it. How could I possibly wear something like this? Jiang Jinyue stomped her feet in anger. Tang Luochuan picked up the clothing from the ground. Aren't you the good student now? What good student? Shen Mian also quickly threw the clothing aside. Hearing the words, good student, Jiang Jinyue's expression turned ugly as she looked at him. This has reached professor level by now. No, in my books you've only just reached graduate level. Still haven't graduated with a master's degree. Shen Mian was confused listening to this, but she seemed to have accepted it somewhat after all the two had already been intimate. Thinking about that kind of thing, there wasn't really anything shameful about it. Master's degree. Then what's a PhD? Jiang Jinyue whispered the question, immediately regretting it. Wasn't she just walking right into his trap? Tang Luochuan's eyes lit up as he leaned close to her ear, murmuring something softly. Jiang Jinyue's face flushed, visibly the redness spreading from her cheeks to her ear tips, eventually coating even her neck in a delicate pink hue. How about you just go die? But if I died, who would accompany you through your PhD journey? Though Shen Mian hadn't caught the specifics, she could guess 7 or 8 parts of the conversation just from Jiang Jinyue's reaction. She cleared her throat, attempting to reclaim some of her dignity as a senior student. Luochuan, let's put on the necklace first. As for these clothes, we can deal with them later. Later as in when? Later. Tang Luochuan sighed, wearing an expression of utter betrayal. I spent over 200 yuan on this, you know. Do you have any idea? I spent an entire night picking them out. My eyes nearly went blind. This nurse uniform comes with a stethoscope. The sailor suit is an authentic JK style. And then there's this wedding dress. Wedding dress. Both girls seized on the same detail simultaneously. Tang Luochuan pulled out a white lace dress from the bottom of the box. The fabric was minimal, yet the design was delicate. Calling it a wedding dress seemed generous. It was more like some kind of suggestive cosplay piece. I was thinking, we'll get married eventually anyway, so this is just practice. He said this with complete confidence. Besides, this one was the most expensive, over 60 yuan. Jiang Jinyue held her forehead. A wedding dress for 60 yuan. Keep it for yourself. Tang Luochuan replied with a look of utter world weariness, lying back on the bed. Life holds absolutely no meaning. Such a tiny little request, and even that can't be granted. Is there any point to being alive? The two girls watched this shameless yet pitiful display, and one of them felt her heart softening. It was inevitably Shen Mian. She glanced at the clothes in the delivery box, each one simpler than the last. Wearing something like this would be so embarrassing. Just wear it in front of me. I'm not asking you to go outside in it. It's for adding some romance for fun. Shen Mian's was drawn out long with a questioning lilt. How about, Jinyue, you go outside first. I'll try it on. She had made her decision. After all, the two of them had spent shameless intimate nights together at a hotel just days ago. There was nothing wrong with this. Tang Luochuan immediately sat up, his eyes gleaming like those of a hungry wolf in a moonlit snowy mountain, emanating an eerie green glow. Really? He then glanced at Jiang Jinyue's tone of asking her to leave, making her unhappy. You should go outside. Me? Jiang Jinyue pointed at herself, utterly disbelieving. You're asking me to leave? Then why did you even call me over? You're not cut out for this. Tang Luochuan stood up and began pushing her toward the door. Go do whatever you want. His urgency to get her out the door sparked Jiang Jinyue's indignation. The girl shook off his hand. On what grounds? Oh, it's for your own good. Tang Luochuan held back his laughter. How could he actually want her to leave? This was merely a tactic. You're so reserved, so dignified. Not very good at romance. But of course I respect your choices. You're still a child. You're the child. I'm a grown adult. You haven't even grown properly yet. No comparison to Mian. Who said so? Don't look down on people. I'm not. It's just the truth. These are sold online legally, the country allows it. And here you are getting all shy and embarrassed. What am I supposed to do? I can't force you, can I? Jiang Jinyue gripped the doorframe tightly, refusing to leave. What if I try it on too? Please come in. Tang Luochuan immediately stepped aside. The provocation tactic had worked wonderfully. The two girls stood inside the room. Tang Luochuan deliberately dimmed the lights. I'll pick this one. This one uses more fabric. Jiang Jinyue pulled out a maid outfit. Tang Luochuan nodded frantically in approval. Meanwhile, Shen Mayan had already put on the ears and tail, seemingly a bit excited. All right, I'll go with the Catwoman outfit. This night proved to be exceptionally long. Tang Luochuan had once again successfully helped a fellow student grow up. Jiang Jinyue had separated the bed with a blanket, creating a clear demarcation line. The two girls huddled together, falling asleep in each other's arms. Tang Luochuan gazed at the blanket partition, a faint smile curling his lips. He was tired anyway. The separation suited him perfectly. Every man could relate to that feeling after the fun was over. You felt like the legendary Lu Xiaowei. A night passed without incident. The next day, a reward of 100 million arrived. Tang Luochuan's account balance surpassed 1 billion. Jiang Jinhua woke first. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Shen Mayan beside her, and her heart lurched. She had shared a bed with her best friend before. This wasn't strange. But right now she understood that Tang Luochuan was behind her. The girl quietly turned over, catching sight of the boy's handsome face and his bare upper body. It was her first time squeezed into a bed with a boy. The girl's heart raced wildly. Last night had been too late, the lights too dim. She hadn't thought much of it then, but now as the morning sunlight streamed in, she felt regret. Had she been too easy? But she had already given herself away. Her waist still ached a bit. Her heart was a turmoil of emotions as she stared at him intently. After a while, Tang Luochuan seemed to notice her gaze. He opened his eyes, meeting her stare directly. What's wrong? Woke up so early. The boy smiled, wanting to pull her close. Jiang Jinyue's gaze turned ice cold. If you ever betray me, I'll castrate you. Understand? Understood. Then you can hug me now. Tang Luochuan froze for half a second, then burst out laughing. His arms swept around, pulling Jiang Jinyue, blanket and all, into his embrace. Was I good last night? You. Jiang Jinyue's head was buried in his chest, and after a long pause she whispered softly, pretty good. After breakfast the car started. Tang Luochuan's Porsche Panamera rolled into the school campus under the countless death stares from students, especially male students. Carrying the two most beautiful girls in the entire school, driving a luxury car. No one was pretending anymore. Envy, jealousy, hatred was written all over their faces. Yeah, finish your morning classes. The last period is self-study. Come to the 5th floor. There's a piano there, and we can check out the performance. Okay. The two girls had made their plans. Tang Luochuan swaggered into the classroom, with Jiang Jinyue in tow. Every eye offered a standing ovation. The whole class knew by now that Tang Luochuan had moved out, and Jiang Jinyue had also stayed out last night. What had happened was self-evident. But the thought of Jiang Jinyue on Tang Luochuan's bed the night before, it wounded many a man's heart. Not only did he make a move on such a beauty, he did it damn fast. However, some people hoped Jiang Jinyue had simply gone home last night. So many began deceiving themselves. The boys reasoned. Jiang Jinyue is so proper, so cold and distant. There's no way she could be so easy. Right? She's from the Bund area. She must have gone home. Obviously, Jiang Jinyue is wealthy. Even if she didn't go home, she could just get a hotel room herself. But Tang Luochuan definitely wasn't with her. They only started dating yesterday. How could it happen that fast? These thoughts were nothing but self-deception, utterly lacking logic. Meanwhile, the girls. Does Tang Luochuan really have to set his standards this high? If I just stare at him directly, will he notice me yet? I'm not attractive, but I've had 4 boyfriends already, and I'm definitely not a virgin anymore. I wonder if that would work. Thought a girl with a 3-point looks rating. Tang Luochuan glanced at this 3-point girl, then quickly looked away. It was early morning, just after breakfast. After seeing Shen Mayan and Jiang Jinyue every day, one glance at this girl. For a moment, he felt genuinely nauseous. The girl's heart raced with excitement. He looked at me, he must have a secret crush on me. A little past 10. Su Wantong rode a minibus back onto the campus of Jiaotong University. Wantong, why are you so out of spirits? A friend beside her asked. Su Wantong simply leaned against the window. Of course, she couldn't be in high spirits. Just yesterday, Gao Mingxian had rejected her with self-righteous finality, and after she made a scene, she got nothing at all. Of course, it wasn't entirely without effect. She had helped that Tang Luochuan win Jiang Jinyue over. She had played matchmaker. It's nothing. Su Wantong replied, nonchalantly watching the scenery outside the window, her heart sour. Hey, how are things between you and your Gao Gich? Pretty good. Oh, I'm telling you, don't hang yourself from one tree. If he says no, it's because he has no taste. I heard he studied abroad for a few years, right? Mind your own business. Wantong, I'm your sister. Of course I'm looking out for you. Haven't you seen online? Laowei said those overseas students live wild and loose lives. Su Wantong immediately turned her head and stared at her friend with icy eyes. That's other people. Mingxuan Gij is definitely not like that. What the hell? Her friend gave a contemptuous smile and said with exaggerated affectation, even Mingxian Geizhai. Isn't that disgusting? He ignores you, so stop throwing yourself at him. You're so beautiful. It's beneath you. Su Wantong understood that logic, but what attracted her wasn't Gao Mingxuan's looks or his wealth. It was his gentlemanly demeanor and his talent. Perhaps Gao Mingxuan's act was too convincing. During his years abroad, among other things, he had taken the saying your identity abroad is whatever you make of it to the extreme. A monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan was not a small sum, yet he could blow it up to 2 million. His friends were all from moderately well-off families, but none were truly rich. He described them all as elites from every walk of life. It was clearly a diploma mill, but he portrayed the overseas returned elite image to perfection. Then again, that foreign diploma mill was quite the trickster, so one couldn't blame the folks back home for being fooled. Its name was Manhattan Central University. It sounded high-end, tailor-made to fool unsuspecting people from the Dragon Kingdom. The bus stopped in front of a teaching building. Su Wantong stared at the building stunned. Why here? Her friend said the practice room was too crowded yesterday, so today we're using this one for now. Su Wantong knew this teaching building all too well. She had come here yesterday to raise hell, so how could she not recognize it? Awkward. The girl stepped down in her high heels. She prayed she wouldn't run into Jiang Jinhua. Especially that boy, she must not meet him. Sister, damn. Hearing that voice, Su Wantong closed her eyes and cursed. What a fresh, sweet sister. But she recognized it as that shameless boy. He was like Crayon Shinchan. Every time he appeared, you didn't know whether to worry or laugh. Why you? Hello. Su Wantong turned around and met Tang Luochuan's eyes. Those eyes that spelled trouble for man and beast alike. Why are you here again? Didn't we make everything clear yesterday? You and that Gao Mingxian. Hey. Su Wantong hurriedly interrupted him. Several female classmates nearby had already turned to look with gossipy gazes. She glanced at the Panamera behind Tang Luochuan and hastily found a topic. That's your car. Huh. Tang Luochuan glanced back. Oh yeah, rented. Bought it. Young as you are, you bought it on a loan. Why can't you just study properly? Don't you have class? Go back now. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Which ear heard me say I bought it on a loan? Get out of here now. Su Wantong, afraid he would bring up yesterday's matter, kept urging him to leave. But this period happened to be PE class. Tang Luochuan had just come down to fetch his water bottle from the car. Wantong, who's this handsome guy? Seeing the Panamera, several female classmates immediately crowded around. They had seen rich men before, but a rich man this handsome was a first. Hi sisters. I'm Tang Luochuan. Tang Luochuan announced in a booming voice, putting on an air of I'm easy to get his gaze, also scanning for decent-looking girls. The Dance Academy's girls were indeed all gorgeous and well-built, but unfortunately not one of them was an easy deal. After a comparison, Tang Luochuan felt that this Su Wantong was the most foolish of the bunch. If she weren't stupid with looks like hers, how could she be a simp for someone else? Su Wantong snapped back to reality, sensing that the young man before her was no simple character. Eyeing the car, she once again put on a big sister air and crossed her arms. Did you buy it yourself? Huh, you little. Shen Mayan was an upperclassman, but as gentle as a little sister. Jiang Jinhua was aloof. And this Su Wantong truly had real big sister vibes. Hey, isn't that what's her name? Zhou Qi walked out as well and pointed at her in surprise. Zhang Ming also widened his eyes. Damn, isn't that what's her name? Who? Su Wantong's female classmates waited curiously for the rest of their sentence. Simp sister, you bastard. Su Wantong immediately felt insulted and cursed out loud. Not her fault. Being called that in public, especially for a girl, would drive anyone crazy. Let's go. The classmates quickly pushed Su Wantong away, appearing to do it for her own good, but in truth every one of them had a smile at the corner of their mouth. That Su Wantong was a simp was no longer a secret in the dance department of Moda Theater Academy. Everyone just didn't say it to her face out of face-saving courtesy, but in private it had spread everywhere. The most vicious spreaders were none other than her own close girlfriends. The girl's chest heaved violently as she panted, glaring at the two boys. Beside her, Tang Luochuan wore a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. The two were innocent. Zhang Ming added, sorry, it was Tang Luochuan who made up that name for you. Tang Luochuan cursed, damn it. Down below, the PE class was in full swing. Tang Luochuan dribbled past defenders and fired a shot home in one fluid motion. Upstairs in the dance classroom, Shun Mayan sat at her desk, awkwardly reading the host's script on her computer. She was one of the hosts of the evening gala. Behind her on one side, Jiang Jinhua sat expressionless at the piano, turning through sheet music. On the other side, Su Wantong was doing leg stretches with arrogance written all over her face. Ugh, what's the matter with me? Shin Mayan touched the necklace around her neck and took a deep breath. No, I have to memorize my lines. Don't think about anything else. Shin Mayan stared at the computer screen, the host's cue words, not a single one entering her mind. Behind her to the left, Jiang Jinhua's fingers hovered over the piano keys, hesitating to fall. Behind her to the right, Su Wantong rested her leg on the bar, leaning forward into a graceful arc, yet her gaze flew like a knife toward the piano. Everyone remembers the order of appearance for tomorrow night, right? Shen Mayan squeezed out a fake smile, turning to address the crowd. There were quite a few people in the room, 7 or 8 acts all gathered in this spacious classroom. Though crowded, fortunately the dance studio was large enough, spanning the width of 2 or 3 ordinary classrooms. They didn't disturb each other. Hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing and nodded in acknowledgement. The program she was responsible for made up only a quarter of the total, but she couldn't afford any mistakes. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll coordinate. Shen Mayan smiled warmly at everyone, and when her eyes met Su Wantong's, they both nodded slightly. They said nothing to each other, letting yesterday's matter pass. But it didn't pass at all. A Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the teaching building. Gao Mingxian had arrived. Yesterday's events had left him tossing and turning. The Gao family desperately needed 100 million to ease their urgent crisis. Su Wantong's family might be worth over 100 million, but cash. They couldn't come up with it. But the Jiang family was different. The loan is almost due. Repaying this 100 million will buy us some breathing room, Gao Mingxian thought bitterly. Not long ago his father had suddenly called him back from abroad, and his several overseas girlfriends had to be let go. Fortunately, it was overseas, so he didn't have to acknowledge his illegitimate children. 100 million used to be nothing to the Gao family. But his father, unlike Jiang Deming, had overreached, invested the money too aggressively. They had borrowed nearly to the limit, yet saw no returns, and now had to repay the loans. At this moment the family had little cash flow. Initially borrowing some money could tide them over. But others couldn't keep lending forever. Out of old friendship, Jiang Deming had even scraped together 50 million to help. Mindful of their long-standing friendship, he never brought up repayment. And Gao Mingxian knew that he hadn't come back to help the family turn the project around. He lacked the ability. Instead, he was here to complete the marriage alliance with Jiang Jinhua. Every step had to be careful. If he could pull it off, even if the project failed, the Jiang family could help repay the loan. The 50 million owed to the Jiangs would also be forgiven. He knew that although Jiang Deming and his father were friends, if his family tried to default, they would surely sue. That's how businessmen operate. In the practice room on the 5th floor, somehow Gao Mingxian had found his way there, followed by several assistants hurriedly carrying coffee and pastries. The moment the door opened, the man's sinister expression transformed into a warm smile. Jinhua. He spotted Jiang Jinhua at once, striding over with ease and confidence. I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd drop in and see you. I brought some snacks for you and your classmates. The man was still in his crisp suit, his hair immaculate. Though his smile was gentle, his eyes were like those of a predator sizing up its prey. That Tang Luochuan, a pathetic freshman in his first year. He didn't give him a second thought. At worst, he could hire some thugs outside the school to scare him off. Mingxian Gij. It wasn't Jiang Jinhua who spoke, but Su Wantong, who was rehearsing. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Mingxian felt as if, just as Su Wantong had felt when she heard Tang Luochuan's voice earlier, like being struck by lightning. You're here too. Gao Mingxuan's tone carried no emotion, even a hint of disgust. He appreciated her looks and figure, but now Su Wantong was an obstacle. Mingxian Gij. Su Wantong gracefully landed from the bar and walked over to his side in a few steps. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to visit? Su Wantong wore an innocent, cute, and pure expression. Gao Mingxian wanted to reach out and ruffle her hair, then shower her with sweet words. But he had no choice but to act coldly. Oh, I came to see Jinhua. Oh, Sister Jinhua, she. Su Wantong's voice slowed, turning sharp. She has a boyfriend. I only see her as a sister. Su Wantong's smile faded, wearing an I don't believe it expression. Then what about me? You too. Gao Mingxuan's face stiffened. He glanced at his assistants, putting on an air of authority. Are you blind? Distribute the things. Oh. The assistants were all young, fresh out of college. They thought working as an assistant to some CEO would be a good job, but it turned out to be just running errands. And they had to endure disdain every day. Jiang Jinhua suddenly stood up, and Shen Mayan, as if on cue, walked over. Yeah, let's go to the restroom. Okay. This excuse couldn't be refused. The two girls decided to stay in the restroom until class ended. They'd have lunch and go back to the dorm. He surely wouldn't wait all day. And who is this? Gao Mingxuan's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Mayan. Stunning. Hard not to be tempted. Shen Mayan kept a cold face, ignoring him completely, and took Jiang Jinua's hand to leave. Jinhua, let me treat you all to lunch. Do me the honor. I mean no harm. Bring your little boyfriend along, Gao Mingxian said. No need, brother. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want the snacks. You should get back to your work. Jinhua. Gao Mingxian blocked her. Don't be so cold. I have a boyfriend. I know, and I didn't say anything else. Gao Mingxuan's mind raced, then he came up with a reason. I just want to see what kind of person your boyfriend is. I'm worried you might be deceived. There are all sorts of people in college, and it's hard to know what's in someone's heart. Hey, brother-in-law, I don't like hearing that. I'm a simple person. Tang Luochuan, having learned that Gao Mingxian had arrived, hurried back. Many had noticed the Rolls-Royce. During physical education class, several girls wandered around campus instead of doing anything else. They happened to witness it. Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian immediately notified Tang Luochuan. Seeing the young man at the door, Gao Mingxian was taken aback, his wariness increasing. Setting aside everything else, this kid was indeed handsome. If it were just about dating, his appearance alone would match Jiang Jinhua. Young man, are you Tang? Tang what? Luo Chuan. Brother-in-law. Oh hello. Jinhua is like a sister I grew up with. Don't mind my being overly cautious. She's the closest person to me, so I have to think about her best interests. No problem, brother-in-law. I've already met Uncle Jiang and Aunt Ma. They're keeping an eye on things. Uncle Jiang. Ma. You've met Jinyue's family. Tang Luochuan nodded, smugly walked over and put an arm around Jiang Jinyue's shoulder. Yeah, Uncle and Annie are even urging us to get married. That was a pure lie. But when you're out in the world, you bluff. He wasn't going to live with Gao Mingxian. And this kid kept calling him brother-in-law, which made Gao Mingxian uneasy. Gao Mingxian scrutinized the young man. He had expected this kid to be a hot-headed rookie who would get angry seeing him with Jiang Jinhua. He thought he would fly into a rage. And after he left, he would feel inferior and grow distant from Jiang Jinhua. He believed his maturity and composure as a worldly man gave him an advantage. But this kid was even more composed than him, unshakably so. He had put on a perfect show. Tang Luochuan glanced at the coffee and pastries on the table, released his arm, walked over, and distributed several portions to everyone. Go ahead and eat. This is from Jinyue's brother, my brother-in-law. Don't be shy. Still putting on a facade with me. Tang Luochuan chuckled inwardly. Let's see how you save face. Gao Mingxuan's expression stiffened for a moment before returning to normal, save for a dark glint flashing across his eyes. Have you met my parents? He let out a light laugh, his tone laced with scrutiny. Jinyue, with something this momentous, why hasn't Uncle Jiang mentioned it? Just as Jiang Jinyue was about to speak, Tang Luochuan beat her to it, draping an arm around her shoulders and giving a slight squeeze. Oh, we just met. When we get married, we'll definitely send you and Uncle Gao an invitation. He said it with complete seriousness, as though it were already a done deal. Gao Mingxuan's lips twitched, and he was about to say something else when his gaze swept toward a bald bodyguard standing behind him. The bodyguard caught the signal and stepped forward immediately, a fake smile plastered across his face as he blocked Tang Luochuan's path. Young man, got a minute for a chat? Tang Luochuan raised an eyebrow, but hadn't spoken yet when the bodyguard reached out to grab his shoulder. Hey there, don't be so hot-headed. Let's go somewhere and cool off, shall we? What do you think you're doing? Shen Mian snapped immediately. Let go of him, or I'm calling the police. Jiang Jinhua also stepped forward and pushed at the man. If you have something to say, just say it. Oh, don't be so nervous. I just want to have a little chat with the young man. The bodyguard grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Old Zhang. Gao Mingxian feigned displeasure, his brows furrowing. Don't scare them. Young Master Gao, I mean no harm. I just think this young man is quite something and would like to get to know him. Tang Luochuan's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him, a smile spreading across his face. All right, everyone. This kid really was as innocent as he appeared, because when he planned to act tough, the expression on his face always gave him away. Luochuan. Luochuan, are you okay? Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming had also rushed over by then. Tang Luochuan shook his head. I'm fine, just settling a little matter with this big brother here. Let's go. To the restroom. Zhang Ming sensed the situation spiraling out of control and quickly patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder. I'll go find a teacher. Hurry. Restroom. The bald bodyguard blinked, clearly not expecting the guy to go along so easily. He had planned to half-force the boy along and have a talk in some secluded corner, never expecting the other party to suggest the location first. Yes, the restroom. Tang Luochuan smiled innocently. Big brother, I really need to pee. You don't mind, do you? Gao Mingxian narrowed his eyes. This was not how he had envisioned things unfolding. He had intended to give this kid a lesson and scare him off, only to find himself being led right along the path he'd laid out. Old Zhang, watch your manners. He ordered it in a flat tone, but the implicit permission was clear. Understood, young Master Gao. The bald bodyguard grinned broadly, flashing his yellow teeth. Young man, after you. Luochuan. Jiang Jinhua tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. She knew Gao Mingxuan's methods all too well. She had watched him deal with those boys who harassed her when they were younger, and none of them had walked away unscathed. I'm fine. Tang Luochuan patted the back of her hand and leaned close to her ear, whispering, remember to collect my remains later. All my assets will go to you. You. Jiang Jinhua stomped her foot in frustration. How could he be cracking jokes at a time like this? Shen Mian, however, had already pulled out her phone. I'm going with you. No need. Can you even get into the men's restroom? In the corridor, the bald bodyguard held Tang Luochuan tightly, clearly afraid the boy might bolt. So, young man, where are you from? Quanshui City. Oh, so that's why you're acting so reckless, the bodyguard said, ruffling the boy's hair. You also dare to touch young Master Gao's woman. I slept with her just yesterday. Where are you from, brother? None of your business. Oh, Tang Luochuan stopped mid-step. What's wrong, kid? Keep moving. The young man ignored him, glancing at the floor and then at a blind spot near the security camera. This area is clean. Without another word, Tang Luochuan found a clean spot, slowly sat down, and then gently lay flat. If Jiang Jinhua finds out you hit me, she'll hate Gao Mingxian to the core. So comfortable. Tang Luochuan rolled onto his side and clutched his stomach. What do you mean by that? You threw a heavy punch and knocked me to the ground. Oh right. Tang Luochuan suddenly sat up again, pulling out his phone. Let me show you something. It was a screenshot from his bank app, a secondary card into which he had separately transferred 50 million yuan. I have 50 million in spending money on this card, and I'm telling you the truth. If you keep pushing me, I'll hire someone when I leave and kill Gao Mingxian. Just take you out. Do you believe it or not? How much is your life worth? He then lay back down on the floor. 7 days of sick leave. So awesome. Ouch. Ouch. Someone's attacking me. Aya. The bald bodyguard stood frozen, unsure whether to advance or retreat. He had followed Gao Mingxian through many situations. There were those who trembled with fear, those who bluffed bravely, and those who brought up their family background as threats. But someone who proactively lay down and provided their own sound effects. That was truly a first in his experience. The key thing was that the kid actually had 50 million in that card. Hiring someone to kill. Beating up a regular nobody wouldn't be an issue. Young Master Gao could handle that. But this kid had money too. His family must be somebody important. Kid, what does your family do for a living? State secrets. Tang Luochuan continued bluffing, but only because he could. After all, the money was real. It was believable enough to fool anyone. The bodyguard's face turned dark, and he grabbed Tang Luochuan by the collar. What the hell are you playing at? Get up right now. Tang Luochuan's voice was loud, and quite a few students had already gathered around. Regardless of whether they knew the boy or not, they were all young and fiery-tempered. Seeing their schoolmates being bullied by outsiders, everyone instantly united in righteous indignation. What's going on? Damn it. Bullying people. Everyone come out. Someone's bullying our schoolmates. Disputes among students from their own school, whether over jealousy or drama, were internal matters. As the old saying went, you could criticize your own school, but let an outsider do it, and see what happened. Soon the corridor was crowded with male students. Jiang Jinhua and Shen Mayan also burst out, spotting Luochuan clutching his stomach. Luochuan. Jiang Jinhua's eyes reddened, and she rushed over at once upon seeing his pitiful state. Shen Mayan was even more frantic, raising her canvas bag, as if to smash it down on the bald bodyguard. Zhou Qi quickly held her back. Senior, no. Teacher has already been notified. Shen Mayan's tears were already streaming down her face. Jiang Jinhua crouched down and supported Tang Luochuan. Are you okay? Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. At this moment, Tang Luochuan fully put into practice everything he had learned from fake fouling on the football field, covering his face to prevent his expression from failing him, clutching his stomach to indicate the injured area, lying on the ground and rolling slightly to convey genuine pain. The corridor was packed with people. No matter how formidable that bodyguard was, he had no choice but to surrender. The opposing side had too many people, as several tall and burly junior students immediately surrounded him. There were even more people behind, a full several dozen. Misunderstanding. Bro, misunderstanding. I didn't touch him. Tang Luochuan frowned, wearing a pained expression. Bullshit. Everyone saw it in the classroom, just now. I have witnesses. It was you who laid down yourself. There's no surveillance here. How can you say I hit you? Precisely because there's no surveillance, you dared to make a move. Jiang Jinhua looked at Tang Luochuan, who showed no sweat, but wore a pained expression. Her heart sank to the bottom. She stood up and glared fiercely at the other party, Gao Mingxian. You'd better explain yourself. You dared to touch my man. From now on, the Jiang family has no friend like you. Gao Mingxian was also stunned. He looked at the bald bodyguard. The bodyguard shook his head repeatedly. No, Master Gao. I just scared him a bit. And I didn't even get to scare him. Generally speaking, what is called intimidation is nothing more than verbal provocation, insinuations hinting that one has money and power, making the other party wise up and be careful. Some inexperienced college students, seeing the bald bodyguard's ferocious appearance and his thuggish aura, would mostly take it seriously and then live in constant fear and anxiety, unable to sleep or eat. If pushed to the limit, they would even find a few thugs to wait at your school gate. They wouldn't actually fight, just scare you like that, at most slap you across the face. Or casually pat your hair to humiliate you. If it really came to blows, they weren't afraid of being thrown in jail. But as a college student, if you fought back, it could easily be labeled as mutual affray. Moreover, the other party had Gao Mingxian backing them. They were already scum of society. Even if they went in, they'd still get money and protection when they came out. But there was no college student like Tang Luochuan, shameless yet wealthy. What's going on? Let me through. At that moment, Wang Zhangwo and several teachers came running over, followed by a security team. Gao Mingxian couldn't help but step back 2 paces. Beside him, Su Wantong watched the scene with worry and couldn't help feeling a bit of contempt for this behavior. She never expected that the Gao Mingxian she held in high esteem would actually order his men to do such a thing. Everyone scatter. Scatter. Wang Zhangwo pushed through the crowd and saw Tang Luochuan on the ground. His expression changed drastically. Luo Chuan, what's wrong with you? Teacher Wang. I'm fine. Tang Luo Chuan waved his hand weakly. It's just, my stomach hurts a bit. Maybe internal injuries. As he spoke, he curled up, painfully, causing Jiang Jinyue's tears to fall, and Shun Mayan clutched her canvas bag tightly, wishing she could rush over and add a few more blows. Internal injuries. The bald bodyguard nearly jumped up. What the hell are you pretending for? I didn't even lay a finger on you. Enough. Wang Zhangwo shouted sternly, then turned to Gao Mingxian. Sir, may I ask who you are? Gao Mingxian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I am a friend of Jiang Jinyue, and this is my assistant. I think there's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. Call the police. None of you are allowed to leave. Wang Zhangwo was also anxious. His student had been beaten, and the other side was too arrogant. Wait. Tang Luochuan suddenly shouted. Teacher Wang, don't call the police. I'm fine. I'll be okay after some rest. He is Jiang Jinyue's brother, though not a blood brother. But our families know each other. I don't want to make a big deal. I choose to endure. I endure your mother. I never touched you. The bald bodyguard grew even more anxious. He couldn't explain himself clearly. Tang Luochuan took 2 deep breaths, slowly sat up. Brother, what do you want to be satisfied? I'm not holding you responsible anymore. Can't you just let me go? And you're still slandering me. No, Luochuan. We must call the police. Shin Mayan stomped her foot in anger. Gao Mingxian didn't know whom to believe at this point. This guy was acting too well. How about I pay compensation? I don't need money. I don't need. For Jinyue sake, I'll take this punch. Holy shit. The bald bodyguard looked at Tang Luochuan's demeanor, knowing the other must be feeling extremely smug. I really didn't hit him. He had little education, just a thug leader. It was a struggle for him to organize his words and figure out the logic to explain. The bald bodyguard felt helpless for the first time, but secretly noted this debt. Fuck, I'm suffering from lack of education. You go ahead, I'll go to the hospital. Tang Luochuan reached out his hand, and Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi quickly stepped forward to help him up. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates were moved. Look at his magnanimity. He's been beaten like this and still won't pursue it. Tang Luochuan is really a good person. The bald bodyguard almost spat out blood. What the hell kind of hypocritical statement was this? Wang Zhangwo also stepped forward to support him. Luochuan, are you really not going to pursue it? I won't pursue it. One should be forgiving when possible. Good kid, the teacher really underestimated you. You have vision, courage, tolerance. Wang Zhangwo praised him. Tang Luochuan certainly wouldn't call the police. If it were investigated, he was afraid his lies would be exposed. The key was that he still needed to take sick leave. As for whether the bald guy would retaliate, he wasn't afraid. He had won over Jiang Jinyue and received the system's second reward. After thinking for a long time, he originally wanted to choose the ultimate AI. But the 3 years of high school had been too hard. He still wanted to have some fun. As for infinite energy, he didn't need it for now, so he chose body enhancement. The ultimate limit of humanity. What delighted him was that the enhancement not only brought health, but also athletic talent, self-healing ability, immunity to all diseases, and combat talent. Coupled with the brain enhancement, he could learn anything quickly. Want to cause him trouble? Then they were screwed. You'd better leave now. Wang Zhangwo glared coldly at Gao Mingxian. And I'll inform the security office, you'll never be allowed in again. Gao Mingxian suppressed his inner fury and shot a disappointed look at his bodyguard. He couldn't understand this bald guy. Old Zhang usually knew how to handle these things. Why did he make a move? That punch was probably not light, and his image in Jiang Jinyue's heart was completely shattered. Su Wantong was also in a dilemma. She truly liked Gao Mingxuan, but she could still distinguish right from wrong. Brother Mingxuan, she called softly behind him. Gao Mingxian had no outlet for his anger. He didn't dare to continue challenging the students, but he dared to take it out on Su Wantong. Fuck off. Stop bothering me. Gao Mingxian stopped pretending and called out, let's go. Then he left with several assistants. The bald bodyguard carefully walked out of the crowd. He was not a professional bodyguard, but a thug. The kind that bullies the weak and fears the strong doing dirty work. At this moment, he was really afraid of being dealt with by these young guys. As for real professional bodyguards, they only handle security and don't provoke others. Gao Mingxuan's group slunk away from the teaching building and defeat the students' boos echoing behind them. Young Master Gao, I really didn't hit him. Old Zhang, the bald bodyguard, trailed behind with a wronged expression. Shut your mouth. Gao Mingxian whirled around and slapped the man across the face. Useless fool. I told you to intimidate him. Who told you to actually hit him? Shh. I really didn't. The bodyguard continued his explanation, but no matter how much he elaborated, it amounted to only that single phrase. Gao Mingxian could see the inconsistency, yet still refused to believe it. He's just a student. How could he be so clever, so shameless? Could harbor such intentions? Would he even stoop to such tricks? He has 50 million in his account. The bald bodyguard suddenly recalled. The other party had shown him the balance. Do you even know what you're saying? Gao Mingxuan's gaze grew heavy. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. A simulator? I, I wouldn't know about that, but it certainly looked real. Gao Mingxian drew a deep breath, striding out of the teaching building. Spotting a trash bin nearby, he kicked it violently, then turned and said, I don't care who he is. You investigate him. If he has no powerful backing, you know what to do. Rest assured, young master. Once he's off campus, he won't be so lucky. On the other side, Tang Luochuan was being half-carried by several male classmates into a car. Zhang Ming drove his Panamera ferrying Tang Luochuan and Zhou Qi away from school. Though Shen Mayan and Jiang Jingyue wanted to come along, Tang Luochuan refused their company. His reason was that the two still had preparations for the welcome party to attend. Old Zhang. The nearest grade A hospital is the Third People's Hospital. Let me navigate for you. Zhou Qi's expression was tense with worry. All right. Yet Tang Luochuan suddenly sat up. No. It's almost mealtime. Let's go get some barbecue first. My treat. This afternoon we can head to my place for some gaming. I've set up my gaming room. And I got a few laptops. I'll give you each one. Once he finished speaking, the car fell silent. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming paid no attention to what he said. Instead, they stared at Tang Luochuan, someone who had just been at death's door, now sitting there as if nothing had happened. Their hearts were filled with shock. Luochuan, you. Aren't you experiencing a deathbed rally? Rally my ass. I was faking it. What? Faking? Yep. Turn left up ahead. I know a great barbecue place. Noon arrived. Shen Mayan, Wang Fangfang, and Li Jieqi, together with Su Yuanyuan and Lu Xian from Jiang Jinyue's circle, formed a table of 6 girls. Jinyue, it's all right. We'll go visit him this afternoon. Shen Mayan put an arm around the girl's shoulder. Jiang Jinyue continued to sniffle quietly, not only because Tang Luochuan had been beaten, but also because the mastermind behind it all was Gao Mingxian, the person she once treated as an older brother. This sense of betrayal made her heart ache. Just then a message arrived from Tang Luochuan, complete with a photo. Eating. Come back early this afternoon. Photo. In the photo, he sat together with Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi, sipping drinks and enjoying barbecue. Shen Mayan, what do you mean? Didn't you go to the hospital? Tang Luochuan, nope. This afternoon I'll call our advisor. Going to ask for a few days off. Tang Luochuan, I'm completely fine. The bald guy never touched me. I laid down myself. But you have to keep it secret for me. Shen Mayan stared at her phone screen, repeatedly zooming in on that photo of the barbecue stall. She then secretly showed it to Jiang Jingyue. The latter's eyes also reflected a look of astonishment. Jiang Jingyue whispered, should we report him as an exemplary student? Or? Shen Mayan hastily stopped her. He's our boyfriend, for crying out loud. Forget it, don't say any more. Jingyue, Mayan, eat. Li Jieqi nudged the dishes closer, then glanced at the necklaces around both girls' necks, asking casually, new necklaces. 4-leaf clover. Oh yes. Shen Mayan quickly ran with the topic. Luochuan gave them to us. Damn, I'm so jealous. Li Jieqi dropped the pretense, finding this way of being honest much more comfortable. Just then Su Wantong approached with heavy footsteps, standing right beside the group of girls, gazing at Jiang Jingyue. Do you need something? Jiang Jingyue asked. Su Wantong suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry. The group of girls stared in bewilderment. Shen Mayan spoke up. This matter has nothing to do with you. No. Su Wantong rose and faced them directly. I'm here to apologize on behalf of Mingxian Ji. The 6 girls' expressions were quite a spectacle, each with their own confusion. Li Jieqi, never one to beat around the bush, blurted out. You're really full of yourself, the ultimate sycophant. After beating up our Luochuan once, sorry is enough. Bring gifts and apologize in person. Our. Shen Mayan's heart rolled her eyes. This girl still had her sights set on Tang Luochuan. Su Wantong's face was pallid, as if she herself were the one who had done wrong. No problem. I'll apologize. I'll buy gifts. Which hospital is he in? Tell her, Mayan. Li Jieqi immediately shouted. Shen Mayan and Jiang Jingyue shot Li Jieqi a look that could kill. Which hospital? How would they know? Shen Mayan picked up her chopsticks, ignoring Li Jieqi preparing to eat. Forget it. Luochuan said he won't make a fuss about it. That won't do. How can we just accept being wronged like this? They beat someone up and just walk away. The meek get bullied, the gentle get ridden over. Li Jieqi was so agitated she nearly slapped the table. Su Yuanyuan, Wang Fangfang, and Lu Xian chimed in agreement. Shen Mayan said, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. TCH. What a family of thick-skinned people. Li Jieqi was speechless. But Jiang Jingyue suddenly interjected, an apology. Make Gao Mingxian come apologize himself. Nothing else will be accepted. This was purely making things difficult for Su Wantong. If she could actually make Gao Mingxian do anything, she wouldn't be here humiliating herself. They beat someone up and just leave. Sending a girl to apologize in their place. Disgusting. Despicable. Li Jieqi droned on endlessly. Su Wantong said, he didn't ask me to come. Mingxian Ji wasn't like this before. Jiang Jingyue, you should know that. I just think there's a misunderstanding here. Jiang Jingyue and Shen Mayan's faces flushed red, secretly thinking, what a massive misunderstanding. Tang Luochuan was purely extorting them. But the other party really did try to threaten him. Miss Su, I genuinely feel sorry for you. Gao Mingxian isn't even worth a single finger of Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jinyue's voice carried a fierce edge. For a woman to debase herself like this. Shame on all women. I'll tell you the truth. Gao family's investment failed. They're drowning in debt. When the payment deadline came and they couldn't pay, they faced bankruptcy. My father, considering old affection, lent them 50 million. Did you think I was too young so my father never told me about these things? Tell me, why do you think Gao Mingxian has been so attentive to me lately? Is it really because I'm better than you? Because he likes me more? Jiang Jinyue's words struck like a thunderbolt, detonating in Su Wantong's ears and instantly silencing the girls at the table. The affairs of high society were indeed troublesome. Su Wantong's face turned pale, her lips tightly bitten. I didn't know, but what, you still want to help him? How much money does your family have? Jiang Jinyue asked. Su Wantong said no more, knowing this was not something Jiang Jinyue would fabricate carelessly. Yet now that things had come to this, she felt ashamed. Tears fell once more. I'm sorry. The girl didn't know what else to say, so she could only apologize. But she didn't know why she was apologizing. For her ignorance or for her embarrassment. As if this could ease the awkwardness. Having vented her anger, Jiang Jinyue felt better. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No. That's good then. At least you didn't lose your virtue. So no real loss. But owing money isn't entirely his fault. I never said owing debt was wrong. It's his motives that aren't pure. If Jiang Jinyue pondered for a moment, feeling it was her duty to warn her. If his debt crisis is severe and time is running out, he might try to win you over. Be careful. What do you mean? Su Wantong wiped her tears, not quite understanding. In this regard, she was not as sharp as Jiang Jinyue. She was from the artistic stream, focused only on dance. Jiang Jinyue, on the other hand, developed in multiple directions, absorbing knowledge from her father's side. Even a fly's meat is still meat. He probably wouldn't resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Beware if he suddenly starts being nice to you. Jiang Jinyue sighed. If it truly came to the final hour, Gao Mingxian wouldn't be able to handle Jiang Jinyue. He would have to resort to the most despicable tricks, deception. Easy targets like Su Wantong, a hopeless romantic, were the easiest to fool. Her family wasn't as wealthy as the Jiangs, but with a good pretext. Like romance or engagement, a pig butchering scheme. Slaughter a few pigs, and the money might be enough. Even if it wasn't, let the company go bankrupt. He could slip away with the money and live a life of leisure elsewhere. Okay, thank you. With a hint of confusion and a final shred of hopeful expectation for Gao Mingxuan, Su Wantong left. Elsewhere. Jing'an Mansion. Holy shit. The exclamation escaped Zhou Qi's lips. The two roommates were stunned by the sheer luxury of the place the moment they stepped inside. Thanks to Brother Tang for ditching class with us. Thanks to Brother Tang for gaming with us. Zhang Ming clasped his hands together and rubbed them. Then he reached out to touch the ornaments in the living room. Bro, how much is this worth? That one's cheap, over 7,000. And this small one, 22,000. Huh, why is the small one more expensive? With your IQ, it's hard to explain. Hurry up and let's game. Tang Luochuan said, leading them to the esports room. 1 desktop, 3 laptops. Take the laptops when you leave. They're yours. Tang Luochuan said casually. The two didn't respond, just staring at the Alienware logo on the computers. After a long moment, Zhou Qi swallowed hard. Bro, this is a bit embarrassing. We've only known each other for so long. Zhang Ming also maintained his sense of propriety. Yeah, just let us play for a bit. Aren't you going to play when we get back tonight? We can game together. Just take them. Tang Luochuan waved it off dismissively. Damn. Zhou Qi cursed as if scolding himself for his greed, a smile tugging at his lips. Tang Ji. Then. Hee. I'll take this one. Zhang Ming also walked over, carefully stroking the back shell of the laptop. Then. I'll take this one. Just as he finished, Zhou Qi's phone buzzed. Many classmates had texted asking about Tang Luochuan's condition. Luochuan, what should we do? Everyone's really concerned about you. Tang Luochuan, just tell them I'm in a coma. School without Tang Luochuan was incomplete. At least it was noticeably duller. The guy had only been at school for a few days, but had already stirred up plenty of trouble. Yet everyone was curious why Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayan weren't that anxious, and no sadness showed on their faces. Meanwhile, the school was quietly changing. Just one day was all it took. The next morning at 7:30, Jiang Jinyue stretched and was the first to get up. She shot a glance at Tang Luochuan beside her, a hint of disgust in her eyes. Who else could get beaten up, hospitalized, and still bounce back with such vigor? She suddenly recalled a term Su Yuanyuan had taught her to describe men. Stud's waist. Rubbing her aching back, which felt like it was about to fall apart, she leaned over Tang Luochuan and gently patted Shin Mayan on the other side. Senior, time to get up. It's time. Shin Mayan replied, her eyes stinging. It was Friday, and there was the welcome party tonight. Obviously Tang Luochuan wouldn't be able to go. But that guy last night was like he'd taken drugs, relentless. Non-stop. Shin Mayan whispered back, give me 2 minutes to recover. Jiang Jinyue had just responded when she felt movement beneath her. She and Shun Mayan had Tang Luochuan between them, and the boy was now awake. The first thing he saw was Jiang Jinyue's chest. Jinyue, when you lean over it's actually quite. Shut up. Instinctively, she punched him square in the chest with considerable force. Ugh. Tang Luochuan struggled for breath. That baldy didn't get me, but you just nearly did. Everyone got up and Tang Luochuan went downstairs to buy breakfast for the two girls. To save time, they decided to bring the breakfast to their classroom. Then the car started. He still had to drive his girlfriend to school, but only to the other side of the road. He definitely wasn't going to step into the school. After everything was done, Shun Mayan entered her classroom, carrying her lunchbox. The moment the lunchbox opened, it drew the attention of quite a few classmates. Lately, everyone had noticed that Shun Mayan's quality of life had improved considerably. The lunchbox had 3 tiers. The bottom tier held soft glutinous crystal shrimp dumplings and golden molten custard buns. The middle tier displayed a delicately cut fruit platter. The top tier was a bowl of thick, slow-simmered bird's nest porridge garnished with a few goji berries. Mayan so lavish this early in the morning. Why did Luochuan buy that for you? Tsk tisk, is it good? Which shop is it from? Shun Mayan chewed in small bites. She knew the others weren't tempted by the food. They were envious. From Yin Gue Porridge House, she said, her voice soft, even a little embarrassed. Being too flashy wasn't good either. Oh, I know it. A girl replied flatly. 1 serving is 188 yuan. You've had it too. Shun Mayan asked casually as a way to make conversation and build rapport with her classmates. The girl shook her head. Just walked past it. Shun Mayan fell silent. The other girls, however, noticed the necklace on Shun Mayan's chest. Mayan, what necklace is that? Oh, Van Cleef Arpels, just a small brand. Really? If you say it like that, I have to look it up. Don't worry about making us jealous. Tang Luochuan gave it to you, right? Shun Mayan lowered her head even further. This feeling of being watched and scrutinized was very uncomfortable. The boys at least knew to keep their distance, but the girls were gossips. Terrible gossips. Every last one of them wanted to know what it was really like to be with Tang Luochuan. And the biggest feeling she had was an aching waist. The girl who had been focused on the necklace finished searching, looked at her phone, then compared it with the necklace on Shun Mayan's chest. She looked back and forth several times. Shun Mayan silently tucked the necklace into her clothes. The girl said nothing else, switched off her phone screen. I'd have been better off not searching. Searching just made it sting more. But someone curious came over to ask how much. 6,000, 8,000, or 10,000. The girl made the hand sign for 8 and mouthed 80,000. In Tang Luochuan's class, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi stayed up until past 10 o'clock. The two stood up with slightly flushed faces, preparing to go visit Tang Luochuan. The reason they felt embarrassed was because Jiang Jinyue looked at them with an expression that said idiot. Could she not know whether Tang Luochuan was actually injured? Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi had volunteered to take care of Tang Luochuan, who was hospitalized. As they passed Jiang Jinyue's seat, the girl let out a disdainful tch. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi didn't look back, clutching their new gaming laptops and quickly fleeing. Just as they reached the first floor, Zhang Ming, a girl suddenly called out to them. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi turned around to see a fairly attractive girl standing there. She held a small cake with a red heart drawn on it. Zhang Ming straightened his chest, reminding himself that he was with Su Yuan and couldn't mess around. Zhou Qi also gestured for him to stay calm. Don't make a mistake, you have a girlfriend. I know. Zhang Ming replied, then suddenly put on what he thought was his most charming smile, lowering his voice to a magnetic tone. Hello, can I help you? Zhou Qi looked at him in disbelief, his mouth twitching and mouthed, what the hell? He's obviously flirting with her. The girl shyly handed him the cake. Take this. Oh, beautiful lady, sorry. Zhang Ming replied word by word with full emotion. The girl suddenly interrupted. Is classmate Luochuan okay? This is for him. Oh. Zhang Ming realized that she couldn't be here for him, so he returned to a normal tone. Oh, he's fine. That's good. Tell him to take care of himself. I'm Li Xinxin from the medical school. Oh. Before he could finish, a few more girls came over, each carrying small gifts, mostly cheap snacks and the like. They stuffed them into the two's hands. Tell classmate Luochuan to take good care of his health. Tell him not to move around much. I'm Zhao Yining from the aviation school. I'm Qin Yu from our department. Tell him to take care, and thank you too. Each introduced themselves, full of concern for classmate Tang Luochuan. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming had no choice. They couldn't leave without taking the gifts. In the end, they had to ask for a few plastic bags from a nearby supermarket before they could pack everything and leave. By the time they reached Tang Luochuan's home, it was already 11 o'clock. Seeing the two, Tang Luochuan was stunned. Where did you two go to stock up? Luochuan, it's like this. Zhou Qi panted, something's off at school. What's wrong? Look at this. Zhou Qi pulled out his phone and opened several group chats. Yesterday's chat history. All the classmates are concerned about you. Yeah, I know. I was planning to thank them later. But today only the girls are concerned about your health. Oh, what about the boys? They're wondering when you'll die, whether you'll survive or not. This incident gave many girls a chance to get to know Tang Luochuan, and showing concern as classmates shouldn't be a problem. though mixed with personal motives. But the boys weren't stupid. Yesterday they were united because a classmate was bullied by outsiders from another school. But today they found their crushes so concerned about Tang Luochuan. How could they not be jealous? Tang Luochuan squinted his eyes, looking innocent, but helpless. I'll deal with that bald guy sooner or later. But school seems more dangerous. Zhang Ming asked, do you want to respond to the girl's concern? I'll respond with nothing. If I do, I'd go in standing and come out lying down. They continued playing games. Meanwhile, the welcome party went on as usual, and Zhang Jingyue was almost ready. They were getting ready to change into formal wear. Night fell, and the freshman welcome party began. The program list had been distributed long ago, and everyone focused on a few things. Host Shun Mayan piano solo by Zhang Jingyue. Nothing else mattered, it was just for the fun of it, and the important thing was to see the beautiful girls. Zhang Jingyue changed into her gown, and her elegant demeanor immediately stood out. She seemed perfectly suited and accustomed to such attire. After all, she had been exposed to such things since childhood. However, her delicate face couldn't hide her coldness no matter how much makeup she wore. Zhang Jingyue, on the other hand, Shin Mayan, was the complete opposite in temperament. To match the welcome theme, she changed into a red dress, styled her hair specially, and ran around backstage dragging her skirt. There was no choice. Besides being the host, she was also a cadre in the arts department. She managed the backstage work, worried about any slip-ups. In the eyes of the people backstage, there was envy and jealousy. It was hard to imagine that two girls belonged to the same man. Most here were students from the school, handsome men and beautiful women, so it was hard not to compete for attention. Who was that host in the red dress? A boy whispered to his companion. She's a sophomore junior Shin Mayan. Really? Should I go ask for her WeChat? Forget it. Why? She has a boyfriend. So what? College relationships are like that. Ask, and maybe when she breaks up there's a chance. A girl with such looks is worth waiting for. Bro, you don't know. Her boyfriend is a freshman. Oh, he's super rich. Keep a low profile. I heard the necklace on his neck alone costs 80 to 90,000. Let's just watch. Then, what about the girl playing the piano? I could ask for her number too. That one is also Tang Luochuan's woman. Damn. The boy frowned deeply. Where is that Tang Luochuan? I want to get him. His friend smiled bitterly. I wanted to. Sigh. As they sighed, a figure walked past them, carrying fragrance and an ethereal aura. The sheer fabric brushed past their noses, stirring their hearts. Su Wantong bit her lip, still feeling uneasy inside, but at performance time she had to force herself on stage. However, with her flying Apsara's makeup and costume, her ethereal charm combined with a pained expression made people feel a sense of pity at first sight. It stirred the boys' protective and possessive instincts. The girl's face was distinctive, and even Zhang Jingyue felt stirred upon seeing this look. Beautiful women appreciate beautiful women. Clothes make the man, and at this moment Shun Mayan and Zhang Jingyue were earthly beauties. But Su Wantong was a celestial fairy, with her outfit and styling giving her a huge advantage. The party was about to start. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming walked one in front and one behind, escorting Tang Luochuan, who wore a cap and mask, to the backstage. Hey, no entry for outsiders. The flustered Shin Mayan spotted them at once. Senior, we're delivering goods. What goods, eh? Zhou Qi nudged Tang Luochuan. We're delivering this goods. Oh, it's Mr. Tang. Shun Mayan said, her tone less than amicable, though her expression betrayed her as a smile crept onto her face. She and Zhang Jingyue had just been fretting over the slight regret that her boyfriend wasn't by her side during her moment of glory. Yet unexpectedly Tang Luochuan had secretly come. But soon she realized, aren't you afraid of getting caught? The girl reached out and hastily adjusted his mask, wanting to take his hand, but hesitating. Tang Luochuan, however, stealthily leaned closer. Senior, you look beautiful. Shin Mayan tugged at his sleeve and hurriedly moved aside. Find a place to hide or go to the audience. Find a corner and don't wander off. But I want to be closer to you. Stop acting like a puppy. Oh, I don't buy it anymore. Just behave. As she spoke, Zhang Jingyue approached, holding an unopened cup of milk tea. She walked to the trash bin and tossed it in directly. Without noticing the others, she walked past, expressionlessly greeting Shin Mayan briefly. She then cast a cold glance at Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi. Miss, you're wasting food. You didn't even open the milk tea before throwing it away, Tang Luochuan said under the cap, his tone light and teasing. Zhang Jingyue froze. That voice was all too familiar. She looked at the boy's outfit. A set of understated luxury, clearly new clothes. But from his demeanor she quickly knew who it was. How did you get here? She reached out to remove his mask, took a look, and indeed it was Tang Luochuan. Zhang Jingyue's eyes softened slightly, unable to hide her delight. She put the mask back on for him, even bending the nose wire to ensure he could breathe comfortably. Here to hear me play the piano? Of course, my wife's performance. I had to come support you. Who's your wife? Zhang Jingyue murmured petulantly, then looked around. Be careful. It'll be bad if someone sees you. It's fine, I'll hide. But seriously, why did you throw away that milk tea without even taking a sip? Are you upset? I'll pick it back up. It was from another guy. Wait. Tang Luochuan immediately grabbed her wrist. Another guy. Indeed, there were bold ones who didn't declare openly, but simply made a gesture of goodwill, waiting to take over Tang Luochuan's place. As someone had said, girls like Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayan were worth waiting for. Even if they couldn't have them now, the mere thought that at some point in their lives these women had belonged to them was a great satisfaction. Jiang Jinyue's face bloomed with a charming smile gradually appearing on her usually aloof features. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were both dazed. Had the pure lotus turned into a hibiscus? Kiss me and I'll go, Tang Luochuan said, pulling down his mask a little and pointing to his cheek. I just put on my lipstick. Shin Mayan was a bit reluctant, afraid of being seen. Hurry up or someone will come. Jiang Jinyue knew this guy wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. She had only been with him for a day or two, but she enjoyed the feeling of having a man. The first step to becoming a woman was having a boyfriend. Otherwise, in Jiang Jinyue's heart, she was still a child. Surprisingly, this time Jiang Jinyue was unusually bold. Perhaps because of her guilt today, she wanted to compensate him. The girl gently rose on her tiptoes. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi watched intently. Say what you will, but seeing a girl of Jiang Jinyue's beauty kiss a guy was a rare pleasure. So jealous. Zhang Ming sighed. Zhou Qi, on the other hand, was utterly despondent, thinking of his own girlfriend. She couldn't compare to Tang Luochuan's. Shin Mayan hastily added a kiss of her own, then put his mask back on. Go to the lounge over there. Don't come out. You can see the show from that window. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, please keep him company. All right. But if you want no one to know, you must not do it. Though their interaction was in a corner, someone still noticed. Su Wantong's gaze had been on Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayan from the start. Other guys were looking because of their beauty, but as a girl she was unsettled by today's events. Especially Jiang Jinyue's words, which seemed to pierce her psychological dependence on Gao Mingxian, the one who had been abroad for years, the one she thought of every night. Perhaps he existed only in her heart. But at this moment, she clearly saw Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayan kiss a boy. No need to guess, it was Tang Luochuan. Didn't he go to the hospital? Su Wantong wasn't that naive, she could guess he was faking illness. She blocked the only path from the corner, determined to see what Tang Luochuan was up to. As Shin Mayan and the others were about to leave, they spotted Su Wantong half hidden behind the wall. Tang Luochuan was also struck by her outfit. Is this a goddess? Shin Mayan lowered her head, pretending not to see, and added, she's supposed to be a flying apsara. No one spoke. Su Wantong just stood there, not blocking their way. As they passed each other, Su Wantong's gaze fixed on the boy's eyes. Even with the mask, she recognized him. But she wasn't a student of Jiaodong University, so she had no obligation to meddle. Still, this unpredictable boy had indeed caught her attention. How did he get here? What is he up to? In the fleeting moment they crossed paths, Tang Luochuan's eyes met hers. Only his eyes were visible, yet they were captivating. A fleeting glance. Gone in an instant. Su Wantong stood still, a sensation like a bolt of lightning striking her soul, coursing through her body. It wasn't nervousness, but some indescribable stirring. She had seen Tang Luochuan's mischievous side, his arrogance, but never this. Just a pair of eyes exuding a lazy, yet mesmerizing aura. There was no teasing in his gaze, no mockery, only a brief, calm exchange that made her heart race. Oh, Wantong, Shin Mayan suddenly turned around. Go to the guest room first. The show is about to start. Don't wander. She wanted to get rid of the girl quickly, afraid she might say something to Gao Mingxian. She could only silently pray that Su Wantong hadn't recognized him. Okay. The show began. Tang Luochuan sat in the restroom, actually a storage closet, watching the outside through the window. Meanwhile, Gao Mingxian sat at his desk looking over the accounts. He had little knowledge and could barely understand them, but the summarized results were clear enough. Terrible. But he lacked foresight, his understanding was limited, and the project was doomed to fail. The only way to get money was to borrow or cheat. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and scrolled through the chat list. The first, naturally, was Jiang Jinyue pinned at the top, followed by a few friends he hung out with. Then there was Su Wantong, who often sent him messages. He first sent a message to Jiang Jinyue. Gao Mingxuan Jinyue, I'm sorry. My subordinate was out of line today. I've already disciplined him. It wasn't my intention. The message failed to send. Only a prompt: you are no longer on her friend list. In the past, Jiang Jinyue had tolerated him out of respect for their parents' friendship, not wanting to make things too awkward. But now she couldn't take it anymore. So ruthless. Gao Mingxian mused for a moment, then put it aside, and sent a message to Su Wantong. Gao Mingxuan Wantong, I'm sorry. I've always had feelings for you. I was under too much pressure today, and panicked, so I spoke out of turn. I hope you can understand. Gao Mingxuan, I've always seen Jinyue as a little sister, like my own flesh and blood. You should understand that family means a lot to me. At this moment, Jiang Jinyue was performing a piano solo on stage. No one was appreciating the music. Oh, everyone was just a student. Not everyone possessed the Jiang family's wealth and refinement, yet all were enraptured by the sheer beauty of the performer. Jiang Jinyue wore a gown that shimmered like starlight under the lights. The girls couldn't help but imagine themselves in her place. Meanwhile, the boys fantasized, was this goddess being subdued by Tang Luochuan? I can't accept it. The piece ended and applause rang out, not overly enthusiastic. Then came the heart-wrenching moment. Shen Mian appeared again with the male host. The boys saw another goddess who had been conquered by Tang Luochuan. If only I were like Tang Luochuan. Envy and jealousy spread among the boys, but most managed to remain composed. Yet the name Tang Luochuan gradually began to circulate. In truth, many still didn't know the specifics. But at such a large gathering, words spread quickly, from 1 to 10 to 100. Shen Mian was poised and graceful. In the storage room, Tang Luochuan looked smugly at the stage, then raised an eyebrow at Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. So, Zhang Ming said, yeah, you're awesome. Tang Luochuan laughed. I meant the performance. How was it? Zhou Qi replied, I don't know, but both are your women. Makes me jealous. Huh. Don't you know having too many women is a hassle, ha ha ha. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Ming glanced at the sledgehammer in the corner. Luochuan, if you died here, how long would it take for someone to find you? Whoa, danger right beside me. Ha ha. Zhou Qi looked out the window and suddenly chuckled. Don't get too cocky. The next one up isn't your girl. Let's welcome the Shanghai Theater Academy with their performance, Silk Road Rainbow, performed by Su Wantong. Shen Mian announced a few names and quickly exited with the male host. The stage lights dimmed abruptly, and the pipa prelude of the Dunhuang style flowed through the speakers, instantly silencing the murmurs below. A spotlight slowly swept toward the stage entrance. The gold-embroidered sash first entered the light like a drifting cloud, captivating the entire audience. Behind the side curtain, Su Wantong was pale, having just put down her phone. The screen still showed the 2 messages Gao Mingxian had just sent. The boy's sudden goodwill had been exactly what Jiang Jinhua warned about. The words, "Be careful if he suddenly treats you well," echoed in her mind. Her years of persistence seemed to waver. Wantong, go on, a backup dancer reminded her from behind. Oh. Su Wantong snapped back to reality and stepped onto the stage with the drumbeat. As she lifted her skirt and entered the spotlight with small steps, she transformed back into the radiant lead dancer on stage, her eyes filled only with flowing charm, hiding not a hint of personal thoughts. In the storage room, Tang Luochuan and his friends were also impressed. Though they knew nothing about dance, they could tell at a glance that it was of high quality. But that was only admiration for her professional skill. Beautiful. Tang Luochuan commented casually. Absolutely stunning. Zhang Ming added. Tang Luochuan chewed a piece of gum, relaxed. I meant the dance. I've only seen this in games. First time seeing it live. Quite impressive. No wonder they're from the Drama Academy. He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure on stage, and he had to admit that Su Wantong was dazzling when she danced, impossible to look away from. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were already staring, nodding repeatedly. Damn that figure, those moves. Professionals are truly different. But on stage, Su Wantong's mind was a tangled mess. Gao Mingxuan's hypocritical messages, Jiang Jinyue's incisive warning, and the fleeting glimpse of Tang Luochuan's captivating eyes backstage. And her own years of devotion, like a clown's performance, all churned together, unsettling her spirit. During a difficult spinning turn followed by a tiptoe movement, her foot slipped slightly. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she staggered uncontrollably, nearly falling flat on the stage. A small stir arose from the audience. Even Tang Luochuan in the storage room couldn't help but gasp. Oh, a mistake. He had no other thoughts, only regret that such a beautiful dance had a flaw. Backstage, Shen Mian and Jiang Jinyue's hearts clenched. Both had to admit that regardless of their personal feelings, Su Wantong's professional skill was undeniable. Why else would the Shanghai Theater Academy choose her among so many? Jiang Jinyue's gaze turned worried. Having studied folk dance for over a decade, she knew too well what such a mistake after a high-speed spin meant. Most likely a sprained ankle, and the worst kind, an inward twist damaging the ligaments. But just as everyone thought the performance would falter, Su Wantong, relying on muscle memory ingrained deep within, executed a perfect lying fish pose. She flawlessly covered the mistake without even a pause. Only she knew that the stabbing pain in her ankle had exploded. Every tiptoe, every jump, every shift of weight felt like countless needles piercing her injury. Holy shit. In the small room, the 3 boys couldn't help but laugh, and even clapped involuntarily. Tang Luochuan exclaimed in genuine admiration, amazing. Truly amazing. Zhang Ming was also leaning on the windowsill. That's incredible. Seeing it live is truly different. Until the final note faded, she led all the dancers in a bow. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, more fervent than all previous performances combined. On the other side, Jiang Jinyue also clapped. A professional was a professional. She had underestimated Su Wantong. Yet she sincerely admired how easily Su Wantong had recovered from the mistake. But none of this was easy. As soon as she stepped off stage, Su Wantong finally collapsed. Her companions quickly steadied her swaying body, their voices frantic. Wantong, what's wrong? That moment scared us to death. Su Wantong's face was pale with pain, sweat beading on her forehead. Shin Mayan hurried over. What's wrong? It hurts, Su Wantong said, falling into the arms of her companions, her voice laced with grievance. It wasn't just because of her ankle, it was more the pain in her heart. It hurts so much, she said, and then suddenly burst into loud sobs. Her companions were stunned. Dancers were used to bumps and bruises, sprains were common. But Su Wantong had never cried so heart-wrenchingly before. She was merely using the ankle sprain to release the bitterness in her heart. Shin Mayan lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a slightly swollen ankle. Quick, take her to the hospital, the girl said without hesitation. Call 120, someone asked. Shin Mayan scanned the room and looked at Jiang Jinhua. Yeah, go get Luo Chuan. Okay. Jiang Jinhua didn't delay. There was no deep grudge between the girls. Neither she nor Shin Mayan was the type to kick someone when they were down. In the small storage room, Tang Luo Chuan was chatting merrily with two of his buddies. The door burst open as Jiang Jinhua shoved it. Luo Chuan, Su Wantong is injured. You need to take her to the hospital. Can't we call 120? Stop with the nonsense, move it. But I can't be exposed. Go wait downstairs and bring the car around. Oh, okay. Tang Luo Chuan was pushed out of the storage room by Jiang Jinhua. His tank 700 was right downstairs. Before long, a few girls helped Su Wantong down. Her right foot was slightly swollen and tears still hung on her face. She glanced at him. Tang Luo Chuan still wore his mask. He puffed out his chest and said, "Hello, which one of you called the Didi?" Hearing this, Jiang Jinhua was so annoyed that she lifted her skirt and gave his shin a light kick. Still pretending at a time like this. There's no one else. We've all covered for you. His words made the other girls laugh. Su Wantong looked at him with a wronged expression, yet his remarks somehow made her feel less upset at that moment. Open the door. Su Wantong sat in the back, and two girls who were close to her got in directly. Without hesitation, Tang Luo Chuan slid into the driver's seat. Jinhua coming along. You guys go ahead. I still have to receive an award later. You're right. Tang Luo Chuan rolled his eyes and floored the gas, shooting off. Inside the car, the air was quiet. Thanks. Su Wantong spoke first, not knowing why she wanted to say something to him. Tang Luo Chuan, being his reckless self, asked directly, should I still call your brother Mingxian? You're hurt. He must be really worried about you. No need. Hey, just call him. One of the female companions suddenly said, then immediately covered her mouth. Never mind. She meant well, thinking that since Su Wantong liked Gao Mingxuan, it was only right to call him over and see his attitude. But then she remembered the earlier friction between Gao Mingxian and Tang Luo Chuan, so she swallowed her words. It's fine, I'm not that petty. I won't even hold it against him that he hit me. It's nothing. A smile hung at the corner of Tang Luo Chuan's mouth. It would be best if that bastard brought his bald bodyguard along. I'll find a place and deal with him directly. A hint of malice gleamed in his eyes. How could he ever swallow this insult? But what he wanted was not for the other to back down. It was to be thoroughly terrified. Classmate Tang, you're really magnanimous, a female companion murmured. Tang Luo Chuan waved his hand. It's nothing. Didn't I hear you were hospitalized? All my mental state was damaged, but physically I'm fine. Mainly I'm seeing a psychologist. MMIC. The two female companions were completely taken in by his smooth talk, but Su Wantong was conflicted inside. To call, or not to call. It was Jiang Jinhua's account, yet it wasn't entirely baseless. Su Wantong bit her lip and finally locked her phone. I won't call for now, she said softly, yet with a hint of resolve. Let's wait until the test results come out. Tang Luo Chuan glanced at the rearview mirror and said no more. The car soon arrived at the hospital. The two girls took Su Wantong to the emergency room. Tang Luo Chuan took her ID card and went to the side to deposit 200 yuan. Su Wantong was admitted to the hospital smoothly. After the doctor's examination, there was nothing serious. A few x-rays were taken, and she only needed to rest for a while. In the ward, Tang Luo Chuan walked to the bedside with her ID card. I'll leave it here for you. I'm leaving now. He didn't linger at all. He was merely going through the motions. Hey, how much was it? I'll pay you back. Tang Luo Chuan thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. It wasn't much. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Without saying much else, Tang Luo Chuan exchanged a simple pleasantry, get some rest. Thanks. Su Wantong watched the young man, and a thought suddenly surfaced, could he stay and take care of her? But while she was still entertaining the idea, he had already left. At the hospital, Su Wantong spent the night accompanied by two classmates. The next day was another Saturday. Tang Luo Chuan went to school. He had only attended a few days in total. Early in the morning, Jiang Jinhua roused him for a morning run. Not going. I'm still injured. Tang Luo Chuan turned over, trying to wrap an arm around Shin Mayan beside him. But he grabbed only air. When he opened his eyes again, Shin Mayan was already getting dressed. Luo Chuan, you can't be this lazy. How about jogging with us? Don't want to. Tang Luo Chuan reached out and hooked the pants she was only halfway into. Shin Mayan pulled them up and turned to slap his roving hand. Once she had the pants on, Tang Luo Chuan immediately sat up. Shark leggings. Why didn't you say so? I'm in. I'm in. Oh my god. Jiang Jinwei rolled her eyes. The two girls had bought the outfits online together. Since they lived together, they had also agreed to exercise together. Tang Luochuan hurriedly got dressed and checked his bank balance and passing over 1.3 billion. Jiang Jinwei had also changed her abdomen taut and toned with faint hints of abs. The three went downstairs and had been running for a short while when Jiang Jinwei asked out of the blue, "How was Su Wantong last night?" Tang Luochuan casually replied, "Nothing much. The doctor said it wasn't serious." None of them took it to heart. Suddenly Tang Luochuan's phone rang. It was his mother. Tang Luochuan told the two to keep running, then found a bench in a corner of the park and sat down to answer. "Mom." Luochuan. Zhu Xiaomei's voice was brimming with excitement. "I have great news for you." "What is it?" "Our hometown is going to be demolished. I'm planning to move our household registrations back." "What about Grandma and Grandpa?" Tang Luochuan's grandparents were still in the hometown, and his father's household registration was there too. Back then, to let him go to school, his and his mother's registrations had been moved to a neighboring town. That area was better developed, and the schools were good, right? Tongjia village sent word. "It's happening in the next few days." It came so suddenly. "When you come back this time, Aunt Lee said she'd introduce you to someone." "Well, hold on. Mom, weren't we talking about the demolition? How did you get to matchmaking in 2 sentences? I'm only 18. I'm still a kid." "Some kid?" Zhu Xiaomei huffed. "Let me tell you, plenty of people know about our demolition and have come to propose matches. The money you gave me last time, I didn't dare breathe a word. If that got out, there would definitely be more. Come back on October 1st. I'll have Aunt Lee take you to meet them." "Oh Mom, I'm already seeing someone." "You're seeing someone at..." Zhu Xiaomei was silent for a moment, then said, "It doesn't interfere with the hometown one. Just go take a look." Tang Luochuan didn't reply. He looked over at the two girls not far away who had stopped running and were now doing morning exercises. Shen Mayan gave him a sweet smile, while Jiang Jinyue's face remained like a creditor's, as if someone owed her money. The young man let out a long sigh. "Let's talk about it later. Don't be so hasty." "Hey, you little brat, let me finish." Zhu Xiaomei was displeased when her son tried to hang up the phone. The one who could truly reign in Tang Luochuan was, after all, his own mother. Tang Luochuan jolted, knowing his mother was getting angry. "All right, go on. Come home and take a look. I'm not saying you have to marry her, but just let the girl at your school know. If you don't like the one at home, I won't force you. But your Aunt Lee and Aunt Wang keep coming by every few days. I can't keep making excuses forever." "All right. Fine." Tang Luochuan agreed reluctantly. "Oh son, let me tell you. Of the several girls I was introduced to, I only approved of one. Meng Fani from Mengjia village. Do you know her? She was your high school classmate." "Oh haha," Tang Luochuan chuckled. "Happy now. Hell, we'll talk about it when I get back." "Fine. Come back soon." After hanging up, Tang Luochuan rested his hand on the chair, pondered for a moment, then transferred 0 yuan to his mother with a message, "Made some money trading stocks. Prize money from winning a school science competition." He casually made up excuses to get his mother to accept the money. As for that Meng Fani, Tang Luochuan certainly remembered her. She wasn't a lost love or a first crush, just a high school beauty queen who had become a stranger. Not only were they high school classmates, but they had also been in the same grade in middle school and elementary school. Thinking back, Tang Luochuan recalled that he had only talked to her quite a bit back in elementary school. But as she grew up, the girl became more calculating, and quite a few boys lingered around her. After middle school, they almost completely lost contact. Demolition compensation. So now a blind date. Tang Luochuan muttered to himself, not thinking much of it. Let fate take its course. At breakfast, Tang Luochuan suddenly said to the two girls, "I'm going to order a Rolls-Royce this afternoon. I called the dealership a few days ago, and they said new stock arrived today. I'll go take a look." Hearing this, even Jiang Jinyue, a wealthy heiress, began to reevaluate this guy. "Luochuan, did your parents send you more living expenses?" "No, I haven't even spent what they gave me before." Tang Luochuan replied casually, but it was the truth. His mother had given him 600 yuan before, 3 months of living expenses. He hadn't touched a single cent. "You haven't spent the previous allowance." This time it was Shen Mayan's turn to be speechless. "But you can't just splurge recklessly. We already have so many cars at home, and you still want to buy another." "I've noticed something," Tang Luochuan said very seriously. "A Rolls-Royce is the true standard for a successful man to show off. Honestly, Porsche and BMW are still a bit lacking. Gao Mingxian has taste after all." "Ha ha." At the mention of Gao Mingxuan, Jiang Jinyue's face turned cold. She didn't want to hear that name again. At the Third People's Hospital of Modu, Su Wantong's ward was crowded with people. Several classmates had arrived with their teacher, bringing fruit baskets and supplements to visit her. Su Wantong's parents had also rushed over along with a few relatives. Everyone was in the ward exchanging warm greetings. "Wantong, the school will cover your medical expenses. Get plenty of rest and come back when you're fully recovered," a female teacher said softly by her bedside. Su Wantong expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher, and thank you all classmates." As she spoke, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Wantong. The voice arrived before the person. Gao Mingxian had come. Just from his tone alone, one could tell he was burning with anxiety. But when he pushed open the door, the urgency on his face was laced with a hint of deliberate manufactured panic. Behind him followed two suit-clad assistants carrying exquisitely packaged bird's nest and imported fruit. He had certainly made quite a show of it. Su Wantong's parents immediately rose to greet him, polite smiles plastered on their faces. Mingxuan, why did you bother coming? And spending so much money? A few girls who knew Su Wantong well also cast ambiguous glances back and forth between the two. Oh, Wantong, aren't you happy now? Your brother Mingxian is here. Look at you, you're stunned, speechless. Who would have thought that brother Gao still cares about you so much? Look how frantic he was. Your beloved is here, now feeling better. One after another, the female classmates poked at Su Wantong's already agitated heart. Gao Mingxian strode quickly to the bedside, his tone full of concern. Wantong, I heard you were injured. I've been worried sick. I kept sending you messages after the party last night. No wonder you never replied. Are you okay? Su Wantong still said nothing, staring at him with fearful eyes, remembering Jiang Jinyue's words again. Without those words, she might never have pinpointed the change in him. But with them, she also noticed how abruptly Gao Mingxuan's attitude had shifted. I'm fine. That day. I'm truly sorry. Gao Mingxian sat by the bedside looking utterly sincere. Su's parents watched the two of them, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. Su's father Su Bingqiang patted Gao Mingxian on the shoulder. Xiao Gao, Wantong has been going on and on about you by my side. Her mother and I are no match for you. You'd better coax her properly. Her father was clearly trying to bring them together. In his eyes, Gao Mingxuan, with his distinguished family background, was the ideal son-in-law. Besides, it was rare for his daughter's taste to align with his own, so there was no need to worry too much. Brother Mingxuan, you don't need to apologize. I'm fine. It's just... Su Wantong paused for a moment. Just tired. Her heart was restless, mainly because Jiang Jinyue had hit the mark. Uncle and Auntie, I'm truly sorry. The other day, I didn't take good care of Wantong, and I said the wrong things. It was my fault. Wantong is still angry with me. I'm really sorry. Gao Mingxuan's methods were clever. He openly admitted what had happened that day. Oh, they're just kids. It's normal to have little spats. Even couples married for years argue all the time. Your Annie and I have a fight every few days. It's nothing. Her mother Li Haixia also gently held her daughter's shoulders. Wantong, you can't throw a tantrum. Look how thoughtful he is. He came all the way to visit you and brought so many things. Chat with Mingxian for a while. Don't be petty. I know. Su Wantong replied, her voice weak and devoid of any emotion. Li Haixia gave the young man a meaningful look and gestured for everyone to leave. Everyone, classmates, teacher. Let's step outside for a bit. Later, old Su and I will treat you all to a meal. Thank you for your concern. Once everyone had left, only Su Wantong and Gao Mingxian remained in the room. Gao Mingxian was well aware of the awkwardness. He had gone too far with his scolding that day. Wantong, I'm sorry. Brother Mingxuan, Jiang Jinyue said your family's capital chain is in danger of breaking. Is that true? Su Wantong's voice was soft and airy, yet it sent a shock through Gao Mingxuan's heart. Jiang Jinyue knew too. So that's it. Gao Mingxian sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall, his eyes cold for 2 seconds before shifting to a look of disbelief. Jinyue, he said slowly, she really said that? Yes. It's true that we've run into some problems, but it's not that serious. What does a student like her know? I guess I misjudged her. Brother Mingxuan, at a time like this, there's no need to lie to me. Gao Mingxian sneered inwardly. This is exactly the time I need to lie to you. He took a deep breath. Why would I lie to you? She must have told you that I liked her for her family's money, right? I won't deny that I once liked her, but that's because I've known her for so many years. And now I've finally figured things out. Gao Mingxian leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate earnestness as he reached for Su Wantong's hand. Seeing her instinctively pull away, he withdrew his own hand, without showing it, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. But it was quickly concealed beneath tenderness. Wantong, you're the one who understands me best. How could you believe her? My family and the Jiang family have been friends for generations. It's true that her family is well off, but I, Gao Mingxuan, am not the kind of man who needs to cling to a woman to get by. The company has indeed run into a bit of trouble recently. A few hiccups in some cooperative projects, and cash flow is temporarily tight. But it's only temporary. My father is already in talks with new investors. Within half a month, at most, everything will return to normal. How could it possibly reach the point of a broken capital chain? Gao Mingxian suddenly let out a wretched laugh. All right then, if you believe her instead of me, there's nothing I can do. Su Wantong's heart was thrown into turmoil by his passionate performance, leaving her torn between belief and doubt. Indeed, why should she trust Jiang Jinyue and suspect the boy she had liked for so many years? Yet the unease at the bottom of her heart could not be suppressed. Everything was too strange. Gao Mingxuan's attitude had shifted too quickly, absurdly so. Even in the past, he had never been this attentive to her. The atmosphere in the ward gradually grew heavy. After a moment, Gao Mingxian suddenly spoke, Wantong. I like you. Let's be together. Be my girlfriend. His gaze burned with sincerity, his tone utterly earnest. I will never see Jiang Jingyue again. That look. He had practiced it to perfection, fooling countless people with ease. Dealing with someone as love-struck as Su Wantong, he had thought it was a sure thing. But to his utter surprise, the look in her eyes was not one of surrender, but rather of deepening gravity. A direct confession. That only made her more suspicious. Her mind was a chaotic mess, yet she knew she couldn't agree easily. Mingxian Gij. I haven't decided yet. Let me think about it, okay? The answer she had longed for years was finally before her, yet she hesitated. The smile on Gao Mingxuan's face froze instantly, and it took him 2 seconds to force a gentle expression back. It's okay, get some rest first. No rush. We're not in a hurry. Once Gao Mingxian stepped out of the ward, the little warmth on his face vanished completely. He leaned against the corridor wall, his fingertips turning white from clenching, a seething fury swirling in his eyes. He had thought Su Wantong was already devoted to him, that as soon as he gave the word, she would throw herself into his arms. But that, let me think about it, had struck him like a slap across the face. Think about it. When had she ever needed to think before? Now she was playing hard to get. Who was she trying to impress? Gao Mingxian knew well that it wasn't that Su Wantong had become reserved, it was that she was truly beginning to doubt him. And all of this was Jiang Jinyue's doing. If she hadn't spoken out of turn, how could Su Wantong have suddenly become so difficult to handle? If his family's capital chain hadn't truly hit a snag, why would he stoop to coaxing a girl he had never looked up to before? Mingxuan, how did it go? Li Haixiao hurried over as he stepped out. Gao Mingxian smiled calmly. Auntie, it's fine. Wantong is just a bit shaken. Just now. Well, just now I confessed to her. I'll be going now. He could only say so much. He knew that Su's parents had a good impression of him, and using this connection to pressure Su Wantong a little wouldn't hurt. As for the capital chain issue, he had already explained it. The more stirred up this matter became, the murkier it got. Su Wantong was probably uncertain now. As long as he proved the funds were fine, everything would be resolved. The only one who could accurately get wind of this was that old fox Jiang Deming of the Jiang family. The man was too shrewd. And he was too close to his own father. Sure enough, Li Haixiao's smile grew even wider upon hearing this. Mingxuan, don't worry. Wantong just got hurt, she must be feeling terrible inside. Once she's discharged in a few days, we'll arrange a meeting with your parents to discuss things properly. Sure. Auntie, I'll be off then. After Gao Mingxian left, Su's parents returned to the ward. Su Wantong pretended to be asleep, ears perked to catch their conversation. Li Haixiao, old Gao's son, said he's taken a fancy to our daughter. Su Bingxiang, tisk, what kind of talk is that? What does taken a fancy mean? They're both smitten, and our daughter is no slouch. Li Haixiao, of course, how could our daughter be lacking? I said we'll wait until Wantong is better. Then we'll put this on the agenda. First engagement, then the marriage certificate. Once Wantong graduates, we'll hold the wedding immediately. Good, that works. Su Wantong kept her eyes tightly shut, but her lashes trembled uncontrollably. Her parents' hushed discussions drifted into her ears, every word landing clearly. Engagement, marriage certificate, wedding after graduation. Words that once made her heart race, just to think about now only suffocated her. She had liked Gao Mingxian for so many years, from innocent youth to eager anticipation, believing that if he ever turned back, she would possess all the sweetness in the world. But now when that day finally came, she only felt cold, false, and suffocating. Modu inside the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Normally without a deposit, the store wouldn't reserve a vehicle for you. But Tang Luochuan's name had spread among the luxury car dealers nearby. That day the employees of the Porsche and Lamborghini stores had already posted about him in their circles. Mysterious, young, and absurdly extravagant. That was the uniform impression of him among all the salespeople. Seeing the familiar figure enter from afar, the manager immediately hurried over, his face bearing a perfectly respectful smile. Young Master Tang, you're here. Hey, don't call me young master. Just use my first name. Tang Luochuan, dressed in casual wear, looked completely at ease. A few female sales staff couldn't help but steal glances, their faces tinged with ambiguous smiles. But when they noticed the girl behind him, they restrained their expressions. She was stunningly beautiful, yet seemed a bit naive, looking around the store and the displayed vehicles. Wow, Shen Mayan insisted on tagging along. She had never been to a 4S store to pick up a car, but she knew from Xiaohongshu that luxury car pickups allowed photos. There was even a grand delivery ceremony. In the world of Xiaohongshu, where everyone seemed to be a millionaire, that was the life she envied. So today she had to experience it herself. Luochuan, she took a few quick steps closer, her hand brushing against his, gently tapping it, and whispered, Am I embarrassing you? Not at all. Having you with me makes me look great. Tang Luochuan wrapped an arm around her waist and looked at the manager. Where's the car? Ready. The manager nodded repeatedly. We set aside the latest arrival with the exact configuration you requested over the phone. Not even the protective film has been peeled off. Please follow me. Shen Mayan clutched her small canvas bag, biting her lip as she followed Tang Luochuan. Around the corner an SUV was parked there. There was indeed a grand delivery ceremony, but the sign read, "Congratulations to Mr. Tang on your new car." The vehicle was covered in black cloth hiding its true appearance. "What car is this?" Shen Mayan asked. Tang Luochuan Cullinan. "Aren't you buying a Rolls-Royce? I go take a break over there. Would you two like a photo here?" The manager gestured. Tang Luochuan pointed at the sign. "Could you add Miss Shun to it? She's my wife. It'd be awkward for her without it." "No problem, I'll print it right away." "Shall Lu go?" Can I post this on WeChat moments later?" Shen Mayan grinned and nudged the boy with her shoulder, looking at him full of expectation. Tang Luochuan nudged her back with his shoulder. "Of course you can. I'm keeping this car for our kid, not for Jinyu." "That's not right." "Ha, did you really believe that? By the time our child grows up, it'll be over 20 years later, and the car would have already been returned long ago." Shen Mayan reached into her bag. She had already drafted her Zaihanshu post. She had used AI to generate the copy several times, just waiting for the right moment to show off. Now the opportunity finally arrived. The license plates were quickly replaced, and the two stood in front of the car, while the sales staff helped take photos and record videos. Tang Luochuan wrapped one arm around the girl, a slight smile on his lips. He had originally invited Jiang Jinyu to come along when Shen Mayan asked him, but she declined, saying it would waste time and that they already had Rolls-Royces at home, so she had no interest in coming. After taking the photos, it was Shen Mayan's turn to perform. Her fingers flew across her phone screen, pulling up the carefully saved filters and snapping photos of the revealed Bentley from every angle. She even took 3 close-up shots of the Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament. At the end, she pulled Tang Luochuan in for a photo, deliberately framing their intertwined hands with the car emblem, her smile never fading. The manager watched with a smile, thoughtfully handing over the custom key box. "Miss Shin, your photography is wonderful. This car suits the two of you perfectly." Blushing at the compliment, Shen Mayan thanked the manager while her fingers kept working, quickly assembling the photos. With the polished caption ready, her finger hovered over the send button as she glanced back at Tang Luochuan. "Should I really post this?" He leaned against the car, raising an eyebrow with a grin. "Post it boldly. Let that sour-faced woman see it." Sour-faced. Shen Mayan paused for a moment before realizing who he meant. Of course it was Jiang Jinyu. She bit her lip to stifle a laugh, then tapped her screen to post simultaneously to WeChat Moments and Zaihanshu. The post didn't mention the car's price, only writing, "The tenderness of being favored cannot be hidden," accompanied by close-up shots of the car, a photo of the two of them, and the exquisite key box. A classic Zaihanshu flex. After posting, Shen Mayan pressed the phone to her chest. In the past, she had commented on Zaihanshu mocking those who showed off their wealth. Now she had the chance, finally living the life she used to mock. Barely 2 seconds after posting, her phone buzzed incessantly. WeChat notifications chiming non-stop, and likes and comments on Zaihanshu skyrocketing. Shen Mayan looked down at the stream of messages, her smile growing wider. Classmates asked if she had picked up the car with Tang Luochuan. Friends envied how pampered she was, like a little princess, and alumni she barely knew commented, "Mayan must be so happy." Tang Luochuan walked over and wrapped his arm around her. "When you get your license, I'll gift you one. As long as there's one at home that someone can drive, I'll just sit in the passenger seat." Shen Mayan bit her lower lip, shy beyond measure, wanting to lean into the boy's arms. Ahem. The 4S dealership manager suddenly cleared his throat beside them. The girl instantly sprang away, flustered. Having spent so much time with Tang Luochuan, she had grown accustomed to such intimacy, unaware that she had stopped avoiding public displays of affection. "I really have a sore throat. Cough, cough, cough." "Continue." The manager covered his mouth and tapped his chest. Tang Luochuan rolled his eyes. "Sigh. Let's go home." Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu sat in Tang Luochuan's gaming room, playing games. This seemingly aloof girl was showing another side of herself. She was both an esports expert and a sloppy girl. A can of cola with a straw sat beside the gaming desk. As Goddess Jiang would say, "I never drink directly from the can." Her phone suddenly rang, and Jiang Jinyu glanced at it. It was the dorm group chat. Su Yuanyuan replied instantly, "Holy shit. Cullinan. Yeah, you're so blessed. Luochuan spoils you so much." Lu Xin also posted, "Mayan just posted on Moments their couple photo is so sweet, why aren't you in it?" Puffed. Jiang Jinyu picked up her drink and took a sip. She replied, "Didn't want to go, it's boring, I'm playing games at home." Su Yuanyuan, "Miss Jiang is indeed different. Which home are you at?" Jiang Jinyu, "At Tang Luochuan's place." Su Yuanyuan, "Can we see? We've only heard about it, never seen it." Lu Xin, "I want to see too." After a moment's thought, Jiang Jinyu got up and wandered through the living room, kitchen, and balcony, casually snapping photos. Her photography skills were far more rudimentary. No filters, no careful angles, some even blurry. It looked perfunctory. But once the few photos were sent, Lu Xin and Su Yuanyuan exploded. Lu Xin, "Holy shit. Holy shit. I knew it was over 700 square meters, but I didn't expect it to be this beautiful." Su Yuanyuan, crying, "I want to go." They had some notion of the 700-plus square meter space, but absolutely no imagination for how such a renovation would look. Jiang Jinyu's fingertips traced the screen as she watched their string of exclamations, and she casually replied, "I'll treat you both to a meal sometime." Su Yuanyuan, is that okay? This is Tang Luochuan's house. Lu Xian, did Zhou Qi break up with his girlfriend? Jiang Jinyue Su Yuanyuan, it's fine. Tang Luochuan dotes on his wife the most. Jiang Jinyue Lu Xian, what are you thinking about? After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside and settled back into her gaming chair to continue playing, though her focus seemed elsewhere. She was still thinking about Su Wantong, not out of concern, but because she didn't want someone like Gao Mingxian to succeed. Just as she thought this, Shen Mayan and Tang Luochuan returned. Yeah, like my post. Did you go see the car? The Rolls-Royce is gorgeous. Shen Mayan's voice carried over. Jiang Jinyu's lips curved into a faint smile, as she used to feel uneasy about dating. But now being with Tang Luochuan, although she couldn't guarantee the future, having Shen Mayan as a sister made her feel warm at least. Their relationship was going well. Looking at Jiang Jinyu now, she was curled up in the gaming chair, wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, her feet casually resting on the edge of the seat with her knees drawn up to her chest. Nestled in the chair, she had lost all traces of her usual icy demeanor, revealing how truly comfortable she was here. Jiang Jin, you took a sip of her drink. Sis, you go ahead, I want to play a bit longer. Tang Luochuan also walked over and couldn't help but laugh seeing her like this. Oh my, Miss Jiang from the Jiang family, do you look like this at home all the time? None of your business. The identity I present to the world is one I choose for myself. Jiang Jin, you didn't even look up, retorting sharply, yet there was no real anger in her tone. She was never the unsmiling, flawless, cold beauty people perceived her to be. That aloof, untouchable demeanor was reserved only for outsiders. Only after spending time together did Tang Luochuan truly understand what she had meant before, and he increasingly felt they needed to carefully plan their future together. Who would have guessed that Jiang Jinyue, who appeared so dignified and noble in public, with every gesture exuding the aura of a distinguished young lady, was actually so relaxed and free-spirited in private? You knew you had such a contrast, which is why you told me back. Then we should get to know each other first. But, as Tang Luochuan spoke, he moved closer to the girl and played with her foot. But I like it. Jiang Jinyue quickly withdrew her foot, looking at him with its tsundere air, and said in a cute but fierce tone, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just socially anxious." Tang Luochuan released his big hand from her foot and pinched her cheek instead. "Call me big brother." Jiang Jinyue pouted again, her expression disdainful. "My game is about to start." Tang Luochuan said arrogantly, "If you don't call, I won't let go." "Didn't you just use that hand to pinch my foot?" Jiang Jinyue didn't resist. "You said a fairy's feet don't stink. That's what Senior Mayan said. Then do yours stink?" "I'm just ugly-faced, not stinky-footed. Let go." "The game has started. Ranked match. Not letting go. You deserve to lose. It's your account." Tang Luochuan immediately let go, looking at the screen. "Play well. You two keep messing around. Should we eat out or order takeout for lunch?" Shen Mayan watched this scene and found it hilarious. 3 students, financially independent, naturally became 3 social loafers. Tang Luochuan had bought a lot of furniture, but in the kitchen, he only placed a refrigerator. The stove came with the house. The range hood was a gift. But if you searched through his cabinets, you would never find a spatula, a pot, or a drop of cooking oil. "Order takeout," Tang Luochuan said, picking up his phone and sitting aside. "I'll order. Tell me what you want to eat." Jiang Jinyue's fingers flew across the screen, without even lifting her eyes, uttering a few words: sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, no scallions. Shen Mayan collapsed on the lazy sofa nearby, rubbing her waist and shaking her legs. "I want the crab roe soup, dumplings, and taro bubble ice, less sugar, less ice." Tang Luochuan scrolled through the delivery app, raised an eyebrow, and complained, "2 little ancestors, one with dietary restrictions, 1 sweet tooth, only I still spoil you." Even as he said that, his fingers deftly added everything they ordered to the cart, and casually added a serving of spicy crawfish barbecue and cold beer for himself. As soon as he finished ordering, a friend request popped up on WeChat, along with a note: "Hello, I'm Meng Fani. Introduced by Aunt Li." Tang Luochuan glanced at the 2 beside him and walked out of the gaming room. He was hesitant about whether to accept. If he didn't, it would make his mother's situation difficult. Mom too had agreed without asking for his opinion. But if he accepted, he had an average, even somewhat poor impression of this girl. Jiang Jinyue and Shen Mayan were definitely campus belle level, but their attitude was clear. Perhaps there were shameless ones like Zhou Ziyu who fantasized behind their backs. But you would never see them actually being ambiguous with other guys. As for Meng Fani, during his high school days, he had seen her eating with other guys, and several in rotation. However, whether anything really happened, he wasn't sure. Tang Luochuan was now very picky. Now that he had money, why wouldn't he be picky? When he had no money, he had to be careful even with a 7 out of 10 girl. A 9 out of 10 girl might not even be seen. But now he didn't need to look 9 out of 10 girls automatically gravitated towards him. After thinking for a while, Tang Luochuan felt the most dignified way was to accept and have a brief chat. If it was just a misunderstanding back then, and the girl was nice, he could consider it. If not, then goodbye, and it would also fulfill his mother's request. He clicked accept, but after a dozen seconds the other party didn't send a message. Tang Luochuan didn't care. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, another friend request came in. Note, I'm Su Wantong, thank you for yesterday. Accept, and I'll give you back the 2,000 yuan. Damn. Pay back. Tang Luochuan hesitated again. Could this girl be interested in me? Maybe others would think that and be overthinking. But Tang Luochuan was definitely not. He scrolled through the previous friend requests. In fact, over the past few days, dozens of girls had requested to add him as a friend through various means. From his own class, his own department, and other departments. Either through group chats or by asking friends. Who knows which classmate shared his contact with others? Probably not. Tang Luochuan didn't know that Jiang Jinhua had told Su Wantong about the Gao family incident. In his eyes, she was a simp sister. That was someone brainwashed, silly. Why wouldn't he take the money back? After accepting, he didn't say a word, directly pocketed his phone, and turned to walk back to the gaming room. The other party would transfer the money, and he would just accept it. Besides, he really had no obligation to cover her medical expenses. Meng Fani and Su Wantong both did not take the initiative to message the guy. It seemed the girls were all waiting for him to make the first move. But Tang Luochuan was in no hurry. Right now he was sitting on the sofa eating with his two girlfriends and watching a movie. Ah yeah yeah, wah wah wah. Yo yo yo. The three were watching an action movie. Seeing the exciting scenes, the two girls couldn't help but let out exclamations. You two are something, adding sound effects while watching a movie. Shin Mayan slapped his thigh. Didn't you see? He's almost beaten to death. What can I do? Can I save him? It's just a movie. Just as he finished, Tang Luochuan's phone rang. He opened it and saw it was Su Wantong sending 2,000 yuan. Without a word, he directly accepted the payment and added a sentence, "You're welcome." Then he put away his phone and took a sip of beer. On the other side, Su Wantong quickly replied with a thank you, but in her heart, she vaguely felt there might be more communication. After waiting for a while, the other party did not reply. She wasn't too disappointed after all their interactions were shallow. At this moment in the villa, Shin Mayan leaned against the guy and once again made a small request she thought was excessive. "Can I have a sip of alcohol?" Tang Luochuan didn't mind and handed a new can of beer to her. Jiang Jinhua looked at Shin Mayan, picked up her cup, and extended it. "Sister, pour me a cup." "Okay, let's share this bottle." Tang Luochuan watched them as if watching children sneaking adults alcohol. "It's fine, drink freely. Who's here to stop you too?" As he said, he took out a few bottles of fruit wine. "Here, this tastes good. Just a bit stronger." Shin Mayan took a small sip, found it unpleasant, and grimaced, "It's not good." Tang Luochuan pushed her cup, forcing her to drink it all. "You're an adult now, you have to drink this." "Who still drinks calcium milk?" "Whoa." Shin Mayan was forced to down a cup. Jiang Jinyue's lips curled into a smile. "I'm done." With that, she downed it in one go. Shin Mayan gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, another round." Tang Luochuan sat aside to give them space, not expecting the two girls to start drinking. He was overjoyed inside. When they get drunk. TSK. Oh my, I've never tried that before. Huh. Smart me. Of course, he didn't expect that the real twist was just beginning. Half an hour later, Shin Mayan grasped Tang Luochuan's collar tightly and said sternly, "Call me sister." Tang Luochuan was pulled by her and couldn't move. He slumped on the sofa lifelessly, drooping his brows and eyes coldly scanning the two drunken people in front of him, but obediently answered, "Sister." "Sister, fine." Jiang Jinhua, holding a wine glass, hummed and staggered as she walked. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky pay homage to the Big Dipper. Tang Luochuan suddenly felt like laughing. Shin Mayan grabbed even tighter, pointed at his nose with her finger, and said drunkenly, "Did I let you laugh? Little brother, you're disobedient." "Yes, sister." "You're right." Tang Luochuan lowered his head, holding back a laugh, and replied. Then he muttered quietly, "Damn, an unexpected gain." "Sister, come on, dance. Look at me, am I dancing well, or is Su Wantong dancing well?" Jiang Jinhua grabbed Shin Mayan's arm and pulled her up. Shin Mayan immediately said boldly, "Of course my sister dances well. What is Su Wantong?" "Hiccup." Jiang Jinhua, "Jump up. The vast horizon is my love." Shin Mayan, "Hey." Jiang Jinhua, "Flowers bloom at the foot of the green hills." Shin Mayan, "Wow." Jiang Jinhua, "What kind of rhythm is the most swaying?" Shin Mayan, "What?" Jiang Jinhua, "What kind of song is the most joyful?" Shin Mayan, "What on earth?" Tang Luochuan's expression twisted as he bit his lip, barely able to hold back his smile. But he also felt a bit bitter. How could these two girlfriends act like this after drinking? Hey, when did this turn into a crosstalk? The guy sighed and poured himself a drink. He had originally planned to take them to the bedroom to warm the bed. This was great. It would be good if they didn't tear the house down. But he wasn't idle either. His phone had been set up beside him when the two got drunk, recording everything. "Luochuan, am I beautiful?" Shen Mian hopped happily. Tang Luochuan clapped cooperatively. Beautiful. Keep going, I promise you two will become famous. He then picked up his phone and looked at the recording. After more than half an hour, the two finally got tired and fell asleep on the sofa. The living room finally quieted down, leaving only the sound of the evening breeze gently brushing the curtains outside the window. Tang Luochuan took a quilt from the bedroom and covered them both. He crouched by the sofa looking at their flushed cheeks and long, gently drooping eyelashes. One was usually cool and Sundara, the other gentle and charming, but now they were sleeping drunk, their brows carrying a childlike cuteness. Tang Luochuan couldn't help reaching out and gently tapped their noses twice, two little girls. He had just sat back on the sofa when his phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from Meng Fani. Tang Luochuan. Tang Luochuan glanced at it and quickly replied with his fingers, yeah, it's me. He didn't intend to chat much as he had no special feelings for Meng Fani, and replying a few words was just to save face for his mother. However, Meng Fani replied quickly, I heard you're also studying in Modu. Tang Luochuan, yes, Jiaodong University. How about you? Tang Luochuan actually wanted to end the conversation quickly, but gradually found that this Meng Fani was very good at chatting. Meng Fani, is your family going to be relocated? Tang Luochuan, yes. Meng Fani, how many people in your family? Tang Luochuan, 5 grandparents, parents, and me. Meng Fani, hey, do you remember Wang Chong from elementary school? Meng Fani, by the way, do you remember the sugar cake shop at the gate of our elementary school? I passed by a few days ago, and it was still open. The owner even recognized me. Back then you bought one piece and shared a bit with me. Meng Fani, also in middle school, you once blocked a basketball for me hitting you on the back. I still remember that. At that time I secretly gave you a pack of band-aids, and you said I was being sentimental. The girl chatted on and off, and Tang Luochuan seemed unable to find a gap to end the conversation. What's more, the childhood anecdotes she occasionally mentioned always easily piqued Tang Luochuan's interest. Those dusty childhood memories surged up, evoking a sense of nostalgia. At first, when asked about his family's relocation, Tang Luochuan felt a twinge of discomfort and was reluctant to talk much. But on second thought, he didn't care. After all, he was already in possession of immense wealth. Over this period, money had already reshaped his perspective. In his eyes, the relocation issue was hardly a matter worth worrying about. What he felt more was reluctance to part with his old family home. Meng Fani, how about meeting during National Day? Or go back together? Tang Luochuan wanted to type, we're not a good fit, but he hesitated. Oh, so annoying. Mom too insisting on this. In the end, they agreed to meet during National Day and see how it goes. If the girl insisted on pestering him, he would definitely not accept, because being too deliberate would make him feel resistant. But speaking of childhood sweethearts, Tang Luochuan thought carefully. He did have one. They were close in elementary and middle school, playing well together. But by high school, the friendship never progressed any further, gradually fading away. Especially as they grew older, the boundary between boys and girls became clearer, and their circles completely diverged. As time went on, the distance grew. He spent all day on the court with a bunch of buddies playing basketball and soccer, drenched in sweat, but still enjoying it. On the other hand, the girl always gathered with her friends to follow idols and dramas, gossiping about all sorts of things, topics he couldn't chime in on. Different circles, different paces. Naturally, there was no longer any desire to play together, and they gradually drifted apart. In the suburbs of Modu, a school dormitory, Meng Fani ended the chat with Tang Luochuan and opened another chat box, sending hello. A roommate suddenly walked over. Fani, what happened? So happy. Oh, nothing. Meng Fani couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. How are things with Lu Wei? Going to break up, Meng Fani said casually. Off. The roommate was confused. No, yesterday, he came to our dorm to wash your feet. And Lu Wei's family is pretty well off, right? Why? Meng Fani yawned and stretched. It was no exaggeration to describe her as full-figured. My hometown has relocation. Lu Wei's family is good. Bullshit. He was all bragging when he was chasing me. His dad is just a worker, said he's an estate-owned enterprise, but it's actually outsourcing. His mom is a street sweeper. Enough, I'm tired. Rest for a while. A few days later, after resting for quite some time, Tang Luochuan had finally exhausted his sick leave and was preparing to return to campus for classes. With only 7 days remaining until the October holiday, he casually glanced at his phone balance, 221,095,000 yuan, yet felt no stirring within him. He climbed into his BMW X7 and drove toward school. As the car entered the campus, he deliberately took a side path and parked in a secluded corner. The dense branches and leaves of the rows of poplar trees lining the road perfectly concealed the vehicle. The moment he stepped out of the car, he sensed several people watching him. Tang Luochuan focused his gaze and realized it was Zhou Ziyu. What a coincidence. His heart skipped a beat. Would this mean another 7-day leave? But taking leave too frequently might draw the school's displeasure. He had only attended 23 days in total, 7 of those wasted on flexing his wealth and 11 on sick leave. He barely had any classes to attend at all. HLO. When former rivals crossed paths this time, there was no particular hostility. Zhou Ziyu broke the silence first. There had never been any deep enmity between them. Now that Tang Luochuan's family wealth stood exposed before everyone, reaching heights far beyond their comprehension, even if Zhou Ziyu and the others harbored lingering discontent, all they could do was sigh at the vast gap. Any trace of resentment had long been worn away by the sheer disparity in wealth and status. "Hello." Tang Luochuan offered an awkward smile and stepped aside to let them pass first. By the time he arrived at the classroom, Jiang Jin, you had already finished one self-study session. These freshmen, after becoming familiar with the campus environment, had discovered that university self-study periods were entirely unmonitored. In fact, they didn't even need to show up. Unlike high school where teachers enforced discipline. "You're pretty early," Jiang Jin said with her usual indifferent expression. Even her own boyfriend received little special favor on campus. Tang Luochuan walked over silently, ruffled her hair, then sat behind her and began tracing circles on the back of her chair. The girl smiled faintly, but said nothing. Jiang Jin turned around and swatted his hand away from drawing circles, then spoke. "Su Wantong added me as a friend." "Oh, she added me before too." "Why? How come I don't know about it?" "You don't need to know. Last time she was hospitalized, I covered 2,000 yuan for her medical expenses. She's just returning the money. We didn't talk about anything." "Is that so?" Jiang Jin didn't bother checking his phone. Su Wantong had added her to verify the Gao family's deception, but Jiang Jin had no way to prove it. She couldn't possibly drag her father into this. How could Jiang Deming possibly intervene for such a matter? Even if he did intervene, Jiang Deming would surely claim he knew nothing. Her father was such a shrewd man, he would never create trouble for himself over someone he didn't care about. If others lived or died, that was their problem. This was his way of navigating the world. Meanwhile, Tang Luochuan had discovered two interesting things during these past few days. One was that Su Wantong had started liking every single one of his social media posts. The other was that Meng Fani, who had been chatting normally before, had suddenly gone silent. But he wouldn't initiate contact either. After chatting with this girl for a few days, he always felt something was slightly off. The girl's obvious intent to force conversation was apparent, yet she somehow managed to steer the awkward beginning into a remarkably natural chat state. Not overthinking it, Tang Luochuan decided to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin was looking at the chat on her phone. "Su Wantong, hello classmate, sorry to bother you. I just want to ask again. About the Gao Mingxian family situation, is what you said true?" Jiang Jin replied bluntly, "Whether it's true or false you can judge for yourself. I can't explain it further, nor do I have the ability to prove it. But my father did tell me to stay away from him." Su Wantong was now lying in her bedroom at home. Her foot had fully recovered long ago. But she kept claiming it still hurt, mainly because her parents were urging her to finalize the engagement with the Gao family. After reading Jiang Jin's reply, Su Wantong lost her mood. She opened her Moments feed. The first post was yet another from Tang Luochuan, who understands early morning classes. Keeping alive with coffee grinding problems until midnight. Fighting to pass midterms. The accompanying photo was perfectly staged in open textbook, spread out a cup of steaming American coffee and a hand gripping a pen. The background was softly blurred, revealing only faint outlines of classroom desks and chairs. Su Wantong stared at the photo for a long while, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the screen as she pressed the like button once again. Is he really this hard-working? The girl thought to herself. Su Wantong stared at the photo for a long while, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the screen as she pressed the like button once again. Nearly 9 out of 10 posts on his feed were of this hard-working student variety. Either a sunset at the library paired with the caption, "Today's study check-in," or scribbled handwriting on homework pages accompanied by advanced mathematics is too hard, my head is about to explode. Even the occasional food and walking photos exuded that same restrained vibe of making time amidst busyness. Yet Su Wantong vaguely remembered the carefree attitude he displayed backstage at the welcome gala and his dramatic performance when he faked an incident with Gao Mingxian. Under any circumstance, he didn't look like someone who would pull all-nighters studying. She scrolled through Tang Luochuan's previous posts and discovered that these hard-working updates had almost all started since the semester began. The frequency was steady, one per day, as if he were completing some fixed task. But didn't she remember that this guy had also taken sick leave not long ago? Going back to those days when he was beaten by the bald security guard, hadn't that guy been reading in the library until past 10 at night? How could that be possible? Just as she was pondering, her phone vibrated. It was a message from her mother. "Wantong, is your foot feeling better? The Gao family has asked again. They said if you're free during the National Day holiday, both families could meet to discuss the engagement." Su Wantong furrowed her brows tightly and replied, "It still hurts, let's talk about it later," before tossing her phone aside. Her mind was now full of Jiang Jin's words and the contradiction in Tang Luochuan's Moments feed, making her heart chaotic and confused. She needed to find an opportunity to come clean to her parents. She just hadn't prepared herself to burn bridges yet. Inside a classroom at Jiaotong University, Jiang Jin was looking at Tang Luochuan's Moments. After adding Su Wantong as a friend, she finally discovered that the other girl had liked many of Tang Luochuan's posts. Girls tended to be sensitive about such matters, and this made her heart begin to harbor some suspicion. Tang Luochuan, you're really something. That early class post. Did you finish filming it? Give me back my coffee. Jiang Jin, you gave him a cold look and snatched the American from his desk. Oh come on, who cares? They say people in Shanghai love drinking coffee, but you don't even add sugar. It's damn bitter. Tang Luochuan fired back irritably. Jiang Jin, you looked at her coffee and noticed the kid had clearly taken a few sips after getting it. She didn't mind at all biting the straw and sipping delicately, still carrying the lingering taste of a boy's lips and teeth. Yue, does this count as an indirect kiss? Tang Luochuan suddenly asked. Cough cough. Jiang Jin was nearly choked by her coffee upon hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about? Give it here, let me take another sip. Quick. The girl pretended to hesitate for a moment, but deep inside, she felt a flutter of excitement, an indirect kiss. Sharing the same straw. How ambiguous, how romantic. But after seeing the crooked straw that Jiang Jin had bitten, Tang Luochuan suddenly lost his appetite and pushed it back to her. You keep drinking it yourself. Aya, you're actually complaining about me. Jiang Jin shoved the coffee toward his face. Drink it or not. Tang Luochuan quickly leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, not drinking. Tang Luochuan. Jiang Jin stood up, directly holding the coffee to his lips. You have to drink even if you don't want to. Drink it. Look at how you've bitten the straw. You're being picky, your face is thicker than a city wall. Jiang Jin patted his chest and placed the straw against his lips. Drink. Drink it now. Tang Luochuan gently supported her waist, dodging the straw being shoved at him, refusing to open his mouth. The two of them flirted and teased like this. It completely stunned the onlookers around them. The Jiang Jin of the past was never like this. The boy in the front row secretly turned his head, eyes wide open, his pen forgotten in his hand. His classmate next to him leaned in and whispered in a low voice, That's Jiang Jin, right? The boy nodded vigorously. No kidding. How did she become like this? Wasn't she always quiet? She just doesn't want to talk to us. Damn, do you think Tang Luochuan might not have slept with her? Definitely not slept. How could a goddess? The boys knew in their hearts that since they lived together it was impossible not to have a physical relationship. But no one wanted to believe it. Especially when they saw Tang Luochuan's hand on the girl's waist, they wished they could chop off that hand and shield Jiang Jin behind them. Not just them. Most of the class was secretly sneaking glances in this direction. In the past, Jiang Jin was always alone in class, sitting in her seat, either reading or doing problems, her face expressionless. She never bantered or acted spoiled with anyone, and even speaking more than a few sentences was rare. The boys who wanted to strike up a conversation were always intimidated by her aloof, keep-away aura, and the girls thought she was too cold, not daring to approach easily. They watched from afar, feeling she was like the moon in the sky, beautiful but unreachable. But now who could have imagined that the aloof goddess Jiang would be bickering with Tang Luochuan, blushing, reaching out to hit him, showing such a girlish coyness. A few girls in the back row huddled together, covering their mouths and giggling. So sweet. My boyfriend is not like this. You're dating? Yes, I am. Silly, why didn't you wait for Tang Luochuan? Stop joking, do I even stand a chance? There's still plenty of time in college. I think Tang Luochuan has a virginity complex, so don't just give yourself to your boyfriend. Wait, maybe one day Tang Luochuan will have time to get to know us. Makes sense. When people are desperate, they start to fantasize. Now everyone was desperate. They couldn't pursue Jiang Jin, and they couldn't get close to Tang Luochuan. The two in question, however, paid no attention to the surrounding gazes. Seeing that Tang Luochuan absolutely refused to open his mouth, Jiang Jin simply pinched his chin and forced the straw toward his lips. I'll count to 3. If you don't drink, I'll pour the coffee on your textbook. 1, 2. Tang Luochuan, with his chin pinched, looked at the girl's wrinkled nose and puffed cheeks, feeling quite helpless. Fine. He opened his mouth and clamped down on the straw, taking a small sip. This scene drove the boys even crazier. He's actually complaining. The goddess's saliva. I'd be happy if she spat it in my face. Chun Hao was particularly annoyed. Tang Luochuan, you idiot. Who's cursing me? Tang Luochuan immediately turned his head, and everyone quickly looked down, pretending nothing had happened. Damn, I blurted that out in anger. Chun Hao fixed his eyes on the textbook, hastily pretending to study. He had recently joined several groups, various campus activity groups. He also noticed an interesting phenomenon in other departments and other classes. Everyone showed off as they envied living openly and straightforwardly. But the boys in his class were all unusually low-key, as if deliberately hiding things. Take Chun Hao, Zhao Kai, and Sun Lei, the wealthy group in the class. In any other class, wouldn't they be posting limited edition sneakers every day, checking in at high-end restaurants with their girlfriends, and showcasing their refined lives on Moments and in class group chats? But in their class, these guys rarely even updated their Moments, as if they wanted to bury their little advantages deep in their bones. Not long ago, Chun Hao's mother bought him an Armani jacket worth over 600 yuan. Following the usual international convention, he had planned to take a few detail shots, preferably with the price tag subtly visible, paired with a caption like, "Mom just bought it, casually feels average," and posted to bask in the envy. But after thinking it over, just as he was about to edit his moments, he glanced at the class group and saw someone had posted a screenshot of Shun Mine's moments. Tang Luochuan had bought a Cullinan, a festive car pickup ceremony, an exquisite key gift box, and a caption full of barely concealed sweetness. What was the point of showing off now? This slap-in-the-face scenario was like a firecracker, enough gunpowder, thick enough skin so it would really pop. Ordinary people eating Lanzhou pulled noodles or riding shared bikes naturally wouldn't be compared to Tang Luochuan, nor would it be seen as showing off. But if he posted that Armani, someone would inevitably compare him with Tang Luochuan, because there was no one else with much wealth to show off. But the gap was too huge, he didn't want that. "Luochuan, you bought a Cullinan, huh?" Chun Hao, sitting not far away, couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Tang Luochuan, who had just finished messing around with Jiang Jinhua, glanced at him and felt a bit uneasy. He hadn't posted on moments. It was Shin Mayan who did. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his circumstances wouldn't allow it. Yeah. Tang Luochuan was a bit awkward. Whatever he said now would be tricky. Openly acknowledging it was showing off or downplaying, it was humble bragging. He didn't believe these people were just admiring or impressed. Who wouldn't be jealous? Oh, cool. An awkward and brief conversation ended. "Yeah, let's have lunch together later. The cafeteria has new dishes." A girl suddenly called out softly. "Yeah, come with us." "Yeah, I signed up for the arts department, and our supervisor is Senior Mayan. You should join too. It'll be more fun with more people." Tang Luochuan only had Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming as friends left. But his display of wealth had helped Jiang Jinhua passively make many friends. "I haven't been to school for a few days and you've become so popular." Tang Luochuan was puzzled. Jiang Jinhua smiled at everyone. "Okay, thank you all." But she knew clearly that they weren't really befriending her, as she wasn't that approachable. It was all to use her as a stepping stone to get close to Tang Luochuan. Especially the arts department. Shin Mayan was there now, the vice minister. When she becomes a junior, she'll be the minister. With Tang Luochuan's woman there, the department was already almost full. The morning classes ended before I knew it. Tang Luochuan let Jiang Jinhua go off to have lunch with his roommates and friends. After all, it was still necessary to give her some personal space. He planned to go eat with Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi instead. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was his mother. "I'll take this call, you guys go ahead." Tang Luochuan waved his hand and walked toward the other end of the corridor with the phone. "All right, we'll wait for you on the first floor," Zhang Ming called out before leaving with Zhou Qi. In a quiet corner of the hallway, Tang Luochuan answered the phone. "Mom." "What's up?" Luochuan, his mother Zhu Xiumei sounded somewhat weary. "What happened?" Tang Luochuan's heart tightened at the sound of her voice. This didn't bode well. Zhu Xiumei let out a sigh. "Our family's not getting demolished after all." "I thought something serious had happened." "If we're not getting demolished, then we're not. Saves me the hassle of transferring my household registration." "Is Dad doing well? And Grandpa and Grandma?" "Everyone's fine. It's just that matter I mentioned to you earlier." Zhu Xiumei's voice faltered as if she had something difficult to say. "Meng Fani, I talked to her, but the conversation was mediocre. That woman has too many schemes. Mom, if you feel obligated, I'll go meet her during National Day and play along just to give Aunt Lee some peace of mind." "It's not that," Zhu Xiumei said. "Aunt Lee came to see me today. Well, how should I put this? Just say it, Mom. But let me tell you, I don't fancy this girl one bit." "Good that you don't like her, but," Aunt Lee said, "this girl has started dating Jianhua." "Jianhua? Your cousin from your maternal uncle's side?" "Zhu Jianhua." Tang Luochuan was stunned. This Zhu Jianhua was the grandson of his maternal grandfather's younger brother, a distant relative. He called Jianhua's father his cousin-uncle. Their relationship was lukewarm at best, only his mother kept in touch with them. "Well, that's fine then, no big deal." Tang Luochuan thought little of it. He didn't like her anyway, so why bother caring? But the next second, Zhu Xiumei almost laughed at her own words. It was utterly absurd. The wedding will be held during National Day. What a... Tang Luochuan wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. "Wait. Mom, when you asked me to get to know Meng Fani, was she even single? Or was she playing both sides?" Zhu Xiumei replied. "Your Tang family side isn't getting demolished, but my Zhu family side is. And time is running out. Jianhua is in Shanghai too." Apparently they discussed it and registered their marriage first to transfer the household registration over, so they could get an extra cut from the demolition compensation. Tang Luochuan was dumbfounded. So they'd been using him as a backup plan. He'd heard of people being treated as backup before they got their wealth system. But even after becoming a tycoon, he still had to deal with this. Those two really are something, getting married over a demolition payout. Zhu Xiumei grumbled, trying to ease her son's frustration. But Tang Luochuan wasn't upset at all. A girl he never liked in the first place was going to marry someone else. Whatever, she had nothing to do with him. They weren't even dating, so he had no say in it. Those two. Whatever. Mom, you go to the wedding. He's a distant relative anyway, I don't need to be there. Son, you're not feeling bad, are you? Why would I feel bad? Tang Luochuan was driving Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces, hanging out with two gorgeous girls, Shen Mian and Jiang Jinhua. And then there was Su Wantong liking all his posts, seemingly trying to get close to him. Life was good. Don't worry, Mom. Tang Luochuan started fabricating a story. I made some money from stock trading and cryptocurrency. I'll transfer some over to you later. Make sure to check it. Huh? You made money again? Yeah, I'll send you one. 2 million. Heh. What stocks did you buy, and what's this crypto stuff? I'm going to grab lunch. I have a busy afternoon of classes, and I've been studying so hard lately. I need to rest at noon. Alright. Go ahead, son. Don't take it to heart, okay? Got it. Tang Luochuan didn't know the first thing about stocks, let alone cryptocurrency. If he tried to explain, he'd definitely be exposed. He casually transferred 2 million to his mother, then hurried to the cafeteria to meet up with Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. He had to find them. He still hadn't gotten his meal card. He was counting on those two to feed him. That afternoon, he had only one programming class from 3 to 4. That left plenty of time for a nap. Around this time, the school was also opening registrations for various clubs and societies. But Tang Luochuan had no interest in any of them. Even though he somewhat enjoyed football and basketball, it wasn't enough to make him join a club. Luochuan, you're not coming. Zhang Ming had already changed, ready to check out what clubs the arts department had to offer, because that's where all the pretty girls were. Go where? Tang Luochuan rolled over on his bed. Even though he'd moved out of the dorm, he kept his bed. He'd paid the full dorm fee after all. Clubs? Not going. Come show some support for Senior Mayan. Tang Luochuan rolled over again, turning his back to him. I heard it's packed over there. Indeed, the student council arts department was absolutely swarming. Even some sophomores wanted to switch clubs. Shen Mian and several student council members were overwhelmed. The freshmen still have to hold class meetings to elect class reps today. So annoying. Shen Mian complained quietly to a classmate. They'd registered a lot of people over the past 2 days, mostly girls at first. Each of them harbored an obvious hope. They believed Tang Luochuan would definitely support Shen Mian's work, whether by joining a club under the arts department or even the student council itself. But they were wrong. Tang Luochuan just wanted to lie low. Right now he was fast asleep in the dorm. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinhua stood outside the door holding her registration form, waiting. If Tang Luochuan wouldn't support her, she definitely would. The girl smiled and waved, greeting Shen Mian. Shen Mian gave a wry smile and nodded casually, drifting over to her side, whispering, "Where's your man?" Sleeping in the dorm. Jiang Jinhua wore a faint, ambiguous smile. The dynamic between these two girls was amusing. Whenever Tang Luochuan did something troublesome, they'd refer to him as your man, neither willing to claim him. But when he did something impressive, it was my boyfriend, my sweetheart, my Luochuan. It wasn't genuine disdain, just a playful little joke between them. Jiang Jinhua suddenly said, "Sister Mian, the best part about dating Luochuan is that it made us such good friends." Shen Mian nodded in agreement. Same here. Jiang Jinhua smiled serenely. So why do we even need him? Why don't we just live together? Shen Mian laughed. Haha, then who would have the kids? Jiang Jinhua said, I'll raise them, you have them. No way. Shen Mian protested. You've got the hips for it. You'd have a boy. Jiang Jinhua, behave yourself. You weren't like this before. The two girls giggled quietly, their words meant only for each other. Suddenly, a middle-aged female teacher emerged from around the corner of the hallway. Mian. Teacher Qi. Shen Mian quickly responded upon seeing her. She was the music teacher, also in charge of the school's arts programs. Teacher Qi walked over and first gave Jiang Jinhua an appraising look. My, what a beautiful young lady. Here to sign up for a club. Jiang Jinhua quickly straightened up. Yes, hello, teacher. Hello. Teacher Qi was just exchanging pleasantries. It was hard not to notice such a pretty girl. But she had business to attend to. She continued, our arts department secured a collaboration with the Shanghai Theater Academy, mainly for the National Day performance. This performance is mainly for shooting promotional videos, not a stage show. You did well at the last welcome party. Your senior from junior year is busy with an internship now. You're in charge of this one. Huh. Oh, okay. The teacher seemed to sense Shen Mian's state and asked, are you unwilling? No. Shen Mian quickly concealed, it's fine. She was only the deputy minister of the art department, but the senior student was indeed busy, so now the entire burden fell on her. But more importantly, the Modu Drama Academy. Who else could it be? It must be Su Wantong and her group. Last time's welcome party left a deep impression on the school leaders and students. Cooperation between the two sides was inevitable, and this time, they were called in to improve the artistic level of their school. Su Wantong and the others were not there as students, but more as teachers to guide. Alright, their person in charge is Su Wantong. You can liaise with her. You should know her, right? I'll send you her WeChat. Originally, I asked them to come tomorrow, but they are very enthusiastic. They'll come this afternoon. I know. I know. Shin Mayan took out her phone and accepted the WeChat contact sent by Teacher Chi. Jiang Jinyue curled her lips into a playful smile, as if this woman was impossible to shake off. Su Wanhong was very anxious now, extremely anxious. Her parents were pressing her to discuss the engagement with the Gao family, but she wanted to escape and lacked the courage to confess to her family. She feared her parents would not believe her and would scold her. She even developed a fear of Gao Mingxian. That incident had left a shadow in her heart. Especially the appearance of the bald bodyguard made Gao Mingxian seem like a black gang boss from a TV drama. On the surface he seemed one way, but in private he was truly capable of any evil. Her mind was in chaos. The first thought was to flee, and the second was to flee to Jiaotong University. Although Tang Luochuan seemed to have been hit that day, she always felt something was off, as if the boy gave her a sense of security. The next day he sneaked in to watch the welcome party, as if nothing happened. Is this kid pretending? This thought lingered in her mind. In the afternoon, Jiang Jinhue finished registration. She had class at 3 o'clock sharp, but she found Tang Luochuan was not there. At that moment the teacher was on stage calling the roll. Zhang Ming. Here. Chen Hao. Here. Jiang Jinhue. When the teacher called Jiang Jinyue, no one answered. Now Jiang Jinyue's mind was full of where Tang Luochuan had gone. Not only was there a roll call, but they also had to scan a QR code on the learning app. Was this guy skipping class? Jiang Jinhue. The teacher raised his voice and called again. She finally responded, here, Tang Luochuan. The critical moment had arrived. Jiang Jinhue looked around. Indeed, the boy was not in the computer lab. But suddenly a twisted voice came. Here. The voice was drawn out. Jiang Jinhue immediately turned around and looked at a row in the distance. Zhou Qi was lowering his head, covering his mouth, as if he had done something shameful. Zhou Qi didn't want to, but their good brother Luo Chuan had given him and Zhang Ming 4,000 yuan each. They were responsible for the roll call and lunch this month. He couldn't refuse because the amount was too much, and the QR code scan was done using Tang Luochuan's old phone, which Zhu Xiaomei had bought new for her son's college. It was worth about 4,000 yuan. Jiang Jinyue's heart skipped a beat. If this was discovered, it would be a disaster. But the teacher seemed to be going through the motions and immediately called the next student's name. No one really cared. Tang Luochuan used to be a good student. Attending class was no big deal. But now he really couldn't focus. He had already spent over an hour learning Java. After that he took some time to study C language, Go language, PHP, and even the front-end technologies like JavaScript, React, and Vue, browsing through them all. It wasn't out of interest, but because it was too easy to learn. After his brain was enhanced, it not only gave him a photographic memory, but also super learning ability, comprehension, and application skills. Especially comprehension and application. He saved time on practical operations. Learning instantly made him a master. In the afternoon, Tang Luochuan sat in the campus pavilion planning to buy some gifts for his mother and send them home. He also picked out 2 bags intending to give them to his 2 girlfriends. Doubao, help me Photoshop notes onto this picture. He had Zhang Ming send him a photo of the textbook. He asked the AI to Photoshop notes onto it, and continued posting fake, hard-working study moments on his moments. Although classmates knew it was fake, it didn't matter. Mainly it was to fool his mom. The AI was quick and sent back a photo of the textbook with neat notes covering the page within seconds. Tang Luochuan looked at the handwriting that resembled printed fonts and couldn't help curling his lips. He tapped to post on moments with the caption, still the same old routine, immersive problem solving, the wind smells of knowledge points. He clicked send all in one smooth motion. As soon as he put the phone back in his pocket, a like notification popped up on WeChat. Without looking, he knew it was most likely Su Wantong. Sure enough, when he opened Moments, Su Wantong's avatar was at the top of the like list, perfectly timed. Tang Luochuan let out a snort of disdain, didn't take it seriously, and continued scrolling through luxury brand websites, pondering which color of bag to choose for Shin Mayan and Jiang Jinhue. Hey, the bunny girl outfit from the day before yesterday was torn. I need to buy another set, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Su Wantong had just finished liking his post. She was standing on the campus tree-lined path of Jiaotong University with her classmates holding the location information sent by Teacher Chi. Will I run into him? Su Wantong felt uneasy. Why was she so attached to a boy she had only met a few times? Was it because he drove her to the hospital? But this feeling was strange. Deep down, a kind of pride in Su Wantong seemed to have been shattered by him. That pride was that most boys would fawn over her. She was a top student at Modu Drama Academy, ranked first in her major. Her appearance was top tier. Even Gao Mingxuan, with all his philandering ways, had always been polite to her before, even with a look of longing in his eyes. But it was suppressed by some reasons. Some boys didn't pursue her because they knew their limits, knowing they couldn't win her. But this Tang Luochuan maintained his relationship with her too perfectly. She liked so many of his posts, even left a few comments, and this guy didn't reply to a single one. He accepted the 2,000 yuan, said a polite word, and then nothing. A bookworm. The word came to Su Wantong's mind, one of the types of boys she disliked most. Completely clueless about romance, only knew how to study. But he doesn't seem like it. Yet on his moments he's always studying. Split personality. She followed the signposts with several classmates accompanying her. Just as they turned a corner, a girl pointed to the wisteria pavilion ahead and said, "Isn't that Tang Luochuan?" Hearing the name, Su Wantong immediately looked over, her heart even stirring with excitement. It really is him. Seeing the boy, she suddenly felt safe. He was the one who got beaten, but why do I feel like he can protect me? This feeling was very subtle. "Wantong, let's go." "Oh, you go ahead, I have something to do." "What business do you have at their school?" Seeing a handsome guy and want to hit on him. "Don't you have your gal boyfriend?" "Don't say that, it's not even a thing." "Who said I like him?" Everyone, being all girls, when they heard her say that, they were 100% sure that Su Wantong had fallen for someone else. At this moment, everyone looked at Tang Luochuan not far away. Who it was went without saying. "Then we'll go ahead. Hurry up." The classmates didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked away. Wisteria vines hung overhead, filtering sunlight into dappled patterns that fell across Tang Luochuan's casually crossed long legs. Tang Luochuan had already ordered 2 Chanel bags, sent a skincare set back home to his mother, purchased some health supplements for his grandparents, and bought winter clothes for the 3 of them. Did I forget someone? He let it go without much thought. The name of his father, Tang Hai, never once crossed his mind. Timmy. The moment he opened the game, he heard a faint pair of footsteps approaching from ahead, pausing hesitantly at the entrance of the pavilion. The instant he lifted his gaze, Tang Luochuan regarded her with puzzlement. "Su Wantong, what are you doing here?" What a coincidence," she replied, twirling a lock of her long hair, her lips pressed together as she wavered between entering and turning back, neither option satisfying her. She studied him curiously. "Weren't you supposed to be in class?" "My grades are excellent, and the teacher said I don't need to attend anymore." "Huh. Seriously? I guess so." Su Wantong made her way over and took a seat on the boy's side, keeping a respectful meter of distance between them. "Thank you for driving me to the hospital last time and covering my medical bills." "Oh, it was nothing. What brings you here today?" Our university has a collaboration with Jiaodong University's arts department, and Teacher Chi asked me to coordinate the National Day performance arrangements." "Oh." Tang Luochuan kept his eyes fixed on his phone, selecting characters for the game. Su Wantong felt she needed to find something to talk about. "Gao Mingxian hasn't been giving you trouble lately, has he?" "I was hoping he would, but I heard from Yaya that his family's got some issues." "Hey, he's probably too busy, though. That little bald guy will likely show up." "Shouldn't you be more careful about that?" "You could call the police or hire some security," Su Wantong suggested. "No worries. Both the school and the residential area are quite safe. I'm considering hiring bodyguards to protect Yaya and Mayan during their commutes, just for picking them up and dropping them off. As for me..." Tang Luochuan trailed off mid-sentence, admitting to himself that he actually missed that little bald guy. What else did Yaya say? "About the Gao family." "Yeah, their family is on the brink of ruin. This little punk's planning to swindle money from your family. He's definitely involved with other girls too. Just my guess." Tang Luochuan didn't hold back, saying whatever came to mind. "Little punk." Su Wantong's mouth hung open in disbelief, torn between laughter and astonishment. She'd never heard anyone refer to Gao Mingxian with such a term before. "But my parents want me to marry him," Su Wantong ventured tentatively. Tang Luochuan's response was straightforward. "If you don't want to, then don't. Just tell your parents clearly. I have no evidence, and the Gao family holds more weight in business dealings. Do you have any ideas?" Tang Luochuan finally glanced at her, then shook his head without a word. "With all your abilities, can't you at least give me some advice?" "Miss Su Wantong, if you don't want to marry, no one can force you." "But this has been going on for more than just a day or two. Everyone knows I like him. This isn't about dating anymore. It's about marriage negotiations." Tang Luochuan chuckled at this. "Let me tell you something. My mom made me go on a blind date a few days ago. At first things seemed to be going well with this person, but what happened in the end? Just within these past few days, she's already getting engaged to another guy. Pretty sudden, right? So for matters you can decide on your own, don't worry about what others think. This girl's behavior may be disgusting, but it's within the rules." "Within the rules?" Su Wantong's voice trembled slightly. Unlike Meng Fani, she had genuinely fallen for someone. She didn't have Meng Fani's willingness to throw everything aside, or rather her shamelessness. The Su family wasn't like ordinary folks either. Wealthy families had their rules, and that was undeniably true. A mere relocated household could win Meng Fani's affection, yet still couldn't catch her eye. "I'll try again." Su Wantong picked up her phone, though inwardly, she was quite timid, lacking the courage to confront her parents directly. There were always parents like this, overbearing and controlling, making their children too afraid to push back from childhood onwards. But this time Su Wantong had come to her senses and immediately sent a message to her father. "Dad, let's hold off on the engagement for now. I haven't made up my mind yet. I want to wait until after graduation to discuss it further. Also, regarding the Gao family matter, please ask around among your friends and gather more information." After sending the message, Su Wantong put away her phone and switched it to silent mode. She didn't want to check her father's reply just yet. Tang Luochuan, however, had a sharp tongue and immediately began teasing. What? Is it because the Gao family's having problems that you're suddenly refusing the engagement? If the Gao family had no issues, would you have agreed? This question caught Su Wantong completely off guard, and she even regretted sending that message. Tang Luochuan. You. How can you be so mean? What did I say wrong? You're the one who helped me see things clearly, and now you're the one calling me materialistic. Huh. I was just asking. But this was a sore spot for Su Wantong. It really hit home. However, Tang Luochuan's question had helped her see things clearly, and she spoke up. If he had always loved me, and I loved him back, I would have given everything. But this isn't the case. He was ignoring me before, and now suddenly shows interest. Something must be wrong. So this affection is false. She thought her answer was quite good. At the same time, she felt Tang Luochuan was trying to wake her up, and in that moment, she found the young man before her to be profound and full of hidden depths. But Tang Luochuan hadn't thought much about it at all. He was just casually asking, preferring to be straightforward. He looked at the girl in surprise. I remember, when you came to our class looking for Jiang Jinyue, you said the two of you were childhood sweethearts. How come now? He was ignoring you before. How can you be so fake? Were you bragging back then? You bastard. Su Wantong couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to pinch his waist. Even the most composed person would lose their cool around this guy. Tang Luochuan dodged nimbly a few times, but she still managed to catch him. Hey, gentlemen and ladies, shouldn't be so familiar. Can you take me out for a drive? Why? I don't have time. Just for a little while. Su Wantong pinched him with 2 fingers, feeling the taut muscles along his waist and abdomen. Sister, this isn't appropriate. We're not suitable for each other. What nonsense are you spouting? I wouldn't look at you anyway. I'm just in a bad mood and want to clear my head. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Tang Luochuan hesitated for looking at her with an expression of distaste. Fine, 30 minutes, not a second more. You're paying for the gas. Su Wantong could only laugh despite her frustration. Fine. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the car. Tang Luochuan stood up and walked out of the pavilion toward the parking area. Su Wantong watched his retreating figure lost in thought. Why did I just grab him like that? This guy's got a real sharp tongue. Faking illness, faking good grades. This guy's kind of interesting. Shortly after, Tang Luochuan's BMW X7 slowly pulled up. Su Wantong, carrying her bag, hurried forward and asked, was that Porsche last time also yours? Yeah. Your family's pretty well off, huh? It's okay. Su Wantong opened the passenger door and sat in, subconsciously smoothing her skirt lightly. She turned her head to look at Tang Luochuan, who was driving. Curiosity couldn't help but arise in her heart. What exactly did this guy's family do? Driving such a nice car to school, his parents must be really laid back. But then she thought again and felt a trace of envy. Her own parents were too strict, interfering in everything. In the eyes of others, she was strong-willed and independent, but at home, she almost always obeyed her parents. The car smoothly exited the gate of Jiaoda and merged into the afternoon traffic of Modu. Tang Luochuan drove slowly, cruising along the Binjiang Road by the Huangpu River. Behind his car, a Cadillac was silently following. After a long silence, Su Wantong finally spoke softly. Tang Luochuan, I've always been curious about one thing. Tang Luochuan kept his hands on the wheel, eyes still fixed ahead, and casually replied, go ahead. Do Jiang Jinyue's parents approve of you two being together? Probably. I met them last time, and we had a good chat. Why? Su Wantong straightened up and turned her head to look out the window. Nothing. The Jiang family is so wealthy, if they think you're worthy, it means you're not bad either. That's right. Not modest at all. Can't help it with my abilities. Hey, President Gao, that kid drove an X7 into school this morning. He's out now. Bald bodyguard Old Zhang sat in the Cadillac, staring intently at Tang Luochuan's car ahead. He hadn't settled the matter from last time and was bent on revenge. A decade or two ago, he would have taken care of the guy already. But now, with the crackdown on organized crime and improved public security, the living space for thugs like him had been gradually squeezed. The era of lone wolves was long gone. The best way out was to latch onto a wealthy man, do some dirty work, and have someone to cover for him if things went wrong. Just teach him a simple lesson. Gao Mingxuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Zhang said in a low voice, there seems to be someone else in his car. I don't know who. What do you think? It doesn't matter. It's either Jiang Jinyue or some other girl. I'm done with Jiang Jinyue anyway. Remember, don't make it too big. Don't cripple him, just beat him up and make him kneel and apologize. The company is in a tight spot now, can't have any major trouble. Oh, and remember to send me the video. Understood. After hanging up, Old Zhang looked at the sunset, gradually sinking on the horizon. It was nearly 5 o'clock and the sky was darkening little by little. He wasn't in a hurry, just following leisurely. The downtown area wasn't suitable for action. He had to wait for a sparsely populated and quiet place. In the car, Tang Luochuan suddenly spoke. Do you know if there's any street food nearby? What kind of street food? Yuping snacks. Jin Whiting. Jiwei Yeshu. Su Wantong casually listed a few upscale snack shops she frequented. Tang Luochuan said, Changsha stinky tofu grilled cold noodles, teppanyaki squid octopus balls. Muyan texted me saying she wants to eat. Let me check if there's a night market nearby. Su Wantong quickly pulled out her phone to navigate. Tang Luochuan muttered to himself, this girl is such a foodie, she's making me hungry too. I'll treat you later, don't be polite. Su Wantong said, nothing listening to the guy teasing his own girlfriend. At that moment she felt an unexpected warmth. She couldn't help but laugh. Treat me. With all your money you're treating me to this. Oh sis, are we eating for the food? Is it about the snacks? It's about the bond. Why are you so calculative? Tang Luochuan's down-to-earth attitude caught Su Wantong off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Few people talk to me like this, she murmured softly, suddenly feeling that this guy was becoming more and more pleasant to look at. Tang Luochuan raised an eyebrow. What? Is it a crime to talk to you like this? Do I get shot for it? Haha. I'll sew your mouth shut one day. Su Wantong's fingers quickly swiped on the navigation screen. After a moment she looked up and said, there really is a place about 10 minutes drive from here. It's a bit out of the way, surrounded by construction sites, but there are tons of food stalls, hundreds of them. They have everything you mentioned. Let's go. That's the place. Then I'll start the navigation for you. Okay. Tang Luochuan drove on, and the intersection was 50 meters ahead. Su Wantong's navigation suddenly sounded, turn right ahead. Damn. Tang Luochuan jolted, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he sharply turned the steering wheel. The car made a sharp turn, veering into the right turn lane just before crossing the solid line. Su Wantong was thrown off balance by the sudden turn, and she clutched her chest, saying, you scared me. Meanwhile, inside the Cadillac behind bald bodyguard old Zhang couldn't help but curse. Damn. Did he spot us? Is he trying to shake us off? The younger thug in the driver's seat hurriedly asked. Big brother, this lane is for going straight. What do we do? Fuck. The bald bodyguard slapped the back of his head. Do we look like law-abiding citizens? And you're lecturing me about traffic rules now, eh? Follow them. The Cadillac slammed on the brakes, tires screeching on the pavement, and then turned into the right turn lane as well. Big brother, what if we get a ticket for the violation? The driver muttered nervously. Fuck, now you're worried about rules. About 10 minutes later they arrived at the destination. Outside the continuous construction site fences, a temporary alley was lit up with lights and hundreds of food stalls lined both sides. Tang Luochuan parked the car by the roadside and got out first. Wow, this is pretty good. Su Wantong, holding her bag, looked around somewhat bewildered. It was her first time at a place like this. In the past, when she went to night markets, they were all trendy, internet-famous spots. But such a down-to-earth place was truly rare. What surprised her even more was that in this desolate area around construction sites, there were actually so many people. Is it clean here? Su Wantong asked. Tang Luochuan chuckled. This woman is being pretentious again. He immediately said, I'll bet you 100 million. You'll definitely not die from eating here. Oh, I've never been to a place like this, Su Wantong said with an awkward smile, feeling a bit resistant inside. The place was really a bit messy, with puddles of water in many spots, and even dirt roads. Come on, let me treat you to a feast. Tang Luochuan waved his hand for her to follow. What do you want to eat? Su Wantong, dressed in a white casual outfit, looked around and worried about getting her clothes dirty. However, she couldn't refuse the guy's enthusiastic invitation. Carefully watching her steps, she followed close behind and casually said, gold foil salted duck or white truffle pizza. Get out of here. Tang Luochuan suddenly stopped and turned around to retort. Where would he find such things here? But he stopped too abruptly, and the girl, focused on the ground, didn't notice him stopping and bumped right into him. Su Wantong wasn't heavy, so she couldn't out-bump Tang Luochuan. Her center of gravity shifted. Tang Luochuan reacted quickly, reaching out to hold her waist, his palm meeting a soft, warm touch. Neither of them spoke. Su Wantong reflexively grabbed his hand that was on her waist. I'm fine. Oh. The girl quickly straightened up, her cheeks flushing. She couldn't help stealing a glance at him and noticed that his face was also gradually turning red. Over here. Tang Luochuan quickly pretended nothing had happened, casually pointing nearby. We don't have those snacks you mentioned, but there's stinky tofu, grilled squid, grilled oysters, fried dough, fried noodles. Corn dogs. What do you want to eat? Anything I don't know. Su Wantong's mind was filled with the scene from just moments ago. How could she possibly know what she wanted to eat? Tang Luochuan continued walking forward, his voice no longer lighthearted. All right, I'll just pick something. He walked up to a small stall and immediately scanned the QR code. Boss 1 medium, stinky tofu extra, pickled mustard greens. 15 right. Correct. The vendor was a middle-aged woman. She glanced at the customer and, upon hearing the payment notification, immediately began preparing the food. This whole scene seemed particularly amusing to Su Wantong. She leaned in curiously, watching how the tofu was being fried. Smells so good. Just one order. Aren't you eating? Why wouldn't I eat? The whole point of a food street is to try different stalls together. One portion shared between two people. The blush that had just faded from Su Wantong's face immediately returned. Together. Tang Luochuan explained, we definitely can't just visit one place. There are more ahead. If we order 2 portions, we won't be able to eat much. How about cold sesame noodles, corn dogs, roasted scallops, oysters, and drinks? One of each. That way we can try more variety. That sounds reasonable, but don't you think it's a bit strange? Su Wanong was confused. In her mind, when ordering takeout, the number of people determines the number of disposable chopsticks included. She was supposed to share utensils with Tang Luochuan. The girl felt nervous, but didn't dare say more, afraid she might be revealing her lack of worldly experience. However, the truth was that she indeed didn't have much experience with the world. When the stinky tofu was served, the vendor kindly inserted 2 toothpicks. Only then did the girl suddenly understand. They would each use their own toothpick. I feel like you're about to be cooked. Tang Luochuan took the stinky tofu and glanced at the girl. Her face was so flushed it was practically glowing red. No, it's just a bit hot, she said, then fanned herself with her hand a few times. Tang Luochuan handed her the food. Eat. Oh. The girl picked up a toothpick, skewered a piece of tofu, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately lit up. So good. I've had Changsha stinky tofu before, but always from restaurants. This one's good too. Hey, restaurants. They're all just ripping off rich folks like you. Like you're not rich either. I'll have another one. And so the two continued wandering forward together. At the outer edge of the night market, the Cadillac finally arrived. Damn, that kid drives like a maniac. Bald Lao Zhang cursed the moment he got out of the car. Boss, there are even more people here. A yellow-haired guy stepped forward, looking at the bustling night market. Bald Lao Zhang surveyed the surroundings. Forget looking for people, look for the car. His car stands out, a BMW X7. And there are construction sites everywhere around here. The moment he leaves the night market, he's done for. In the night market, the two had bought a few more snacks and 2 drinks. Su Wanhong was getting into it. There are ring toss games over there. Wow. And fortune tellers too. How little have you seen of the world? Tang Luochuan laughed. Su Wantong pouted and muttered, don't laugh at me. If you brought Jiang Jinyue, she'd be just as lost. That's actually true. Tang Luochuan had just asked Jiang Jinyue if she wanted anything to eat. She was completely bewildered too. It was Shun Mayan who helped order more portions for her. Su Wanong was starting to feel a bit choked from eating. She glanced at the drink in Tang Luochuan's hand and grabbed it. I'll go check out the ring toss. Hey. Before Tang Luochuan could say anything, the girl had already jogged ahead. That's my drink. The young man sighed, but noticed the girl had already bitten down on the straw. He couldn't help but mutter, do rich girls all like biting straws? Tang Luochuan, come here. Su Wantong waved as if she had discovered something fun. What? Look at that. Tang Luochuan followed her finger. It was a plush toy, a low-quality Labubu. Interesting, right? Su Wantong's eyes sparkled, her lips pursed around a tiny tongue. Tang Luochuan chuckled, like it. Love it. The young man set his food aside. Ring toss was too easy for him. This could count as a kind of sport. His body had been enhanced, so his aim was naturally spot on. Boss, 60 rings, Tang Luochuan shouted. The vendor immediately approached. Young man, 25 yuan for 60 rings, 35 yuan for 80. The 35 yuan one is a better deal. Tang Luochuan glanced at the prices and replied, won't fit in my car. Huh, what do you mean? Just give me 60 rings. Alright. The vendor didn't push further and immediately counted out 60 rings. Tang Luochuan scanned to pay. Once he got the rings, he handed Su Wantong 10 first. You try first. Emma. Su Wantong nodded proudly. In her eyes, this seemed simple enough. The items in front were small, but close. The ones in the back were farther, but bigger. From what she could see, she felt it would be easy to get one. Here goes. Su Wantong threw her first ring with full confidence. The plastic ring traced a beautiful arc through the air and flew directly over the entire row of prizes. She had been too greedy, trying to go for the biggest prize right away, and it flew too far. One more. Su Wanong aimed at the biggest prize again, not caring anymore whether it was a low-quality Labubu or not. She threw again, and this time it was even more off the mark. The vendor stood behind with his hands clasped, smiling at her, while pretending to kindly offer advice. Little girl, your hand is unsteady. You need to keep it level. The guy was purely putting on an act of being helpful. How could he possibly let Su Wantong win? After 9 rings, not a single one landed. Only one remained. Su Wantong looked at the nearest prize and decided not to be greedy this time. At the very least, she should win something back. The toy car in front of her was only about 10 centimeters tall. It was clearly the kind of cheap plastic junk you'd buy 2 for 5 yuan. The wheels probably couldn't even move. Su Wantong held the last ring, her expression focused. She gently extended her arm forward, but just as she was about to throw, she pulled it back. She repeated this motion 3 or 4 times, but still couldn't bring herself to let it go. Just throw it already. Tang Luochuan felt a bit dizzy from watching her fidget. Let me aim properly. It's only 3 or 4 meters away. Su Wantong shot Tang Luochuan a fierce glare, her cheeks still flushed. Stop rushing me. Don't you know what pursuing perfection means? With that, she leaned forward slightly, her willow brows furrowed. Her gaze locked onto the tiny broken car, and with a gentle flick of her wrist, Thwack. The plastic ring grazed the edge of the toy car, heavy thump to the ground, bounced twice, and rolled right to the vendor's feet. Su Wantong's face instantly fell, her lips pouting so far they could hold an oil pot. Looking at her adorable appearance, Tang Luochuan couldn't resist wanting to reach out and pinch her cheek. Unfortunately, she wasn't his girlfriend, so he suppressed this thought. Su Wantong felt somewhat unconvinced, unable to understand why these prizes that looked so close were so difficult to ring. Luck. Skill. Could there be a magnet in these rings? While she was pondering this, a red ring suddenly flew out from the side and landed steadily on the low-quality Labubu from before. Su Wantong abruptly turned her head. It was Tang Luochuan who had thrown it. The booth owner beside them also froze, unable to discern his technique, yet his first throw was already so precise. Incredible luck. But Tang Luochuan proved it was pure skill that silenced the doubters. Without pause, the young man swiftly threw ring after ring, 1, 2, 3, in rapid succession. Holy shit. Hey, there's a pro over there. How does he throw so accurately? Quick look at the boss's face. It's gone pale. The ring toss booth owner's mouth twitched as his earlier smile froze on his face. This was his professional demeanor. Smile through it for the customers. But in his eyes, beyond disbelief, there was also a fierce, killing intent. The kid had already thrown over 10 rings in rapid succession. Every single one hit its mark. If all 50 of these rings hit, it wouldn't just be this round's profit gone. It would mean working the entire night for free. Wow. Luochuan, you're amazing. Su Wantong acted like an excited child beside him, clapping her hands. She hadn't even noticed she'd switched from calling him Tang Luochuan to the more intimate Luochuan. What she witnessed truly shocked her. Not a single miss. Rings flew out one after another. Hit. Another one. Even the big ones in the back row. More and more spectators gathered, with some even relishing the drama. Boss, I'll take 80 rings. Can I hire that young man to throw for me? That's right, buddy. I'll give you 200 yuan. Just help me ring 60 targets. I'll pay 25 for 60 rings. Give it to the young man to play with. I don't want anything. I just want to watch the boss lose money. The ring toss booth owner slapped his hand firmly over his QR code. Today, we're closing early. I'm off work. How could he possibly continue doing business like this? Scared. He's scared. Holy shit, he caved. Did you see that, everyone? The boss caved. This is absolutely not scripted. 100 real. People were already pulling out their phones to record or livestream. Tang Luochuan's 50 rings all hit their marks. The ring toss booth owner sighed. The two men exchanged glances. The boss's expression was grim, his heart bleeding, yet he dared not cause a scene. Brother, it's just a small business. I'm really sorry. I need to pack up. Take whatever you want. Let's keep things civil today, so we can meet again peacefully in the future. I was just having fun. I know it's not easy for you to make money. Just give me 3 of those low-quality Labubus, and I don't want anything else. The moment Tang Luochuan said this, applause erupted from everyone around. What class this young man has. Boss, what are you waiting for? Thank the man. This guy's wearing head-to-toe designer brands. Boss, he's not short on your petty cash. The ring toss booth owner's tense face instantly relaxed. You're truly honorable. I'll get them for you right now. He'd feared this kid would take advantage of the situation, never expecting such magnanimity. He hastily rummaged through the mountain of prizes, fished out 3 Labubus, bagged them, and handed them over while profusely thanking. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You're such a genuine person. Hey, no worries. I'll get going now. Tang Luochuan took the items and left without lingering. It was just about having some fun. When he was a child, his father would take him to the village fair. There were always these games. CD vendors, ring toss booths, even small animals you could win. Chickens, ducks, even puppies. He was just reliving the joys of his childhood. The young man pulled out one of the plushies and handed it to Su Wantong. This one's for you. These 2 are for my 2 girlfriends. Su Wantong took the plushie, her heart aflutter. She and his girlfriends had received the same gift. She was overthinking, of course. Tang Luochuan pulled out another plushie, examined it, and said, these aren't low-quality Labubus. Really? Su Wantong looked at the plushie, which was barely bigger than her palm. Something this size, the authentic version, costs several thousand yuan. Tang Luochuan pointed to the trademark. It's clearly written right here, authentic. Ladudu. Ha. Indeed, the plushie's tag didn't read Labubu, but rather Ladu. Hearing his words, Su Wantong quickly grabbed the plushie's tag, and a smile crept across her face. Just as she was about to make a joke with him, she caught sight of his handsome profile. Tang Luochuan was still bent over, intently studying the plushie in his hands. Despite it being just a low-quality imitation, he examined it with unusual focus. Even the stray strands of hair falling across his forehead swayed gently in the breeze. The girl's gaze was locked onto him. Her smile gradually faded, her expression growing earnest, her eyes softening. There was something magnetic about this young man. He usually acted careless and never held back with his sharp tongue. But when he showed this unexpected seriousness, all his worldly nonchalance would melt away, revealing an irresistible charm. Tang Luochuan tucked away the plushie, noticed the girl's gaze, and said casually, let's go. Had enough fun. Let's go home. Back to school. Tang Luochuan caught his word choice and quickly corrected himself, not thinking anything was amiss. But Su Wantong felt like she had fallen in love. Strolling through the food street, playing ring toss together, a man and a woman. Anyone would assume they were a couple. The feeling was wonderful, but he didn't belong to her. Thinking of this, a surge of frustration and resentment welled up inside her. She had sent her father a message and had been afraid to look at her phone ever since. She didn't know what the outcome would be. She was also terrified of seeing her father's harsh words. But now her desire to resist burned even stronger. Tang Luochuan, have you brought Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayan here before? No. Then have you brought any other girls? Does my mom count? Haha, I mean young girls. That was just my mom when I was a kid. My mom was under 30 back then. What about girls your own age? Tang Luochuan knew what she was getting at, but he still answered honestly, no. This is my first time. Oh wow, your first time. And it was with me, eh? Huh, that's my line. A faint smile playing on her lips, Su Wantong cast a meaningful glance at him before turning away, demurely coaxing like a newlywed wife seeking affection. Let's go. Let's go. Tang Luochuan followed behind, one hand holding 2 plush toys from the bag and the other carrying the remaining food. Oh right, you finished my drink. Are you still drinking your own? Su Wantong paused mid-step and turned around. This time she felt no sense of awkwardness. Instead, she hoped things could grow even more intimate. She gazed at him, hoping to catch some flicker of change in his expression. To her disappointment, she detected not the slightest trace of hidden emotion, only utter sincerity. I won't drink it then. Su Wantong said no more and walked lightly toward the exit. In that moment, she felt she had obtained something she had long dreamed of. She realized she had never been obsessed with Gao Mingxian. What she truly craved was a longing for beautiful love itself. At that time, she had believed Gao Mingxian was the one who could bring her that feeling. But now she understood, it was someone else entirely. When they reached the doorway, Tang Luochuan had also finished the half portion of juice in his hand. He tossed the empty bottle into the trash bin, and the two walked side by side toward the car parked not far away. Tang Luochuan, what kind of girl do you like? Jiang Jinyue and Shin Mayan aren't even the same type, right? Su Wantong asked with genuine curiosity. Type doesn't matter. The most important thing is being happy together. But she has to be pretty and clean. I'm quite particular, you know. Picky, she retorted. I have the means, so why wouldn't I look for someone better? TCH, Su Wantong scoffed, but a smile gradually bloomed on her face. Pretty, clean. She satisfied both conditions effortlessly. The evening breeze carried the smoky aroma of the night market, lifting the strands of Su Wantong's hair. Secretly calculating in her heart, she feigned casualness and asked, then what if someone were both pretty and clean and could actually hold a conversation with you? Would you give her a second look? Seconds passed, and all she received was silence. I mean. Su Wantong wanted to explain to ease the awkwardness. Suddenly the young man reached out and stopped her. Wait, stay right here. Huh. Su Wantong tilted her head and once again gazed at his captivating profile. But Tang Luochuan's expression seemed to carry a hint of tension mingled with excitement. An old acquaintance. Baldy. Who? Su Wantong followed his gaze and saw it near their car, several small points of light glowing cigarette butts. 4 men sat on the curb huddled around their smoke. One of them under the streetlight had a head that shone exceptionally bright. It was obviously Bald Zhang, formerly one of Gao Mingxuan's men. The 4 noticed the situation and extinguished their cigarettes, heading in their direction. Call the police. Su Wantong took a step back, gripping the young man tightly. Let's go back to the night market and report it. There are too many people over there. They won't dare do anything. Tang Luochuan clenched his fists. Over recent months, he had trained hard in hand-to-hand combat. His physical condition and learning ability were far beyond that of ordinary people. This was the perfect opportunity to put his skills to the test. But it wasn't invincible. If he were shot, it might not be fatal. However, several consecutive bullets, even if they didn't kill him, would leave him severely wounded. Stay back. I'll talk to them. Tang Luochuan strode forward in long, confident steps. Su Wantong stamped her feet in anxiety, her high heels leaving several small dents in the muddy ground. Are you crazy? There are 4 of them. Bald Zhang and his men were caught off guard. This kid wasn't running away, but actually walking toward them. Even better. He wiped his bald head and spat beside the road. The yellow-haired thug at the front patted the wrench tucked behind his waistband. Bro, should I just take him out? Boss Gao said just teach him a lesson. Film it afterward. I want him to kowtow. And while I'm at it, piss on his face. Hee hee. Bald Zhang's eyes glittered with anticipation. Soon the 2 groups met. Kid, we meet again. You specifically came looking for me. What else? With that, Bald Zhang placed his hand on his shoulder. Bro, we didn't finish our chat last time. How about we have a good talk today? Tang Luochuan's brows knit tightly. How did you find me? He glanced back at Su Wantong. At this point, he suspected every possibility. First, these guys were lying in ambush at the school gate. Second, it was a coincidence. Third, Su Wantong had betrayed him. Did she tell you? Tang Luochuan wanted confirmation first, whether this woman had tricked him. Bald Zhang glanced backward. As his eyes fell on Su Wantong's face, his heart sank. Could it be her? He knew Gao Mingxian was pursuing Su Wantong. He had assumed Tang Luochuan was simply bringing along some random girl, and that it was just a cruel coincidence that it happened to be Su Wantong. Kid, you're actually with Miss Su. This isn't the place. Come with me. He grabbed the young man's collar and yanked hard, but he didn't budge an inch. As he was bewildered, Su Wantong ran over. You let go of him. I'm calling the police. Miss Su, this has nothing to do with you. And it's not Boss Gao's business either. Besides, you two are getting married. Don't cause trouble for Boss Gao. He's your fiancé, for heaven's sake, have some sense. Bald Zhang's tone dripped with impatience. Su Wantong retorted, he's not. Miss Su, let me clarify one more time. Your parents have already made arrangements with Boss Gao today. This is not something you can decide on your own. You're engaged. Yet you come out sneaking around with another man. Bald Zhang seemed to have found a reasonable pretext, and continued, I'm doing this on Boss Gao's behalf. Humph. Smack. Before the words had even settled, a lightning-fast slap descended, striking Bald Zhang squarely across the cheek. He staggered, lost his balance, and the hand gripping the collar went slack. He crashed heavily to the ground. Dazed, his vision swam with stars, and his left cheek burned with pain. But no one dared to move. By all normal logic, his lackeys should have already charged. But everyone watched clearly. This wasn't just a slap. It was a devastating blow. No one had ever seen a single palm carry such crushing force. The yellow-haired thug beside them could only stand frozen in shock as Tang Luochuan sent their boss sprawling to the ground with one blow. He didn't refuse to fight. He was too stunned to react. Cough, cough. Bald Zhang tasted blood in his mouth and spat it out. It was a pool of crimson saliva accompanied by 2 molars. You, damn you. He clutched his mouth, his speech slurred and unclear. Tang Luochuan rubbed his wrist. Old fool, you really thought I couldn't handle you. Before the words had faded, he advanced another step and delivered a side kick squarely to the yellow-haired thug's head. The movement was too fast. The man had no time to dodge and was kicked sideways. Thud. A heavy thud echoed as the yellow-haired thug landed on a cement bag several meters away. Dust rose in a cloud. Tell me, when you run with this crowd, you can't even beat a college student. How much did Surname Gao pay you? Tang Luochuan pulled out his phone, eyeing the 2 remaining men. I'm about to call a lawyer. I'll spend $1 million. No $10 million on this lawsuit. I'm not trying to win. I just want to drag it out until Gao Mingxian decides you're a liability and abandons you. And then, Tang Luochuan's eyes suddenly turned vicious. I'll hire a bunch of scum like you to go after your families. Tang Luochuan held up his phone, the cold light of the screen reflecting off his ambiguous smile. The 2 remaining thugs exchanged glances, their legs already trembling. They had certainly heard threats like, I'll spend money to destroy your whole family before. But hearing it from a college student dressed in designer brands and driving a BMW X7 made their spines chill. The man was genuinely wealthy. Bro. One of them with green-dyed hair shrank back half a step. We're just messing around. I only make 8,000 yuan a month. I was wrong. I'll follow you from now on. Get lost. And you. Tang Luochuan glanced at the other person. The man looked like he might cry. Bro, I'm saying we shouldn't have violated traffic rules. Would going straight have been better? It was evident this person seemed more coerced. Bald Zhang felt a jolt of fear at Tang Luochuan's words. A ruffian isn't scary, but a ruffian with education is truly terrifying. They had run into an educated hoodlum. When they intimidated college students, it was mostly because the victims were young and naive, easily swayed. On another note, Gao Mingxian was backing them up. And on yet another note, many people had weak legal awareness. For most people in lawsuits, it was only about winning or losing and the word delay. He had only ever heard that from a few bosses before. Sometimes if you had money, you could drag out a lawsuit until your opponent ran out of money and time until they couldn't keep playing. Then you'd win. This kid was a ruthless one. Brother. I. Zhang's lips trembled. Fighting was definitely not an option. He had come here purely to be beaten. That slap just now thankfully had landed on his face. It had dazed him for a few seconds. If it had hit his temple, he would have passed out long ago. I'm wrong. Bro, I'm wrong. Though Zhang was much older than the other at this moment, he could only submit. Tang Luochuan's expression remained calm as he opened the video recording. Did Gao Mingxian send you? This. Lying will have serious consequences. Yes. He just told us to scare you. Said not to cripple you. Why? Because you embarrassed him last time. What's the current situation with the Gao family? The Gao family is falling apart. Gao Mingxian is very anxious now, so. Oh right. Zhang started babbling like he was presenting a trophy. He has a fiancé in South Hangzhou, another one in Yinjing, and one in Shenzhen. And, abroad he has 2 illegitimate children with 2 white women. Brother. You. Please be magnanimous. Don't go after my family. My daughter is only in 4th grade. My mom is sick. I'm just an ordinary worker. I'm wrong. Someone like Zhang naturally had no sense of honor. But family is the vulnerability of normal people. At this moment, he wouldn't care about any old loyalties. Everyone just earns their living by their own skills. Do the job, get paid. That's only fair. But he truly feared this kid might target his family, especially since he had threatened to find a bunch of hooligans just like himself. Get lost. Tang Luochuan put away his phone and sent the video to Su Wantong while standing in place. The group felt an immense relief, scrambling to leave. The other two rushed to the stack of cement bags, hoisting up the almost unconscious yellow-haired thug. Ugh, damn it. So much money. The yellow-haired thug in a half-conscious state, seemed to be gazing at skies filled with banknotes. He even reached out to grab at them. Alright, just tell them you didn't find me today. Understand? Huh. Zhang looked confused. I'm saying tell that Gao person that today you ultimately couldn't find me, or Su Wantong. Don't worry, I definitely won't mention that you cheated on him. Damn it. You fair. Ugh. Alright. That's basically the idea. Get out of here. The group quickly piled into their Cadillac and fled in panic. In the evening breeze, Su Wantong clutched her phone tightly, her briefly relaxed mood suddenly sinking into despair. Why did this happen? Let's go back first. Su Wantong didn't move, simply looking up at him. The glow of the streetlight fell across his face, outlining a sharp jawline. That fierce demeanor from moments ago was still imprinted in her memory, but now his clear eyes somehow brought an unexpected sense of security. Can you protect me? Su Wantong's words came from deep within, without any deliberation. It was pure human instinct. At this moment, only this young man could offer her a shred of safety. But Tang Luochuan hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would never agree. She had no connection to him. Why should he provoke Gao Mingxian for a girl he'd just met? Yet on the other hand, humans possess protective instincts. When seeing an adorable child, women are stirred by maternal feelings. When witnessing a beauty in distress, men always fantasize about playing the hero. Of course, there is another type, the sycophant. After rescuing someone, they get handed the nice guy card. But Tang Luochuan couldn't ask her, will you give me the nice guy card? Because he hadn't intended to pursue her. He simply felt soft-hearted seeing her pitiful state. After some contemplation, Tang Luochuan realized what he could offer wasn't help, but advice. Be clear with your parents. I believe they'll definitely protect you well. Don't be timid. This way he wasn't completely ignoring her. At the very least it counted as showing concern. But substantial help was beyond his means. This wasn't about treating someone to a meal or going shopping spending a few hundred or thousand. This meant offending a local wealthy heir. Tang Luochuan wasn't afraid, but he wasn't foolish either. He would avenge the insult from the bald man and the hatred toward their coveting of Jiang Jinhua. But he wouldn't avenge the deception of Su Wantong. The car started again. They soon arrived at the school, and Su Wantong's father also received that video. The previous message received a swift reply. Su Bingxiang Wantong, I've temporarily postponed the engagement for you. I've contacted some close friends to thoroughly verify the Gao family situation. We can't make decisions based on one-sided information. Moreover, you've known Gao Mingxian for so long. We still need to understand his true character better. In the past, I was strict with you, not letting you be willful. It wasn't because I didn't love you. I was afraid you'd take the wrong path. It's good that you're willing to share your concerns with me, your dad. From now on, don't hold things back. Mom and Dad will always be your pillar of support. Looking at her father's reply, the girl's tears finally couldn't be contained. She had been overly strictly disciplined by her parents and had never been so candid with them before. But only now did she realize that behind those seemingly strict demands lay her parents' silent, profound favoritism. Luochuan. I had a great time with you today. Well, obviously. My way of charming ladies. Ahem. My chatting style. It's not just anyone who can handle it. Su Wantong caught his slip of the tongue, but she was in such a good mood that she didn't mind. In fact, she wouldn't have minded hearing more of his slips. Yet she seemed to have forgotten why she had come here today. She followed Tang Luochuan to the arts department rehearsal room. Shen Mayan and Jiang Jinhua were sitting at a small table gossiping about him. That guy still isn't back. Jiang Jinhua gave a contemptuous smile. I said we shouldn't have waited for him. He's probably off having fun with Su Wantong somewhere. Let's just eat first. The two had already asked someone to bring them 2 portions of food. The classroom doors suddenly swung open and many eyes in the room turned in unison toward the entrance where a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman stood. Luochuan. Shen Mayan rose, about to ask why he was back so late. Jiang Jinhua suddenly spoke up. Luochuan, I'm hungry. Oh, Tang Luochuan quickly walked over. I brought you both something delicious. Jiang Jinhua glanced at Su Wantong, a competitive feeling rising within her. What did you bring? Just some snacks. They're still warm. Jiang Jinhua took a serving of grilled cold noodles and looked at the other snacks. Is there any caviar? Want me to whack you with a spatula? Tang Luochuan said, flicking her forehead affectionately. They don't sell it. Where am I supposed to find that for you? Shin Mayan said nothing, silently opening her lunchbox because she knew Jiang Jinhua wasn't acting like herself. Jiang Jinhua usually didn't talk much. Clearly she was showing off in front of Su Wantong. I want you to feed me. Sure enough, Jiang Jinhua made her request. Feed you? Tang Luochuan was holding a starch sausage. Jiang Jinhua sneakily glanced at Su Wantong, who was pretending to look at her phone, and raised her voice a little. Yet don't other people's boyfriends feed them? Haven't you seen it online? As she spoke, she felt a bit smug, but then she turned her head. Tang Luochuan had already bitten one end of the starch sausage and was holding the other end out to her mouth. Come on, eat. Ah. Jiang Jinhua blushed and quickly shrank back. You? Stop messing around. I meant with chopsticks. After you feed me, feed Senior Shun. Don't know how to use chopsticks. This is how it's done. Take it or leave it. Shin Mayan lowered her head, frowning. There were still quite a few people in the room. I won't eat. You guys eat by yourselves. Su Wantong suddenly smiled, that air of superiority returning now that she had her father's support. Who are you performing for? For the single dogs. Jiang Jinhua also understood that she held no deep grudge against the other girl. If they could just leave each other alone, she wouldn't bother with her. But today of all days, Tang Luochuan had taken her out, and it also seemed like Su Wantong had cut ties with Gao Mingxian. Is she trying to chase after Tang Luochuan now? The girl felt displeased. If Su Wantong hadn't caused trouble for her before, if Su Wantong hadn't gotten involved with Gao Mingxuan, if that bald old Zhang hadn't bullied Tang Luochuan that day, she might have just turned a blind eye and let it slide. But all of it had happened, and she felt a pang of unhappiness. Hearing the words single dog, Su Wantong smiled even more brightly. She was just looking for that single dog status right now. She was eager to sever all ties with Gao Mingxian. Sister Jinhua, didn't I already apologize to you? Still holding a grudge. As if possessed by the character, Jin Xiangyu, Su Wantong sat on the table nearby, took off her shoes, and swung her bare feet back and forth. Damn, Tang Luochuan sneered inwardly. This one only knows how to pick on those younger than herself. She was crying her heart out just moments ago, and now she's putting on airs in front of Jiang Jinhua. If apologies could solve everything, what would we need the police for? Sister, you like Gao Mingxuan, right? I've had a change of heart. Shall I be your matchmaker? Jiang Jinhua's words were equally barbed. Su Wantong's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly recovered. Don't bother yourself. You just keep an eye on your man. Luochuan. What? By now Tang Luochuan had finished the entire starch sausage, since Jiang Jinhua wasn't going to eat it. Thank you. For the trap today. Quite accurate. With that, Su Wantong licked her lips. Tang Luochuan's expression instantly froze. Shin Mayan, who had been quietly eating with her head down, choked on her food. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Luochuan quickly said, You better explain that clearly. It was ring toss. Yeah, I didn't say anything else. Su Wantong then took out the Ladudu doll. And thanks for the little gift. Jiang Jinhua felt her ears were being polluted, though thankfully Tang Luochuan had explained. Still, she was shocked by Su Wantong's boldness. Seeing the gift in the girl's hand, Jiang Jinhua complained, Did you buy that specifically for her? I got one for everyone. Tang Luochuan said, grabbing a bag beside him that contained an identical Ladudu doll. Jiang Jinhua glanced at it. Shin Mayan and I are your girlfriends. Why is hers the same as ours? Tang Luochuan thought, damn. I overlooked that. This is a real jam. Love you both. Tang Luochuan suddenly wore a blank expression, reached out to pull Jiang Jinhua into a hug, gently kissed her cheek, and then said calmly, Eat your dinner soon, don't go hungry. I'm heading out. Where are you going? To cool off. You guys sort it out. Fight. Fight hard. He couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Let them sort it out themselves. Though he did suddenly realize that some women may seem aloof and magnanimous. But when it came to matters of the heart, they could be more narrow-minded than the eye of a needle. With that, Tang Luochuan walked out, leaving the girls staring at each other in awkward silence. Many people would have seen short videos online of two dogs barking fiercely at each other through an iron fence. But the moment the fence is removed, the two dogs suddenly go quiet. Now Jiang Jinhua and Su Wantong were in that exact situation. Seeing the boy leave, both were silent. It was Shin Mayan who stood up to mediate. Jinhua, Miss Su, how about we call it a day? She almost laughed at her own words. What nonsense was she saying? Call it a day? Did that mean they'd continue fighting another day? Su Wantong said nothing and went over to find her schoolmates. Jiang Jinhua, with a cold face and an expression of victory, like a Modi, calmly sat back down to continue her meal, as if she had just won some great victory. Leaving the teaching building, Tang Luochuan headed straight to the dormitory. The arts department had something going on tonight. Jiang Jinhua and Shin Mayan probably wouldn't be able to leave for a while. He decided to go hang out with Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. Meanwhile, at the dean's office, Wang Zhengwo sat with the department head, feeling extremely anxious. Teacher Wang, things are a bit unsettled at the school lately, the department head said, offering him a cigarette. Wang Zhengwo took it cautiously. The words were heavy. The department head had used the word unsettled. He knew exactly who the head was referring to, none other than the high-profile Tang Luochuan. Sir, what seems to be the issue? The department head frowned deeply. You might not be aware, but the school leadership has also called me in for a talk. Recently, a culture of extravagance has been spreading through the school. This is a trend that needs to be addressed. But is it really that serious? You don't understand. Several students have taken out online loans just to keep up appearances. That student Tang Luochuan from your class is a prime example of a bad influence. But Tang Luochuan didn't take out any online loans. Those things he has, you couldn't buy them with a loan anyway. I know. The department head took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled, his tone sounding helpless. I know Tang Luochuan didn't take out a loan. But let's be completely honest. These young students, they're 18, 19, 20 years old, right in that impulsive, emotional period. They all want to date. Tang Luochuan's presence has definitely raised the cost of dating. The director's words left Wang Jingwo speechless. Indeed, he thought. In the Dragon Nation, polygamy was permitted, so Tang Luochuan having 2 girlfriends was hardly a matter of concern. Many young women held Tang Luochuan as the standard for their ideal boyfriend, and naturally none could measure up. Among them, some were willing to settle, while others knew they were unworthy of such a man. Yet, even those who felt unworthy, once a man left an impression in their hearts, would as a reference point unconsciously raise their standards for all men thereafter. This was why so many young men were now suffering in silence. One would often hear these women complain Tang Luochuan buys his girlfriend an 8 zillion yuan necklace, the latest phone, and they live in a luxury mansion. He chauffeurs her around in a luxury car, and I can't even get a nice meal. Shen Mai's necklace costs over 80 grand, and I can't even have one that costs 100. Am I really that undeserving? I don't ask for much. Tang Luochuan bought a house for 58 million in cash. Can you even buy a house worth 8 million in Shanghai someday? Even a 50 down payment is fine as long as it's less of a loan. See how reasonable I'm being. Half of 8 million is 9 million. For an ordinary man to produce that as a down payment, it was indeed considered reasonable compared to Tang Luochuan's standard. So, director, what exactly are you implying? Wang Jingwo asked. The department head stubbed out his cigarette. Tell him to keep a lower profile from now on. And also, give him a few extra days off during the National Day holiday. Wang Jingwo frowned deeply. He understood all too well what time off meant. It was a euphemism for being suspended at home to reflect. That's not a good idea, director. We have no grounds for it. The luxury car incident has blown over. And from what I see on his social media, I think Luochuan is a very diligent and ambitious student. Enough. The director cut him off impatiently. Just find a way. Make up an excuse. Say he's been a bit too flashy. It's for his own good. Half the school already resents him. Have him stay home for 2 weeks during the holiday. That's settled. But director. The director waved his hand dismissively. Do you know? The loan sharks have already been by. These students can't pay their debts, and they're threatening to put up posters at the school gates and post everything online. If it were just 1 or 2 students, I wouldn't care. But there are a dozen of them. What will people say? Why does this all have to happen at our school? Alright. Meanwhile, Tang Luochuan was blissfully unaware that he was about to be gifted a half-month vacation. The arts department had just finished coordinating with the Drama Academy. In reality, this was the Drama Academy's prearranged internship plan for their third-year students. If the formal internship next year went smoothly, Su Wanhong would likely be assigned here as a trainee dance instructor, gaining teaching experience and honing her skills. Back at the villa, Tang Luochuan asked the 2 women about their plans for the National Day holiday. Jiang Jinhua said she would be traveling with her parents. Hearing that, Tang Luochuan immediately scrapped any plans for a date with her. He had called them uncle and auntie before, but now he'd likely have to view them as his future in-laws. It would just be too awkward. I'm heading back to my hometown. Several of my friends back home are getting married, so I'll probably be going to a lot of wedding banquets. Plus, my brother is bringing his girlfriend home. Shen Maiyan said, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes. You have a brother? Tang Luochuan asked, realizing she had never mentioned him before. Yes, he's 4 years older than me. He works back home. Tang Luochuan stroked his chin. Actually, if you're going to be in your hometown, I could come visit you. Shen Maiyan's hometown was Gusa City, not far from Shanghai, just a 2-hour drive. It was also only 180 kilometers from his own hometown, Quanshui City. Not far at all. Jinhua, where are you heading? Far. Not far, staying within the country. Where? Xinjiang. You should get some sleep. Tang Luochuan rolled his eyes inwardly. She wasn't leaving the country. But he had no intention of joining her. He planned to spend a few days with his own parents anyway. And his parents had weddings and engagements to attend, like Meng Fani and Zhu Jianwas. The thought made him smirk. Previously, Meng Fani had tried to chat with him online, and he hadn't been keen on meeting her. But now he was extremely curious to see her. He wanted to see what kind of woman she was, someone so decisive and bold. Ugh, it's just that the holiday is too short. I wish we had more time to play. Tang Luochuan muttered to himself, then suddenly asked, so who's warming my bed tonight? Shen Maiyan's face flushed red at his words, while Jiang Jinhua shot him a look of icy fury. What are you talking about? There's no warming the bed. It's just normal sleep, okay? Jiang Jinwei corrected his crude phrasing. Tang Luochuan moved closer and smoothly wrapped an arm around her waist. It's all the same thing. How about we have some fun tonight? Jiang Jinwei fell silent, her head bowed, her courage suddenly evaporating. In her mind, such matters were for the man to initiate. As a modest girl, she would simply give him a shy, reluctant acceptance. Is it a yes or not? Tang Luochuan insisted on hearing her verbal consent. Jiang Jinwei's hand gently pressed against his chest, and she shifted the question to Shun Mayan, her voice barely a whisper. Senior, what do you think? Shun Mayan took a step back. I've been busy all day. Tang Luochuan smiled knowingly. He understood that was her way of waiting for him to take the lead. Had she truly disagreed, her next line would have been, I'm exhausted from a long day. Let's do it another day. How about just 1 hour then? Tang Luochuan extended his other arm, pulling her in, and whispered softly in her ear, what do you say? Her cheeks were rosy as she stole a glance at Jiang Jinwei. Their eyes met for a moment, and in that instant they understood each other's hearts perfectly. Tang Luochuan watched them, and then he saw a tiny, almost imperceptible nod from the girls. Quick, subtle, easy to miss. But it was a clear sign of consent. Tang Luochuan declared, all right, then let's go shower. You can scrub my back. Huh. A tantalizing image flooded both their minds. A shower was fine, but scrubbing his back. That would mean. Tang Luochuan took both their hands and led them toward the bathroom. He found it amusing. It was obvious to anyone that they were anticipating what came next. Yet they insisted on playing coy. And every time they lay down, they were like an AI assistant. You had to give them a command before they'd respond. They never took the initiative. Still need some training. Tang Luochuan sighed inwardly. A few days passed. It was the day before National Day. Classes were only for half the day. Everyone was allowed to leave campus early in the afternoon. Early in the morning, Tang Luochuan checked his phone, a balance of 2.9 billion. To be honest, he no longer knew what to do with so much money. Buying another luxury car seemed pointless. The novelty of living in his current place hadn't even worn off yet. Partying and clubbing held no appeal either. Those places were just for picking up women. Not only was it dubious in terms of cleanliness, but he'd also become incredibly picky. With a net worth of billions, he demanded purely natural top-tier beauty, a perfect figure, and a hint of subtle playful shyness. Those who were too forward, those who were even bolder than him, he found hard to handle. As this thought crossed his mind, a name surfaced, Su Wantong. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan purred to life, pulling out of the garage. Shun Mayan and Jiang Jinwei had already left for school. Their first class today was a self-study period. Tang Luochuan had figured out the school's rules by now. No one supervised self-study sessions. No one cared if you showed up or not. What he didn't know was that while others were free to skip, he was now being closely watched by Wang Zhengwo. On the school playground, Su Wantong led over 100 girls in rehearsing a group dance. They were preparing for an upcoming filming session. The video would be posted on the school's official account as a National Day tribute. Looking at the neat rows and precise movements, her heart held no joy. Instead, she was bothered by the fact that Tang Luochuan had been deliberately avoiding her these past few days. They had crossed paths a few times, but whenever this guy saw her, he would only speak half as much as usual. I never said I was going to pursue him. What am I so afraid of? The girl thought to herself, completely unaware that her behavior had already caught the boy's attention. Those encounters were all carefully orchestrated by her. Tang Luochuan saw through it all. How could he not keep his distance? The infamous Simps Queen reputation was no joke. She was the type to simcree without even realizing it. Early morning in the classroom, Tang Luochuan discovered snacks and a steaming milk tea sitting on his desk. This was the third time Su Wantong had sent him breakfast. As he walked in, the surrounding classmates gazed at him with envious eyes. He had already lost count of how many times they had looked at him that way. It seemed that since Su Wantong's appearance, fewer girls had been trailing after him. People are always comparing. Compared to Su Wantong, girls with lesser conditions naturally backed down. Tang Luochuan sat down, examining the snacks on the desk, and a note that read, "Thank you so much for the street food and the plush toy that day. I really love them. Old Tang, this is the third time Su Wantong has thanked you. I suspect you bought out the entire food street that day," Zhang Ming teased from beside him. Tang Luochuan was speechless. Eating some street food hadn't cost much. If she wanted to thank him, that was fine, but using the same excuse every single day made one wonder. I won't make a move on this woman until things with Gao Mingxian are settled, Tang Luochuan thought lazily as he sat down, flipping open his textbook. Just as he was about to pretend to study, Wang Zhengwo arrived. There was a smile on his face, and Tang Luochuan's enhanced brain immediately picked up on it. This visit was definitely aimed at him, and it wasn't good news. Another vacation, huh? Luochuan, come out for a moment. Wang Zhengwo's heart was brimming with joy. He had been worrying about how to get this kid to spend more time at home. And here the kid delivered himself right to his door. A car he had never seen before was parked in front of the teaching building. Recently, Tang Luochuan had been driving either a Tank 700 or coming with Shun Mayan and Jiang Jinwei by taxi. But today he had switched cars. Once the car was parked, the Flying Lady emblem retracted, but Wang Zhengwo still caught sight of the RR emblem. A quick online search revealed the truth: a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. And this kid had even skipped first period self-study. Sigh. Tang Luochuan responded, getting up to go over. Old Tang, what's going on? Zhou Qi whispered curiously. Good news. Tang Luochuan replied. As he stepped outside, Wang Zhengwo's expression shifted to one of, you truly haven't disappointed me, you little rich kid. He patted Tang Luochuan's shoulder with great approval. Luochuan, why weren't you in first period? Oh, that. I overslept. Tang Luochuan was thrilled inside, but he had to show respect for his teacher. So he had to put on an act of deep regret. Oh, that's not right. And is that car downstairs yours? Oh, the Cullinan. Yeah, it's mine. Over 9 million. You don't need to tell me the price, I don't want to hear it. What you did was wrong. Wang Zhengwo lectured him at length, though his words carried a hidden delight. He knew students skipped self-study all the time, but he generally turned a blind eye. As long as they didn't skip classes or get caught, it was fine. They were in college now, and they needed to learn to be responsible for themselves. But Tang Luochuan was wealthy, and Wang Zhengwo understood perfectly that this kid would go far in life. So sending him home had no negative impact on his conscience. Go home and rest for a few days. After National Day, come back to register on October 16th. Huh, just 8 days. How many days did you want? That's enough. That's enough. Enough. I mean wrong. Wrong. Wang Zhengwo patted his shoulder again. All right, go on back. There's nothing important this morning anyway. Thank you, teacher. No need to. Thank. Wang Zhengwo felt something was off. The kid was actually thanking him for being sent home to reflect. Was he actually happy about this? Wang Zhengwo had just turned to leave when a sudden wave of unease washed over him. He spun back around, his expression unusually serious. Luochuan, don't you dare forget to come back. Don't worry, I won't forget. Seeing Tang Luochuan's earnest expression, Wang Zhengwo's heart grew more uneasy. The school rarely sent students home. When they did, students would always be in tears or wearing long faces. But something told him this kid would actually let loose and have so much fun that he might forget to return for the new semester. With his uneasy heart, Wang Zhengwo departed. Back in the classroom, Tang Luochuan settled in to enjoy his breakfast. Free food was free food, why not eat it? Zhang Ming squeezed over and asked Luochuan, what did teacher Wang say? He said I'm outstanding. So he's giving me an academic leave, 8 more days off. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, both utterly baffled. Zhou Qi said, I've heard of paid leave before, but what's academic leave? New policy. Tang Luochuan stuffed a bite of bread into his mouth and explained casually, keep your student status, go home and rest. That's basically expulsion, isn't it? Why? As they talked, the ears of nearby classmates perked up. Everyone was curious why this guy kept getting time off. I didn't show up for first period self-study, that's why. So what? Half the class didn't come. Old Zhang, and I just got here too. After hearing this, many classmates felt that Tang Luochuan was definitely being targeted. Over half the class slept through self-study in their dorm rooms. Sophomores and juniors were even worse, not showing up at all. Oh, and I drove the Cullinan over. I figured since it's the last day, anyway, what's the harm in bringing it? Zhou Qi rolled his eyes, deserved. Zhang Ming added, 8 days is not enough. You deserve a firing squad. On the playground, Jiang Jinyue and Shen Mayan stood among the crowd, repeating the movements over and over. Indeed, both girls were not only beautiful, but also possessed excellent physical coordination. Su Wantong couldn't help but think they were natural talents for dance. She watched them intently, and both girls sensed her gaze. Especially Jiang Jinyue, who had been wearing light makeup these past few days, her aura elevated considerably. Purely judging by looks, she believed she was prettier than Su Wantong. But beauty was always inflated when looking at oneself. From an outsider's perspective, the 3 girls each had their own charm. However, Su Wantong's gaze kept drifting downward, landing on the other girl's chest. A slightly mocking smile tugged at the corner of her lips. What does she mean by that? Jiang Jinyue thought, suddenly alarmed. She looked down and caught a glimpse of her own arched feet. Small. She thinks I'm small. Recently, Tang Luochuan had teased her, saying that only when Jiang Jinyue leaned forward could one see that this guy did have some inventory. But it wasn't much. She fell short compared to Shen Mayan. Jiang Jinyue's gaze also swept across Su Wantong's chest, obviously fake. Definitely padded. When girls compete, they'll compare everything. Looks, height, figure, voice, and more. Sister Mayan, do you think those 2 pounds of flesh on her chest are real or fake? Jiang Jinyue suspected the other girl had implants, but she wasn't entirely sure. She needed Shen Mayan's confirmation, though she only wanted to hear what she wanted to hear. Shen Mayan, hearing this, chuckled softly. You little girl, your eyes are sharper than a sieve. You even noticed that. Sis, tell me the truth. Jiang Jinyue said in a very sincere tone. When she was demonstrating just now, I saw a jiggle. Shen Mayan's voice grew even softer. Discussing someone behind their back, especially about her chest, made her really embarrassed. But she didn't want to hurt Jiang Jinyue either, so she could only let her figure it out herself. Jiggle. So it's real. Jiang Jinhua had never been one to keep things in her heart. If she was unhappy, she would say it directly. However, when she knew she was inferior to others, she never talked tough. She lowered her head pretending to be hot as she gently tugged at her collar and muttered, "It's not that big." But in her heart, the more she thought, the more unwilling she felt. If Tang Luochuan takes Su Wantong, and then wouldn't I become the youngest and the least significant one? How could this be? Somewhere in Modu, a BMW X3 pulled over by the roadside. Tang Luochuan's distant cousin, Zhu Jianhua, stepped out. This was his second time preparing to meet Meng Fani. After their last meeting, the two had directly settled on marriage and getting the marriage certificate. They themselves knew it was too fast, but the demolition compensation wouldn't wait. One less person on the household registration meant one less share of money. Meng Fani walked out of the school gate, her expression relaxed, a smile on her lips. It gave the same feeling as when Shun Mayan saw Tang Luochuan. One could only say that girls were good at acting. Jianhua. Meng Fani quickened her steps, her body lightly trembling, her D-cup breasts bouncing up and down. Zhu Jianhua swallowed hard. He was a few years older than Tang Luochuan, but still a virgin. However, he had watched plenty of videos and knew that Meng Fani was at least top tier in this aspect. "Fani, I'm here to take you home," Zhu Jianhua said warmly as he took the bag from her hand. Meng Fani looked at the brand new BMW X3 and felt very satisfied. Since she was 16, she had gradually come to see one thing clearly. Once her heart and eyes were full of hope to sit in the passenger seat of a Ferrari. Later she actually did sit in one, but it was just a fleeting passenger on an assembly line. Having seen many rich second-generation heirs in her circle, she had long seen through it. She could attract them, but she couldn't keep them. Therefore, finding a reliable and stable man to entrust her life to was the safest path. Of course, that didn't mean she would be content with her lot from then on. Even if she got married, nothing could stop her from playing and making trouble as she pleased. She could still ride in the passenger seat of a Ferrari, but she would have to do it secretly. "Jianhua, we're about to get married, but you haven't even shown me any gesture. I still feel uneasy," Meng Fani said as she sat in the passenger seat, her first words demanding a gift. "What do you want?" "You have to buy the 3 gold jewelry pieces, and since we're getting the demolition money, I want to change my bag too. Also, I don't want to live at school anymore. The apartment you rent here is too small. Let's rent a bigger one. I'll move in with you." As she spoke, the girl glanced at him subtly. The 3 gold jewelry pieces and the apartment she mentioned were reasonable. As for the bag, it was ambiguous. Buying or not buying both seemed justifiable. But since the girl brought it up, Zhu Jianhua could only agree. But Meng Fani wasn't actually greedy for just a simple bag. This was a test. A test of the man's obedience. After the engagement. "No, why not now? But today we're supposed to go home. It's already afternoon. We can go back tomorrow. This afternoon we can go shopping and buy some things. We can just crash at a nearby hotel for the night. A 200 or 300 yuan one will do." Meng Fani's words were quite skillful. She had just asked for a gift and then immediately suggested a cheap hotel to show her frugality. After all, this was Modu, and a hotel for 200 or 300 yuan couldn't be considered good. Moreover, she knew very well that the idea of getting a hotel room was a huge temptation for Zhu Jianhua. Zhu Jianhua took a deep breath. He had been worrying about how to broach the subject of taking the girl's first time, but now she was delivering herself to him. Anyway, the bride price had been negotiated, and the wedding ceremony preparations by his parents were almost complete. After they got the marriage certificate in a few days, she would be his legal wife. Buy it, it's not a loss to buy it for his wife. "All right, let's go." Zhu Jianhua started the car, stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward. But his mind was full of what would happen tonight. On the other side, Tang Luochuan had already returned to his residence. Shen Mayan and Jiang Jinhua had also finished filming their dance video. The three stood in the garage. "Tell me, should I drive the X7 or the Tank 700 back to be low-key, or should I not be low-key and choose the Cullinan and Lamborghini?" Tang Luochuan said, stroking his chin in deep thought. "Jiang Jinhua, you should fly a plane back." "Then I might as well take a rocket," Tang Luochuan immediately retorted with a sour tone. Shen Mayan waved the ticket in her hand. "I'm taking the high-speed rail, anyway. Tomorrow's ticket." Jiang Jinhua also took out her phone and shook it. "I told my dad he'll come pick me up soon. Tonight's flight direct to Wulamuki." "Sister Mayan, why don't you come with me?" "No, I really have things to do at home. There are several weddings and engagements all concentrated during the National Day holiday." Tang Luochuan looked at the two. "Why didn't you invite me?" "We did invite you. You didn't want to go. You said you wanted to go home and accompany your parents, and you said my dad is no longer just uncle, but your future father-in-law, and you feel awkward." Why are you so excited? Here's the plan." Tang Luochuan waved his hand grandly. "Little sister leaves tonight. Tomorrow I'll go to the high-speed rail station with big sister. I'll take the high-speed rail back too." Jiang Jinhua took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to retort him. "What's with all this little sister and big sister?" "Oh." Shen Mayan gave a sly smile, and with a hint of surprise said, "You're not driving back to show off. Little brother, Her last word, little brother, was spoken in a very playful tone. Only when the three were alone would she drop her serious senior demeanor. Tang Luochuan, show off. But I can buy a few more cars when I get home. Why do I have to drive them back from here? It's 200 kilometers. Shin Mayan felt her worldview refreshed again. It can be done like that. After planning, they were now just waiting for Jiang Deming to pick up his daughter. Soon 2 minivans stopped at the entrance of the residential area. Jiang Deming, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back, shiny, stepped out of the car with calm composure. On the other side, Maing still looked like a wealthy lady wearing heavy makeup and an extremely friendly expression. Luochuan, we meet again. Don't you bully my Yue during this time, okay? The couple knew about their daughter's relationship. They even tacitly allowed the cohabitation. The couple had initially opposed it. But by the time they got the news, Jiang Jinhua had already told them she had stayed over one night, so it was too late. Jiang Deming now only wanted to firmly tie down Tang Luochuan. Having slept with his daughter, it wouldn't be so easy to run away. However, his impression of Tang Luochuan was still quite good. Uncle, auntie, don't worry, Yue is doing well here with me. This time Tang Luochuan was much more well-behaved without the shyness of their first meeting and had gained some composure. This was what he meant by a different attitude towards an uncle versus a future father-in-law. He felt constrained now, but after marriage, it would be different again. Shin Mayan discreetly observed Jiang Deming and his wife from the side. This feeling was entirely different from her own office worker parents. Yeah, your parents dress so formally even when they go out. She whispered. Jiang Jinhua looked helpless. That's just how Modu people are. Their generation is all about style. Jiang Deming wore a faint, ever-present smile. Luochuan, I think you're a great young man. Why not invite your parents to Modu for the new year? Hearing this, Tang Luochuan's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't just an invitation to visit, it was about the two families meeting. Jiang Deming was someone who never suffered a loss. Otherwise, why would the Gao family be failing while he remained as steady as a mountain? Absolutely. Tang Luochuan's reply was equally resolute. Meeting was fine, after all they were still underage and couldn't get a marriage license anyway. But this girl Jiang Jinhua, as long as nothing unexpected happened, was never going to escape. Good. It's settled then. Jiang Deming nodded, then turned to Shin Mayan. Young lady, you must be Shin Mayan. Hello, uncle. Shin Mayan felt a bit awkward. Maybe she should have made herself scarce. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Deming's eyes, and he spoke bluntly. This young lady is quite pretty, not losing to our Yaya. Thank you, uncle. Shin Mayan felt a little embarrassed and stole a glance at Tang Luochuan. They exchanged a knowing smile. Tang Luochuan suddenly interjected. Oh, by the way, Mayan Yaya, I just transferred 2,000 yuan to each of you. It's National Day, so don't be shy about spending money. 2,000. Shin Mayan had just received 1,000 from him for living expenses. Now he was giving her 2,000 for the holiday. But she wasn't as shocked as before. In fact, she was starting to get used to Tang Luochuan's surprises. Jiang Jinhua, upon hearing this, pursed her lips and looked at her parents with a hint of pride. She didn't care about the money, but her expression seemed to boast to her parents. See, the man I chose, not bad, right? Be serious. What's with that look? Maing shot her a glare, but inwardly she was pleased. This clearly showed the man's financial stability. It met hers and Jiang Deming's standards. All that remained was to see how the young man behaved in the long run. Still, she had to put on a show of politeness. Maing took Tang Luochuan's hand, then pulled Jiang Jinhua's hand over, placing them together. Luochuan, I know you mean well. But you can't just throw money around like this. Save it for your future life together. There will be plenty of expenses. Auntie, Tang Luochuan started to say something. Jiang Jinhua suddenly interrupted. Mom, if he gave it, I'll take it. He just bought a Cullinan, he's not short on cash. Jiang Jinhua. What kind of talk is that? Jiang Deming couldn't help but scold, using her full name. To others it sounded like she was spoiled and entitled. But only Jiang Jinhua knew that her words hid the pride of a young girl. She was showing off to her parents how sharp her eye for choosing a man was, someone both capable and caring. But the words came out blunt and somewhat aggressive. I mean, Luochuan is good to me, I know that. Jiang Jinhua hurriedly explained. But it was too late. Jiang Deming and Maing scolded her thoroughly, telling Tang Luochuan not to take it to heart. In the end, the two girls accepted the 2,000, and Jiang Jinhua was thoroughly chewed out by her parents despite Tang Luochuan trying to smooth things over. But it was useless. Not until the two minivans drove away, leaving only Shin Mayan and Tang Luochuan, did the air seem to still. Jiang Jinhua was quiet at school, but at home, she added a lot of energy. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Tang Luochuan turned to Shin Mayan. My train is at 10 in the morning. I haven't decided yet. Then hurry up, it's hard to get tickets. I'll book a business class seat. The expensive ones usually have empty seats. Shin Mayan flashed a face of utter confusion. That actually makes sense. Sister. Tang Luochuan's voice suddenly turned heavy with a hint of seduction. Hearing that, Sister Shin Mayan felt a chill. I'll call for help. Oh, you predicted it. It's just the two of us here. Who are you going to call? I'm your senior. So, you have to listen. Listen to what? Be gentle. No problem. After a long while, Tang Luochuan lay on the bed. Shin Mayan sat on his thighs, her fingers gently kneading and pressing his back. How is it? She asked softly. Comfortable. Tang Luochuan sighed, feeling the earlier intensity turning into extreme relaxation. His entire back and waist felt wonderfully loose. He wondered why Shin Mayan would offer to massage him. He hadn't been gentle at all earlier. After all, caught up in the passion, he couldn't care less. Suddenly, Shin Mayan's expression changed. A wicked smile curled at the corner of her lips, her eyes turning cunning and sharp. Comfortable, huh? Little brother. You're very disobedient. What? Tang Luochuan felt her hand stop moving. He tried to turn around, but found her hands together, forming the 1,000-year kill gesture. Mayan. Sis, you're my real sister. Don't mess around. Tang Luochuan was terrified. He had played this game plenty with classmates as a kid, and had been on the receiving end just as much. That feeling was a piercing clarity straight to the crown of his head. He tried to roll over, but her full weight of 100 jin was pressing on his thighs, leaving his most vulnerable spot unprotected. I'll let you experience this feeling too. I told you to slow down, but you wouldn't listen. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Shin Mayan wasn't about to let this chance slip. The next second, she lowered her body slightly, her arm shooting out like a venomous snake with a force that would break through all defenses, striking straight at the most vulnerable and fatal spot behind him. That finger was fast, precise, and ruthless, carrying a world-shattering sourness and despair. The ultimate ninja technique, 1,000 years of death. In that instant, Tang Luochuan felt as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. First, his entire body stiffened, all motion ceasing, as if time had frozen. Then a sour and excruciating pain shooting straight to the crown of his head raced up from his tailbone, instantly piercing through every limb and bone. Shun. Mu. Yen. Haha, I didn't use too much force. Shin Mayan covered her mouth and laughed softly, then suddenly realized her hand had just touched that place on him. She quickly pulled it away. But Tang Luochuan lay motionless on the bed, staring blankly ahead, utterly lifeless. Luochuan. Luochuan. Don't scare me. I won't mess with you anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shin Mayan looked at him, feeling she might have gone too far. She had been a little angry earlier. He had promised to be gentle, but wasn't at all. She had been like a little chick tossed around at will, unable to resist in the slightest. But now her anger was gone, replaced by only worry. Luochuan, are you okay? Tang Luochuan's face was expressionless, his voice filled with pain. I'm fine. Just my soul left my body. Morning light filtered into the kitchen, carrying the savory aroma of cooking. Shin Mayan wore a pale pink apron, gently turning eggs in the pan with a spatula. Since moving in, she had been busy accumulating pots, pans, and bowls. Occasionally, she cooked breakfast alongside Jiang Jinhua, far more comforting than ordering takeout for every meal. Especially after last night's 1,000-year poke. The memory made her regret deeply. Watching Tang Luochuan's utterly defeated expression, shame overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. It was the first time in her life she had played such a joke on anyone, let alone her own boyfriend. Filled with guilt, she longed to make it up to him properly. You broke right into my heart, made me see flowers bloom in a barren desert. The girl hummed softly, flipping the pancakes in the pan. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Her sixth sense whispered danger. She spun around quickly. Tang Luochuan was crouching, sneaking up behind her with that familiar mischievous grin, his hands already forming the gesture of a 1,000-year poke. Tang Luochuan. You can't bully me like this. The girl reflexively grabbed the spatula to defend herself. Shin Mayan was terrified. Shame surged within her, her cheeks burning hot. The courage she had mustered to provoke him last night vanished completely, leaving only panic at the thought of retaliation. I'm a girl. You can't do this. Her voice trembled. She was genuinely frightened. Tears welled up in her eyes. This felt far more humiliating than cohabitation or sharing a hotel room. Yet she couldn't help but regret it. Why had she provoked him last night? She truly deserved this. I'm a girl. I'm sorry. The girl instinctively took 2 steps backward, her back pressing firmly against the cold stove. Why weren't you a girl last night? Let me return the favor and we'll be even. I'm begging you. No. Turn around and bend over. You're bullying me. You bullied me first. Tang Luochuan was relentless, though he had no real intention of following through. Shin Mayan felt as vulnerable as a patient about to receive an injection. Fear, panic, yet an inability to escape. Just once. Be gentle. Tang Luochuan was surprised she had actually agreed. She turned down the stove flame, bent slightly forward, and protruded her hips. Don't go too far. From now on, I won't bully you like this either. This kind of behavior is strictly forbidden. No more of this. Closing her eyes tightly, she whispered to herself, I'm really scared. Go easy on me. Then she took a deep breath, bracing for his attack. Smack. A sharp sound echoed, but the anticipated sting never came. Instead, the boy had merely patted her bottom gently. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Consider this even. You little rascal, you're full of tricks. Shen Mayan's eyes snapped open. After a stunned pause, she straightened up, instantly whirled around, and covered her bottom. Shame, relief, and grievance tangled together. She looked at him fearfully, her voice tinged with tears. You bullied me. Her voice was soft, not truly upset, but seeking comfort. I was wrong. Tang Luochuan quickly pulled her into his arms. All right, dear sister, it's my fault. The girl didn't resist at all, burying her face against his chest to seek solace. Tang Luochuan inhaled the faint fragrance from her hair, then suddenly furrowed his brow. What's that? Burning. Oh no, it's ruined. Hearing this, Shen Mayan hastily broke free and glanced at her pan. Despite turning the heat to the lowest setting, the pancake had already turned to black charcoal. There was no way they could eat that meal now. The two bought some bread and milk for breakfast. Time was short, so they hailed a taxi and rushed straight to the high-speed railway station. As soon as they arrived, Shen Mayan shouldered her backpack and disembarked quickly. Tang Luochuan followed closely behind as the two hurried toward the station entrance. Passers-by couldn't help but cast their glances upon the pair. The boy handsome, the girl even more beautiful. But most weren't merely admiring their looks, they were here for the spectacle. Must be students who overslept and are rushing to catch their train. These young people nowadays. I've seen several couples like this today. Fortunately, they made it in time. The two stood in the main hall. Luochuan kissed. Shen Mayan checked her ticket. Only 10 minutes remained before boarding. She wasn't typically an overtly affectionate person, but the thought of being apart for 7 days stirred reluctance in her heart. Tang Luochuan hesitated for a second, then leaned his face forward. Shen Mayan rose on her tiptoes and left a kiss on his cheek. See you after National Day. Okay. With a simple farewell, Tang Luochuan waved. The girl waved back and walked toward the boarding gate. Just as boarding began, Shen Mayan gazed at Tang Luochuan and suddenly noticed something amiss. Behind the boy stood another person. Dressed in conspicuous luxury clothing, he stared intently at Tang Luochuan. Su Wantong. Shen Mayan quickly pointed behind him. Tang Luochuan followed her gaze. Turning around, he saw Su Wantong's almond-shaped eyes locked onto him. She was staring at him foolishly. You. Tang Luochuan felt utterly bewildered. How could he possibly run into her here? Since they had encountered each other, some courtesy was due. Tang Luochuan gave a slight nod. Hello. Hello. What a coincidence. Su Wantong gripped her ticket in her hand. Her makeup today was minimal, her hair less cascading, lending her a more homey air. She looked considerably more pleasing to the eye. Su Wantong. Tang Luochuan asked, are you traveling? Yes. Touring. Where to? Quanxue City. Tang Luochuan. Wasn't that his hometown? This woman had asked about his hometown before. Clearly she was prepared. But how could she possibly know he was leaving today? He had only booked the ticket last night. Could it be coincidence? Or perhaps fate? Tang Luochuan turned his head toward the other boarding gate, where Shen Mayan was passing through, and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Are you heading home? Su Wantong picked up the conversation, for she had come specifically to find Tang Luochuan. She simply hadn't expected him to be here too. What incredible coincidence. She had originally planned to send him a message once she arrived, pretending to ask for recommendations on fun places to visit. Who would have thought they would meet right here? Tang Luochuan didn't know how to respond to such an eerie coincidence. Which train are you on? Su Wantong handed him her ticket. Take a look. Tang Luochuan read the details on the ticket, slowly closed his eyes in disbelief, then opened them 2 seconds later. Same carriage. Su Wantong's eyes lit up instantly. At this moment, only one thought occupied her mind. God, are you helping me? Luochuan. Shen Mayan's voice suddenly rang out. The girl had already stepped into the station and waved again. Tang Luochuan smiled, ready to respond, when suddenly she made the 1,000-year kill gesture. Shen Mayan's lips curled into a mischievous grin, stuck out her tongue playfully, and skipped toward the boarding platform. It was their little secret language, a private joke between them. Tang Luochuan chuckled helplessly and murmured, can't remember a lesson once it's past. I'll deal with you when we get back. Su Wantong watched all of this curiously. Mimicking Shen Mayan, she tried making the same gesture. What does that mean? Well, this is. Tang Luochuan adopted a mysterious air. Top secret. That only made it worse. The more he hinted, the more curious Su Wantong became. But that was a secret reserved for couples. She swallowed her question for now, secretly marking it in her heart. When they grew closer, she would ask him properly. Let's go. Tang Luochuan checked his watch. It's time to board. Oh, okay. They walked side by side toward the ticket gate. Su Wantong stole a glance at the boy's profile, then looked down at her own fingers, her lips curling into the faintest smile. Was this? Getting a little closer. Carriage 3A, first class section. What a coincidence. Su Wantong said yet again. Tang Luochuan simply rolled his eyes. There's only one first-class cabin. Of course it's a coincidence. As for seats, it seemed their fateful connection ended here. They were in the same row, but not adjacent. It was National Day, and though the carriage wasn't full, it was about 70% occupied. In each row there were 3 seats. Tang Luochuan sat at 6A by the window. Seat 6B was taken by a middle-aged man. Su Wantong occupied the C seat across the aisle alone by the window. Hi. Even after sitting down, Su Wantong kept waving at Tang Luochuan. She had no particular reason. She simply wanted the boy to notice her. Tang Luochuan gave a slight nod, then pulled out his phone to listen to music. The middle-aged man glanced at the two of them, understood everything, and stood up. Young man, let me offer you and your wife this seat. Come on, miss, let's switch. Tang Luochuan. Su Wantong. The carriage fell silent for a few seconds. Sir, you've misunderstood. Girlfriend, don't jump to conclusions so fast. Let me explain. Tang Luochuan opened his mouth to clarify, but caught the eager look in the girl's eyes. She was already rising from her seat. Explaining that they were merely friends now would be awkward. Besides, even as friends, sitting together made sense. Thanks, Tang Luochuan sighed. The middle-aged man smiled calmly, clearly feeling the satisfaction of a good deed done anonymously. Su Wantong quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you. Oh, no need to be so formal. The gesture startled the old man. He had never seen anyone so enthusiastic about switching seats. Su Wantong grinned, keeping her head lowered so he wouldn't see her smile, though she couldn't suppress it. Clutching her small bag, she slipped into the seat beside Tang Luochuan. Hardly seated, she began digging through her bag. Luochuan, do you want to try this? Her bag bulged with an assortment of snacks. Tang Luochuan didn't refuse. He picked out his favorite without hesitation and asked casually, where are you planning to go in Quanshui City? See the mountains and rivers, explore the old town, or visit those internet-famous spots? Do you have any recommendations? There's a lovely place, beautiful scenery, charming goose houses. Is it far from your home? 40 kilometers. Then I won't go. Tang Luochuan. The girl sat flustered, sorting through her snacks, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at him. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. What was even more ridiculous was that she kept telling herself she didn't like Tang Luochuan. She just wanted to be friends. Then what's fun near your place? I'm a stranger here, and you're basically my only contact. Su Wantong's voice softened, uncertain of how he would respond. Tang Luochuan replied calmly, near my home. I'm heading back to the countryside. Your home is in a rural area? That surprised her. How could someone so wealthy come from a farming family? But then she reasoned that it wasn't unusual. Her great-grandparents had also started as farmers. Many city dwellers, if you traced back 3 generations, had peasant origins. Then, is it convenient to get around? Spots within 15 kilometers would work too. Su Wantong wrestled with indecision. She didn't want to be too far from him, but she couldn't admit she had followed him here, just for him. She wasn't shy, she simply couldn't convince herself. Do I actually like him or not? Self-torture was the favorite pastime of hopeless romantics. How are things with Gao Mingxian? Tang Luochuan suddenly asked. Oh, my dad said the rumors might be true, but it's not confirmed, so he doesn't want me seeing him anymore. But you liked him, didn't you? Are you okay with this? I'm fine with it. The girl spoke urgently, her voice rising sharply. Tang Luochuan quickly shushed her, gesturing for her to keep it down. Several passengers nearby turned to look, and someone had already pulled out their phone, preparing to record. Is this a proposal? No way. Where's the ring? If the girl agreed, then what's the problem? Observe. Let's watch further. Tang Luochuan lowered his voice. What are you doing? Su Wantong looked wronged. I meant, I don't like Gao Mingxian. Really? Come on, giving up on someone isn't that easy. Did you waste all those years? Tang Luochuan. What? Tang Luochuan studied her. She seemed lost and thought, her gaze fixed downward on the seat opposite. Her voice remained soft. I saw something online a couple of days ago. What was it? Tang Luochuan felt she was slowly breaking down his defenses. Su Wantong spoke with uncertainty, a touch of confusion. Online, they say the fastest way to move on from a painful relationship is. How so? What? To meet someone you like even more. Su Wantong turned her head, meeting his gaze. Do you think that's really true? Burp. Tang Luochuan let out a burp, ruining the moment. These snacks are pretty good though. You didn't answer my question. You have to find that out yourself. I can't tell you. Then do you think he likes me, eh? I'm not him, how would I know? Who are you talking about? Tang Luochuan's hand trembled as he fumbled for the snacks on the table. What if you were him? Su Wantong continued pressing, having already brought up the topic. She had to ask it now. Otherwise she might not have the courage next time. I am me, how could I be him? Tang Luochuan continued, dodging the question. How was he supposed to give an answer? Just go straight for it. Although it fit his persona, it didn't fit the development of events. He didn't hold the initiative today. It was a chance encounter, and the confession came too suddenly. Unlike Jiang Jinyue and Shun Mayan, he was mentally prepared. If you like someone, you go for it. But the problem was that he and Su Wantong hadn't cultivated any feelings yet. Tang Luochuan thought to himself, how terrifying is a simp? This has to be because she was thinking about me in bed last night. No doubt she's imagined plenty of scenarios. He fell silent. Suddenly whispers drifted from around them. Say something. Exactly, I'm dying of impatience here. A pretty girl is asking you. Stop with all these hedging he and me. Who's he? They're talking about you. Stop pretending, hurry up. Young man, what are you hesitating for? Tang Luochuan suddenly snapped out of it and looked around. The passengers in the front row leaned tightly against the back seats, secretly glancing at the two of them from between the seats. The uncle on the other side had long grown impatient and had been observing him for quite some time. The passengers in the back row leaned forward, pricking up their ears to listen to their conversation, and those in the front diagonals and rear diagonals. Su Wantong also came back to her senses and hastily took out the snacks she had just put away, pretending to look for something. Ahem. Tang Luochuan cleared his throat, and he could clearly feel the subtle movements of the people around him. The moment he was about to speak, the area within 5 meters fell silent immediately. Actually, you need to make your own decision first. Ask what your heart truly wants. That will give you the answer, it's just that. You yourself are still uncertain. After saying this, Tang Luochuan glanced out the window. It was too embarrassing. Embarrassing beyond words. But he also understood that this girl herself hadn't figured out whether she actually liked him. If one day she could firmly confirm that he was the one in her heart, then he would take this feeling seriously, but only on the condition that this affection was pure and free of any impurities. As for now, Tang Luochuan wouldn't give any definite answer. The so-called taking it seriously simply meant putting away his perfunctory attitude and dealing with this delicate relationship earnestly, no longer deliberately avoiding it as before. Let things enter a slower pace of getting to know each other, not rushing to advance nor deliberately distancing himself. As for whether it would ultimately work out, let nature take its course. TCH. Oh my, that's it. Isn't this different from what I expected? Aren't you going to kiss her? The murmuring sounds around them continued. Tang Luochuan cursed in his heart. I haven't even collected the ticket fee yet, and you're all criticizing for nothing. However, the smile on Su Wantong's lips grew even wider. His words hit right at his heart. Her original intention was to have Tang Luochuan tell her whether she should like him, but he made her figure it out herself and left room for herself in his heart. That was enough. You really respect emotions. Su Wantong said softly. This is about a lifetime. You don't think it's just playing house, do you? Tang Luochuan's gaze remained fixed elsewhere. Just after he finished speaking, the girl handed him a bottle of drink. I won't drink it. I'm asking you to help me open it. Please. After arriving at the station, the first thing Tang Luochuan did upon getting off was to send a message to Shun Mayan, letting her know he had arrived safely. As for Jiang Jinyue's side, she had already received the message about landing in Urumqi last night. Right now her whole family was sightseeing. Take a taxi from here. Tell the driver to go to Heping East Road. There are lots of hotels there, close to the scenic spots in the downtown area. Hey. Su Wantong quickly interrupted him. I don't know anyone in this place. Are you just going to leave me all by myself? I want to go to a farmstay. Oh my god, a farmstay. Hasn't been to Magu. The two got out of the car and entered their bickering mode. Tang Luochuan knew she was just determined to stick to him. Su Wantong came from a well-off family and had certainly been to more places than him. She wouldn't really care about a few days of travel. She was purely here to pursue him. He narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. There were no hotels back at his hometown. What kind of place could a village possibly have? But near his hometown town there were some. Su Wantong. Tang Luochuan called out her name, his tone grave. Su Wantong immediately sat up straight. Yes. What exactly do you want? Say it clearly. I'm just traveling. One could hear her guilt from her voice alone. I told you on the car that I don't like beating around the bush. If you have something on your mind, just say it. I don't know. I just want. You like me. The second happiest thing about being a simp was when the other person understood his feelings and could say it out loud. The first happiness was naturally when they agreed to be in a relationship. But I'm not a simp. Su Wantong cheered herself on. She was still unsure whether she liked him or not. Did I call you a simp? I just said that. Su Wantong quickly covered her mouth. Tell me clearly, and I'll help arrange it. Su Wantong sighed. Actually, I'm not sure if I have feelings for you. I just think you attract me. I just gave up on Gao Mingxuan, and I don't think the likelihood of me liking another guy right away is high. But you did catch my attention. I don't know if this counts as liking someone. I want to find an answer. Tang Luochuan groaned. I'm done. Come with me, I'll arrange accommodation for you. When I have time, I'll take you around. Really? What kind of hotel? Is a farmstay okay? Does it have a pool? It has a puddle. What are you thinking? After leaving the station, the two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the residential building in Tang Luochuan's town. He wouldn't return to his hometown first. Instead, he would drop his luggage at the residential building and then drive back with his father. In the familiar residential compound, the girl looked somewhat stunned. You live here? Discriminating against the poor and favoring the rich, are you? Tang Luochuan immediately shot back. No, absolutely not. It's nice. Quite nice. At least, it has a sense of history. Although there were more questions in her heart, Su Wantong didn't ask anything further. She felt completely as if she were preparing to meet his parents for the first time. She was very nervous inside. What should I call your parents when I meet them? How can you ask such a question? Call them uncle and auntie. Oh right, I overthought it. In Su Wantong's mind, she had already imagined the scene of receiving the wedding name change money at their wedding and calling them mom and dad. Tang Luochuan led the girl upstairs. There was no elevator in this building. Su Wantong watched as he retrieved a spare key from the fire extinguisher cabinet nearby, then unlocked the door. Why do you keep your house key hidden here? My parents put it there. Aren't you afraid of losing it? Is that even a valid question? Su Wantong found this utterly incomprehensible. She had never encountered anything like this before. More importantly, she couldn't fathom why someone so wealthy would still use an old-fashioned lock instead of upgrading to a digital one. Yet the moment she stepped inside, a sense of warmth washed over her. The furniture looked noticeably worn and dated, but everything was meticulously clean. This feels like something from a period drama, at least a decade old. Tang Luochuan gave her a thumbs up. Mastery of redundant speech, I see. This decoration is from over 10 years ago. You actually live here. What else would you expect? I want to see your room. Su Wantong's curiosity about what this boy's bedroom looked like had reached its peak. The bedroom on the left, go ahead. Tang Luochuan didn't try to hide anything. If she wanted to look, she'd look. It was a simple, modest little bedroom. There wasn't much in there. He should probably call his mom first. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Mom, where are you and Dad? We're at your grandmother's place. We'll be back soon. Your cousin Tang Jianhua is getting married, so we came to help with the preparations. Tang Luochuan could tell his mother was in decent spirits. Originally, this situation had embarrassed Zhu Xiaomei quite a bit, but his son had handed over 5 million yuan for everything. Any grievance becomes insignificant when confronted with such wealth. Meng Fani's rejection of her son was their loss. These old family houses in the countryside, what were they even worth when demolished? I understand. You two go ahead with your work. No need to come pick me up. I'll just take a taxi. Tang Luochuan paused mid-sentence, an idea forming. Taxi? Why not just buy a car? He'd buy one for Dad to drive normally, and he could use it too when he came back. Don't worry about me, I'll get back myself. I brought a friend over. She might stay here tonight, is that okay? Sure. Coming. Someone was calling his mother on the other end, and without much else to say, she hung up. Tang Luochuan walked toward the bedroom. Su Wantong, come back to the village with me. Want to stick close to me? Fine. But, what are you doing touching my underwear? As he entered the bedroom, he found Su Wantong red-faced, crouching on the floor, picking up his underwear. Her face full of wrong tears, she stammered. It's not you. The cabinet was stuffed so full in here, and I noticed it wasn't fully closed. So I just pushed it, and it just popped open. Don't touch my Ultraman underwear. That's my light. Tang Luochuan strode over, scooping up the fallen underwear from the floor and preparing to shove them back into the cabinet. But upon opening the cabinet, it was indeed as the girl had said, chaotically stuffed with all sorts of things. Summer clothes, winter down jackets, thin blankets, cotton quilts. Tang Luochuan felt a headache coming on. After living in that luxurious mansion Shen Mayan and Zhang Jinhua had arranged so perfectly, returning to his old cramped place felt almost unbearable. The walk-in closet had been plenty spacious. Now seeing this disaster, truly an eyesore. Wearing Ultraman at your age. Su Wantong continued her mockery, trying to justify that she hadn't done it on purpose. Tang Luochuan wore an unhappy expression, pulling out another pair to wave in front of her. What about it? I even have SpongeBob. Any problem with that? Su Wantong. After stuffing the clothes back, and Su Wantong felt drowsy. Without much regard for propriety, she simply sat down on the edge of his bed. Her fingers traced along the bedsheet. The girl felt a flutter in her heart. This is where he sleeps, and has slept for so long. I'm actually in a boy's room, sitting on his bed. To be fair, she wasn't usually this forward. But in her mind, there were many ways to foster intimacy. Physical contact, flirtatious words, and integrating oneself into the other's private space. The bedroom was clearly the most intimate of spaces. Your bed is so hard. It's been here for years. Got it made for 600 yuan. Tang Luochuan finished tidying and wondered what else he needed to bring back to the village. The girl let out a yawn and stretched. She wanted to lie down, but didn't dare. But when her hand touched the bedsheet again, she felt something unusually hard underneath. There's something under here. Su Wantong felt around. It felt like books. A boy's secrets. A mischievous thought sprouted in her heart. Tang Luochuan, there's something under your mattress. Shoes probably. Or some clutter. Tang Luochuan assumed she meant under the bed, not paying it much mind as he walked out. Let me check the gas is off, then we can go. Okay, Su Wantong responded, but her hands were already lifting the bedsheet and mattress. The item was right there on the bedboard. It was the cover of a famous foreign adult magazine, one that had accompanied Tang Luochuan throughout his entire high school years. It had taught him the most fundamental knowledge of human reproduction. She was quite well known among boys, though few girls knew of her existence. Her movies always had just a few people, low-cost, high-efficiency, minimal sets. The dialogue was sparse too. A model magazine. Su Wantong was curious. At least on the cover she was still wearing underwear. When she flipped open the first page, holy, she immediately snapped it shut. How can there be? Tears nearly brimmed in Su Wantong's eyes. She felt humiliated, visually defiled. So gross. But, what? How strange. Although Su Wantong, still naive in these matters, could understand what she was looking at, this was her first actual encounter with such material. Any normal person would be curious. And she was 20 years old at the peak of curiosity. Just one more look. See what's so special about it. Su Wantong pinched the corner of the knowledge, gently lifting it. Oh, so that's how it is. The first page alone had sent her plunging into an ocean of knowledge. At the doorway, Tang Luochuan had finished checking the gas long ago. He had just returned to find her studying his academic journal. At this moment he lacked all courage to stop her. This is embarrassing. I've been awkward the whole way here, and now it's even worse. He quietly retreated, not daring to step back inside, waiting only for her to emerge. Tang Luochuan slapped his own cheek, internally cursing how could he have forgotten to put away that academic journal. That had been his most carefully hidden treasure from high school. It held great sentimental value. You'd never find another like it on the market. A few minutes passed. Su Wantong still hadn't come out. Tang Luochuan knew she had gotten lost in it. Ahem, Su Wantong. Let's go. The boy's voice trembled. He'd definitely have to hide it properly when he got the chance. Another 10 seconds passed. Still no movement. Su Wantong. He raised his voice. Only then did a hurried, flustered voice come from inside. Oh, coming. Followed by a chaotic scramble of paper and wood. After placing everything back where it was, Su Wantong finally walked out. Tang Luochuan had already moved to the living room entrance, his back to her. Su Wantong kept her head bowed, face scarlet with embarrassment. Neither of them dared to look at the other. The two left the old building one after the other. Neither mentioned the academic magazine in the bedroom, and the lingering awkwardness still hung in the air. Tang Luochuan was the first to break the silence, raising a hand to hail a taxi. First, let's go to the 4S dealership. Su Wantong was taken aback. What for? Buy a car. We can't take a taxi back to the village every time, Tang Luochuan said, as if it were nothing. Oh, Su Wantong said nothing else, but Tang Luochuan couldn't hold it in any longer. What were you doing in my room just now? The girl's expression froze instantly. She had a guilty conscience. When Tang Luochuan asked her, doing what she heard was looking. I didn't see anything. I didn't say you were looking. Don't confess before you're accused. I didn't what? I didn't, and that's that. I didn't see anything. Oh, Tang Luochuan replied. Su Wantong also sensed something was off. Tang Luochuan shouldn't be this shy. She could tell the guy was a bit embarrassed. His words just now carried a probing tone, as if there was something he couldn't bring himself to say. Clearly this guy knew what she had done. Did he find out? The taxi stopped in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Tang Luochuan pushed the door open and got out. Su Wantong dawdled behind him, still fretting over the magazine, stealing a glance at him every few steps. Seeing his calm expression only made her more flustered. Was this guy truly unconcerned, or was he secretly scheming to tease her? The salesperson in the showroom was sharp-eyed and quick to act. Seeing the two had an uncommon air, he immediately came over. Sir, miss, which model would you like to see? Family use or commuting? Do you have an E300 premium trim in black in stock? Tang Luochuan went straight to the point. The salesperson's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Yes. It just arrived, all the paperwork ready. I'll take you to see it. But Tang Luochuan didn't move. No need to look. As long as you have it, how much? It's 464800 yuan now, and the out-the-door price is around 560000. Make it cheaper. The salesperson was a bit baffled. He was a car salesman, not a cashier at a department store. This guy didn't even look at the car. He was buying it like vegetables. So you do know how to bargain. Su Wantong covered her mouth and snickered from the side. Tang Luochuan actually didn't know how to haggle, but the phrase cheaper was in his view a necessary line to keep himself from becoming a sucker. Even if you're rich, you can't let yourself be treated like a fool. If you buy a car without bargaining, the salesperson won't sincerely thank you. He'll only silently pray for more suckers like you. Please wait a moment. The salesperson sized up the two. Although he couldn't glean much from them, the girl's Hermes bag caught his attention. They must be wealthy clients. He then led them to the lounge. Please sit here for a moment while I ask the manager. As soon as the salesperson left, the room became awkward again. Su Wantong had something on her mind. Whenever Tang Luochuan met her eyes, she immediately looked away. She either pretended to scan the lounge's layout or feigned curiosity about the cars. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Tang Luochuan was still looking at her. She then pulled out a magazine from the Mercedes-Benz showroom and started reading it. Even though she had no interest in cars whatsoever at this moment, she could only pretend. Is the magazine good? Ryup? Su Wantong, who was just about to turn the page, couldn't help her hand trembling at his words, and she tore a corner off the page. You, what nonsense are you talking? I didn't look. I asked if the Mercedes magazine was good. You're protesting too much. What are you feeling guilty about? Tang Luochuan had actually been embarrassed too, but he couldn't help wanting to tease her. As long as he kept the right measure and didn't say it outright, the awkwardness could be avoided. But now he had discovered that if you're not embarrassed, it's the other person who is. So let Su Wantong continue being embarrassed. Su Wantong blushed knowing she had been trapped and hurriedly said, I just opened it. How would I know if it's good or not? The car. It's pretty good. Tang Luochuan, what car is this? Su Wantong, isn't this a Mercedes? Tang Luochuan, what brand is your bag? Su Wantong, Hermes. Tang Luochuan, do you think Jiang Jin wears pretty? Su Wantong, pretty. Tang Luochuan, where did you get the magazine? Su Wantong, by the bed, from the shelf over here. Those words almost slipped out. She cursed Tang Luochuan inwardly for being too cunning. She had almost said the academic magazine at home. She quickly corrected herself, saying she had taken the car magazine from the shelf beside her. In that flustered moment, Tang Luochuan asked the crucial question, what color is the girl's underwear? Su Wantong, black lace. Tang Luochuan. I didn't look. I saw the cover, and then I closed it. You only saw the cover. Then why did you close it? You didn't even open it, did you? Su Wantong stammered. Finally, she used her ultimate move to end the conversation. Tang Luochuan, you're a bastard. Tang Luochuan. After saying that, the girl turned her back to him and said nothing more. If she said anything, she would definitely be played by this guy. The young man gave a contemptuous smile and left a remark, don't let your mind wander when you sleep tonight, or it'll be very uncomfortable. Su Wantong didn't answer, but it was obvious that her body trembled slightly when she heard that. Soon the salesperson gave the final quote. The base price was 44,200 yuan, down more than 2,000. Find this one. I'll pay in full. Tang Luochuan didn't waste words. The feeling of buying a car was not as fun as teasing the girl. Hearing this, the salesperson immediately prepared the contract, and looking at Tang Luochuan felt he looked familiar. So you must be from around here too. I feel like I've seen you before. Yes. My dad is Tang Hai. Do you know him? Not really. I must have seen you by chance on the street. Are you buying a car with your girlfriend preparing for marriage? Quite a few people have been buying cars lately, all as wedding cars. Is that so? Tang Luochuan simply replied. But Su Wantong looked at him in shock, muttering inwardly, why doesn't he explain? I'm not his girlfriend. The Mercedes-Benz E300 drove out of the 4S dealership. In the passenger seat, Su Wantong had just buckled her seatbelt when she started testing him again. Why didn't you explain just now? Explain what? The study material? Oh, I bought that secretly. Back in high school, I saved up 10 yuan. The school didn't teach it, so I self-studied. I'm not talking about that. I mean, the salesperson said I was your girlfriend. Why didn't you explain? Tang Luochuan drove steadily, finding it amusing. This girl was exactly the type to say half a sentence and speak very vaguely. Hesitant, not decisive at all. So he would repay her in kind. If she was vague, he would be even vaguer. Tang Luochuan, I didn't admit it either. Then if you didn't explain, isn't that tacitly admitting it? You didn't explain either. Does that count as tacitly admitting it? I don't know. Then I don't know either. Tang Luochuan, you're a bastard. Say that again, and I'll throw you out by the roadside. Su Wantong had been stewing in frustration the entire journey. As the car turned into the neighboring town, the scenery visibly deteriorated into desolation. Even she found her reasoning absurd. Others spent the National Day holiday crowding into popular scenic spots or checking in at bustling cities. Meanwhile, she had traveled hundreds of miles from Modu chasing after Tang Luochuan, only to plunge headfirst into the countryside. Still, the rural environment wasn't bad. The tires rolled along the country concrete road past contiguous cornfields that had already been harvested, leaving only bare stalks standing in the fields. The autumn chill curled through the car window, carrying the fresh, sweet scent of soil and greens, so completely unlike the world of exhaust fumes and perfume that filled the streets of Modu. Su Wantong leaned against the window, her eyes wide with wonder, pointing now at the native chickens chasing each other by the roadside, then at the goats grazing along the field ridges. Suddenly, the car braked firmly and pulled over. What's wrong? Su Wantong startled back to attention and turned toward Tang Luochuan in the driver's seat. Tang Luochuan's gaze was fixed on two elderly figures by the roadside, an old man and an old woman sorting through a pile of corn and collected recyclables. But the young man's eyes never once met hers. He stared stubbornly at the two elders at the field's edge, his brows knitting together. Then he sighed, his voice thick with exasperation and heartache. I really don't get it. You have money to spend, yet you choose to live like this. So strained. The elderly couple crouching at the field's edge were none other than his grandparents Tang Shai and Lu Meiyu. The Tang family was harmonious and close-knit. The old couple had 3 children, their eldest daughter, their second son, Tang Hai, Tang Luochuan's father, and a youngest daughter. With 2 aunts and a brother, the family was so united that no one would ever neglect their elders. But the old couple simply could not bear to be idle. They each received a modest monthly pension, and their children all contributed to their care. They had no need to scavenge for recyclables, yet they simply couldn't help themselves. A lifetime of frugality ran too deep. Whenever they spotted a tin can, cardboard, or an empty bottle along the road, they couldn't resist picking it up, no matter how much they were told to stop. Tang Luochuan threw open the car door and stepped out. Before he even reached them, he called out impatiently, "What are you two doing?" He had said these words not 100 times, but 80, urging his grandparents countless times to stop scavenging and enjoy their retirement. But to no avail. Seeing them labor so hard only made his heart ache, and he could never understand why they refused to simply rest and enjoy their golden years instead of exhausting themselves. Hearing his voice, Tang Shai looked up, set down the box he had just tied, and his deeply lined face instantly broke into a radiant smile. He quickly nudged the old woman beside him. "Hey, old woman. Our grandson, our big grandson is back." The young man strode over, muttering complaints. "Didn't father and your aunts give you money to spend? Do you really need to suffer like this?" "Of course we were given money. Your eldest aunt gave me 500 this month, and your youngest aunt gave 500 as well. Your father gave me 2,000, saying you've started earning money. And we still collect over 2,000 in pensions." The old man beamed as he studied his grandson. "You've grown taller, boy." Grandmother Lu Meiyu glanced at the car. "Xiaochuan, whose car is that?" "Mine." "You bought a car? Your father was right. You're already earning money before you've even finished university." The old woman chuckled, her face split in delight. "Exactly. Let's go home. We don't need these things anymore." Saying this, Tang Luochuan draped his arms around both elders and guided them toward the car. But Lu Meiyu swatted him affectionately. "What nonsense are you talking? Your grandpa and I have been working for 2 days. We've gathered quite a bit of good stuff. Since you're here, help us haul it back." "This is a Mercedes." Tang Luochuan felt a wave of dread. His brand new Mercedes used to carry recyclables. Lu Meiyu glanced at the car and nodded. "All right, then. Your grandpa and I will use the tricycle." Fine. Let's load it up." Tang Luochuan relented immediately. After all, he couldn't bear to see his grandparents upset. If persuasion failed, then he would simply help. At that moment, Su Wantong also stepped down from the car and looked between them in bewilderment. "Luochuan, who are these two?" "My grandpa and grandma." "Oh, hello, grandpa. Hello, grandma." "Oh." A booming reply erupted from Lu Meiyu's throat. She understood perfectly well. This must be the granddaughter her grandson had brought home. Elders always dreamed of their children finding a partner, ideally one who would fulfill the vision of 4 generations under one roof. That loud call startled both Tang Shai and Tang Luochuan. "Do we really need to? This. She is." Tang Luochuan attempted to explain, but the words caught in his throat, suddenly difficult to articulate. Lu Meiyu paid no mind. She walked straight over and took Su Wantong's hand. "Child, why didn't you let us know ahead of time? Your grandpa and I have been waiting at home for you. This. We haven't even prepared a meal. Let me call your father and have him come back early." "Old man, call Xiaohai." "Grandpa." Tang Luochuan's eyes fluttered nervously. He had no idea his family could be this enthusiastic. What would happen if he brought back both Shen Mayan and Zhang Jinhua? He would surely go mad. Meanwhile, Tang Shai ignored his grandson entirely, his attention fixed on his granddaughter-in-law. He immediately pulled out his old-style mobile phone and dialed Tang Hai. "Xiaohai, Luochuan is back. You know? Know what? He brought his girlfriend back. You and Xiaomei hurry up and finish whatever you're doing and come back." All right. Hurry up." After hanging up, the old man patted Tang Luochuan. "Boy, come help me load these things." Tang Luochuan shot Su Wantong a series of pleading glances. Meanwhile, the young woman wore a look of pure triumph. "Aren't you going to explain?" Tang Luochuan mouthed silently. Su Wantong mouthed back. "I never admitted anything." Karma. The word instantly surfaced in Tang Luochuan's mind. Just moments ago on the way here, he had used the same retort against her. Now the karma had immediately rebounded upon himself. "What are you staring at? Move," Tang Shai urged. Tang Luochuan quickly bowed his head and bent down, hoisting a stack of cardboard boxes. Before long, a large sack of corn and numerous recyclables were loaded into the trunk. His grandparents had collected so much that the trunk would not even close. It remained stubbornly ajar. Tang Luochuan frowned. "This is a Mercedes." Tang Shai also frowned. "Your car can't carry much either." Meanwhile, Su Wantong and Lu Meiyu were chatting happily on the other side. It must be said the young girl was remarkably endearing. When it came to charming the elderly, she was extraordinarily skilled. She possessed an innate soft warmth that drew people in. Within moments, she had the old lady beaming from ear to ear, her hand clasped tightly and never released. Lu Meiyu's palm, calloused from years of farm work, was rough, yet warmly comforting. She turned Su Wantong's hand over and over, studying it, murmuring endlessly, "Look at this child's hands, so soft and delicate. Clearly someone who has never known hardship. Following our Luochuan to this remote backwater. You've suffered enough, dear." Su Wantong immediately smiled with her eyes. "Grandma, I'm not uncomfortable at all. This place is wonderful. The air is fresh, the sky is so blue, far more comfortable than Modu. Besides, as long as I'm with Luochuan, anywhere I go feels like home." Xinjiang. Jiang Jin Yu walked on the grass with her parents and several assistants. The tour guide was recounting the history of the scenic spots to the family of 3. yet she felt absolutely no interest. Ever since leaving the previous night, a hollow ache had taken root in her heart. Nothing in the breathtaking scenery could captivate her. She opened the group chat. Luo Chuan's Two Beauties Farm. Jiang Jinyue, is anyone there? I'm so bored. Shinmu Yin, I'm here having dinner. My mom made a whole spread screenshot. Jiang Jinyue, Annie's cooking sounds amazing. Tang Luochuan, get over here. Keep me company. Shinmu Yin, probably busy with Su Wantang. Jiang Jinyue, what? Shocked X10 Tang Luochuan didn't go back. Shinmu Yin, Su Wantang chased after him. For a long while Jiang Jinyu offered no reply. Then Shinmu Yin sent another message. Shinmu Yin, is Xinjiang fun? Next time you're free, have Luo Chuan take us along. Jiang Jin Yu was still dwelling on the fact that Su Wantang had followed Tang Luochuan home. She wasn't particularly hostile toward the girl. After all, Tang Luochuan had made up his mind to take her in. But going home, that was a big deal. If she had known, she would have accompanied Tang Luochuan back to his hometown instead of coming to Xinjiang. Jiang Jin Yu simply sent a photo as her reply to Shinmu Yin. Shinmu Yin, wow, you're wearing ethnic attire. I'm so envious. The snow-capped mountains look gorgeous too. Jiang Jinyue, let's come together next year. Sis. But Luo Chuan needs to explain why Su Wantang went to his house. Tang Luochuan. In Tang family village, Tang Luochuan was sitting on pins and needles. His grandparents had already expressed their approval of Su Wantang, making him even more reluctant to explain. Glancing at Jiang Jinyu's relentless questioning in the group chat only chilled his heart further. By that time, Tang Hai and Zhu Shimei had also returned. As the family car pulled up to the gate, Tang Hai immediately noticed a Mercedes E300 occupying his parking space. The couple stepped out of the car. Tang Hai eyed the unlicensed vehicle. We have guests. Probably from Mu Yin or Jin Yu's families, Zhu Shimei replied. Zhu Shimei already knew that Tang Luochuan was dating two girls, and he had shared both their names with her in advance. She had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to meet them. Zhu Shimei tugged at her hem and adjusted her clothes. Tang Hai, do I look all right? Perfect, quite lovely. And me, eh? Looking great. All right, let's go inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, they spotted Su Wantang in the courtyard massaging Aunt Lu Meiyu's shoulders. Zhu Shimei froze for a moment, silently chiding herself. Where has this child gone? He hasn't even come over to introduce us. Is this Mu Yin or Jin Yu? But she kept a warm smile on her face. You're here? Welcome. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Su Wantang paused her actions. Tang Hai nodded slightly, equally flustered, and at a loss for words, so he glanced sideways at his wife. Zhu Shimei quickly assessed the girl. Elegantly dressed, tall and slender, with the demeanor of a young lady from a wealthy family. Luo Chuan mentioned that Jiang Jinyu is a rich lady's daughter. Thinking this, Zhu Shimei seemed to reach a conclusion. She whispered tentatively, Jinyu. Su Wantang's expression instantly froze. The last name she least wanted to hear. Auntie, I'm not. I mean, Jinyu didn't come along with you, right? Look, it must be Mu Yin then. Since you're here, don't feel like a stranger. Come inside with me. Zhu Shimei's mind raced. Since it wasn't Jiang Jinyu, it had to be Shinmu Yin. She strode forward and took the girl's hand. Oh my, what a pretty child. Luo Chuan didn't bully you, did he? If he dares to mistreat you, tell me. I'll sort him out. Mom. Tang Luochuan, who had just emerged from the restroom, was completely dumbfounded by the scene. She's Su Wantang. Su Wantang. Zhu Shimei's mind reeled, as if struck by lightning. How many girlfriends did this rascal boy have? But she could not let any improper expression show on her face. Her smile never faltered as she playfully blamed her own confused mind. Goodness, look at me. So much has happened today, I've mixed things up. Wantang, right? Yes, it's Wantang. My Luochuan talks about you all the time, praising you every single day. Su Wantang and Tang Luochuan exchanged a glance. The words sounded entirely fabricated. They weren't even together, and even a dog wouldn't believe it. I forced myself into this position, and now I've pushed myself too far. Tang Luochuan was speechless, feeling a wave of sorrow. How could he explain now that they were merely friends? Young people might understand, but his parents and grandparents certainly wouldn't. Why bring someone home if they weren't his partner? The key issue was that Su Wantang seemed to have fully embraced the role. She had delighted his grandparents, and was now winning over his own parents even more. Auntie, rest assured he's wonderful. After saying this, Su Wantang shot a smug glance his way. That only made Tang Luochuan even more reluctant to speak the truth. Luochuan, whose car is that at the entrance? Tang Hai asked suddenly. Tang Luochuan's attention was drawn there as well. He shrugged, looking quite pleased with himself. Your son. Tang Hai fell into thought, puzzled as to how this kid could be so wealthy. Zhu Shimei had also told him that Tang Luochuan had brought back over 5 million yuan in total. Seeing his father deep in thought, Tang Luochuan was startled. Dad? What's there to ponder? I'm talking about me. Could you have another son somewhere else? What nonsense are you spouting? Never mind. Let's eat first. Are you hungry? I've been starving. Then let's eat. Zhu Shimei carried a hint of secret delight mixed with worry as she turned toward the kitchen. Tang Luochuan had handed her several bundles of cash, totaling over 5 million yuan, but that amount would clearly fall short if he were supporting 3 wives. The pressure would be immense. In many families, multiple wives simply didn't live together. They would likely need 3 separate houses. If they all had to shoulder mortgage payments, most people simply couldn't handle it. As the man of the household, Tang Luochuan would undoubtedly need to bear that burden. On the other hand, both Jiang Jinyu and this Su Wantang came from wealthy families. If it were merely a romance, or her son becoming a live-in son-in-law, she may harbored some reluctance. Mom, Tang Luochuan followed closely behind, and entered the kitchen as well. Hearing this, she may turned to look at her son. Luochuan, Mom has something to ask you. What is it? Tell me, with so many girls you're seeing, do you plan to marry them all? Should I just pick 1 or 2? That's not what Mom means. I'm just telling you to be prepared. Work hard. That money is the root of everything. I'm not asking you to split between them, but I'm afraid that once you're out in society and lose your money, they'll all leave you. Tang Luochuan couldn't help but smile. Mom, it's fine. If they leave, they leave. I'll just come home and farm. I earn more money this time. I'm transferring 10 million to you. Take it for now. When is Zhu Jianhua getting married? After hearing her son's entire monologue, she may only retained one detail, the number. Everything else slipped past her. How much? 10 million. 10 million. Zhu Xiaomei felt as if her son had robbed a bank or was involved in some pyramid scheme. It wasn't that she disliked the money, she was uneasy. The ease with which it came made her restless at night. Her generation believed in reaping what you sow, and that a windfall was always a trap. Tang Luochuan had anticipated his mother's reaction and was ready with his explanation. Mom, rest assured this money is clean, not a penny of it illegal. I told you before, I've been dabbling in stocks and got lucky with the market multiplying my investment several times over. Plus the cryptocurrency I bought earlier has skyrocketed lately, so I cashed in a bit and made a tidy sum. And I've been writing a novel, posting it online, and it's earned quite a bit. Zhu Xiaomei wanted to question him, but her son had always been obedient and sensible. Not the type to cause worry. 10 million, huh? No wonder you dare to have 3 girlfriends, she said. Zhu Xiaomei could only take his word for it. I'll keep it safe for you. When you graduate and get married, we'll buy a big house in the city, or maybe several enough for you and your wife. Whatever, maybe I'll earn 1 million a day one day. Tang Luochuan brushed it off with a chuckle. You've been reading too many novels, always talking in millions, even 1 million a day. Do you have any concept of that? Zhu Xiaomei rolled her eyes at her son, not dwelling on it. Go on, go play with Wantong. I'll have the dishes ready in a bit, and call your father in. She would need to discuss this more with her husband later. After leaving, Tang Luochuan was about to call Tang Hai inside, but Tang Hai stepped out to admire the Mercedes E300 parked on the street. Oh, how he loved it. A 45-year-old man, his life had been plain with no particular hobbies, as if his future was already mapped out. The Volkswagen he drove daily was the best he ever thought he'd have. But who would have thought that what he never dared to dream of would come true through his son's fortune? He had become the father of the first generation of the rich. Tang Hai extended his hand, gently stroking the smooth body of the Mercedes, then bent down to peer through the window, shielding his eyes with his hand to inspect the exquisite interior. Tang Luochuan came over, holding out the car keys. Here, this is for you. I'll just drive it when I come back. When I'm at school, you can drive it. Tang Hai glanced at his son. He was a man of few words with a traditional, somewhat chauvinistic streak, rarely laughing or joking, and his love for his son was deep but unspoken. He rarely praised or criticized, but Tang Luochuan felt his father's love was less intense than his mother's. Whenever he did well on an exam, his mother would jump with joy. When he accomplished something, she might even grab his face and plant a big kiss, exclaiming, "My Luochuan has grown up so sensible." But from Tang Hai, it was just a brief, "Not bad." Tang Hai looked at the car keys, then at his son with a smile of appreciation and a hint of embarrassment. Tang Luochuan saw through his father's pride. "I bought it for you, so why be shy? It's yours. Mom wants you in the kitchen." With that, he pressed the keys into his father's hand, then held out his own. "Give me your Volkswagen then. I'll drive that for the next few days." If this E300 got his father this excited, imagining his reaction to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan might make him take leave from work to accompany him to Modu for a look. "Hi, you rascal." Tang Hai didn't hesitate, handing over the worn Volkswagen keys. "Take good care of it, this old friend, and I go way back." He knew Tang Luochuan drove a bit recklessly. When his son was old enough to learn, he'd let him practice in this very car. Back then, he'd noticed his son's habit of not slowing down at turns, nearly pulling off a few drifts that scared him. Tang Luochuan replied, "Got it." Tang Hai, clutching the brand new Mercedes keys, hurried to the driver's seat. "Tell your mom to start cooking. I'm going for a spin." "Mom wants to talk to you." "Oh, in a bit," he said, already settling into the driver's seat, and as the door closed, the outside world fell silent. Only then did Tang Hai murmur to himself, "Oh, my hoping for a son to become a dragon, and it actually happened to me. Old Tang, you've hit the jackpot in this life. Your son has made you proud." Outside, Tang Luochuan smiled helplessly, but was happy inside. He was easing his parents' burden and bringing them joy ahead of time. As a son, that was his greatest wish. An hour later, lunch was running late. Tang Hai hadn't returned, so Zhu Xiaomei went to the next bedroom to avoid her future daughter-in-law, overhearing her scolding. But her voice carried clearly, "What's there to be mad about driving? You're not back for lunch, get back here now. Your daughter-in-law is here, and you're off joyriding burning gas." The mention of daughter-in-law made Su Wantong blush. She stole a glance at Tang Luochuan, who was replying to messages from Shun Mayan and Jiang Jinhua. In Zhijiagu, Zhu Jianhua was also busy with his mother. Their home was bustling with guests. After all, the wedding was in 2 days. Meng Fani and a few close friends were chatting and laughing in the living room. "Fani, is your Chanel real? It's so beautiful. I've never seen a Chanel in person. How much did it cost?" Meng Fani casually picked up the bag, a hint of excitement in her voice. 200 yuan, just a basic model. Several girls at our school carry this. Jianhua insisted on buying it for me. In her heart, she felt extremely satisfied. The demolition compensation gave each person 250 yuan plus 296 square meter apartments. With her and the Zhu family of 6, that totaled 1.5 million yuan, and they also had a street front shop. The total compensation was 3 million. That made 4.5 million yuan. How long would one have to work to earn 4.5 million? In truth, Meng Fani, though a bit wild, had seen through the harsh realities of life better than the honest folks. She couldn't climb to the top, but she was better off than those who were naive yet self-righteous. "Fani, do you remember that Tang Luochuan?" Her friend suddenly asked, a hint of longing in her eyes. Meng Fani's heart skipped a beat, as she didn't want to hear that name. They were from the same town. Her sudden disappearance and marriage to his distant cousin was a low move. She hoped to avoid him as much as possible. "Why? You need him for something." Her friend smiled. "I've had a crush on him since middle school. We weren't in the same class in high school, so I don't have his WeChat. Do you?" I don't." At the entrance, Zhu Jianhua was diligently polishing his BMW X3, growing more pleased with the vehicle by the minute. Finally, he had gotten himself a BBA. Thanks to the sluggish car market and a wave of steep price cuts, he had managed to buy it outright. The Zhu family had a bit of savings to their name. Besides, the bride price of 1,800 yuan was hardly a burden for them. Zhu Jianhua had specifically reminded his mother, "If you can avoid inviting that distant cousin of mine, please do. Just have my aunt and uncle come." His mother reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if we asked him, he probably wouldn't have the face to show up. Everyone in our circle knows about this. If he actually came, Tang Luochuan himself would be the one feeling awkward." The only thing that bothered him was that Meng Fani's spending habits were alarmingly extravagant. In all his time grinding away in the Magic City, there were countless upscale restaurants he had never set foot in or even heard of. Yet that girl knew them all. His family could only be considered moderately well off, and in a high-consumption environment like the Magic City, such reckless spending would eventually drain even their resources. "After we get married, I'll have to tell Meng Fani to learn to be thrifty. But she's still a student." Her temperament probably isn't settled yet. "I'll take it slow." A smile gradually crept across Zhu Jianhua's face. Thinking of her status as a student, only one word surfaced in his mind: pure. Except for last night. It hadn't been entirely satisfying, like a needle dropping into the Grand Canyon. But at least there wasn't much pressure. As he continued wiping the car, a Mercedes-Benz E300 drove over from the distance, even taking a detour, before parking beside a pile of freshly demolished ruins. Inside the car, Zhu Xiaomei kept complaining, "Why did you have to drive a new car here? Meng Fani was originally introduced to our family by Aunt Li. Now that she's marrying into this family, what are you doing showing up in a brand new car?" "Provocation. Showing off." Tang Hai replied impatiently. "I parked far away. No one's paying attention. Let's just help out with the work and leave as soon as it's done." "Showing off." Zhu Xiaomei shot him a glare, then pushed open the door and stepped out. She still cared quite a bit about family unity, maintaining a decent relationship with her second uncle's family. She didn't want things to become too awkward, especially since Meng Fani hadn't actually been dating Tang Luochuan before switching sides. It was just that the blind date had concluded with remarkable speed. She had just stepped out, still muttering endlessly, when she looked up and saw Zhu Jianhua standing nearby, cloth in hand, looking somewhat stunned. "Oh my, Jianhua, why have you come out?" Zhu Xiaomei was still holding an apron. Back home, there was a tradition for weddings. In the days leading up to the ceremony, the family would invite neighbors and relatives, decorate the old house, paste couplets, and hang colorful banners. The formal wedding itself would be held at a hotel. "Your uncle? Well, he said he'd borrow a luxury car to add some prestige to your occasion." "It's his colleagues," Zhu Xiaomei said dismissively. Tang Hai got out of the car and remained silent, now realizing how provocative this looked. In the morning, a beat-up Volkswagen. In the afternoon, a grand Mercedes. If not for the Meng Fani situation, he would have been sharing the joy of his new car with the family. Unfortunately, he now had to play the mute. Zhu Xiaomei's thoughts ran even deeper. Having good family relations was one thing, but wealth was not something to casually mention, like the 15 million yuan sitting in her bank account. The moment that got out, a crowd of relatives would come knocking to borrow money. Oh, I see. Zhu Jianhua replied, suspicion stirring in his heart. Borrow a car. A brand new one. That couldn't be right. As far as he remembered, his aunt's family wasn't the type to afford a Mercedes. And uncle, please come in. Great-grandpa and the other elders are already here. Zhu Jianhua didn't press further and guided them inside. Yet his gaze couldn't help stealing a few glances at that Mercedes. It was a real beauty, and even a two-tone paint job no less. Just as they reached the door, a crowd of people surged out. Xiaomei, where's Xiaochuan? Didn't he come back? An old man with a head of white hair, spirited and vigorous, called out in a booming voice. Zhu Jianhua saw the old man and called out, Great-grandpa. This elder was none other than Tang Luochuan's maternal grandfather, Zhu Chun. Oh, Xiaochuan is busy. Zhu Xiaomei shot her old father a glare. Why would she drag her own son into this affair? Zhu Chun had no idea about the situation between his grandson and Meng Fani. But the fact that so many family members had come was a sign of respect, and face mattered greatly. You child Dahai, call Xiaochuan. He comes back and doesn't even visit his grandfather. Hurry up. What's he so busy with during the National Day holiday? Dad, Xiaochuan. He. Tang Hai was also at a loss for words. Just then Meng Fani walked out alongside a few of her close friends. Seeing Zhu Xiaomei and Tang Hai at the door, she froze for a couple of seconds, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she looked somewhat uneasy. What about him? That brat. How could he miss something this important? Zhu Chun had no intention of letting his grandson off the hook. He had doted on him since childhood. For the Zhu family to have a celebration, Tang Luochuan's presence would honor the old man and add prestige to the household. He's got a girlfriend. Tang Hai quickly grabbed an excuse. The two of them have plans to go out together, and the girl is a bit shy. In a couple of days I'll have him bring his girlfriend to see you. He's dating someone? Zhu Chen's voice rose even higher, his face lighting up with excitement. Haha, where's she from? If he won't come, then you take me over there. Just drop me off, and you can pick me up later. I want to see her for myself. Where's your car? Dad, let's go inside first. Jianhua is busy here. If you want, come to our place for dinner tonight. Let's go. With that, Zhu Xiaomei nudged the old man toward the house. However, some uncles and elders who didn't know the truth started teasing. Xiaochuan has a girlfriend. Bring her over so we can all join in the fun. Look at this, a double blessing, isn't it great? Exactly. It's just one extra pair of chopsticks. You're still going home for dinner. We've set up more than 10 tables here. Call Xiaochuan over. He's the pride of the Zhu family. Xiaomei, is it that the kid doesn't want to come, or are you the one not letting him? Damn it. Zhu Xiaomei cursed inwardly. She glanced at Meng Fani, who stood there as if nothing was wrong at all. Zhu Jianhua didn't dare say a word. He had always been an obedient, honest kid. And he just let Luochuan come. I haven't seen him in a long time either. Suddenly Meng Fani wore a hint of a magnanimous smile. She hadn't expected the Zhu and Tang families to be so close. She had assumed they were distant relatives, but she had forgotten that Zhu Chen's generation was still around. Besides, they all lived in the same village. Zhu Jianhua's grandfather Zhu Chang and Zhu Chun were biological brothers. Unless that generation passed away, the bond wouldn't weaken. Since that was the case, she would have to face him sooner or later anyway. Better to take the pain now than drag it out. Even if he harbored resentment, once things had come this far, he wouldn't say anything. She would prove through her actions that her choice was right, and let him reflect on himself. Looking at the girl's hypocritical smile, Zhu Xiaomei, as a woman who had eaten more salt than the girl had eaten rice, could see right through her intentions. Little girl, full of yourself, Zhu Xiaomei muttered inwardly. Her anger flared up. Why couldn't her own son come? She immediately pulled out her phone and started calling Tang Luochuan. Zhu Jianhua's heart grew anxious. He really didn't want Tang Luochuan to come. Their grandfather's generation had been close, but he himself barely had any contact with Tang Luochuan. Meeting again would be far too awkward. At that moment, inside the Tang family's old ancestral home, Su Wantong was grumbling as she worked. Tang Luochuan, you're bullying me. What did I do? I don't know how to wash dishes. All the daughters-in-law in our village know how to wash dishes. It's a sign of being a good wife and virtuous mother, embodying the fine qualities of diligence and frugality. This time Tang Luochuan wasn't exaggerating. He had seen several older brothers from the village get married, and whenever a new bride arrived, she would always go out of her way to show off her abilities. They would willingly help with cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning. But it was all just an act. Over time, people went back to their usual routines. Still, Su Wantong wasn't lying. This really was the first time she had ever washed dishes in her life. It was Tang Luochuan who had taken the chore upon himself for her. After the meal, Zhu Xiaomei had intended to wash the dishes herself, but Tang Luochuan suddenly called out, Wantang, no need. You don't have to help. Let my mom do it herself. Su Wantong stared at him in utter confusion, pointing at herself. What did I say? When did I say anything? Seriously, you don't need to. Hearing their exchange, Zhu Xiaomei immediately insisted on doing the dishes herself. But by this point, social etiquette had already escalated. Zhu Xiaomei took it seriously. Su Wantong had no choice but to continue playing the role of the good daughter-in-law, so she said to the elder, "Auntie, please go ahead with your work. Leave the dishes to me. You've worked hard enough." Gazing at the mountain of bowls and dishes, Su Wantong pouted, muttering discontentedly, "I shouldn't have eaten so much. There's no way I can finish these." Ha ha ha. Tang Luochuan let out a hearty laugh, then strolled over, rolling up his sleeves. "I was only kidding. I originally wanted you to wash the dishes to compensate for the cost of the meal. After all." He suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. "After all, you're not my girlfriend, so you can't eat at my family's table for free." The warmth of his breath made her ears tingle, sending a slight itch along them. "Then why are you helping me now?" she asked. After finishing the sentence, she licked her lips, unable to meet his gaze directly. "Pitying me," Su Wantong boldly added, encouraging him to be even more daring. Tang Luochuan pointed toward the trash can nearby, where fragments of several broken bowls lay. "You washed for 10 minutes, and only managed 5 bowls. You shattered 3. I was worried there'd be no bowls left for dinner." "You?" Su Wantong's eyes widened instantly, and she shot him a furious glare, pouting with indignation. Tang Luochuan flashed a mischievous grin and raised his hand, lightly flicking it in front of her. A clump of dishwashing foam slapped right onto the tip of her nose. "Huh? Why are you so mean?" Flustered and embarrassed, Su Wantong quickly raised her hands to defend herself, but her wet palms inadvertently splashed water at him in retaliation. Water droplets splattered across Tang Luochuan's cheeks and neck, cool to the touch, yet somehow setting his heart aflame. Ha ha ha. The kitchen descended into chaos, until a series of sharp crystalline sounds echoed, crash after crash. Immediately both of them stopped playing around, and the air froze. Tang Luochuan, you knocked these over. It's not my fault. Don't tell Auntie," Su Wantong pleaded, nervously gazing at the scattered shards of porcelain all over the floor with an expression of despair. She bent down to pick up what appeared to be an intact bowl and asked, "Can this one still be used?" "Damn." Tang Luochuan's expression darkened. "What's the difference between these and the bowls beggars used decades ago? Every single one has a chip or crack. None of them are usable." Ring, ring, ring. Just as they were speaking, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom. Luochuan, have you and Wantang finished washing the dishes? Your grandfather is asking for you. He won't take no for an answer. Please come over." The dishes don't need washing anymore. They're all shattered on the floor. Grandpa, I already told you I'm not going. Your grandfather misses you. He wants to meet your girlfriend." "What a... Mom, why are you telling him all that? I'm still..." "Hurry up, or your grandfather will get angry." Tang Luochuan's brows furrowed, and he glanced at Su Wantong. Su Wantong had been listening clearly. She bit her lower lip, a trace of anticipation in her eyes, and whispered softly, "How about we go take a look?" "All right." Tang Luochuan finally relented, letting out a sigh. "Fine, I'll go over there in a bit." After hanging up, Su Wantong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's go. We should head over right now." The mere thought of playing the role of his girlfriend again in front of his grandfather filled her with joy. She studied at Shanghai Drama Academy's dance college. Although her major was dance, she also attended some acting courses. "I'll definitely act the part of a loving girlfriend perfectly," she thought to herself. Yet another voice inside her reminded her, "Is it really just about wanting to act? Or do you want to be something more?" Tang Luochuan tidied up the shattered bowls and dishes, then went to fetch the car keys. Su Wantong remained standing in place, recalling the words he had spoken in the car earlier. "Have you really decided what you want?" 10 minutes later, the weathered Volkswagen pulled up to the gate of Zhu Jianhua's house. Outside, everyone was still gathered on the street, smoking and chatting. Seeing the familiar Volkswagen, Zhu Chen froze. "Hai, isn't that your car?" Tang Hai took a glance and replied, "Yes, it's mine. But Luochuan borrowed it to drive us here." "Then how did you and Xiaomei get here?" I. Xiaochuan, hurry over. Your grandfather is here." Tang Hai quickly deflected the question. Zhu Chen shot him an exasperated look. "I'm right here. Can't he see me with his own eyes?" Tang Hai had deliberately changed the subject, but Zhu Jianhua's mind drifted elsewhere. He couldn't stop thinking about that E300 he had spotted earlier. From his position at the doorstep, he couldn't see the car clearly because it was parked farther away, but claiming it was borrowed from a colleague. He refused to believe it. Meng Fani's gaze locked onto that vehicle, and an inexplicable ache tightened her chest. It couldn't be helped. Zhu Jianhua was far too ordinary looking. Which woman wouldn't be drawn to a handsome man? Especially someone like Tang Luochuan, whose very presence could make one's heart flutter at first sight. But reality was what it was. Weighing the pros and cons, she had chosen Zhu Jianhua. He worked in Shanghai, earning over 20,000 yuan a month, and occasionally gave her spending money. Meanwhile, Tang Luochuan was merely a student, still relying on his family for living expenses. But the next moment, as the two young people stepped out of the car, everyone's eyes lit up. They were so perfectly matched. An ideal couple. The very definition of handsome man and beautiful woman. Getting out of the car, Su Wantong quickly hurried over to Tang Luochuan's side. "Luochuan, there are too many people here. Later you help me introduce everyone. What should I call them?" "I got it." Tang Lechuan walked forward, carelessly noticing familiar figures, aunts, uncles, and cousins from his grandfather's side. It strangely felt like bringing his girlfriend home. He suddenly turned around, a playful smirk crossing his features. Hey Su Wantong. What is it? Do you ever wonder? What would happen if we actually made this fake relationship real? A single sentence struck Su Wantong's heart like a bolt of lightning, leaving it scorched and tender. What did you say? She asked, feeling as if her 3 souls had lost 7 spirits. She had heard clearly, yet dared not believe it. I said, what if we make this fake act real? How would I know? You're from the Shanghai Theater Academy. Your acting skills must be decent, right? I took an elective in acting. It's okay. The show must go on. That's what our teacher said. Oh, so could you perform a kiss scene with me? And some hugging? Su Wantong remained silent as they walked before the crowd. Xiaochuan, aren't you going to introduce us? Zhu Chun squeezed to the front of the group, his wrinkled face beaming with delight. Tang Luochuan quickly began the introductions. This is Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Su Wantong spoke with a gentle, polite tone like a young bride meeting her husband's family for the first time. She was afraid of making any mistake. Just then Tang Luochuan reached out and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. It was the first time he had been so intimate with Su Wantong. Su Wantong leaned into his embrace, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. The boy's expression was calm, as if he had reached a decision in his heart. I should make up my mind too. He's being so forward. With that thought, a smile tugged at the corner of Su Wantong's lips, and she naturally let her body fall into his arms. Nearby, Zhu Jianhua's eyes were wide with astonishment. She was nothing like Meng Fani. Meng Fani was the school beauty, but only within this small circle. There was too much heavy makeup and perfume on her. This girl before him had a higher level of beauty. More importantly, she exuded an innate purity and clarity. Meng Fani, standing silently in the corner, was filled with shock. In just a few months since the college entrance exam, Tang Luochuan had become even more handsome. The more handsome he became, the more Meng Fani felt she had suffered a great loss. No, he's still the same person. It's the clothes that changed him, she realized. Summer vacation was only 2 months plus a little over a month since the semester started. They hadn't seen each other for just 3 months. A person couldn't improve that quickly. Back in high school, everyone wore uniforms and weren't allowed to have long hair. But now Tang Luochuan was dressed in clean, sharp luxury clothing, and his hairstyle seemed to have been styled. It elevated his entire aura significantly. Looking at Su Wantong beside him, Meng Fani grew even more suspicious. This girl, though soft and gentle in appearance, was far from simple. In Tang Luochuan's eyes, Su Wantong was dumb. In the eyes of Zhu Xiaomei and Tang Hai, she was obedient and sensible. But to Meng Fani, the girl seemed full of shrewdness and a hidden, unyielding strength. It was because they were women of the same age. Not that Su Wantong was good at pretending, but she showed different sides to different people. Everyone is like that. Even the most powerful boss is a disobedient son at home. The most sophisticated woman is a selfless mother in her child's eyes. Su Wantong let Tang Luochuan have the upper hand, not because she was dumb, but because she loved him. But facing Meng Fani, Su Wantong was no longer the little fool who broke bowls while washing dishes. Instead, she was the heiress of Shanghai, the top student in the dance department of the theater academy. Su Wantong. Hello, I'm Su Wantong. Indeed, when facing Zhu Jianhua and Meng Fani, her self-introduction carried much more confidence. Among peers, there were fewer constraints. Hello. Zhu Jianhua stammered nervously. Tang Luochuan was also puzzled. He hadn't even introduced her yet, and she was already greeting them. This is my cousin, and that is my cousin-in-law. When he said cousin-in-law, Tang Luochuan and Meng Fani exchanged a glance, and he almost laughed. What the hell was this situation? But he wasn't embarrassed at all. As for the others, he didn't care. Like his own mother. Zhu Xiaomei seemed a bit worried that her son might feel uncomfortable, but seeing Tang Luochuan and Su Wantong so open and natural, she breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Fani put on a sweet smile. Hello, I'm Meng Fani. Come on and have a seat. Su Wantong, unaware of the history between Meng Fani and Tang Luochuan, simply took her friendliness at face value. Under the gaze of Tang Luochuan and Zhu Xiaomei, she walked in hand with Meng Fani. The rapid progress of their relationship was unexpected. Before Tang Luochuan could enter, his phone rang. He picked it up and followed the others inside. Hey, yeah. Is Xinjiang fun? Huh, you're coming back. Jiang Jinyue was calling. She no longer wanted to accompany her parents to Xinjiang. She had a comfortable life and had traveled extensively since childhood. For her, the most important thing now was to be with Tang Luochuan. More importantly, she had Su Wantong's WeChat and had seen her moments. She really had gone to Tang's house. Tang Luochuan as a shared boyfriend wasn't out of the question, but he could never be exclusive. So she had to come back. When Tang Luochuan called out, "Yeah," Zhu Xiaomei and Tang Hai pricked up their ears. "Yeah, Jinyue." Zhu Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she nudged her son with her elbow. Tang Luochuan nodded bitterly, knowing from Jiang Jinyue's icy tone that she was coming back to start a crisis. How could this be? Shin Mayan was sensible, but Jiang Jinhua had a strong possessive streak, which was tied to her family. She had been treated like a princess since childhood, the only daughter of Jiang Deming and Ma Ying, who doted on her completely. Su Wanhong wanted to compete with her. No way. Tang Luochuan. Yeah, it's a rare chance to go to Xinjiang. You should enjoy it with your uncle and aunt. Jiang Jinhua, it's not hard. I've been here many times. I heard you have a pig farm, chicken coops, vast farmland. Sounds interesting. How do you know? I saw it on Su Wantong's Moments. Tang Luochuan, what's so fun about that? They're just rural things. I've never been to such a poor place. It's all new to me. It's settled. I'll take the morning flight tomorrow and arrive at noon. With that, Jiang Jinhua hung up. Poor. Tang Luochuan didn't think so. His home was in the countryside, but it wasn't impoverished. It was a suburb, which was why it was scheduled for demolition. Of course, it was far from Shanghai. Girls like Su Wantong and Jiang Jinhua, who were born into wealth, would naturally be curious their first time. In the living room, Su Wantong took the initiative to hold Meng Fani's hand and sat on the sofa chatting and laughing with her friends. The Hermes bag she casually placed beside her made several girls envious. Meng Fani couldn't help asking, Wantong, who gave you this bag? My dad gives me my allowance. I saved up by cutting back on expenses. Oh, you're pretty impressive, Meng Fani murmured softly. She recognized the style. It wasn't too expensive, about 6,900 yuan. It was one of the more basic Hermes models, but still beyond the reach of most people. How long did it take you to save? A girl asked. She was also a college student who loved luxury goods, but she never imagined a college student could save up enough to buy an Hermes. She hadn't calculated it carefully, but nowadays she had no concept of money. She spent freely on milk, tea, and snacks every day. Hearing that Su Wantong saved up to buy a bag, her heart stirred. Maybe if she cut back on milk tea, she could afford a nicer bag. 2 months. Su Wantong replied very seriously. My dad is so stingy. He said the family has to budget carefully, so he only gives me 7,000 yuan a month. After eating and drinking, there's not much left. I even considered taking out an online loan. She wasn't being a humble brag, she simply had no idea what life was like for others. The rich don't understand the poor, and the poor can't comprehend the lives of the rich. But Su Wantong's words carried a hint of resentment, especially when she thought of the even wealthier Jiang Jinhua. She always wanted to make comparisons. The smile on Meng Fani's face froze instantly, and her fingers holding the water glass trembled slightly. The girlfriends beside her had their mouths agape for a long time, their eyes glued to Su Wantong's Hermes bag, their hearts churning with envy. Saving up for a bag worth 69,000 in 2 months, yet having a monthly allowance of 70,000. That's called frugal. Then what about their 2,000 a month allowance? Living on air. Glancing at the girl's entire outfit, Valentino, Gucci, Tiffany. Not a single piece fake. Meng Fani forced a smile and looked up at Tang Luochuan, who had just entered the living room. The young man strode quickly toward them. Tang Luochuan spoke. Su Wantong, Jiang Jinhua is coming. Let her come. Su Wantong replied with a hint of playful defiance, competing over a man, as if she was afraid. But hearing the unfamiliar name, the girls nearby grew curious again. Jiang Jinhua. Who's that? One girl asked. Tang Luochuan didn't answer, but Su Wantong inexplicably blurted out, number 2. Everyone fell silent. In this society, everyone understood what number 2 implied, meaning Tang Luochuan had more than one girlfriend. The girl whispered again, then, you are. Su Wantong looked at Tang Luochuan impassively. She had made up her mind, but the initiative still had to go to the young man. Because she was shy, Tang Luochuan wore a troubled expression. He had told her this to warn her that the two women didn't get along and not to cause a scene. You're 2 years older than her, so cut her some slack. I'm begging you. All right. Su Wantong finally smiled smugly, then added, they're asking where I rank. Tang Luochuan, you say it. Tang Luochuan looked at the curious gazes and said, she's number 3. You. Su Wantong pouted at him, fuming. Zhu Jianhua, standing not far away, couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This woman was far more adorable than Meng Fani. Tang Luochuan waved his hand. Less talk. You. Think it over yourself. Be the 3rd. There's no room ahead. I'm going to the kitchen to see if they need help. With that, he turned and left. Since the words were out, he wouldn't hide anything anymore. He just hoped the 2 little ladies wouldn't come to blows. Sometimes having too many girls who liked you wasn't a good thing. But his words left everyone bewildered. Su Wantong was number 3. That meant there was a number 1. This guy had 3 girlfriends. Just then Zhu Jianhua walked over with a kettle and poured tea for Su Wantong's sister-in-law. I just saw my uncle and aunt. They were driving a Mercedes-Benz. Where did that come from? He still couldn't let it go, feeling something was off. Meng Fani, hearing this, was even more confused. Another Mercedes-Benz. Oh, Tang Luochuan bought it. He doesn't drive when he comes home, so he bought another one and gave it to his uncle to drive. Su Wantong always spoke her mind. He bought it. Where did he get the money? I don't know, I'm curious too. But he's really rich. He even bought a place in Shanghai. Su Wantong. Tang Luochuan, who had just walked away, suddenly turned back and waved urgently, "Come here." Su Wantong stopped mid-sentence, seeing the tension on his face, and felt a flutter of excitement. She got up and ran over. "What? You want to kiss me? I'm a first-timer. That's not appropriate." Tang Luochuan tapped her head and lowered his voice. "Listen, my money comes from legitimate sources, perfectly legal. But I want to keep a low profile. Don't let your tongue slip around my hometown folks. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'll be good. I promise." Su Wantong quickly raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. "Luochuan, I've made up my mind inside, but can you be more proactive? I'll listen to you from now on. I'll even be nice to Jiang Jinhua when she comes." Her meaning was clear. She liked him. Why else would she have come with him to his grandfather's place? Tang Luochuan glanced around the room, then pinched her cheek. "I'll give you an answer tonight. If you're sure, I won't let you down. But remember what I said. Nobody in my hometown is wealthy, and I don't want trouble." In other words, he had seen how a certain peasant singer became a celebrity and had his doorstep swarmed daily by people trying to latch on and borrow money. Tang Luochuan genuinely didn't want to end up like that. When you're poor, no one asks in a bustling city. When you're rich, distant relatives come from the mountains. He had seen through this world. "I promise. I'll do whatever you say." Su Wantong's eyes nearly turned into peach blossoms, wholly fixed on Tang Luochuan, especially the earnest yet sharp expression on his face. Then she stared at his lips. "Tonight I'll finally get to bite them." Just thinking about it made her excited. "Let's go." Tang Luochuan gently patted her shoulder and headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Meng Fani and Zhu Jianhua were both puzzled. One wondered how Tang Luochuan could have such a beautiful girlfriend, and 2 of them. And more importantly, this girl seemed very wealthy. The other was shocked that the Tang family could afford an E300. Sister-in-law. "So, what does Luochuan usually do in Shanghai?" Zhu Jianhua persisted. Su Wantong's eyes darted as she replied, "Don't you have his WeChat? He studies hard every day. Look at his moments. All about hard work and self-improvement." Tang Luochuan might seem mysterious. Meng Fani began piecing together the story in her mind. Handsome, rich, a Mercedes, and a wealthy girlfriend. It all started to make sense. This guy used his good looks to find a rich girlfriend, then used her money to buy a Mercedes for his dad. What a filial son. But she felt bitter, intensely bitter. Tang Luochuan had barely spoken to her since he arrived. She had already prepared to educate him. The village gossip was spreading. They looked down on her behavior of finding a marriage partner because of the demolition compensation. She wanted to prove to them that their unrealistic fantasies about love were foolish. In this era, money was everything. Money was the real confidence. "Sister Wantong, you're such a good girl." Meng Fani suddenly spoke up. "You're willing to accept someone from our humble background. Aren't you afraid of suffering?" Su Wantong, still flushed from earlier, tilted her head and smiled without immediately responding. Meng Fani's words were praise on the surface, but a trap underneath, implying that Tang Luochuan's family was ordinary and Su Wantong was settling for less. The other girlfriends chimed in, their eyes full of amusement. "Yes, Sister Wantong, with all those designer brands, you're clearly a city girl raised in luxury. Our countryside can't compare. Luochuan is really lucky to have a girlfriend as beautiful and generous as you." Meng Fani took a sip of water, the fake smile on her lips barely contained. She had already plotted the narrative in her mind. Tang Luochuan was good-looking, but he had no money and no background. His current success was entirely due to living off a woman. Su Wantong was just infatuated for now. Once the novelty wore off, she would see reality and leave in tears. She wanted to make it clear to everyone. Su Wantong was marrying down and Tang Luochuan was reaching above his station. Su Wantong didn't quite grasp what he meant, nor did she think much about matching family backgrounds. However, she immediately thought of Jiang Jinhua. Though they had their disagreements, there had never been any major conflicts between them. Still, she couldn't resist gossiping. She happily grabbed Meng Fani's hand and said, "Let me tell you, Jiang Jinhua's family I mentioned earlier. They're incredibly wealthy. If anyone's going to suffer, it'll be her. This little girl thinks she's so tough despite being so young. Her family's worth tens of billions." Everyone's eyes widened in shock. That Jiang Jinhua was even wealthier. What was happening here? Meng Fani's hand froze mid-motion as she held her water glass, the rim pressing against her lips. The scalding water made her gasp, but she was too stunned to care, disbelief filling her eyes. Tens of billions. She'd never even seen $1 million in cash in her entire life, yet this Jiang Jinhua's family had tens of billions. When she marries into our family, I'm telling you, I'll make her do the dishes every single day. That was about all Su Wantong was good for. The thought of making someone wash dishes made her feel somewhat awkward. The truth was there weren't any dishes left at home. Tang Luochuan, and she had smashed them all to pieces. Are you sure about that, Wantong? If that girl's family is even wealthier, why would her parents agree to let their daughter marry into your family? Meng Fani found it hard to believe. Su Wantong grew even more animated at this. I'm telling you, Tang Luochuan has already met her parents. Apparently they hit it off quite well. Oh, I've got to hurry too. When we get back to Magic Capital, I'll arrange a meeting with my parents right away. After saying this, both Meng Fani and Zhu Jianhua were even more confused. Have I been too shallow? Rich people in Magic Capital aren't materialistic. Zhu Jianhua was greatly shaken. He had been working for several years and had encountered plenty of people. Everyone's only goal in life was to make money. But why could his cousin date two heiresses at once? One of them was even worth tens of billions. Had he found a sugar mama just because he was handsome? Well, that was indeed something he couldn't argue against. His natural aura was heaven-given. Tang Luochuan was a good student, yes. But what people had praised him most for since childhood wasn't his academic efforts. It was things like, this kid is really handsome. This child is so good-looking. And similar compliments combined with his free-spirited, unrestrained personality, which did indeed make him quite charming. However, the sugar mama arrangement was somewhat beneath dignity. Zhu Jianhua felt uncomfortable. He had actually felt quite happy about being able to marry Meng Fani, and with the newly purchased BMW X3 he had gained considerable confidence. But now comparing people was truly demoralizing. Meanwhile, Meng Fani remained composed, maintaining her smile. She knew Su Wantong wasn't deliberately showing off. But this casual display of wealth made her feel even more devastated. Su Wantong's life was what she truly desired. Dinner was ready soon. Tang Luochuan led Su Wantong directly to a round table in the corner of the yard. We can just eat here. After sitting down, Su Wantong curiously looked around. It's my first time eating at a banquet in a courtyard. For large round tables filled the yard with a few more set up in the living room and along the corridors. Everyone who came was family, relatives, and friends. Tang Luochuan still wanted to keep a low profile. Tomorrow they would be picking up Jiang Jinhua anyway, so there was no need to arrive too early. Tang Luochuan had seen many poor people enter the big city awkward and out of their depth from never having seen the world. However, who could have expected that the first big city person to come to the countryside would also look so provincial and inexperienced when eating at a village banquet? Su Wantong swayed gently as she sat on the small stool at the round table, her eyes unable to hide the novelty and curiosity flickering within them as she gazed at the array of large bowls and small dishes covering the table. Hee, I'm hungry. When can we eat? Su Wantong licked her lips, clutching her stomach, looking somewhat embarrassed. Tang Luochuan was about to say they should wait for everyone to arrive. An uncle beside them immediately said, just go ahead and eat, daughter. We don't have anything fancy to treat you with here. Don't look down on us. Xiaochuan, get a bowl for your wife, scoop her some food separately, let her eat first. Don't starve the child. Who says rural people are all snobbish, calculating, cold, and selfish? Most rural folks are far more enthusiastic, simple, and kind. Of course, if one insisted on testing human nature with money, no one could resist. All right. Tang Luochuan saw nothing wrong with this, getting her a separate bowl and dish and placing them in front of her. Don't fight over the serving spoon anymore. Thank you, uncle. Su Wantong smiled gratefully at the uncle. No need to be so polite. When you and Xiaochuan get married, you've got to invite me to the wedding feast. Hearing the word marriage, Su Wantong's heart sweetened, and she readily agreed, definitely. In the living room, Meng Fani was preparing to leave. She wouldn't come tomorrow, only arriving the day after for the wedding. But seeing Tang Luochuan and Su Wantong as such an ideal couple, she felt miserable. They say beautiful flowers cannot bloom on barren soil, and there was truth to that. Before going to Magic Capital, she had already encountered many wealthy people in society, and her beauty had brought her certain advantages. During high school, most students thought a weekly allowance of 200 or 300 yuan was sufficient. But she had experienced more. The men outside school gave her 4,000 or 5,000 yuan each month. She had even received over 10,000 at times. There was even one gentleman who paid her 20,000 yuan monthly. Money came so easily, which taught her that in this world there really were bags worth tens of thousands of yuan. That was half a year's savings for her parents. There really were people who could spend over 100,000 or even several 100,000 on games. Money satisfied most of her desires, yet now she seemed to have glimpsed something pure, a clear, untainted love. That was something beyond her reach. Jianhua. Meng Fani picked up her Chanel bag, and suddenly it didn't smell as sweet anymore. What's wrong? Zhu Jianhua asked. Meng Fani glanced at Su Wantong outside the door, then whispered, after we're married, the demolition compensation. Can you give me my share? This. Of course. Huh. Zhu Jianhua hadn't planned to seize it, but the fact that she brought it up herself made him somewhat uncomfortable. His parents had already said that the demolition compensation for both of them would be left to their own discretion. But his idea was for both of them to retain autonomy, while pooling the money together to maintain a shared family rather than keeping separate accounts. What do you need it for? Zhu Jianhua asked. Meng Fani's answer was vague. For living expenses, of course. I can't just spend your money either, right? If I have some of my own, I can maintain my own lifestyle. The discomfort in Zhu Jianhua's heart was immediately suppressed. He simply thought she was a young girl wanting to keep some pocket money. He smiled and nodded. All right, when the money comes through, I'll transfer it directly to your account. Spend it however you like. Meng Fani slightly raised the corner of her mouth and said nothing more. It wasn't pocket money she wanted. It It was that holding on to that demolition compensation was her only source of security. She and Zhu Jianhua had no real feelings for each other at all. As she walked past the young man on her way out, young Master Tang, the infamous rice monster, was just as notorious at school. Shen Mian and Jiang Jinhua had both noticed that whenever it was mealtime, this guy would bury his head and eat with great dedication. He ignored everyone unless he was nearly full, and only then would he say a few words. Meng Fani's gaze locked firmly onto Tang Luochuan, desperately hoping he would glance at her, even fantasizing about seeing a hint of wistful longing in his eyes. She tried to play it cool, brushing past him with a light smile, leaving him to his imaginations. But Tang Luochuan had just spit out a fishbone and mumbled a single word, delicious. Before she could respond, his chopsticks were already reaching for the fish on the table, not sparing her a single glance. Sitting nearby, Su Wantong saw this clearly, and quickly picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, placing it into his bowl, while softly urging, Luochuan, this is delicious, try it. You eat too, Tang Luochuan replied with his mouth full, his words mumbled and indistinct. He was purely a foodie. Once seated at the table, no beauty could distract him. However, Su Wantong kindly waved at her, and asked, going back. Yeah right, Meng Fani replied. Only then did Tang Luochuan look up at her, and slowly open his mouth. Meng Fani waited for his words. But then, burped. Wantong, give me the juice. He burped, then glanced toward the juice. Su Wantong casually handed it to him, and the boy showed no reluctance. Goodbye, bride. Jiang Jinhua and I will come over the day after tomorrow. Su Wantong said goodbye with a smile. Okay. Meng Fani felt extremely uncomfortable inside, and could only leave quickly. Tang Luochuan was puzzled. You and Jiang Jinhua are both going. When did you say that? In the group. Group? Tang Luochuan quickly took out his phone, and indeed found that Jiang Jinhua had added Su Wantong to the group. Both girls knew that despite their playful bickering, they could not let things get out of hand. They could argue privately, but they would not cause trouble for Tang Luochuan. Moreover, they did not hold any deep grudges against each other. The Tang family Three Beauties discussion group. What the hell, who came up with that name? Tang Luochuan asked. Su Wantong raised her hand. Me. Wait, have you thought this through? I have thought it through. Really? Yeah, alright. Tang Luochuan nodded decisively, and opened his mother's WeChat chat, sending a voice message. Mom, find me a quilt tonight. Help me make up the bed at home. Wantong is staying with me tonight. After saying this, he raised his eyebrows with a smug, almost teasing look at the girl. But Su Wantong furrowed her brows slightly. Isn't this moving too fast? I am not in a hurry. Ask Jinhua and Mu Yan if you do not believe me. 2 hours without rest. I did not mean that. These words sat like a ticking time bomb in Su Wantong's heart. The time was set, for the evening when the night grew quiet and still. She knew that if she did not boldly refuse, she would be trapped in this situation. MMAISI. Tang Luochuan kept shoveling rice into his mouth, while the girl beside him kept sighing, unable to get the words out. She held her small bowl, brows furrowed in thought. Wantong, eat. Stop spacing out, is it not good? Zhu Xiaomei walked over, seeing Su Wantong staring blankly with her bowl, and quickly asked. Su Wantong shook her head. No, auntie, it is quite delicious. Saying this, she lowered her head and picked at her rice grain by grain with her chopsticks. Seeing her son devouring his food, Zhu Xiaomei could not resist commenting, just like your father. Eat slower. You look like a pig. When Tang Luochuan was young, he ate the same way, and was called cute. Now his mother described him as a pig. She suddenly leaned over close to Su Wantong and whispered, Wantong, are you really staying at home tonight? She had seen the message her son sent, which is why she came out to find them. Zhu Xiaomei also knew they had not been dating long, so bringing her home to meet was fine. But now that he was asking her to stay overnight, she was still worried. What if the kid forced her? And indeed, Su Wantong found herself in an awkward position. But Jiang Jinhua and Shun Muyin flashed through her mind. Both women, both with Tang Luochuan. They were fine, so why should she back down? Yeah, auntie, I am staying at home tonight, Su Wantong said without looking at Zhu Xiaomei poking at the shredded pork in her bowl. Her mind was in chaos. Hearing this, Tang Luochuan was also stunned. The girl actually agreed. Then if he did not go through with it, he would lose face as a man. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaomei sighed. She was not entirely comfortable with this. After all, they were not married and had only been dating for a short while. If her son slept with her, and they broke up later, what would that mean? Her generation valued this more, unlike young people like Tang Luochuan who were more open about such things. But since the girl agreed, there was nothing she could do. Alright, I will find you some new quilts tonight. And with that, Zhu Xiaomei turned and left. Tang Luochuan looked at the girl, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt, for pushing her this way was unfair. After finishing his meal, he put down his chopsticks, and said, If you are not comfortable, I will not do anything tonight. I did not say no. Su Wantong's voice grew quieter, her last words barely above a whisper. What? Blushing, Su Wantong repeated, I said. I did not say I would not. Just eat, before it gets cold. Oh, oh, put some fried fish on my plate. Okay. Tang Luochuan was suddenly excited too, and quickly served her some food. Their agreement was sealed within ordinary conversation. Late at night, the courtyard was silent, only the occasional breeze stirring fallen leaves. It was past 11, grandparents and parents had retired. Only the East Wing room still had its light on. Su Wantong stood in the corner, her back against the cold wall, passionately returning his kisses. Will it hurt? The girl asked the question she feared most. Tang Luochuan thought of Shun Muyin and Zhang Jinyue from before, vaguely remembering those terrible scenes. It might. It is okay, just sleep in tomorrow noon. No, if I come to your house and sleep in, Annie will laugh at me. It will not be, you probably will not be able to get up tomorrow morning. The next morning, both were still fast asleep. Luochuan, where are our bowls? Where did you put the ones you washed yesterday? His mother's voice echoed in the courtyard. Tang Luochuan struggled to open his eyes. Su Wantong's arm was still draped across his chest. They are broken. Broken? All of them? Yes, completely shattered. Tang Luochuan didn't get up until 10:30, and Su Wantong was still asleep. As soon as he stepped outside, he caught his mother's hostile gaze. You little bastard, you're not being honest. So she agreed to stay with you, and you actually dared to keep her? Zhu Xiaomei walked over, grumbling at her son in a low voice. Tang Luochuan casually glanced at his phone. 100 million had already been deposited. 30 billion in deposits. After a few seconds, he said, Mom, what did you say? I'm asking if you lured her here with tricks. Su Wantong comes from such a wealthy family. Why would she be interested in our home? So what? What do you mean what? Zhu Xiaomei's voice dropped even lower. Don't you have any shame? You've already touched that girl. What if she doesn't stay with you later? Mom, how can you say that? I'm not losing out. Zhu Xiaomei was furious, but she knew her son wasn't at a disadvantage. But Zhu Xiaomei was never the type of woman who was narrow-minded or full of malicious schemes. She always acted decisively and knew her limits, never giving others ammunition against her, and even if she suffered a minor loss, she never took it to heart. Her demands for her son were even stricter. If he didn't intend to marry her, he shouldn't cross the line early on. What if she uses this against us later? Touch your conscience. You're just afraid our family can't afford to marry her. Here, I transferred 1 million to you. Take it and spend it. Earned yesterday. I'm going out to pick up Jiang Jinmoon. You? I. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaomei felt the information overload was too much. All three things shocked her. First, her son was right. She was indeed worried that Su Wantong's family would refuse, despising their poverty. Rich young miss from a powerful family was the most troublesome. Second, he transferred 1 million to her. This kid makes money easier than wind blowing. Third, picking up Jiang Jinmoon. That girl is coming too. Chuan. By the time Zhu Xiaomei came to her senses, Tang Luochuan had already reached the gate, and she hurriedly called out, Chuan. You, how did you earn so much? Tang Luochuan didn't turn back. I write novels. My readers are all wealthy people. Each has a net worth of tens of billions, and they send me gifts of the king every day. Let's go. Stepping outside, Tang Luochuan finally noticed the Mercedes was gone. It must have been taken out by his old man for a drive. The old man, now with a new car, was like having a new love, heading out early in the morning. Last night, Tang Hai had not slept well, immersed in the joy of his new car. Now only that old Volkswagen was at the door. Tang Luochuan didn't mind, either went back inside to grab the keys and drove straight to the airport. Jiang Jinmoon also had a flight at 7:30 in the morning. Her departure made the couple Jiang Deming and his wife quite sad. After expressing their reluctance to let their daughter go, they personally saw her off at the airport and then set free themselves. On the way back, Ma Ying was extremely happy. I said so early on we shouldn't have brought her this time. It would have been better for the two of us to have a honeymoon trip. I wanted to too, but without Yia's approval, would the two of us have dared to slip out? If this girl wanted to come along, wouldn't she nag me to death? Jiang Deming also replied cheerfully. Your daughter speaks little, at most she gives you the cold shoulder. Ha ha ha. Quanshui City Airport. Tang Luochuan arrived very quickly. Finding Jiang Jinmoon was simple, relying on sixth sense. Wherever it was cold, there she was. Indeed, a 5-meter radius around Jiang Jinmoon formed an open space. Unaware people might think this woman had a built-in barrier shielding everyone away. Tang Luochuan waved a warm smile on his face. But he was instantly frozen by Jiang Jinmoon's icy gaze. Yet. Jiang Jinmoon walked over, handing her luggage to him without any reserve. Young Master Tang, you're up early. Was last night's communication not happy? What nonsense. Stop pretending. The smile on your lips can't be suppressed. Actually quite satisfying. Let's go. Are you hungry? Jiang Jinmoon didn't say anything. She was looking forward to meeting Su Wantong, even wanting to use her status as the second daughter to assert dominance over the other. Although the other was 2 years older, she was the one who entered first. Yia, what are you thinking? Your smile seems unable to be suppressed too. Jiang Jinmoon quickly restrained her smile. Nothing. Exiting the airport, the two arrived at the parking lot. Jiang Jinmoon looked at that old Volkswagen somewhat puzzled. You've changed your taste. In her impression, Tang Luochuan was a spendthrift, definitely not someone so low-key. Tang Luochuan patted the roof of the old Volkswagen. My dad's. Actually, my family is ordinary. My parents' combined monthly salary is just 10,000 yuan. Far from your family, and my house and car were bought with online loans. And these luxury items, installments for 10,086 periods, repaying 500 each month. Jiang Jinmoon listened seriously at first, but then rolled her eyes knowing this kid was spouting nonsense again. Opening the car door, a smell of rust from the factory hit them. This was Tang Hai's unique scent, working in the factory all day, dealing with machines and steel every day. It wasn't exactly unpleasant. Tang Luochuan was used to the smell, but Jiang Jinmoon slightly frowned, enduring it before getting in. Having known Tang Luochuan for a long time, she simply didn't believe his family was ordinary. As the car started, Jiang Jinmoon was already prepared to enter the Tang family villa, knowing how to greet his parents. She also thought about buying some gifts before arriving. Having been a rich young miss for 18 years herself, with a family condition even better than Su Wantong's, she better knew how to please a billionaire CEO's future father-in-law and a wealthy mother-in-law with a net worth of hundreds of billions. The car sped along the airport road, and Jiang Jinmoon gradually felt something was off. Every time they reached a slightly more luxurious area, Tang Luochuan would turn in the opposite direction. They drove further into the suburbs. In Longwa territory was private construction of large manors allowed. Almost there. Soon Tang Luochuan reminded Jiang Jinmoon that they were nearly home. Jiang Jinmoon quickly said, "Go to the best supermarket nearby, I'll buy some gifts." Okay. 3 minutes later, the car stopped at Xiaoying Supermarket. Jiang Jinmoon stood at the entrance of the supermarket, dumbfounded from the outside. It was only about 30 to 40 square meters, just a small shop. I meant the best. Tang Luochuan held up 3 fingers. I swear by heaven this is the best nearby. Jiang Jinmoon. She took a deep breath and still walked in, selecting a few big brand milks and gifts, at least one she had seen on television, and carrying them out. Until the dilapidated archway of Tangjia village appeared before her. Jiang Jinmoon still didn't understand and asked, "Luochuan, does your family live in an ancient town?" "What ancient town? This is a shabby village." "Huh." Jiang Jinmoon looked at him in surprise, a bad premonition rising in her heart. A rural village. A dilapidated rural village. And it might even be mud brick houses. The car turned the last few bends. Tang Luochuan slowed down and greeted a few acquaintances passing by. Only then did Jiang Jinmoon believe that this small village was indeed Tang Luochuan's hometown. Until the car stopped at the door, Jiang Jinmoon breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, it wasn't a mud brick house. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to use the dry toilet. Tang Luochuan didn't feel he was deceiving the other because the over 30 billion in his card was genuine. He just couldn't mention the system, but instead used this opportunity to observe Jiang Jinmoon. At this moment, Jiang Jinmoon wore a pair of Prada monolith-studded leather loafers, stepping on the country road with gifts in her hands, completely at a loss. Tang Luochuan helped carry the other gifts and said, "Let's go in. My mother should have finished cooking. Wanang should be awake by now." Oh, there was no disdain in Jiang Jinmoon's eyes, only a hint of bewilderment. Anyone who had experienced what she had would find it utterly unbelievable. Just as they walked into the courtyard, Su Wantong had indeed woken up, sitting on a small stool, chatting with Grandma Lu Meiyu. A bench beside them held a plate of sunflower seeds. Originally, she had been very excited today. Having become Tang Luochuan's woman, she wanted to show off her skills by helping Zhu Xiaomei cook. Learning that all the bowls from yesterday had broken, Zhu Xiaomei reluctantly declined. Her heart truly ached. Every other family's daughter-in-law could help with household chores. At the very least, they could be of some assistance. But this one, apart from being pretty and having some money, everything else fell on her shoulders. Upon hearing the gate open, Zhu Xiaomei walked out wearing an apron. At the sight of Jiang Jinmoon, 2 thoughts crossed her mind. First, she was also very beautiful. She also looked very wealthy. Second, she definitely couldn't cook or do housework. Yeah is here. Welcome, welcome. Zhu Xiaomei's heart ached. If more people came visiting during this period, she would have to cook for the whole family alone. How exhausting. A faint smile finally appeared on Jiang Jinmoon's icy face. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Luochuan's girlfriend. So lovely to meet you. You must be tired from all the work. These are just some small gifts, please accept them." With that, she handed over the gifts. Zhu Xiaomei froze for a moment. How formal, yet beautifully expressed. Beside her, Su Wantong raised an eyebrow, and her hand cracking sunflower seeds stopped. She hadn't said anything like that when she first arrived. Was this a competition? Was it meant for her to see? Yet facing such a proper Jiang Jinmoon as Zhu Xiaomei didn't know how to respond, so she simply smiled. "Come sit in the house. The meal will be ready soon." "Mom, do you need my help?" Tang Luochuan asked, but his feet never stopped, striding into the living room first. Zhu Xiaomei gave him a hard glare. All talk and no action. Just like your father. Ha ha. Both girls couldn't help but chuckled and caught each other's eyes and exchanged a glance. Their expressions settled back into calm. Su Wantong gazed at the gifts Jiang Jinyue brought, feeling annoyed and blaming herself for forgetting to buy something. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, to be taken advantage of by Tang Luochuan. Back then she had only wanted to get to know him. Who would have thought she would be taken to his home and end up spending the night? Auntie, is there anything I can do? Tell me, I'll help you chop vegetables. Su Wantong suddenly stood up. Zhu Xiaomei sensed trouble. She knew Su Wantong couldn't cook. Moreover, ever since Jiang Jinyue entered, the two hadn't exchanged greetings. Clearly they weren't on good terms. And their family's little rascal had already gone into the living room completely oblivious. No need, I can handle it myself. It's fine, Auntie. I can help too. Jiang Jinyue had truly decided to compete. I can make fried eggs at home. I can boil noodles. I'll peel garlic. I can wash vegetables. Just then Tang Luochuan walked out from the room, poking his head out to mock them. You two should name a dish first. Just knowing how to do odd jobs. Both. The atmosphere had become rather awkward. Jiang Jinyue and Su Wantong both felt a hint of embarrassment. A cold smile hung on Zhu Xiaomei's lips, carrying a hint of murderous intent. Tang Luochuan understood this was the prelude to his mother about to teach him a lesson. He quickly said, Mom, don't cook. Isn't my dad still out wandering around? Let him bring back some dishes from the restaurant. Oh right, your father hasn't returned yet. I'll go call him. With that, Zhu Xiaomei went back to the kitchen. Tang Luochuan hastily waved the two girls inside. Jiang Jinyue walked ahead, while Su Wantong followed listlessly behind. As soon as they entered, Tang Luochuan asked, How are you two planning to handle this? Should I buy another house in Shanghai and have you live separately? Jiang Jinyue hadn't expected him to be so direct, but couldn't find fault with it. Su Wantong was back to her indecisive self, wanting Tang Luochuan to make the decision, whatever Luochuan says. What about you? Tang Luochuan looked at Jiang Jinyue. This was something he had to resolve, though the two girls were just bickering, and it was nothing serious. If this continued, problems would inevitably arise, so he had to sort it out first. I listen to you. You two need to bury the hatchet now? If there's a problem, tell me directly. It's not a big deal. If you keep going like this, you'll end up fighting eventually. I don't want to see that day come. Jinyue is younger. Wantong, you should accommodate her. Wantong did give Jinyue trouble before, but that's in the past. Jinyue, don't take it to heart. Okay. Say something. Su Wantong, okay. Jiang Jinyue, come on, hold hands. We're still good friends. Tang Luochuan, like coaxing children, brought the two girls' hands together. The atmosphere gradually eased. Su Wantong couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I'm not that petty. She added with a teasing tone, treating me like a child, hand-holding and all. Finishing, Su Wantong looked seriously at Jiang Jinyue. Let me say sorry again. Don't take it to heart. Oh, I didn't take it to heart either. It's all in the past. Jiang Jinyue responded softly. Their relationship still needed time to develop, but this was a pretty good start. Soon Tang Hai returned carrying a bunch of takeout. As soon as he entered the house, he called for Tang Luochuan to help bring in the food. Seeing Jiang Jinyue, Tang Hai was also stunned. The father and son walked to a corner. Chuan, did you offend that Jinyue? No. Tang Luochuan opened the takeout boxes. The food his father ordered was quite plentiful. She's just like that. The social term for it is stink face, looking at everyone as if they owe her money. Tang Hai nodded. I see. Can you give me some money? I'm out of gas. When I bought things yesterday, there were only 2 bars left in the tank. Dad, you don't even have a few hundred yuan. I gave Mom quite a bit. Tang Hai pointed at the pile of food. I did have 1,000 yuan, but then I bought the food. Drinking with your uncle and the others lately has also cost quite a bit. Your mom keeps a tight rein on the money. You know how it is. This afternoon, I'm going to get a gas card anyway and buy some gold jewelry for Mom and Grandma. All right. At the dining table, Jiang Jinyue and Su Wantong took delicate bites of their meals, occasionally stealing glances at Tang Luochuan and Tang Hai, who were devouring their food without looking up. They were indeed father and son, true professionals when it came to eating. Eat more slowly. Zhu Xiaomei said, seemingly accustomed to this, yet slightly embarrassed, picking up the serving chopsticks to place food in the two girls' bowls. Don't look at them. It's rather embarrassing. It's all right, Andy. I'm used to it. Jiang Jinyue smiled to herself, having noticed Tang Luochuan's eating habits long ago at school. Su Wantong concurred. Watching you and your father eat is truly enjoyable. Oh, by the way, Mom, I'll take you to buy gold this afternoon. Tang Luochuan rarely made a move unless his stomach was full. Gold. Jewelry. Why would I waste money on such things? Save it for you two to live comfortably. Don't squander it. What would I even do with those things? Oh, come on, it's nothing. Just listen to me, we can go shopping together anyway. I have to go to Jianhua's place this afternoon. I'm getting married tomorrow. I can't spare the time. Just come back early, that's all. Meanwhile, Meng Fan Yi sat before her vanity, her reflection adorned with meticulous makeup that couldn't quite conceal the restlessness in her eyes. Fan Yi, are you ready? Li Ting's voice called from outside the door, urging her along. I'm coming. She slung her bag over her shoulder, preparing to depart. She had just obtained 4,000 yuan from Zhu Jianhua earlier that day to purchase the 3 gold items. Her best friends Li Ting and Wang Xiaoyu were seated on the living room sofa, and as she emerged their eyes immediately fixed on the Chanel bag. "Why you're carrying that bag again?" Li Ting exclaimed dramatically. "Fan Yi, your fiancé, treats you so well." Meng Fan Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as she deliberately shifted the bag closer to herself. "He's decent enough." Jianhua puts thought into it. "Let's head out, then there's still so much to do this afternoon." "Have you tried on the wedding dress?" Wang Xiaoyu asked. Meng Fan Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. "Don't remind me. I wanted to book a good one. But Zhu Jianhua thought it was too expensive. Said they've been spending too much lately and want to save for their future life together." Wang Xiaoyu nodded. "He's right, you really should." "Right, my foot. Is money saved? Money is earned. Wealth accumulation depends on those critical moments in life. When fortune arrives, everything comes. That's not the result of hard work. It's compensation for one's understanding." Meng Fan Yi interrupted her friend, uttering a phrase she held deeply dear. These were words once spoken to her by a successful man who had once sponsored her. Yet the same words carry different meanings for different people. For others, they're reflections after achieving success. But ordinary people can only grasp the literal meaning, unwilling to invest the time and effort needed to take a chance. So to her, these were just another spoonful of poisoned chicken soup already consumed. "Let's go buy the 3 gold pieces first. When the relocation compensation arrives in a few days, I'll trade in for an Hermes." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered Su Wantang, that woman whose elegance and beauty far surpassed her own. Dongfang Jinshun. It was already the finest mall in the area. Tang Luochuan drove his Volkswagen, first topping up his father's gas card with 5,000 yuan, then secretly transferring an additional 2,000 yuan as spending money. Following his father's Mercedes E300, the group arrived at the mall in impressive fashion. They parked in a nearby lot where the concrete beneath their feet had cracked and crumbled beyond repair. A gust of wind stirred up clouds of dust. Several young people nearby couldn't help but glance over, struggling to comprehend how 3 such strikingly attractive youngsters could emerge from such a worn-out Volkswagen. Especially the 2 women. Tang Luo Chuan was fine. Born into an ordinary family, he carried himself with a carefree ease that lacked any air of nobility. But Su Wantang and Jiang Jinyu were different. Together, they transformed that modest 10,000 yuan sedan into something that radiated the presence of a 1,000,000 yuan luxury car. Were beautiful women no longer rare? Or had these 2 simply never seen the world? A cascade of questions flickered through everyone's minds. As the 3 were about to catch up with Tang Hai and the others, another Mercedes pulled up alongside them. It came to a halt with alarming speed and harsh braking. It seemed determined to make a point, conveniently blocking the trio's path and kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Wantang covered her nose while Jiang Jinyu turned away in visible distaste. Tang Luochuan simply stared ahead, waving away the debris. What the hell? If they'd taken just a few more steps forward, a collision was certain. "Luochuan, do you even recognize me anymore?" A young man pushed open the car door and stepped out. Wang Jia. The newcomer was unmistakable. Tang Luochuan's former high school classmate and closest friend from back then. At 1.75 meters and weighing over 210 pounds, each step seemed to require considerable effort. He was the quintessential poor student Meng Fan Yi's rumored boyfriend, and held the notorious reputation as the top flirtatious student who'd pursued teachers during their high school years. Tang Luochuan held little respect for the first 2 claims, but the teacher story earned a grudging admiration. Wang Jia licked his lips as 2 younger women emerged from the car. By any normal standard, these 2 couldn't compare to Su Wantang and Jiang Jinyu, yet they revealed Wang Jia's particular taste: flamboyant and provocative. Damn, isn't wearing that little against the law? Tang Luochuan felt his face flush, imagining how easily these 2 girls might expose themselves with a simple squat or leg lift. "What are you doing?" Wang Jia was quite excited regarding Tang Luochuan as his closest brother. "You don't even contact me. Once you got into university, you forgot about your high school classmates." His face was covered with extra flesh, and this boy came from a wealthy family. His parents ran a company dealing in traditional machinery and made good money. "Jesus, you scared the hell out of me." Tang Luochuan waved his hand. "Drive slower next time, you almost hit me." "Don't worry, bro, I know what I'm doing." Wang Jia patted his chest, then his eyes fell on Su Wantang and Jiang Jinyu, filled with open contempt. Luochuan's taste is terrible, picking someone like this. What poses does she even know? If you asked her to pose, she definitely wouldn't know how. Jiang Jinyu and Su Wantang finally noticed the gaze directed at them. The look carried unmistakable contempt, not just for who they were, but for their appearance. Su Wantang had already read the situation and wanted to snap back immediately. In all her life, this was the first time a guy had looked at her with such disdain. Jiang Jinyu felt equally shocked, as though she'd encountered a complete fool. She too had been treasured since childhood. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but compliment her beauty. Then simultaneously both girls turned to Tang Luo Chuan with their eyes asking, "Is this guy stupid?" Tang Luo Chuan instantly understood and nodded. "He is." But Wang Jie, proudly wrapping his arms around the two young women, said, "Luo Chuan, what brings you here?" "Accompanying my parents shopping." "What are you doing?" "Just hanging out. I just bought a new Mercedes and you're still driving a Volkswagen. How about I introduce you to my factory?" "Go screw yourself. I'm an outstanding student with excellent character. Why would I go to your place?" Tang Luo Chuan knew Wang Jie wasn't trying to impress him. The guy was just genuinely missing a few screws. Haha, these two are. He looked at Tang Luo Chuan again. "My girlfriend." "Oh, nice to meet you, sister-in-law." Wang Jie was surprisingly polite, greeting them properly, but then looked at Tang Luo Chuan pitifully. "Bro, your taste isn't great. You..." At this point Tang Luo Chuan was ready to curse him out. Su Wantong fixed the young man, named Wang Jie, with a cold stare, her aristocratic pride rising to the surface. "And what might you be doing with yourself these days, fellow student?" The young woman's tone dripped with unmistakable provocation. Tang Luo Chuan froze, and Wang Jie was left utterly bewildered. Su Wantong, puzzled, asked, Did I say something wrong?" Wang Jie suddenly pointed at her, his hand trembling with indignation. Tang Luo Chuan restrained him and explained to Su Wantong. He dropped out after graduating high school, got a 53 on the Chinese exam. Total score 53 points. A total layabout with nothing to show for himself, living off his father. He hates nothing more than people asking about his grades or whether he went to college. Wang Jie, still fuming, spoke up. "Sister-in-law, my brain doesn't work so good." "My Chuanji made it clear to you, didn't he? Are you looking down on me for not going to college?" No. Su Wantong hadn't expected this at all. She had meant to provoke, but one sentence had completely broken through his defenses. "I didn't mean it that way, sorry." "Luo Chuan, what are you doing? Come over here." Zhu Xiaomei spotted them still chatting and called out loudly. Wang Jie nudged the two young women beside him. "Go keep my sister-in-law's company. I need to talk with Chuanji." "Oh." The two girls minced away with exaggerated hip movements, their walk nothing short of provocative. Despite reminding himself to maintain propriety, Tang Luo Chuan couldn't help stealing a few extra glances. Such is a man's nature. Beauty actually ranks only second. What truly takes first place is excitement. As they walked side by side, Wang Jie suddenly lowered his voice. "I heard Meng Fani got a boyfriend. She's getting married soon." "Yeah, that's right. Our village matchmaker Aunt Li tried to set us up once, but in the end one of my distant cousins married her. The wedding's tomorrow." Wang Jie abruptly dropped his head, his voice dropping even lower. "I slept with her." He paused, then added, "Sorry about that." "Dude." Tang Luochuan's brow furrowed instantly. "The fact that you can open up to me like this makes you a real brother. But damn, that's a weird thing to say." "Chuanji, my bad. You didn't cheat on me, so what are you apologizing for? Makes it seem like I'm the one marrying her." "Alright, there's something else. I'm heading to Shanghai. You want to come work with me?" "Do what?" "My old man gave me 400 to go to Shanghai and make a life for myself to grow up. I know my brain doesn't work too well, so I need someone like you as my strategist. Your dad's got some guts handing you that kind of money. Had no choice. I'm his only son. Can't really be a deadbeat forever. So I figured I gotta try. What's your plan? When I get there I'll rent a place, then first I'll take you to..." "Shut up." "Absolutely not." Tang Luochuan cut him off immediately. Wang Jie felt deeply guilty. "Chuanji, you're the man. I knew my brain was no good. When you heard my plan you spotted the flaw right away. It's not thorough enough." "Tang Luochuan, dude, that's pretty hard to miss." Behind them Jiang Jinwei and Su Wantong walked together with the two young women. There was no envy, no jealousy between them. Ordinary women would glance at Jiang Jinwei and Su Wantong twice, but these two would not. The reason they were called young women with attitude was precisely because they had something wrong upstairs. The two groups simply couldn't connect. Wang Jie just followed Tang Luochuan around, spending his days idling about, chatting casually with his good buddy whenever they crossed paths. In front of the jewelry store, Wang Jie nudged Tang Luochuan with his elbow and whispered, "Brother, don't be embarrassed about money. Tell me if you need it. Can't lose face in front of your girl. I've got 200 on me." Alright, I got it. Don't worry about it." Tang Luochuan responded. This was precisely why he could be friends with Wang Jie. Though this guy sometimes said unpleasant things and his brain didn't work too well when it mattered, he showed up for you. He wasn't petty about things either. And he never looked down on Tang Luochuan just because his family was ordinary. He was way better than those who could talk a good game, but would disappear the moment something needed doing. Inside the store, Tang Luochuan took charge, guiding his mother and grandmother toward the display cases. "Could you recommend some jewelry suitable for my mother and grandmother?" Zhu Xiaomei said. "Xiaochuan, take a look at some for Wantong and Jinwei too. Don't just buy for the two of us." The salesperson smiled at this family. It looked like they had brought their future daughters-in-law along. Big spending was inevitable. But Tang Luochuan dismissed it casually. "Those two won't be interested. Indeed, the two young women with attitude were already draped over the counter gazing at various bracelets and necklaces. Su Wantong and Jiang Jinhua, however, stood aside scrolling their phones and chatting quietly. None of the exquisite pieces in the store could catch their attention. In their social circle, wearing something like this would invite mockery. Had they suddenly become unable to afford luxury goods? Or had they hit menopause and developed different tastes? Of course, investing in gold was an exception. The salesperson's smile faltered. This family had quite the disparate dynamic. There on one side, the two young women living their best life. Over here, a guy so handsome it made hearts flutter. The mother and grandmother were unpretentious. Tang Hai and Tang Shai had already wandered outside, having no interest in jewelry at all. As for the others, wealthy show-off and the attitude girls. Could you show me some recommendations first? Tang Luochuan continued. Of course, sir. The salesperson didn't hesitate, beginning to introduce pieces for the family. Zhu Xiaomei had wanted to take her time comparing, but Tang Luochuan left her no opportunity. This is nice too. Wrap up those two bracelets as well. Get me the biggest ring you have, the luxury version. I'm getting one for my dad too. Zhu Xiaomei and Lu Meiyu watched, their hearts racing. Their grandson was not holding back at all. Welcome. Another salesperson's voice rang out from the entrance. Several young women walked in. Su Wantong glanced over and put down her phone, nudging Jiang Jinhua beside her. Hey Jinhua, that's Meng Fani. Jiang Jinhua looked up, her gaze immediately fixing on the other woman's chest. She glanced down at her own, then murmured indignantly, don't they get heavy? But Su Wantong didn't overthink things, and the two of them had actually enjoyed chatting yesterday. Funny. Su Wantong waved. One call of her name. Tang Luochuan and Wang Jie both whipped their heads around. A strange, tense atmosphere instantly filled the space. Tang Luochuan felt deeply uncomfortable. Meng Fani was marrying his cousin, and right after Wang Jie had just confessed to sleeping with her, they ran into her now. When Meng Fani saw Tang Luochuan actually standing with Wang Jie, her scalp went numb. Seeing Wang Jie scenes from that hotel room from before flooded back to her. When she looked at Tang Luochuan, all she felt was regret. Why couldn't Zhu Jianhua be this handsome? Only Wang Jie, with his simple mind, stared at the now bigger Meng Fani. He desperately wanted to ask her, before the wedding, could we do it one more time?